Chapter 1. Logging into the game ahead of time. In the 53rd year of the Xian era, on the 3rd day of March, within a secluded courtyard of the Eastern Marquis' residence in the capital, as early spring unfolded, the heavy snow that had blanketed Kyoto throughout the winter had only just begun to melt, leaving the sky still imbued with a biting chill. Xia Chen, clad in insufficient layers, was drenched in sweat as he practiced with his sword, undeterred by the cold wind. His handsome visage was flushed, the vitality within him surging fervently, and his gaze exuded a resolute determination. With a long crimson blade in hand, Xia Chen sliced through the air, creating ripples as if to cleave the biting wind itself. With each swing, a line of text emerged within his field of vision. Successfully swung once, basic swordsmanship proficiency 1. Successfully swung once, basic swordsmanship proficiency 1. Successfully swung once, basic swordsmanship proficiency 1. Basic swordsmanship has reached perfection. You have comprehended the advanced technique Shuyang breaking demon blade. Your vitality has reached the pinnacle of the 9th rank. Would you like to break through immediately? As these words appeared, a glimmer of joy illuminated Xia Chen's striking features. At that moment, the crimson blade in his grasp transformed, and the vitality within him surged violently, threads of energy seeping through his body, coalescing behind him into a resplendent crimson sun. This sun resembled the primordial Shuyang, cleaving through the chaos and darkness, radiating life and intensity. Empowered by this celestial orb, Xia Chen trembled violently, his entire being akin to molten lava, his vitality reaching its zenith, as if he could incinerate rivers and boil seas. This process was fleeting. Xia Chen's gaze sharpened, and though his youthful countenance bore a semblance of seriousness, he unleashed a single stroke, transforming the courtyard. From the depths of winter to the cusp of early summer, one stroke, and the heavens and earth were altered. Simultaneously, a resounding crack echoed from within Xia Chen, as if an invisible shackle had shattered. The boiling vitality within him found its release, surging forth like the Yangtze River rushing into the sea. And in that instant, Xia Chen's aura peaked. He had successfully reached the 8th rank of the refining essence realm. Slowly, he opened his eyes, brilliance flickering within their depths. And for a brief moment, it seemed as though two eyes had merged into one, resembling a pair of Zhendong dual pupils. However, this phenomenon was ephemeral, and Xia Chen returned to a state of calm, his formidable aura receding, reverting to that of an ordinary youth. It has been 2 months since I arrived in this world, and I have finally broken through to the 8th rank. A smile graced Xia Chen's lips. 2 months prior, he had discovered that he had entered the early version of that enigmatic game ahead of time. In his previous life, it had suddenly appeared on Earth, its origins shrouded in mystery, with only a fortunate few selected to enter this seemingly authentic realm. At this moment, it was during the reign of the great martial emperor, a period Xia Chen was not particularly acquainted with, as he had entered the game early, while the official testing phase would occur during the era of the Empress. Now is the era of the 2nd dragon vying for the throne during the reign of Emperor 1.5 years hence. The 3rd prince staged a coup, storming the capital with his troops, breaching the White Tiger Gate, and invading the palace. The crown prince met his demise, and the 3rd prince, consumed by madness, slaughtered the royal bloodline with reckless abandon. Yet, in the end, he was not the victor. Xia Chen sifted through the threads of history, recollecting the events of that tumultuous period. Regrettably, in his previous life, Xia Chen entered this realm only during the initial open beta, by which time the Empress had already ascended to the throne for 6 years. Thus, his understanding of these past events was superficial at best. During this time, while the struggle appeared to be between the 2 dragons contending for the throne, an elusive hidden dragon lurked in the shadows. 5 years later, during the coup at the gate, the 2nd princess, with her unexpected forces, wielded the sword of the ancestor and led her cavalry into the White Tiger Gate. On that fateful night, the palace echoed with cries of battle, and blood stained the pure white snow. Ultimately, the 2nd princess quelled all insurrections. However, Emperor 1, the crown prince, the 3rd prince, and all male members of the royal bloodline were ruthlessly slaughtered, their lives extinguished on the spot. At long last, the Great Wu welcomed its first empress, heralding the dawn of a magnificent era. It because of this jade seal that I am able to enter this world 11 years ahead of time. Xia Chen pondered, revealing a jade seal imprinted in his palm, resembling a totem visible solely to him. This seal was engraved with 9 dragons, exhaling chaotic energy, surrounded by primordial purple chi. Faintly, Xia Chen perceived the sun, moon, and stars encircling the jade seal, with the sun, moon, and the purple microstar at its very center. He wished to delve deeper, yet the jade seal dimmed entirely, becoming inscrutable. Xia Chen averted his gaze, exhaling a breath of turbid air to calm his heart regardless of the jade seal's mysterious nature. The paramount task at hand was to enhance his own strength and influence. Currently, during the reign of Emperor I, the political landscape was tumultuous, rife with banditry, and though relative peace prevailed, the realm was already fragmented into factions. This presented him with an opportunity. In times of chaos, heroes emerge, and only amidst disorder can one rise to prominence. That I must seize the moment. Once the Empress ascends, quelling the 8 Kings' rebellion and consolidating the power of the Great Wu, the era of unification will commence. Xia Chen felt an urgency to strategize ahead of time. While the era of unification promised greater safety, economic prosperity, and cultural flourishing, it also diminished opportunities. By then, the Great Wu would stand as the sole sovereign, exerting its influence across the seas and commanding the vast wilderness, compelling all, be they followers of Buddhism, Taoism, or self-proclaimed players, to submit beneath the Empress's rule. Only in the wake of the revival of spiritual energy, the convergence of realms, and the transformation of this world into a tangible reality, would new opportunities arise. Once the martial zenith ascended, the Empress vanished, and the Great Wu fractured, ushering in the era of competing immortal empires. As Xia Chen contemplated these matters, he filled a basin with water, took up a towel, and began to wipe his sweat-drenched body. In this life, his circumstances were relatively favorable. Having been born into the house of the Eastern Marquis, 0.8 centuries have passed since the establishment of the Great Wu Kingdom. 637 years ago, during the reign of Emperor Ling, the court was inundated with the influence of eunuchs and the external relatives of the imperial family, leading to the outbreak of rebellion among the feudal lords and the fall of the capital city. It was Emperor Wuzong, the 8th son of Emperor Ling, who restored the nation, undertaking a northern expedition that reclaimed the old capital and re-established order across the realm, ultimately giving rise to the present-day 19 provinces of Great Wu and reviving its fortunes for another 6 centuries. The inaugural Duke of Eastern Pacification, Xia Hao, was at the forefront of the emperor's campaigns, rising from the ranks of a mere soldier to a renowned general whose name resonated throughout the realm. The northern campaign, divided into 3 forces, saw Xia Hao commanding the eastern contingent. While the other 2 armies faced considerable obstacles and the prospect of failure loomed, Xia Hao led 5,000 cavalry on a swift march, covering 1,000 miles to reach the capital. Like a sharp sword piercing the enemy's heart, he breached the city, decapitating the enemy's leaders and turning the tide of battle, thus aiding Emperor Wuzong in solidifying his dominion. During the grand ceremony of rewards, Emperor Wu, with a smile before his ministers, proclaimed, externally robust yet internally wise, unparalleled in prowess across the realm. Consequently, Xia Hao merits surpassed all others, earning him the title of Duke of Eastern Pacification. There were whispers suggesting that Xia Hao achievements warranted a royal title, however, due to the ancestral decree prohibiting those of external lineage from being crowned king. He was merely granted the title of Duke. Otherwise, he would have rightfully become the Duke of Eastern Pacification. Now, the lineage of the Duke of Eastern Pacification has reached its 17th generation, thriving in prosperity without decline. Although still referred to as the Duke's household, it has, in truth, become a family of 3 dukes. Though I may not be held in high regard within the Duke's household, this is still a commendable beginning compared to others. Xia Chen reflected, content with his fortunate circumstances. That he was aware that many players who had entered the game in previous iterations began as nameless commoners, some even as beggars on the streets, facing a hellish start. According to the game's balance mechanics, the earlier one entered, the poorer their starting identity. Yet, Xia Chen had defied this norm, beginning his journey amidst nobility. Third young master, a letter from the second master has arrived. At that moment, a hurried figure entered, a young servant clad in green, panting and flushed, whether from the cold wind or the exertion of running was uncertain. Chapter 2. Princess Shang. In the small courtyard, the ancient locust tree had begun to sprout tender buds, glistening under the spring sun, radiating vitality. The second master has sent a letter for you, young master. Xia Chen's face bore a hint of joy, for the second master had finally remembered the young master. If memory served, the last letter had been 3 years prior. Xia Chen calmly accepted the letter from Xia Chen's hands, displaying neither joy nor sorrow, that he merely expressed mild surprise, saying, "Is there something significant happening in the outside world?" With no correspondence for 3 years, the sudden arrival of this letter led Xia Chen to believe that matters were more complex than they appeared. Young master, you are truly perceptive. There is great news. The second master has slain a third-tier peerless demon in the eastern wilderness. It is said to be a ruler among the beasts of the eastern wilderness mountains. Following this victory, the demonic forces have retreated 100 miles, clearing the region of their scourge and greatly enhancing the prestige of our Wu kingdom. Xia Chen, still quite young and a year younger than Xia Chen, had just turned 16 and was brimming with youthful exuberance, speaking with uncontainable excitement as if he himself had felled the formidable demon. Everyone is saying that within the next year or two, the eastern wilderness may finally be pacified, allowing the second master and second madam to return home at last. The youth, Xia Chen, was filled with excitement after 14 long years. The young master would finally be reunited with his family. Upon hearing this, Xia Chen's expression bore no trace of joy that he had inherited the entirety of the previous Xia Chen's memories, which was starkly different from merely logging into a game without the original owner's recollections. It felt as though he had been born and raised as Xia Chen himself, possessing all of the previous Xia Chen's emotions, as if he had merely awakened to his past lives' memories too. Months prior, in his mind, images of the second master, the Duke of Dongan, Xia Yuan, Xia Chen's biological father, unintentionally surfaced, sparked by Xia Chen's words. In Xia Chen's childhood memories, before the age of 3, his father, Xia Yuan, had showered him with love and affection. However, following the martial arts assessment at the age of 3, which revealed Xia Chen to be a waste of talent, Xia Yuan fell into a deep silence, yet his gaze remained resolute. My son may be a waste, but as my eldest, I shall surely seek great fortune to reverse his fate. After uttering these words, the very next day, the demon tide of the eastern wilderness erupted. Xia Yuan was appointed as the Marshal of Demon Suppression, commanding an army of 100,000 in the eastern territories, while Xia Chen's mother, Su Xiaoxue, a powerful sorceress, accompanied him on the expedition. The young Xia Chen, unaware of the implications, simply wished to stay by his parents' side and accompany them to the eastern wilderness. However, he was sternly refused, as it was deemed too perilous. Thus, at the tender age of 3, Xia Chen was left alone in the Duke's residence, and that parting lasted for 14 years. In the first 3 months, letters still arrived at the Duke of Dong's residence, bringing with them the blood of demons to refine Xia Chen's physique. After 5 months, correspondence became scarce. The young Xia Chen believed this to be the result of the turmoil caused by the demons of the eastern wilderness, where the battlefield was ever-changing, consuming both time and energy. Leaving no room for letters that a year later, he learned from a servant at the Duke's residence that a new branch of the family was about to be added. Upon inquiry, he discovered that he had a younger brother. Su Xiaoxue, having accompanied Xia Yuan on his expedition, became pregnant again within the first month of their departure. Following the birth of his brother, letters from the eastern wilderness dwindled from 1 every 3 months to 1 every 6 months, and after Xia Chen turned 6, there was but a single letter, with no further deliveries of medicinal essences or blood. The original Xia Chen continued to believe that the battlefield was fraught with danger, with formidable demons emerging incessantly, and that his father, as the military commander, could not spare any attention for him. It was only later that he learned from another servant that his younger brother, born amidst the chaos of the eastern wilderness, had been continuously kept by his parents and had been found to possess extraordinary talents. Hailed as a prodigy of exceptional lineage, that it was then that Xia Chen comprehended the harsh truth had been abandoned. Now, Xia Chen had grown accustomed to this unrestrained life. Although he was somewhat overlooked in the duke's residence, it was not as melodramatic as one might find in a television drama, with plots of wicked servants mistreating their masters or condescension pervading the household. His uncle and aunt treated him with kindness, regarding him as their own son. Now, with the return of his parents, along with his younger brother Xia Hao, whom he has never met yet, possesses extraordinary talent and a rare bone within him, can Xia Chen continue to live in such unrestrained freedom? Particularly since Xia Chen has learned that this bone is the legendary Supreme Bone. Although it may not rival his innate dual pupils, it still holds the potential to unleash astonishing brilliance in the future during the era of spiritual awakening. Moreover, after 14 years apart, even the servants within the estate are more informed about certain matters concerning the eastern wilderness than he is. Thus, despite their blood relation, Xia Chen feels as estranged from them as if they were mere strangers. Please go ahead and notify the kitchen to double the meal portions for lunch today, Xia Chen said with a smile, nodding at Xia Chen, the young lad who has been by his side since the age of 4. They have spent 12 years together, sharing the seasons. In a way, Xia Chen is also part of the family, albeit a branch that diverged over 2 centuries ago, resulting in a somewhat diluted bloodline. Nevertheless, they still share the surname Xia, which allowed Xia Chen to be raised within the Marquis' estate alongside the legitimate heir, Xia Chen. Xia Chen nodded, aware that his young master has recently been diligently studying and training, leading to an increased appetite. Yet he was still somewhat astonished. Doubling the portions meant one person would consume over 20 servings. Watching Xia Chen depart, Xia Chen gradually lowered his gaze, focusing on the yellowed envelope adorned with a Qilin pattern in his hand. After a moment of silence, he extended a finger and gently drew his crimson blade across the tip of his finger, allowing a drop of warm, red blood to fall. Immediately, the Qilin pattern on the envelope seemed to react, radiating a brilliant light, accompanied by a faint roar reminiscent of a Qilin. This phenomenon lasted for a breath or two, after which the brilliance subsided, returning to tranquility. Xia Chen recognized this as the handiwork of his mother, Su Xiaoxue. Although the world has not yet experienced the spiritual awakening, there exists formidable martial prowess. A single individual can stand against an army of 10,000, and one sword can cleave rivers asunder. However, those who reach such levels are exceedingly rare, their numbers countable across the realm. The majority, even if powerful, still fall within the realm of ordinary humans. The martial system is rather rudimentary, divided into warriors and sorcerers. In his past life, Xia Chen merely regarded this as a mysterious and intriguing game, simplifying the classification into warriors and mages. Additionally, this world is home to monsters, and Su Xiaoxue is a powerful sorceress. This letter was specifically intended for Xia Chen, and only his blood can unlock it. This is a form of magic designed to prevent outsiders from intercepting or discovering its contents, a technique beyond the grasp of mere warriors. As Xia Chen opened the envelope, he found exquisite rice paper, delicately smooth to the touch, yet contained only a few terse lines. Your father shall return in no less than 6 months and no more than 2 years. Furthermore, the emperor has arranged a marriage for you. As my son, you are to wed the second princess. Conduct yourself well and do not tarnish the dignity of our marquis. Brevity is the soul of wit. This was Xia Chen's initial impression upon reading the contents of the envelope. The initial part of the statement did not surprise Xia Chen after all. In the grand tapestry of the world, the hierarchy of beings is delineated into 9 grades, encompassing warriors, sorcerers, and even demons within this classification. Among them, the 3rd-grade demons are exceedingly rare. Having vanquished such a formidable demon, the protracted conflict in the eastern wilderness, which has endured for 14 years, ought to reach its conclusion. Moreover, Xia Chen had just conveyed this information to him. What truly caused Xia Chen's pupils to constrict was the latter part of the statement. Was it Princess Shang or the second princess he sought? The future empress? Chapter 3. Dear younger brother. In the courtyard, the spring breeze carried a hint of chill, leaving Xia Chen's heart in turmoil. The Empress, a formidable presence in the realm of unification, wielded power that commanded the world, subduing the 8 corners of the earth, gathering the fate of the universe, and establishing laws for eternity. With the might of this unification, she erected temples and with grand ambition, proclaimed her vows to the heavens, solidifying the Great Wu dynasty as a dynasty of destiny ahead of time. Within the boundaries of Great Wu, destiny suppressed all else. Thus, those who were not subjects of Great Wu were deemed heretics, their cultivation progressing slowly, while those holding official positions within Great Wu could harness varying degrees of dynastic fortune based on their rank to accelerate their cultivation. All the talents of the world fell into her grasp. This state of affairs persisted until the phase of spiritual energy revival and celestial integration, when the Empress vanished. The fortune of the Wu dynasty crumbled, and the Unification disintegrated, liberating the world's heroes from the suppression of Great Wu's national fate. Yet, once Pandora's box was opened, returning to the past became impossible. Subsequently, every sovereign of a dynasty emulated the Empress, using fortune to suppress their realms. Dynastic fortune became a remedy for cultivation, with higher ranks enjoying swifter progress, and the sovereign reaping the greatest benefits. As Xia Chen pondered the ensuing plot, he realized that in his previous life, he had treated this world as merely a game, failing to pay due attention in the early stages and merely skimming through the surface. However, with the onset of the celestial integration version, this world transformed into the primary realm, and everything became tangible. The players no longer possessed immortality, leading him to recognize the disquieting truth. He had never heard of the Empress having a fiancé. Shaking his head, Xia Chen endeavored to recollect and deduce the current circumstances from the subsequent plot. Unfortunately, by the time he entered this world, it was already the early stage of unification, and no one knew what the Empress, in her previous identity as the second princess during the literary emperor era, had truly undergone. However, during the unification period, the East Town Marquis continued to shine brilliantly, producing exceptional talents. His dear younger brother, Xia Hao, possessed the legendary Supreme Bone, with extraordinary gifts that made him a pillar of the empire during the Empress's reign, serving as the sharpest spear in expanding the territory of Great Wu and achieving remarkable military feats. The Empress, with her grand vision, broke with tradition and bestowed upon his younger brother the title of King of the East Town. Yet, whispers circulated that Xia Hao's elevation to kingship was due to a betrothal with an ordinary scion of the East Town Marquis during the Empress's time of tribulation, a union that ended tragically when the betrothed perished in the door of death incident. After ascending to the throne, the Empress allowed the engagement to fade into obscurity. But it was this very matter that led her to compensate the Xia family with the exceptional title for Xia Hao. Xia Chen had always believed these tales to be mere rumors, fabrications by those with ill intent to tarnish the Empress and the East Town King's reputations. Yet, it now appeared that perhaps the truth lay within, that the Empress indeed had a history with the East Town Marquis, and that the ordinary scion, whose name had not even been inscribed in the annals of history, was none other than he, Xia Chen. Was his existence merely a dark chapter, an unflattering past that would cast a shadow over the Empress's illustrious image, rendering him nameless? Xia Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly, yet within the depths of his gaze, the phenomenon of his dual pupils resurfaced, resembling a fusion of the sun and moon, intertwining as one. A subtle haze of chaos pervaded his eyes, which flickered with a chilling brilliance. Thus, it seems my narrative will culminate at the door of change. No wonder in my past life, I had never heard of a legitimate son named Xia Chen in the East Town Marquis. The illustrious pillar of the empire, Xia Hao, had an elder brother. Xia Chen's expression grew tranquil once more, akin to the still waters of an abyss, undisturbed by the slightest ripple. He entered his chamber, donning a splendid outfit. Previously, the courtyard had been filled with maidservants, but after turning 12, the Marquis had dismissed them all. This was not due to a desire to bully the young master, but rather a custom observed by all scions of the house before reaching the 8th tier in martial arts. It was deemed unwise for a practitioner to indulge in any distractions. However, with youthful vigor and the allure of beautiful maidens surrounding him, one was inevitably tempted to taste forbidden fruits, jeopardizing their future prospects. As soon as Xia Chen stepped out of the courtyard, a lovely maiden clad in a flowing green gown, in the bloom of her youth at 18, gracefully approached him. "Bizo," Xia Chen recognized her. Third young master. The master and madam request your presence. Baizhu halted before Xia Chen, performing a respectful salute, her demeanor humble, devoid of the arrogance often depicted in dramas by those favored. Understood. Xia Chen nodded and followed Baizhu, his gaze inadvertently drawn to her graceful form, causing a rush of warmth to surge within him. He quickly averted his eyes, having just recently experienced a breakthrough, his vitality at its peak. Bizum, a handmaid to the matriarch of the Xia family, Cui Mingru, had been designated to attend to Xia Chen's everyday needs upon his reaching the 8th tier. As Xia Chen diverted his focus, he began to map out the intricate relationships within the Marquis, which had a legacy spanning 6 centuries. Yet currently only 3 direct lines remained. The venerable Marquis, Xia Chen, though now 86 years of age, still exuded robust vitality, yet had withdrawn from family and court affairs, dedicating himself to seclusion in hopes of achieving a higher realm. The elder Marquis had 3 sons. The eldest, Xia Qian, referred to as the master by Baizhu. The second son, Xia Yuan, Xia Chen's biological father, known within the household as the second master, and the youngest, Xia Hao. Presently, the governance of the Marquis lay in the hands of the eldest, and Wuho, Xia Qian. Xia Chen accompanied Baizhu through the winding outer courtyard. Arriving at a grand hall, upon entering, he beheld a dignified, middle-aged man seated in the principal position and a woman beside him, appearing to be in her 30s, well-preserved, radiating an aura of elegance and nobility. Uncle Aunt, Xia Chen respectfully bowed upon entering the hall. Chener, we are all family. There is no need for such formality. Xia Qian smiled, gesturing for Xia Chen to rise, while the beautiful lady beside him echoed the sentiment. Chenya, it has been quite a while since you last dined in my quarters. Have you grown distant from your aunt upon hearing that your younger sister is returning? Cui Mingru reproached Xiang Chen with a playful tone, her eyes sparkling with myriad charms, fully embodying the grace of a mature woman. Cui Mingru, the matriarch of the Xia family, had cared for Xiang Chen since his youth, regarding him as her own child. Aunt, recently Chener has been diligently practicing martial arts. Hence he has been somewhat remiss. Xiang Chen responded with a smile, settling beside Cui Mingru, warmth blossoming in his heart. Although his biological mother had neglected him for many years, bestowing all her affection upon his younger brother, his aunt and uncle treated him with genuine kindness, never looking down upon him for being a natural wastrel. Growing up in a Marquis' residence since the tender age of 3, he had endured little hardship, all thanks to the nurturing care of Xia Qian and Cui Mingru. Upon hearing Xiang Chen mention his rigorous training, both Xia Qian and Cui Mingru's expressions darkened, their hearts heavy with sighs. Although a natural wastrel could still practice martial arts, achieving remarkable success in life remained an arduous endeavor. Even with efforts 100-fold greater than the average person, the rewards were still meager. Xia Qian and Cui Mingru inquired further about what Xiang Chen currently lacked. The trio engaged in hearty conversation, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a close-knit family. Your father has accomplished great feats in the East Wilderness, and the Emperor has bestowed a marriage contract upon you, promising the second princess to you. Are you aware of this? What are your thoughts? After their pleasantries, Xia Qian delved into the main topic. I've just learned of it. Xiang Chen nodded, his expression turning earnest. Is there still room for negotiation on this matter? He hesitated at the prospect of marrying a princess. To outsiders, such an alliance would be a tremendous honor, but for both the Marquis' residence and Xiang Chen himself, it would merely be a gilded embellishment, perhaps even a constraint. Especially since she was destined to become the future Empress, such a union could prove perilous. Who could say how he had met his demise in his past life? Chapter 4. The Imperial Edict. The House of Hou has stood resilient for 6 centuries, reliant on the continuous emergence of exceptional talents and formidable generals capable of commanding vast armies. In the present day, the realm is divided into 3, with the Great Wu to the north, the Great Feng to the west, and the Great Qing to the east, where monstrous beasts roam freely across the unbroken mountain ranges. To the south lies the southern barbarians, with their sorcery thriving endlessly. The world is far from tranquil, with such external threats. The House of Hou need not solely pander to the emperor for favors. Rather, it is the royal family that often seeks to cultivate relations with the House of Hou, bestowing rewards during festivals and occasions. This time, the betrothal of a royal princess serves as the most evident signal. As for Xia Chen, he has never been one to dwell beneath others for long. If he were to forge an engagement with the future empress, he would find himself constrained after the coup of 5 years. "Do you not wish to marry the princess?" Cui Mingru inquired softly, her gaze lingering on Xia Chen, her mature charm effortlessly captivating. "Absolutely not," Xia Chen replied firmly, without a hint of hesitation. There was no turning back now. At this moment, the imperial edict must have already departed from the palace gates, on its way to the House of Hou. Xia Chen sighed and shook his head. This matter had been deliberated and settled long ago, and today was merely the announcement of the outcome. Xia Chen fell silent, fully aware that many decisions had been finalized without his input, and with his current standing, he had no right to partake in the discussions. Yet, he was undeniably one of the protagonists in this marriage, only to learn of it when everything had settled. How absurd and laughable. Originally, this union was not intended for him. The emperor had set his sights on his younger brother. When the envoy reached the eastern wilderness, it was his second brother who politely declined the proposal. Thus, the primary role in this marriage shifted to him. Observing the taciturn Xia Chen, Cui Mingru pondered for a moment before revealing the rivalry behind this betrothal. Inquiring carefully, Xia Chen learned that the marriage was initially meant for his brother, Xia Hao, but their parents had unhesitatingly refused, citing that Xia Hao was still young and should focus on martial studies, not to be distracted by matrimonial matters too early. They then proactively submitted a petition, arguing that Xia Chen, as the legitimate eldest son, was of suitable age and closer in years to the second princess. Upon receiving this letter, Emperor Wen pondered for 3 days, and only this morning was the edict issued, granting approval for the marriage as proposed by Xia Yuan. Cui Mingru, observing Xia Chen's tranquil demeanor, felt a twinge of compassion. For an ordinary person, becoming a prince consort would be a meteoric rise. Yet for those of their esteemed lineage, it represented a form of constraint. 600 years ago, the Ling emperor favored eunuchs and elevated relatives by marriage, leading to widespread chaos among the lords and nearly toppling the dynasty. Had it not been for the resurgence under Emperor Wuzong, the realm would have long since changed its name. After securing the throne, Emperor Wuzong, learning from past lessons, decreed that henceforth, relatives by marriage should not interfere in politics nor hold significant positions. Although not entirely eliminating their influence, relatives by marriage had long ceased to wield power. A century ago, Emperor Suzong began to reinstate them to restore balance within the court. As we have evolved to the present day, the situation faced by the maternal relatives has improved significantly compared to before, yet they continue to encounter numerous restrictions. The prince consort naturally falls within this category of maternal relatives. This is precisely why Xia Yuan, in the face of the emperor's decision to betroth the princess to his youngest son, chose to offend the emperor rather than acquiesce to this union. Marrying the princess would lead to a bleak future. Xia Qian's eyes reflected a sigh. His nephew had already faced a tumultuous fate, but the emperor's decree was inexorable, and a marriage alliance was necessary. Since Xia Yuan and his wife were unwilling to see their youngest son in this role, they had no choice but to allow their eldest son to take his place. Although this was profoundly unfair to Chen'er, who was inherently frail. He had devoted himself to military strategy over the years, yet his martial prospects remained limited. Becoming a prince consort, coupled with the backing of the Hou family, might indeed guarantee a life of wealth and ease, which could be viewed as a blessing. Xia Qian mused inwardly. Despite having witnessed his nephew grow up, his affinity for the unacquainted Xia Hao was overshadowed by familial ties. Yet, as the head of the family, he had to prioritize the family's interests. His younger brother's son, Xia Hao, possessed exceptional talent and perhaps held the potential to achieve the illustrious legacy of their ancestor, Xia Xuanjun, ultimately becoming a leader within the clan. He certainly should not be constrained by the title of prince consort. Though Xia Chen felt a surge of indignation, his expression remained composed, a faint smile gracing his lips as he calmly accepted the unfolding events. He understood the intricacies at play. His own parents were unwilling to jeopardize the future of their youngest son, and thus he recalled that he had an elder son in the capital, who had been cast aside, thereby diffusing what appeared to be the emperor's attempt at enticement, which was, in truth, a strategy of division and suppression. His impending marriage was merely a byproduct of political compromise. As for his own thoughts, they held little weight. Even the Empress, who commanded the vast realms and exerted dominion over the world, was once wielded as a political pawn before assuming power. What could he not accept? Xia Chen's heart was resolute and remarkably optimistic, and he found clarity in this line of thought. Moreover, the originally chosen suitor was reluctant to marry her and had been returned, which explained the historical reticence surrounding this episode during Emperor Wen's reign. The inability to govern one's own destiny was indeed distressing. As he pondered, Xia Chen sighed internally, unsure whether his final thought was directed at the Empress or himself. At that moment, he grew ever more determined to seize power for himself. In the main hall, Green Pearl entered with a hurried yet graceful stride. "Master, madam, a person from the palace has arrived, led by none other than the esteemed eunuch Yi, and the spectacle is grand." Xia Chen and Cui Mengru exchanged glances, both understanding the purpose of the visit. "Shinner, let us go forth to greet the emissary." Xia Chen rose silently, following behind them to embrace his destiny. Xia Chen encountered the esteemed Yi Gonggong outside the gates of a figure characterized by silvery hair that contrasted with a youthful visage and a vibrant complexion. Despite being a eunuch, he exuded an air of dignity that commanded respect. None dared to underestimate this venerable man. Known as Yi Wuzheng, he had served 3 generations of emperors and had navigated the treacherous waters of the unscathed. Even during the reign of the Empress, he remained a steadfast guardian of the imperial palace, his strength unfathomable, a true loyal servant of the royal lineage. Xia Chen instinctively recalled these details, realizing that this was indeed the legitimate son of the Duke of Annong, a paragon of elegance and charm. Yi Gonggong regarded Xia Chen with a warm smile and extended his congratulations. Observing the future luminary of the Xia Chen respectfully bowed, eliciting a moment of surprise from Yi Gonggong, who quickly regained his composure and nodded approvingly at the young man. Though Xia Chen was the protagonist, many subsequent events bore little relevance to him. His presence was merely required. After welcoming Yi Gonggong into the Xia Chen underwent a cleansing ritual before the official proclamation of the imperial decree. As he received the edict, the marriage was thus formalized. The series of ceremonial procedures left Xia Chen somewhat bewildered, overwhelmed by the myriad of regulations that accompanied such a formal decree. Typically, imperial edicts are delivered in a more conversational manner, devoid of such intricate protocols. However, this occasion, an imperial betrothal to a princess, required a grand display of respect from both the and the palace. The entire process extended into the afternoon, and as Xia Chen held the scroll adorned with dragon motifs, crafted from an unknown material, he felt as though he were in a dream. He had truly become the fiancé of the Empress. Yet a lingering doubt gnawed at him. Could he survive the impending upheaval of and ultimately fulfill his destiny as the Emperor's consort? In that fateful event, Xia Chen had met his demise. Was it truly an accident? Contemplating these thoughts, he gazed at his uncle and Anne ahead, resolved to quicken his pace and join them. "Uncle, I have broken through to the 8th tier of the refining essence realm, and I wish to seek a position to serve the country," Xia Chen declared, taking a deep breath, his voice resolute and clear. Chapter 5. The Sun's Blade of Demonic Destruction within the halls of the Marquis residence. A cobblestone path meanders gracefully, resembling a vibrant ribbon woven through a tapestry of blooming flora. As spring has just begun, some exquisite flowers can no longer contain their eagerness to bloom, competing for beauty. When a gentle breeze passes, an intoxicating fragrance permeates the air, refreshing the spirit. Xia Chen and Cui Menglu abruptly halted, turning to gaze at Xia Chen, their astonishment barely concealed in their voices. "Have you truly broken through to the 8th rank?" Under ordinary circumstances, the couple would hardly lift an eyebrow at another's advancement to this level. Although the 8th rank is commendable, particularly for Xia Chen's tender age of 17, It barely warrants a second glance in the Marquis estate, where prodigies abound. Discounting a few exceptional talents from the direct lineage, there are several remarkably gifted youths among the collateral branches of the Xia family. In this context, achieving the 8th rank is far from extraordinary. However, the fact that it is Xia Chen who has attained this milestone is indeed remarkable, especially to Xia Chen and his wife, who are well aware of Xia Chen's innate potential. Despite the absence of rare resources sent from his biological parents in the East Wilderness, Xia Chen has provided Xia Chen with numerous precious items to refine his physique over the years. Yet, even with the abundant resources of the Marquis estate, Xia Chen had barely managed to ascend from the unranked realm to the 9th rank of body refinement. This had led Xia Chen to lament the notorious reputation of his family's physical limitations. And now, Xia Chen has broken through to the 8th rank. In recent days, he had felt a stirring within, leading him to a moment of enlightenment while practicing the foundational sword techniques. He had gleaned new insights that allowed him to unintentionally surpass his previous limitations. Xia Chen recounted his experience, omitting certain critical details. He recognized that he no longer needed to remain overly humble, as he had to secure the Marquis resources swiftly to rise to prominence. Demonstrate it for me. Upon hearing this, Xia Chen's expression turned grave, filled with uncertainty. You attained enlightenment through foundational sword techniques? The foundational sword techniques of the Marquis household were far from ordinary. They were the result of 6 centuries of meticulous study, even incorporating elements from the royal family's most formidable 9th rank sword techniques, ultimately culminating in this method tailored for the 9th rank body refinement stage. It was designed for maximum efficacy in honing the physique, hence its designation as foundational sword techniques. This foundational technique had long reached a point of no further improvement. Even Xia Chen himself had learned it in his youth. Now, Xia Chen claimed to have discovered new elements within this established form. In his younger days, Xia Chen had harbored lofty ambitions to contribute to his family by enhancing this technique. Yet even at his current level, he had never attempted such modifications. Not only, but even Xia Chen's biological father, Xia Yuan, and their ancestor, the true master of the Marquis estate, Duke Xia Chutian, had never achieved this feat. Draw your blade. Xia Chen instructed his attendant. Use this one. Without hesitation, Xia Chen unsheathed a long, dark blade that shimmered with an astonishing cold light. At the moment the long blade emerged, Xia Chen seemed to witness a dark serpent leaping from the abyss, its chilling scales appearing capable of devouring souls. This extraordinary vision was fleeting, as the obsidian blade swiftly returned to a tranquil state. Xia Chen understood that the earlier scene was not an illusion. This was indeed a divine weapon. The serpent, at the very least, was a 3rd-tier great demon, and this dark blade was born from the blood of such formidable beings, even imprisoning the soul of a great demon within its blade. It was one of the treasures of the Marquis' estate. Xia Chen gripped the long blade tightly. Yet even so, he felt his hands grow heavy. Despite the blade having retracted its supernatural aura, its weight remained astonishingly great. Had he still been at the 9th tier level, he could barely lift it, let alone wield it. This long blade itself served as a test, challenging his realm of mastery. Upon witnessing Xia Chen accept the blade with composure, Xia Chen nodded in approval. This young man had indeed broken through to the 8th tier. Contemplating this, Xia Chen felt a flicker of anticipation regarding Xia Chen's recent epiphany. With the obsidian blade in hand, Xia Chen's eyes ignited with fervor, and his very flesh seemed to boil with intensity. Threads of vital energy coursed through his body as a radiant sunlit shadow rose behind him. The energy in the atmosphere shifted slightly. At this moment, Cui Mengru's eyes also sparkled with brilliance. Coming from the prestigious Cui family and trained in the arts of sorcery, she was acutely sensitive to the energies of the world. A surge of extreme solar energy was drawn into Xia Chen's body, ultimately infusing the obsidian blade in his palm. First son, demon-slaying blade. He bellowed, standing in the garden, yet feeling as though he faced an army of thousands, countless demons, his back to the crowd, and his blade poised towards the abyss. His momentum reached its zenith, his entire being radiated heat, his essence reaching its pinnacle, and with a single slash, the heavens and earth shifted. Xia Chen observed as a radiant sun flickered in his palm, and the brilliant blade light was caught by his hand. Although it did not even pierce the surface of his skin, Xia Chen could hardly conceal his joy, unable to remain calm. Have you truly improved your foundational sword technique? Though his tone was interrogative, Xia Chen had already come to believe it, having witnessed firsthand that this technique, while entirely different from the basic sword forms, was fundamentally unchanged. It was undoubtedly an advanced version of the foundational sword technique, channeling solar essence, consolidating the aura of slaughter, repelling all evils. It served as both a method of vanquishing foes and a means to refine the flesh. Cui Mengru articulated the essence of the first sun demon-slaying blade to her. While slaying enemies was secondary, the crucial aspect was that this technique could communicate with the heavens, drawing upon the essence of the sun to refine the body. Was this something a mere brute could achieve? This technique resembled a fusion of martial prowess and sorcery, a remarkable synthesis of such a peculiar sword art existing in the world. Cui Mengru's heart was tumultuous. Though Xia Chen was not a sorcerer, he quickly grasped the key point: the 9th-tier body refining realm, the 8th-tier essence refining realm, and even the 7th-tier spirit refining realm, all fundamentally focused on tempering the body and refining the flesh. The martial artist is incapable of communicating with the energies of heaven and earth. He must either toil relentlessly, relying on the passage of time for accumulation, or consume rare treasures from nature. Yet, this particular technique of swordsmanship allows for an active communion with the energies of the cosmos, serving to refine flesh and blood, thereby significantly accelerating the cultivation process from a 9th to the 7th rank. Xia Chen swiftly recognized the invaluable nature of this technique. Keep your comprehension of the sword technique confidential, and do not disseminate it, Xia Chen stated gravely, glancing at the several attendants and maids behind him. Fortunately, these companions were trusted members of his family. Otherwise, there would have been further bloodshed today. This sword technique shall be dedicated to the family. It is entirely at your discretion, uncle. Xia Chen did not hesitate in the slightest. Revealing the technique was merely a means to secure resources for advancement. Moreover, the family had indeed expended substantial resources on him over the years. Even if he were to offer it freely to the family, he would have no objections. Very well. Chinner, your improvement of the sword technique serves the family greatly. I shall report your merit to the mayor hall and inform the clan elders. Additionally, you may proceed to the martial arts hall to select another technique. Furthermore, you mentioned your desire to seek employment outside. I shall assist you in arranging that, Xia Chen declared emphatically. The family's enduring prosperity over 6 centuries is attributable to a comprehensive merit system that ensures no individual who has rendered significant service to the family is overlooked. Chapter 6. Who says a woman cannot become an empress? Within the Marquis's residence, flowers bloomed resplendently as Xia Chen revealed a radiant smile. He remained indifferent to everything else. His sole desire was to venture out swiftly. Only by stepping into the world could he forge his own destiny. Although the Marquis's estate held its allure, it ultimately was not his to command. He could only leverage its power, never fully entrust himself to it. Xia Chen was acutely aware that the Marquis's residence belonged to all, not just to him alone. His interests did not necessarily align with those of the Marquis. Nevertheless, he could presently capitalize on the resources and prestige of the Marquis's estate to secure a favorable official position. If a shortcut was available, why toil through the ranks? Xia Chen had never been one to endure hardship without reason. Accompanying Xia Chen, he proceeded to the meritorious building to meet with the clan elders, to receive honors and inscribe the true essence of the Shouyang demon-breaking blade. To the east of the palace, a grand yet somewhat understated residence stood beside the main thoroughfare. The vermilion gate loomed majestically, its copper nails glinting with the whispers of time, flanked by imposing stone lions. The Princess Yawang's palace. This was the abode of the second princess, who, in her prime, was a vision of elegance. Long ago, she had requested the freedom to enter and exit the palace at will, and shortly after the recent spring festival, she had taken it upon herself to move out of the palace, a move deemed inappropriate by customary standards. According to etiquette, even upon reaching maturity, a princess should continue residing within the palace until her marriage to a prince, at which point she might transition to her own palace. No one knew what had transpired between this second princess and the emperor to warrant such permission. However, it soon became clear to the court that she had been betrothed to the son of the Marquis of Dongan. At this moment, in the reception hall of the princess's palace, 3 women and 2 men sat quietly. Yet, all eyes were irresistibly drawn to the dragon-patterned imperial edict casually placed to the side. Seated at the forefront was a woman of exquisite grace. Her skin resembled fine jade. Her brows arched like distant mountains, and her eyes sparkled like stars, radiating profound tranquility. Her delicate nose was refined, and her long, dark hair cascaded like a waterfall, appearing even more lustrous against her splendid attire, her beauty utterly captivating. Merely by her presence, everyone else, regardless of gender, seemed to fade into obscurity. The imperial edict lay beside her. The second princess, titled Princess Yaoguang. The princess, in stark contrast to Xia Chen, who felt utterly transparent and overlooked within the Dongzhou Marquis' estate, was a figure of immense worth. How could Xia Chen ever be deemed worthy of her? Below, a woman, filled with indignation, broke the silence. What can be done about this? The second princess's expression remained impassive, betraying no emotion of joy or sorrow. The green-clad woman fell momentarily speechless, realizing the futility of her words. Indeed, the emperor had decreed the marriage, and it had been publicly announced. There was no resolution to be found. Perhaps we should send someone to assassinate him. I have heard he is not favored within the Marquis' estate. The Marquis of Dongan has been away at the Eastern Wilderness battlefield for 14 years, sending only 1 letter in 3 years, clearly showing little regard for his eldest son. A man on the left spoke in a low voice. Such folly. The despicable act of assassination should not be employed lightly. If it were effective, providing a permanent resolution, one might consider it. However, whether an assassination succeeds or fails, it invariably leads to great troubles that are impossible to resolve. The young man at the forefront on the left, named Hou Mansion, who hailed from the Imperial Academy, shook his head and rebuked. Although a scholar, he was not one to be overly pedantic. If assassination could indeed resolve matters, it might be acceptable. But regardless of its outcome, it would inevitably provoke calamity. Xia Chen, perhaps deemed a mere wastrel and overlooked by the Marquis of Anong and his household, was nonetheless a legitimate heir of the Marquis' family. Furthermore, this betrothal was bestowed by His Majesty, intended to win the favor of the Marquis' family and demonstrate imperial grace. The identity of the second princess's betrothed was of little consequence, as long as he belonged to the Marquis' lineage. Thus, even in the event of Xia Chen's demise, the second princess would likely still be promised to another. Su Jun, hearing Hou Qiming's reprimand, felt a surge of anger, yet he stifled it upon realizing the presence of the princess. Yaoguang quietly listened to the exchange between the two, refraining from interruption. However, a flicker of disappointment for Su Jun lingered in her gaze. Both Su Jun and Hou Qiming had been recruited from the Imperial Academy this month, and it was evident now that Hou Qiming possessed a superior intellect. To Su Jun, assassination is not to be dismissed outright. Yet to apply it against the heir of the Marquis' household is utterly frivolous. If all matters in the world were to be resolved through murder, chaos would have long since engulfed the realm. The Marquis of Zhendong, though not the highest in rank among military honors, has produced numerous talents. Marquis Xia Chutian is celebrated as the last generation's great military deity. 36 years ago, during the Huaiyang campaign between the Great Wu and the Great Feng, the war raged for 3 years. Ultimately, as the commander, Xia Chutian led an army of 200,000 to defeat the renowned general of Great Feng, Xiao Yu, penetrating deep into Great Feng's territory with unstoppable momentum, halting merely 30 miles from the capital. Had it not been for the encroachment of the Great Qing from the west and the myriad of demons from the east wasteland, the campaign could have obliterated Great Feng or at least annexed half of its territory. This battle brought the Marquis of Zhendong great renown. Following this victory, he voluntarily relinquished military power, retreating into seclusion to diligently pursue martial cultivation. It was this very action that earned him the unwavering trust of Emperor Wen, who continued to bestow generous rewards. The second princess understood well that the Marquis's voluntary retreat alleviated her father's suspicions and provided the Xia family's second generation with an opportunity to shine. The brothers Xia Chen and Xia Yuan began to emerge within the military, achieving remarkable accomplishments and becoming leaders among the martial elite. 21 years ago, Xia Chen, the eldest son who inherited one of the other two marquisates, distinguished himself in battle against the southern barbarians. Following in his father's footsteps, he chose to remain low profile, voluntarily surrendering military authority and returning to the capital to manage the Marquisate. Despite his absence from the limelight for many years, no one could underestimate his capabilities. Meanwhile, the second son, Xia Yuan, inherited the title of Marquis of Anong and 14 years ago was appointed commander on the Eastern Wasteland battlefield amidst a crisis. Over the past 13 years, he has steadily maintained his position without any major victories, yet he has also committed no errors, ensuring the eastern borders remain as stable as Mount Tai. The ministers, filled with joy and relief, acknowledged that Xia Yuan had managed to stabilize the eastern front. A commendable feat, yet it paled in comparison to the extraordinary accomplishments of his father and elder brother. Little did they know that a month prior, Xia Yuan had lain in wait, luring the enemy for 13 years, and with a sudden outburst, he had vanquished a third-tier demon, leaving the court and the realm in a state of astonishment. The emergence of three commanders from one family could not help but rattle the world and provoke unease within the royal family. However, amidst the current chaos, the Great Wu was not the sole power, and in the face of the Marquisate, suppression was not an option. Rather, they needed to cultivate alliances. In such a precarious situation, how could one resort to assassination against the legitimate heir of the Marquisate? As for Xia Chen, a mere waste of potential, he was hardly a concern. It was merely a matter of marriage. This matter being settled, there was no need for further discussion. The Marquis of the Eastern Town was loyal to the crown and had made significant contributions to the state, and if I could alleviate my father's worries, it would indeed be a commendable act. The second princess smiled radiantly, illuminating the entire hall, though her gaze remained exceedingly tranquil. Deep within, she harbored grand aspirations that she had never shared with anyone. Her peculiar behavior, refusing to be confined within the palace walls like other princesses, was all in pursuit of this ambition. Who said that women could not ascend to the throne? She, Yaoguang, was determined to become the first of her kind in history. Chapter 7. The Golden Generation. Deep within the esteemed residence of the East Town Marquis, in a magnificent 7-story ancient tower that exudes a unique aura, the foundational knife technique has indeed been refined. 7 distinguished elders, their hair graying, reacted with surprise. Some stood abruptly from their seats, others inadvertently plucked at their own white beards, while a few spilled tea from their cups, their hearts unsettled. The term foundational knife technique inherently signifies a method for forging the very basis of martial arts. It is the fundamental law. An individual's combat prowess, along with their future potential, is profoundly intertwined with this foundational law. Thus, the foundational knife technique of the Marquis's residence is a closely guarded secret, accessible only to the direct descendants and exceptionally gifted disciples who have proven themselves worthy. This technique serves as the cornerstone of the Xia family's enduring legacy over 6 centuries. Each martial arts lineage possesses its own unique foundational law, all shrouded in secrecy, ensuring a monopoly on knowledge that guarantees the family's continued prosperity. The Xia family's foundational law was established by their progenitor, Xia Xuanjun, and has been meticulously refined by successive heads of the family and elders, who believed it to have reached a state of unparalleled perfection, rivaling even the royal foundational techniques. However, the revelation of further advancements achieved by a younger generation member left them astounded. As they gazed at the fiery crack on the ground, a manifestation of Xia Chen's recent demonstration, their initial skepticism gave way to an undeniable belief. Their astonishment stemmed not from doubt, but from sheer incredulity. Remarkable! Though your martial talent may be lacking, Your comprehension is truly extraordinary. In terms of merit to the clan, you surpass your father, Xia Yuan," exclaimed the elder with gray hair, his tone direct and hearty, yet his heart ached with a sense of injustice. How could fate be so unkind, bestowing such extraordinary insight upon this child while denying him martial prowess? Had he been granted both, the Xia family would have produced yet another unparalleled prodigy. His name is Xia Yu, the elder brother of Marquis Xia Chen, the paternal uncle of Xia Chen and Xia Yuan, and, in terms of lineage, the great-grandfather of Xia Chen. Among the 8 brothers of Xia Chen generation, he ranks third, yet due to his exceptional talent and intellect, he was elected as the head of the Xia family and inherited the title of Marquis of East Town. The remaining 7 brothers also held military positions in their youth. 36 years ago, the Great Wu and Great Feng dynasties erupted into the Huayan War, and Xia Chutian became a legendary figure through his exploits. Ultimately, he voluntarily relinquished his military command, retreating from the army, while his brothers gradually returned their military powers, resuming their roles within the Marquis' residence as elders, guiding the younger generations and enhancing the family's foundation. Even the greatest military achievements cannot compare to your innovative creation, another elder remarked. Identified as Xia Chen's 5th grandfather, Xia Chen, the Marquis' residence has basked in glory for 600 years, producing countless talented individuals across generations. Over 300 years ago, the ancestors were once again granted nobility as the Marquis of Anwu, and 173 years ago, they were conferred the title of Marquis of Enong. Thus, the Xia family boasts 3 Marquis titles, rendering military accomplishments far from necessity for their lineage. Xia Chen, having refined the foundational techniques, ensured that his descendants would undoubtedly excel in future generations, with an accelerated pace of cultivation. This bears immense significance. Upon departing from the Merit Tower, it was indeed his inaugural visit to this esteemed edifice. Furthermore, it was the first occasion in 17 years that he encountered the elders of his family lineage. Yet their reactions suggested they were already familiar with the infamous reputation of Xia Chen's frail constitution. This encounter served to elevate his standing within the Marquis' household, and the favorable impressions from the 7 clan elders were invaluable. Exchanging the Shouyang demon-breaking blade for such goodwill was certainly a worthy trade. Xia Chen pondered the notion of his name being inscribed in the clan's historical records, eventually to reside in the ancestral hall alongside illustrious talents of the past, sharing in the incense and fortune bestowed by future generations. However, he remained indifferent to such posthumous recognition. His sole desire was for fame during his lifetime. Concerns regarding his legacy were not of immediate importance. As Xia Chen navigated the winding pathways of the rear courtyard and traversed the martial arts arena, he observed a vibrant scene. 5 or 6-year-old children diligently practicing foundational punches under the guidance of martial instructors, while 11 or 12-year-olds wielded long spears with formidable precision, their movements gleaming with cold light, exuding an extraordinary aura. Amongst them, a youth hoisted a massive stone, perspiration cascading down his face. Yet his gaze radiated unwavering determination and tenacity. At that moment, a boy of around 13 or 14, resembling a playful monkey, dropped the stone he was holding and swiftly approached Xia Chen in a few agile strides. "Brother Chen, did he come and watch me?" The boy, named Xia Wen, the son of Xia Chen's 3rd uncle, Xia Hao, was characterized by his playful demeanor and innocence, despite being born into a family renowned for martial prowess. Xia Hao favored the scholarly path, nurturing hopes that his son would become an intellectual. However, Xia Wen, from a young age, displayed a proclivity for martial arts rather than academia, exhibiting extraordinary talent in combat, while his scholarly pursuits were, to put it mildly, less than remarkable. Due to Xia Chen's lack of martial aptitude, Xia Hao took him under his wing, instilling in him the virtues of knowledge and righteousness, guiding him on the Confucian path of cultivation. Consequently, before reaching the age of 10, Xia Chen frequently dined at his uncle's residence, fostering a close bond with Xia Wen. "I visited the Qinggong building to select a martial technique, and I thought I would stop by to see you," Xia Chen replied with a smile. In the Marquis' household, children, regardless of gender, began training in the martial arts at the tender age of 5, enduring the elements with unwavering dedication. However, recognizing Xia Chen's struggles in martial endeavors, his uncle Xia Chen permitted him to refrain from daily training, sparing his pride. In his youth, Xia Chen felt discontent and persisted in attending the training grounds. But as he witnessed his peers making swift progress while he struggled to even grasp the basics, he gradually ceased his visits. Surveying the arena, Xia Chen noted that most of the youthful faces belonged to those who were either his age or slightly younger, most of whom had long since departed. He understood that many had already attained the 8th tier of refining essence, stepping into the military for rigorous training, as per the traditions of the Marquis household, which valued cultivation level over age. Upon breaking through to the 8th tier of the refining essence realm, one may emerge into the world and showcase grand aspirations. "Brother Chen," a voice echoed, and Xia Chen turned towards it. Approaching timidly was a delicate little girl, seemingly around 10 years old, adorned in a petite outfit. Her cheeks were flushed, having just completed a set of martial arts forms. This was Xia Chen and Cui Mengru's youngest daughter, named Xia Yushi. Brother Chen, several others approached, all descendants of the 7 esteemed clan elders, along with a few outstanding youths from collateral branches. Upon seeing the gathering, some hesitated momentarily before joining in. Listening to the whispers around him, it became evident that he was a direct descendant. Although Xia Chen had been somewhat inconspicuous in the Marquis' residence over the years, his reputation loomed large. After all, it was unprecedented for the prestigious household, which had always upheld martial prowess, to produce an individual devoid of any martial talent. Some greeted Xia Chen with smiles, while others maintained a calm demeanor, merely nodding in acknowledgement, neither fostering camaraderie nor causing offense. Yet, no one dared to utter derisive remarks. Despite their youth, most displayed a remarkable maturity and emotional intelligence. No one would readily provoke a direct descendant, even one lacking martial aptitude. Furthermore, it was well known that Xia Chen had already become a prince consort, making it even less justifiable to mock him for his lack of talent. Moreover, in terms of seniority, Xia Chen stood as the elder brother to all present. The Marquis' household, having endured for 6 centuries, placed great importance on the principles of fraternal respect and harmony. Xia Chen greeted each individual with a warm smile and a gentle tone, akin to a refreshing spring breeze. His gaze fell upon several young men in attendance, a serious expression crossing his face. These individuals were destined to shine brilliantly in the future. Chapter 8. The Hidden Skills Pavilion. In the martial arts arena, it was currently a break time. The martial artists observed the gathering of individuals exchanging pleasantries, but refrained from intervening. Xia Chen's gaze fell upon a seemingly aloof youth, around 12 or 13 years of age, named Xia Chen. Having exchanged greetings earlier, Xia Chen was familiar with him. He was a scion of the Xia family's collateral line, destined to wield tremendous power in the future era of the Great Unification, commanding the formidable cavalry of the Great Wu and triumphing on the battlefields of the Eastern Wilderness. Yet at this moment, this divine general still bore a youthful visage. Xia Chen's attention shifted to another young man, Xia Hao, the direct grandson of his 6th grandfather, who was also poised for astonishing achievements in the future. "Brother Chen, you are about to embark on your training journey," exclaimed Xia Wen, his face alight with excitement. Xia Chen candidly shared his intention to visit the Hidden Skills Pavilion, revealing his plans to venture forth. "I too shall soon break through to the 8th rank. I will seek you out then, Brother Chen." Xia Wen, with no ill intentions and a youthful candor, spoke his mind without any ulterior motives. Xia Chen was taken aback. Xia Wen was merely months shy of his 12th birthday and was on the verge of an 8th rank breakthrough. Truly, the talent of the brightest star of the Xia family was as illustrious as rumored. In both the Xia family and the Great Wu dynasty, the younger generation of prodigies emerged like bamboo shoots after a rain, heralding the arrival of a golden era. Xia Chen mused internally, stirred by the prospect. The current golden generation had yet to fully mature, and the accumulated fortune of the Xia family over 6 centuries would soon be unleashed, propelling them to unprecedented heights. He realized he must seize the opportunity ahead of time. The Hidden Skills Pavilion. The grand structure boasted 7 levels in total. Xia Chen had only visited once before, during his studies of basic sword techniques. This time, due to his significant merits, he was granted access to all levels beneath the 6th floor. However, rather than hastily ascending to the 5th floor, he chose to enter the 1st floor directly, making his way to the right side bookshelf, where he picked up a volume to peruse. The text was titled Sword Techniques of the Surging Wind. Xia Chen quickly scanned its contents, yet his thoughts were far removed from the sword techniques. Recording techniques, he calmly uttered within himself. Techniques recording in progress. 125, 100, a virtual panel materialized before Xia Chen's eyes. Although he had entered this world ahead of time and no longer held the identity of a player, this auxiliary system remained intact, its full permissions granted to him. For instance, it assisted in comprehending advanced sword techniques, as well as the current recording function. Initial players possessed only the most rudimentary function for increasing proficiency, simple and crude. In contrast, his auxiliary system had long evolved to the spiritual awakening version. Thus, even when players from the Empress era arrived, Xia Chen would be able to outclass them effortlessly with his superior capabilities. As Xia Chen traversed the 1st floor, he swiftly recorded an array of techniques within the Hidden Skills Pavilion. However, the vast accumulation of the Marquis residence over 6 centuries meant that even after filtering, the ordinary techniques could not be enshrined within the pavilion. The collection on the 1st floor remained as boundless as a sea of smoke. Xia Chen selectively recorded several significant martial arts techniques before abandoning the 1st floor and ascending to the 2nd. The 2nd floor primarily houses techniques suitable for practitioners at the 8th rank of the refinement mirror level, encompassing a plethora of skills, including swordsmanship, knife techniques, spear play, and halberd methods, as well as practices for body forging and energy cultivation. Various military formations are also included, and Xia Chen even encountered some esoteric methods employed by sorcerers. The Xia family has established its lineage through martial prowess, yet their 600 years of heritage is profoundly entrenched. Historically, they have quelled rebellions led by sorcerer factions, absorbing their inherited techniques into their own repertoire. Xia Chen focused on the military formations, recognizing the formidable nature of martial artists and sorcerers in this realm, yet understood that a well-composed military formation of soldiers, harnessing unparalleled malevolence, could effectively annihilate both. However, upon inspection, he noted that these formations were predominantly basic, consisting largely of small groups of 3 to 5, with only a few capable of forming a 7-person formation. Xia Chen was not overly disheartened, as such military formation techniques are closely guarded secrets, the very foundation of esteemed military families. The more sophisticated formations, capable of commanding tens of thousands, allow a commander to consolidate the entire army's strength, enhancing their own capabilities to engage in battles against superior foes. Such techniques are exceedingly rare, even within the Xia family, and are not accessible to all. Xia Chen surmised that techniques of such caliber would likely be stored on at least the 5th floor of the technique repository. And throughout the vast realm of martial arts, there are scarcely more than a handful of military families possessing formations for armies exceeding 10,000. Deep within the repository, Xia Huang and Xia Hong exchanged glances, both having noticed Xia Chen's peculiar behavior on the 2nd floor. They are Xia Chen's 4th and 6th granduncles, respectively. The Xia Hao whom Xia Chen encountered in the training grounds is the grandson of Xia Hong. Their customary duty is to guard the technique repository, and having been summoned to the Merit Hall, they learned of Xia Chen's improvements to the basic knife technique, leaving a strong impression on them. What is he doing? Just skimming through? Xia Hong inquired, perplexed, as even his 70 years of experience could not decipher the nature of Xia Chen's actions. If you ask me, who should I ask? Xia Huang grumbled, equally bemused. This young lad possesses great potential, yet he is still rather immature, his resolve not yet solidified. His martial talent appears somewhat lacking and necessitates proper guidance. Should he develop a restless heart, it may severely limit his achievements in the future. After observing for a while, Xia Hong shook his head, offering a critique of Xia Chen. A martial artist must be resolute in their goals, unwavering and unstoppable. Yet, Xia Chen's indecisiveness was evident as he hastily picked up and set down various techniques without thorough examination, a temperament that bodes ill for accomplishing great feats. Alas, what a pity, he lamented. No wonder Xia Yuan neglects this child, directing all his attention toward his younger son, Xia Hao. With a sigh, Xia Hong withdrew his gaze, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. Unbeknownst to Xia Chen, his every action was being observed and critiqued by others. However, even if he were aware, he would pay no heed to their judgments. He appeared calm on the surface, yet his heart brimmed with immense joy. Gazing at the series of 100 displayed on the system panel, a smile unconsciously graced his lips. This time, he intended to completely empty the vast repository of the. After sensing that an hour had elapsed, Xia Chen swiftly cataloged several unique techniques from the second floor before ascending to the third. The collection of techniques on the third floor, though fewer in number than those on the first two, was undeniably of superior quality. Xia Chen even encountered some esoteric practices from both Taoism and Buddhism, with the Buddhist scriptures and Taoist truths meticulously arranged in a designated area. He was astonished to discover that such profound techniques existed within the. As the doctrines of Buddhism and Taoism flourished in the resurgence of spiritual energy era, their methods were far from ordinary. Some scriptures that seemed mundane at present would, in that time, unveil resplendent truths of the ultimate laws. Some individuals gleaned the Arhat breathing technique from the Arhat Sutra, while others visualized the celestial palace of peace from the Taiping Sutra, thereby transcending into the extraordinary. Xia Chen placed great importance on the texts from these two schools, prioritizing their cataloging. Chapter 9. The Red Sun Body Refinement Technique. In the third and fourth levels, Xia Chen meticulously absorbed every detail without omission. He then ascended to the fifth level, which was vast yet contained merely 100 martial arts manuals. Continuing his methodical approach, he perceived that the time required for absorbing the techniques varied with each level. For instance, in the first level, most techniques could be assimilated in merely 2 to 3 seconds, whereas in the fifth level, it took at least a minute or two. Xia Chen patiently awaited the absorption process. In this level, he discovered techniques for commanding a 1,000-man formation capable of summoning the entire army's strength to augment one's own power. A total of 10 manuals were distinctly set apart in a special area. Another region housed Buddhist and Taoist arts, while a corner displayed Confucian calligraphy and paintings. Each scroll and piece of calligraphy contained a unique Taoist resonance, infused with a profound vitality, greatly benefiting scholars following the Confucian path. With determination, Xia Chen approached these artworks and promptly began the inscription process. Observing the progress bar on the interface, a smile spread across his face. After completing the inscription of all manuals on the fifth floor, he picked up a volume entitled The Red Sun Body Refinement Technique and feigned perusal. Yet internally, he began to contemplate the technique and initiate the infusion process. System simulation in progress. 5 minutes later, new text appeared on the interface. Infusion of the true essence of the Red Sun Body Refinement Technique in progress. Progress 5, progress 35, progress 78. The entire transmission lasted 3 minutes, during which Xia Chen felt his skin grow fervently warm, as though his flesh and bones were being tempered by molten lava. Each fragment of his being was akin to being sculpted by divine hands, purging impurities. In his eyes, a great sun rose, merging the insights of the first sun demon-breaking blade with the profundities of the Red Sun Body Refinement Technique. Each drop of blood thickened, imbued with the essence of the utmost yang. The entire fifth floor radiated with a fervent heat reminiscent of midsummer. Xia Chen felt as if he were a piece of steel freshly forged from a high-temperature furnace. Suddenly, the two clan elders, Xia Hong and Xia Huang, appeared in the fifth-level space, their gazes heavy with concern as they observed Xia Chen's transformation. Has he comprehended the Red Sun Body Refinement Technique? Has he grasped the essence of the Red Sun so swiftly? They exclaimed in astonishment, their eyes reflecting disbelief. They were aware of the benefits of this technique for martial practitioners, even proving effective for those at the fourth rank, which justified its placement in the fifth level of the repository. Initially, they had not paid much attention to Xia Chen's cursory examination of the techniques. But how could he suddenly comprehend the red sun body refinement technique? Their minds were filled with questions. Xia Chen gradually opened his eyes, the radiant sun within them slowly receding, the surging vitality from his pores gradually subsiding, and his skin returning to its normal hue. Fourth grandfather, sixth grandfather, what brings you here? Xia Chen feigned curiosity as he inquired, fully aware that such a significant treasure as the Hoshu's concealed would undoubtedly be under vigilant guard. How did you grasp the Qiyang body refinement technique so swiftly? Xia Hong, with his impatient demeanor, was the first to voice his question. I'm not certain. As I was observing, an inexplicable feeling suddenly dawned upon me. Xia Chen scratched his head, appearing endearingly naive. His innocent expression resembled an evolved version of Xiaowen. Xia Hong, taken aback by his grandson's response, found himself momentarily speechless. Not sure. An unexpected revelation? Is it truly that simple? Xia Huang remained silent, stepping forward to grasp Xia Chen's hand, a surge of true energy coursing into Xia Chen's body for exploration. He harbored doubts about his grandson's integrity. However, as he traversed along Xia Chen's meridians, he detected no irregularities and instead felt that Xia Chen's physique was remarkably robust, with an unusually deep foundation. Indeed, his innate talent was ordinary and ill-suited for martial pursuits, yet his potential was profoundly substantial. Xia Huang, filled with questions, sensed something uncanny. Among so many techniques, why did you choose this one? Moreover, what were you doing earlier? Xia Hong voiced his confusion, as Xia Chen's earlier actions were utterly perplexing. I have heard that ancient sages, through extensive study of myriad texts, synthesized the essence of countless schools to create extraordinary methods. Thus, emboldened by my own folly, I sought to emulate the ancients. Xia Chen rubbed his hands together, feeling a touch bashful. As for why he selected this particular technique, he felt a certain resonance with the Shouyang breaking demon blade he had previously comprehended, prompting his choice. Xia Huang let out a chuckle, followed by hearty laughter. You wish to emulate the sages, do you? He laughed, reminiscing about how long it had been since he had heard something so amusing. Yet, he quickly realized that such unrestrained mirth might dampen the spirits of the child. So he tempered his laughter with a word of caution. How old are you? What experience can you possibly possess? Your current realm is far too low. It is still too early for you to delve into extensive studies. What you require now is singular focus to tread a single path. Even if your talent is extraordinary, you should at most choose one supplementary route. One cannot study too broadly, for it may prove detrimental to your realm and mental state. Xia Chen nodded earnestly. Although your aptitude for martial arts may be lacking, your insight is exceptional. Perhaps a significant achievement awaits you in the future, Xia Hong encouraged. Indeed, Xia Chen conversed with Xia Hong and Xia Huang for a while longer, during which the two elders patiently imparted various cultivation insights before Xia Chen took his leave. Watching Xia Chen depart from concealed, Xia Hong sighed. What a pity for this child. His insight is nothing short of monstrous, yet he is encumbered by a frail body. How unjust fate is, he lamented, recalling how he had once thought to guide the child along the path of Confucianism, having heard that he had once followed the third brother, Xia Han, in his youth. Why was he not allowed to continue on that path? With such astonishing insight, had he pursued Confucianism, he might have nurtured a righteous spirit, and our Xia family could have produced a great scholar. Xia Huang echoed his sentiments with heartfelt sorrow, genuinely pained that such a promising future had been squandered. For 6 centuries, the Xia family has predominantly been composed of unrefined warriors, often looked down upon and suppressed by scholars in the court. Should Xia Chen rise to become a great Confucian, it is possible that the Xia family may finally cultivate a scholarly lineage, achieving a balance of yin and yang. Xia Hong remained silent for a time before he finally spoke, his voice measured. I have heard that many years ago, the second son sent a letter from the Eastern Wilderness battlefield to the third son, stating that his child should practice martial arts. Even if one is deemed a waste of talent, they should still wield a sword on the battlefield rather than a brush. The hall of concealed mastery fell into a prolonged silence. After a considerable while, a voice broke the stillness. Alas, the second son, Xia Yuan, was a fine man and an exceptional general, possessing remarkable intelligence and outstanding talent, bringing no shame to our marquis. However, in the realm of fatherhood, he has fallen short. Xia Huang shook his head, recalling Xia Yuan's attitude toward Xia Chen, and sighed deeply. Chapter 10. Official position. Xia Chen returned to his courtyard, where the night had long enveloped the earth. The bright moon hung high in the sky, casting delicate beams of moonlight upon Xia Chen's fingertips, as if ethereal spirits were dancing. From the moment he left in the morning until the evening, this day proved to be more vibrant than the past 2 months combined. "Young master," Xia Chen exclaimed with joy upon hearing a sound, and hurriedly stepped out. "I have heard that His Majesty has bestowed the second princess upon you in marriage. The entire residence is abuzz with the news, and various courtyards have sent gifts." "Very well, just help me organize them," Xia Chen replied with a nod, choosing not to expend much energy on this matter. For the next 2 days, Xia Chen diligently remained in the courtyard, rigorously honing his skills. With each increment of proficiency reflected on the system panel, he felt himself progressing at an astonishing pace. His internal pure yang energy had thickened significantly, and his combat prowess was incomparable to before. He wielded the Shouyang demon-breaking blade to draw forth the extreme yang energy from the heavens and earth, purposefully refining his flesh and blood. Simultaneously, he practiced the Qiyang body forging technique to cultivate his internal energy and strengthen his bones. Although these two methods bore some overlap, they complemented each other, affecting a qualitative transformation in Xia Chen's physique. This tranquility was shattered on the 3rd day when a longtime attendant of the family head, Xia Chen, knocked on the door of Xia Chen's small courtyard. "Third young master, the master requests your presence." As the third in line among the legitimate heirs, he was referred to as the third young master within the residence. "Uncle Dong, why have you come in person? You could have simply sent someone to summon me." Xia Chen, who was currently bare-chested and engaged in body forging, promptly invited the middle-aged man inside. Xia Dong, a trusted aide of Xia Chen, also bore the Xia family bloodline, tracing back to a branch that split off 156 years ago, thus maintaining a close blood relation. He had accompanied Xia Chen since childhood, akin to a companion scholar, whether in martial training, learning military strategies, or later, during time spent in the military camp. 21 years ago, he had achieved significant merit alongside Xia Chen on the southern frontier and was honored with the title of general. However, after Xia Chen withdrew from military service, he too resigned from his official position, remaining by Xia Chen's side as an ordinary attendant. "It is better for me to come personally regarding matters concerning the young master." Xia Dong smiled, standing in the courtyard and observing Xia Chen's skin, which resembled tempered iron, as the crimson hue gradually faded. There was a hint of astonishment in his gaze. "We are family. There is no need for such formality. Please, Uncle Dong, have a seat while I freshen up." Xia Chen replied with a smile, guiding Xia Dong to sit in the courtyard. Although Xia Dong regarded himself as an inferior, no one truly considered him as such. With a pleasant demeanor, Xia Dong refrained from excessive formality, viewing this somewhat inconspicuous third young master with favorable eyes. Compared to other young masters, this third young master showed him considerably more respect. Xia Chen soon completed his washing and changed into a clean set of clothes. While he felt a surge of happiness within, his steps remained steady, exuding an air of tranquility. He had already surmised that Xia Chen's call was likely related to the matter of his official position. The estate of the Marquis sprawls extensively. Due to the impossibility of racing forth with great speed, Xia Chen can only amble leisurely. After more than 20 minutes, he finally arrives at the residence of Xia Chen. "Uncle, no need for excessive formalities." The understated and modest front hall is adorned with a few chairs. As Xia Chen takes a seat, a maid promptly serves tea before discreetly withdrawing. "Chener, your desire to venture out for experience has been addressed. Currently, there are 3 positions available, all of which are quite commendable," Xia Chen remarks, sipping his tea in a leisurely manner. Xia Chen's face brightens with a smile. Indeed, having the backing of the Marquis makes matters much easier. In his previous life, he spent over half a year in the game before attaining an official rank, and that was merely the lowest, a 9th grade position. Now, he finds himself with the luxury of choosing from 3 official posts. Although he is yet unaware of the exact ranks of these positions, the Marquisate's influence guarantees that they will be of respectable stature. The first is the Imperial Guard, the Yulin Army, the second, the garrison of Qingzhou, and the third, the Southern Border Army, all of which are 7th-grade official positions. With keen eyes, Xia Chen recognizes that, as a scion of a prestigious family, he is entitled to ascend to officialdom through family connections, and the ranks are notably favorable. This is precisely why he sought Xia Chen's assistance. There is no need to start from the bottom as a mere foot soldier, merely to prove one's capabilities. Such a notion is utterly laughable. By ascending directly from a higher starting point, is it not possible to demonstrate one's abilities thereafter? I shall choose the Imperial Guard, the Yulin Army. Xia Chen inhales deeply, swiftly making his decision. The Imperial Guard is the Emperor's personal army, tasked with safeguarding the palace and the capital's safety. They are responsible for day and night patrols in the capital, maintaining public order, managing access, and possess the authority to enforce laws against criminal activities within the city. What captivates Xia Chen most is this last point of enforcement power. Although the capital is rife with formidable figures, a mere brick thrown could very well strike a royal or noble. Yet, if one can adeptly wield this duty, it could unlock immense power. Moreover, crucially, 5 years hence, during the coup of the gate, the Imperial Guard played a significant role. Perhaps I can lay the groundwork within beforehand. A glimmer of determination flashes in Xia Chen's eyes. He swiftly dismisses the idea of the garrison troops. While the Southern Border Army offers personal development and rapid accumulation of military merit, it is of little use to him at this moment. His cultivation speed is aided by a system, so there is no need for concern. Although military merit is advantageous for swift promotion, Xia Chen believes that remaining in the power center of the capital may present even more opportunities. Are you certain? Xia Chen inquires earnestly. Uncle, I am certain. I choose the Imperial Guard, the Yulin Army. Xia Chen states with unwavering resolve. Very well, await my news. Xia Chen responds with a smile and a wave. Xia Chen, in turn, smiles as he turns to take his leave, his spirits soaring. After 2 months, is he finally to emerge from the novice village? Capital, here I come. In his previous life, although he began as an ordinary commoner in this game, he soon reveled in the splendor of the capital. Yet this time, despite his exalted initial status, the Marquisate imposes numerous restrictions. He cannot freely leave the estate until he reaches the 8th grade realm. Why do I still retain memories of the myriad philosophies, Buddhist and Taoist scriptures, as well as the exquisite poetry and lyrical compositions from my previous life? Suddenly, a pivotal thought struck Xia Chen. Although players from that world have descended into this realm, they can only recall their friends and family from their daily lives. All knowledge of the culture, ideologies, and classic texts from the other world has been shrouded in obscurity, rendering it utterly forgettable upon entering this realm. It is as if this world forbids the existence of such things. It was not until the advent of the convergence of the Celestial Realms version that this limitation was lifted. Xia Chen hypothesized that this might pertain to the supreme principles of Tao and reason, as well as certain esoteric meanings of scriptures and thoughts that were not permitted to manifest prematurely. Have I become the one overlooked? Taking a deep breath, Xia Chen glanced once more at his hand, where only he could perceive the ethereal silhouette of the 9 dragons' jade seal. What secrets do you hold, that you not only facilitated my early entrance into this world, but also retained my auxiliary system and lifted the veil of ignorance that shrouded me? Xia Chen muttered to himself, and as he posed this inquiry, the jade seal emitted a hazy brilliance, as if awakening, seemingly eager to respond. Chapter 11. The Celestial Realm. As Xia Chen beheld this extraordinary transformation, his pupils constricted. For the past 2 months, he had endeavored to awaken the jade seal. It had remained impervious to his calls. Today, however, tendrils of luminous energy began to emanate from it, prompted by an inexplicable urgency. Xia Chen hastened through the expansive Marquis' estate and entered his chamber, securing the door behind him. He felt an intense heat radiating from his palm, as if something were striving to emerge from his very flesh. Xia Chen was acutely aware of a profound connection between himself and the jade seal, as if they were intertwined, sharing an origin. Within the seal, wisps of chaotic energy permeated the air, and in a fleeting moment, it seemed as though the principles of Tao and reason were intertwining, with a divine chain of order erupting forth. Mysterious runes surfaced upon the jade seal, revealing to Xia Chen a vision of countless beings prostrating themselves, engulfed in celestial flames, before a towering altar constructed of 5-colored chaotic stones in the heart of a vast territory. A sense of ancient and enigmatic ritual filled the air. Xia Chen discerned a sacrificial chant that resonated as if it were meant to pierce the heavens. Were they calling for me? He felt dizzy, the sound reverberating through him, raising the hair on his skin. In that instant, the once ethereal jade seal gradually transformed into a tangible reality, seemingly poised to descend from an unknown realm into this world. Unable to resist, Xia Chen approached the jade seal, which floated in his room, exuding tendrils of violet mist. In the next moment, he vanished from his chamber, drawn into the jade seal. Outside, the renowned Zhendong Marquis' estate remained eerily tranquil, with none of the purportedly formidable inhabitants sensing a thing. Xia Chen swiftly centered himself and surveyed his surroundings, realizing he had arrived in an unfamiliar world. This realm was ensconced in a chilling stillness, a profound silence enveloping everything, save for the area immediately surrounding him, which pulsed with a flicker of life. He found himself standing upon an immense 5-colored altar, adorned with various offerings. Before him lay a colossal primordial beast, its fresh blood still oozing, as if it had been slain mere moments ago. Nearby, a piece of chaotic jade and a radiant golden phoenix essence caught his eye. Was that a phoenix egg? As Xia Chen examined the scene, he recognized these items, despite this being his first encounter with them, as information flooded his mind unexpectedly. In the distance, he observed another egg suspended in the void, brimming with vitality, as though it were undergoing a rebirth. His heart raced. Not far from the pure-blood phoenix egg, he discerned another egg that seemed to resonate in harmony with it. A dragon egg. Xia Chen's composure faltered. Phoenixes and true dragons had long since vanished. The pure-blood phoenix and the pure-blood true dragon were the most exalted of divine beasts, and any trace of their existence would unleash a tempest of chaos. In the era of spiritual revival, there were those who had rapidly ascended after obtaining mere drops of phoenix essence or dragon blood. Yet here, he stood before a phoenix egg and a dragon egg, both seemingly alive, an astonishing revelation, offering primordial beasts, rare materials, and even pure-blood dragons and phoenixes as tributes. Whom were they venerating? The heavens? No, it could not be. Xia Chen's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. Who could possibly be worthy of such offerings? He instinctively felt as though he were performing a sacrificial rite to the heavens. Yet, upon surveying his surroundings, he promptly dismissed the notion, for he stood atop the celestial realm, seated high among the 9 heavens. Before him lay a vast array of palatial structures, crafted from the very essence of stars, spanning countless miles, as if to suppress the myriad realms. In that moment, Xia Chen seemed to transform into a deity of this domain, his vision encompassing the entirety of the world, aware of its various circumstances. He had attained a certain degree of authority. Xia Chen yearned to approach the offerings, yet as he drew near, an invisible barrier seemed to obstruct his path. Despite his numerous attempts, he ultimately conceded. It appeared that all permissions remained closed to him. Was it that he had not gained the recognition of this place? Or was it due to some other reason, perhaps insufficient unlocking conditions? Xia Chen pondered aloud, but soon relinquished his fixation, continuing to observe this enigmatic realm. Was this the heavenly court? It was immensely powerful, ruling over the celestial realms. Yet for some reason, it had succumbed to defeat, everything frozen in time. Xia Chen beheld the frozen celestial soldiers in the distance, and noticed the names inscribed upon the palaces. Lingxiao Hall, the Ministry of War, the Medicine Palace, the Hanlin Academy. The various schools of thought, the demon-slaying platform, the deification platform, the pavilion of concealed merits, the pool of transcendence. A myriad of departments were present, each housing individuals exuding a terrifying aura, Yet all the palaces remained encased in ice. Their lives appeared to have dimmed, yet within them resided a crystal, emanating a unique Tao rhythm, imbued with the principles of the great Tao. As Xia Chen was peering into the depths of this scene, a resounding dragon roar echoed in his ears. His pupils constricted violently as he witnessed a golden divine dragon, spanning an unknown expanse, erupting from the Xia palace. The dragon's head was visible, but its tail remained obscured. However, it appeared to be in a dire state, exceedingly weakened, its golden light dimming, as if it might completely vanish from this realm. The fortune dragon. Suddenly, the origin of this dragon surfaced in Xia Chen's mind. The dragon's eyes sparkled with intelligence, and upon noticing Xia Chen's presence, a profound joy filled its gaze. In the blink of an eye, it materialized above Xia Chen's head, and before he could react, it plunged directly into his forehead, merging with him as one. Xia Chen felt as though his body might explode. A colossal surge of energy coursed through him, shattering his meridians instantaneously. Yet soon, this energy bore a tremendous vitality, and his body, which had been on the brink of dissolution, rapidly rejuvenated. The cycles of destruction and vitality intertwined, opposing yet unifying with one another. Xia Chen's body transformed into a vessel, now maintaining an exceptional balance. Simultaneously, his eyes underwent a profound transformation. The previously elusive dual pupils began to manifest fully. His black-gold irises morphed, revealing two distinct orbs within the radiant whites of his eyes, one dark, one light, akin to the harmonious interplay of the sun and moon, infused with an aura of purple gold. Meanwhile, the golden fortune dragon flickered past, seemingly merging with his gaze. The phenomenon of dual pupils, an ancient anomaly, is said to be exclusive to the venerable sages and emperors of antiquity. It is rumored that those who possess dual pupils are endowed with supreme destinies. Provided they do not meet an untimely demise, they inevitably ascend to become sovereigns over the heavens. Now, the dual pupils within Xia Chen are beginning to awaken. Uncertain how long this transformation has endured, Xia Chen gradually regains consciousness. He discovers that his physical form has been forged, as if from indestructible adamant, and he begins to exhibit an inner essence that feels markedly altered. That golden divine dragon, a manifestation of the fortunes of this fractured celestial realm, has now entered into my very being. Xia Chen's expression turns grave. The fortune dynasty can consolidate the world's fortunes, appointing divine officials who can cultivate their powers through the dynasty's auspices. This is fundamentally the cause of the subsequent celestial dynasty rivalry. Amidst the chaos of the world, the struggle revolves around the essence of fortune. Only the sovereign of a dynasty can bear the golden dragon of national fortune. Yet it appears that I have absorbed this very dragon. Chapter 12. The Supremacy of the Imperial Path. Xia Chen meticulously examined his body. Yet the auspicious golden dragon had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. During the exploration, he sensed his vitality reaching an unprecedented zenith, a state of well-being unparalleled in his experience. It appeared that his innate constitution had been reshaped, and his strength had remarkably ascended to the 7th rank of refining the divine. Xia Chen murmured to himself, acknowledging that although he possessed an auxiliary system that allowed him to enhance his abilities merely by improving his proficiency, the remaking of his constitution, no longer a wasted vessel, was evidently of great significance. Regarding his own enhancement, Xia Chen was merely slightly astonished. An immense surge of energy had surged into his body, and he had felt as if his physical form had been utterly annihilated. However, unexpectedly, that energy harbored a profound vitality, enabling his body to undergo a rebirth. Xia Chen steadied himself at the center of the altar and began to advance, with the Lingxiao Palace awaiting him ahead. He had no notion of how long he had walked. Here, time seemed to have ceased its passage. A day, a month, a year, or perhaps it felt as though 10 years or a century had elapsed. The distance that lay ahead appeared to stretch across an infinite expanse. Ultimately, he entered the Xia Palace. Before him stood magnificent deities, their forms towering above mountains, their gazes capable of penetrating the depths of the 9 netherworlds. Their presence could shatter mountains and rivers. Yet at this moment, they were all still, bowing their heads in reverence, as if expending their entire life force. Within their rib cages, mysterious crystals pulsated. Xia Chen was profoundly moved by this spectacle. The nine-dragon imperial seal in his palm bore a significance far greater than he had anticipated. It seemed to encapsulate a dilapidated, ancient heavenly court. Unable to resist the allure, Xia Chen gazed towards the multitude of deities bowing in homage, where a towering figure stood, surrounded by celestial stars, with 9 true dragons floating like ornaments upon his arms. This figure stood silently, yet an imperial aura radiated from him. The supremacy of the imperial path. All paths submit. His heart trembled as he beheld this scene. At the instant his gaze fell upon the emperor's visage, the boundless chaotic mist that had obscured the figure's face began to recede. Xia Chen was instantly captivated by the emperor's eyes, which possessed an innate dual pupil. At that moment, his own dual pupil seemed to awaken, resonating with the emperor's gaze, as if they were calling out to one another. Sensing a kinship, a beam of purple-gold light emanated from the emperor's dual pupil. Again, Xia Chen instinctively attempted to retreat, recalling the earlier auspicious golden dragon that had abruptly surged into his body. Yet, he found himself unable to move, as if the entire world had awakened, reverberating with myriad paths, while the purple-gold light pierced directly into his mind. An overwhelming torrent of information exploded within his consciousness. Xia Chen let out a soft grunt, his vision darkening as he collapsed into unconsciousness. As Xia Chen awoke, a faint light began to emerge on the distant horizon, gradually dispelling the enveloping darkness that had shrouded the capital. The dawn of a new day descended upon the world. He glanced at the hour hand produced by the sorcerers of the Heavenly Master's manor. Had it truly only been one night? Xia Chen assessed his body and found that, aside from feeling somewhat drained, his vitality and blood had reached their peak. My realm has ascended to the 7th tier of spirit refinement. What I experienced was not merely a dream. Opening his palm, he noticed the jade seal as totem slowly materializing before his eyes. A delicate, radiant light emanated from it, as if celebrating the gem's liberation from dust. Xia Chen could distinctly sense a unique connection with this jade seal. He meticulously recalled the events of the previous night within that desolate celestial court. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his mind, as if struck by needles. The text of the Taichu Emperor's heavenly scriptures had appeared in his consciousness. Xia Chen yearned to peruse this scripture, yet found it shrouded in a veil of chaotic mist. It seemed that this technique had not yet come into its own. This is an imperial technique, imparted to me by the sovereign of the heavenly court, but why can I not comprehend it? Is it because we have not yet entered the era of spiritual revival, or is it that I have not established a dynasty of fortune, thus rendering me incapable of accessing it? Xia Chen speculated, but ultimately relinquished these thoughts, believing that when the time was right, the mysteries of this scripture would reveal themselves. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he began to restore his vitality. Although his power had seen tremendous growth, it appeared that the inheritance of the technique had drained a significant amount of his energy, leading him to faint. Xia Chen mused that perhaps all of this stemmed from his own weakness. Both his body and spirit were insufficient to bear such power, let alone practice it. He continued his meditations until the afternoon, finally opening his eyes, his complexion rosy, with his vitality and blood restored to their zenith. Xia Chen stepped into the courtyard to practice his boxing, the wind of his strikes howling and creating resonant explosions in the air. The difference between the 7th and 8th tiers was indeed qualitative. At this stage, reaching the 7th tier was commendable, allowing him to hold the position of a 1,000-man captain even within the military. In the world of martial arts, such strength could easily be deemed as that of an expert. Young master, your documents have arrived, along with your armor. The Imperial Guard have sent over a message as well, called Xia Chen as she rushed into the small courtyard, carrying the documents and a set of armor. Xia Chen paused and accepted the documents, instantly engrossed in their contents. This was an official appointment issued directly by the Ministry of War, marking his formal entry into the realm of governance. His starting point was that of a 7th-tier captain, and indeed, The identity of a noble heir proved advantageous. Xia Chen smiled, recalling how much time and effort he had expended in his past life to ascend to such an official rank. Yet now, it had been achieved with remarkable ease. The illustrious legacy of the spanning 6 centuries is marked by countless military achievements and the sacrifices of valiant ancestors, which have culminated in this moment. Xia Chen gazed at the document in his hands, murmuring to himself, acutely aware of the reasons behind his attainment. "Young master, when do you intend to assume your post?" "Tomorrow," Xia Chen replied calmly, having awaited this moment for 2 months. "Such urgency! Young master, I wish to accompany you." Xia Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having spent his childhood within the confines of he yearned to explore the world beyond. With considerable talent, he had broken through to the 8th tier of the refining realm just a month prior. "Very well. Pack your belongings and join me tomorrow," Xia Chen nodded. It was customary for the scions of martial families to bring their own troops when taking up their positions, a practice upheld by the current regime of the Great Wu dynasty. This served not only to enable the martial heirs to swiftly gain control of military affairs and avert potential discord, but also ensured their safety. In this world, the descendants of martial families often found themselves not merely gilding their reputations, but facing the battlefield in earnest. This understanding is why there was no dissent from the civil officials of the Great Wu dynasty. Should anyone voice objections, the martial faction would retort, "If you oppose the deployment of family troops, then perhaps you should send your own descendants to the front lines to engage in combat against the barbarians and monstrous beasts." Such statements invariably rendered the court silent, with no one daring to speak against them. The following day, at the break of dawn, Xia Chen rose early. Today marked the commencement of his official duties. Chapter 13. The Imperial Guard. Xia Chen donned his official military attire and stepped out of the small courtyard. Xia Chen awaited him at the entrance, accompanied by 3 robust men whose vigorous presence was unmistakable. At a glance, Xia Chen discerned that these individuals were far from ordinary. An aura of ferocity enveloped them, exuding a palpable strength simply by their stance. "Young master," the 4 spoke in unison. Xia Chen, recognizing the 3 men as the family guards of the Marquis, was not taken aback. Each scion of the Marquis's household was allotted several personal guards, serving both as protectors and as a foundation to assist the young masters in swiftly mastering military affairs. "Let us proceed," Xia Chen nodded, refraining from unnecessary conversation as the 5 traversed the Marquis's estate quietly, exiting through a side gate. The Marquis's residence stood at the very heart of the capital, in close proximity to the imperial palace. Upon stepping outside, they found themselves on the Central Avenue, a thoroughfare established 800 years prior at the founding of the nation. Though termed a street, it resembled a grand plaza capable of accommodating 12 horse-drawn carriages simultaneously, remarkably spacious. Despite the early hour, the street was already bustling with activity. Vendors lining the sides engaged in their trades. Pedestrians and carriages animatedly filled the thoroughfare, and as dawn broke, the vast capital began to operate with the efficiency of a well-oiled machine. After a casual breakfast at the roadside, Xia Chen and his companions made their way directly to the guardhouse of the Imperial Guard, responsible for the security of the capital. The Imperial Guard did not station themselves outside the city, but maintained a fixed office within the inner city. "Halt! Who approaches?" As Xia Chen approached a grand office near the palace, he was met with an immediate challenge. Soldiers clad in full armor stepped forward, their demeanor surprisingly courteous. "I am Xia Chen, here to assume my post today," Xia Chen asserted, eschewing superfluous dialogue and the pretense of humility. He had come to fulfill his duties. "Lieutenant Xia." The soldiers at the entrance immediately stood at attention, saluting with respect. They had received word of a new officer's arrival at the Imperial Guard, a lieutenant of remarkable lineage, the direct descendant of the Marquis of the Eastern Town. Xia Chen nodded, his expression remaining serious, exuding an air of aloofness. "Allow me to escort you inside, sir." A junior officer stepped forward, bowing respectfully, his face beaming with a smile as he personally guided Xia Chen into the office. As Xia Chen's figure disappeared through the entrance, the remaining soldiers exhaled deeply, engaging in hushed murmurs. Goodness, when has our commander ever greeted someone with such a beaming smile? His face is practically wrinkled from it. The selection criteria for the Imperial Guard were exceedingly stringent. Most members were hereditary or distinguished by merit, with a portion being exceptionally fierce individuals from various military camps. Moreover, they were the personal troops of the emperor himself. Thus, everyone possesses a certain level of confidence. On ordinary days, one might encounter not only the captain, but also generals frequently. Although newly appointed captains may exhibit politeness, they would never adopt such a humble demeanor. However, the current situation is distinctly different. It goes without saying, one must consider the identity of the individual in question. Despite being a well-known figure in the capital, his status cannot be overlooked. This recent appointment to our Yulin Wei raises questions about whether it is a boon or a bane. Haha, within our ranks, there are many hidden talents and renowned young masters. This is merely the addition of another noble scion, and we shall enjoy the spectacle. A soldier remarked with a smile, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Captain, this is the barracks. Li Shi guided Xia Chen into the courtyard. Though it was the rear courtyard, it was expansive, resembling a vast military camp. At that moment, troops were engaged in drills on the square. Where's my unit? Xia Chen inquired calmly, feeling somewhat lost in this unfamiliar place. Yet this little sergeant who led him was quite perceptive. Captain, over there, but Li Shi azitata. A conflicted expression crossing his face. Xia Chen furrowed his brow in inquiry, but Li Shi was reluctant to divulge further. Sir, you'll find out for yourself. Xia Chen, remaining silent, chose not to press further. He lifted his leg and ventured deeper into barracks. As he approached the right rear of the camp, he was met with boisterous laughter. Ha, I've won again. I'll treat the brothers to drinks at the Shun Lu at noon. Standing outside a tent, Xia Chen heard the sounds of applause and hearty laughter, a gathering engaged in card play. In that instant, he comprehended that this world had its own playing cards, a rare form of leisure. However, such activities were expressly forbidden in the military, especially when money was at stake. Yet, he revealed no outward expression, which startled Li Shi, who was observing quietly from the side. This newly arrived captain seemed rather inscrutable. Li Shi was well aware of the situation and its implications. Initially, he had intended to enjoy the spectacle, but now he did not perceive any anger on the new captain's face. It appeared that this captain was not overly hot-blooded. He simply had the fortune of a good lineage, Li Shi mused inwardly. I'll go call them. Summer Qian, standing behind Xia Chen, could no longer contain his frustration. His face flushed with anger. It was early morning, and while other units were engaged in their morning exercises, this group was brazenly indulging in card games. I'll handle it, Xia Chen interjected, his gaze piercing through the thick canvas of the tent, revealing the scene within. Since awakening that morning, he had noticed a peculiar change in his eyesight, enabling him to perceive extraordinary details. Such sight, piercing through the mundane, was effortlessly within his grasp. Xia Chen raised his leg and lifted the tent flap. Instantly, a gust of cold wind jolted the two soldiers stationed at the entrance awake, causing them to shiver with irritation. Upon seeing a stranger enter, they bellowed in anger. Who are you to dare intrude upon our military camp? Having just been on the verge of slumber, their minds were still clouded. They had encountered figures from the Imperial Guard before, which emboldened their audacity to shout. Their outburst immediately drew the attention of others within the camp, causing a group gathered around a few card tables to rise in unison. Xia Chen, the young man, remained composed, and his voice resonated once more. Who is in charge here? An immediate silence enveloped the military encampment, with some recognizing the visitor and displaying signs of anxiety, hastily concealing their playing cards within their armor. However, others remained unfazed, their faces adorned with smiles, showing no reverence. Ah, it's young Master Xia. How impatient he is. The appointment was only issued yesterday, and he rushes here to take office today. At that moment, a voice dripping with sarcasm echoed from within the tent, unperturbed by Xia Chen's presence. Chapter 14. The first day in office within the military tent. A robust young man rose to his feet, shaking the placard in his hand, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Xia Chen. Instead of exhibiting fear, his expression bore a hint of provocation. Zhao Yu, the commander of the Feathered Forest Army and the third son of the Marquis Jinwu, was a direct subordinate of Xia Chen. Xia Chen had familiarized himself with the backgrounds of several officers under his command, having received their profiles from the Marquis just the day before, with particular emphasis on Zhao Yu. Xia Chen understood the root of Zhao Yu's animosity. He had usurped the position Zhao believed was rightfully his. Had it not been for Xia Chen's unexpected promotion to the rank of lieutenant, Zhao Yu, with his lineage as the son of the Marquis Jinwu, would have been assured of that title. Zhao Yu had previously boasted before his peers that he would treat everyone to a feast once the military appointments were finalized. Yet, merely 3 days had passed, and circumstances had shifted dramatically with Xia Chen's sudden ascension, leaving Zhao Yu feeling aggrieved. Since yesterday, he had taken the lead in stirring trouble, leading his men away from drills to indulge in leisure activities, intending to undermine Xia Chen's authority. Zhao Yu glared at Xia Chen, resentment radiating from his eyes. That military uniform should have adorned him, yet it now draped the shoulders of this notorious failure. Did you know the penalty for leading card games in the military? Xia Chen dismissed Zhao Yu's gaze and directly posed his inquiry. True, he was an airborne soldier, but how could Zhao Yu claim superiority? Was it not the case that Zhao Yu himself had ascended to the position of commander by similar means? Everyone despises privilege, while secretly resenting their lack of it. His privileges were hard-earned, forged by generations of sacrifice and bloodshed. For 6 centuries, the Xia family had given their lives for the nation. This was merely a case of the Zhao family being outmatched by the Xia. At present, there were no pressing duties. They were simply engaging in leisure during their free time. Does young Master Xia have any objections? Zhao Yu retorted, still nonchalant. When working, one ought to adhere to their rank. Xia Chen narrowed his eyes, fixated on Zhao Yu. Furthermore, I am addressing you. Xia Chen's voice remained calm, yet inexplicably, Zhao Yu felt a potent wave of pressure, a sensation he had only encountered with his father or prominent figures in the court. This made Zhao Yu's face flush with embarrassment. He was taken aback by being intimidated by this so-called failure of the Xia family. What? Is the newly appointed lieutenant seeking to establish his authority on his first day? Zhao Yu's eyes glinted with ferocity. His family had already cautioned him to behave himself in the coming days and to avoid causing trouble, yet he remained defiant. They were all scions of noble houses. Although Xia Chen was the legitimate eldest son, Zhao had 2 elder brothers above him. However, he was well aware that Xia Chen held little esteem in the eyes of the Marquis of East Town, and the Marquis of Zhendong was indifferent to this eldest son, a fact that had become common knowledge throughout the capital. Moreover, Xia Chen was notorious for being a waste, which was an utter embarrassment to the esteemed martial descendants. Thus, he did not believe that his position would be inferior to Xia Chen's. Ignoring his family's admonitions, he resolutely resolved to challenge Xia Chen. In front of the public. I shall not grant him any face, diminishing his prestige. Once this breach is opened, I shall set an example for others. How could he possibly maintain his standing in the imperial army thereafter? Zhao Yu's intentions were quite simple. He aimed to trample Xia Chen's dignity on the very first day of his appointment. Outside, the military tents, numerous soldiers crouched by the edges, beginning to eavesdrop. The moment Xia Chen entered the military camp, they anticipated a spectacle. The crowd outside the tents grew increasingly larger, with nearly all those not in training rushing over. At the center of the camp, 2 middle-aged men were sipping tea. Should we intervene? Let us feign ignorance and continue enjoying our tea. It is unnecessary for us to meddle in the conflict between the scions of the noble houses. However, Xia Chen is the legitimate son of the Duke of the Eastern Town, and furthermore, a royal consort. We are the Emperor's personal guards, and if we allow that Zhao Yu to create a disturbance, it may not end well. One military leader, with a square face, took a sip of his tea and spoke with evident concern. There is no rush. Precisely because of his unique status, we should refrain from intervening. Today marks his first day in office, and if he cannot even manage his subordinates, it may lead to disappointment for some. The general, seated at the head of the table, donned the attire of a civil official, yet bore a fierce countenance. General, are you suggesting that someone is keeping an eye on Xia Chen? Is it His Majesty? The square-faced man, named Qin Mu, appeared alarmed, suddenly realizing something. Just as he was about to utter those 2 words, the general's piercing gaze fell upon him, prompting him to quickly silence himself. "We are the Emperor's personal guards. While it is customary for martial descendants to join us, who enters and how they enter is of utmost importance. Without the Emperor's consent, even the Duke of the Eastern Town would find it challenging to place someone here." Libanzons Gaza Drifta, lifting his head as though attempting to pierce through the camp and witness the distant conflict. The square-faced man, Qin Mu, nodded in understanding. To disdain superiors, lead disturbances, and gamble within the military camp. Do you understand how these 3 offenses should be punished? Xia Chen's voice resonated within the military tent, carrying far enough for all those eavesdropping outside to hear. Zhao Yu furrowed his brow. Throughout the entire exchange, Xia Chen remained composed, his tone causing an immense discomfort within Zhao Yu, as if a lofty figure were looking down upon him. Does he truly consider himself a significant personage? Zhao Yu scoffed internally, growing increasingly dismissive. After all this time, what could Xia Chen do to him? "Captain, you wouldn't dare to punish me, would you? Just based on your standing." Zhao Yu laughed heartily, and as he laughed, several soldiers gradually gathered around him, standing behind him, creating an air of invisible intimidation. In an instant, the 4 of them unleashed their formidable presence, no longer suppressing their vital energy. According to military decree, they were to endure 100 strokes of the military staff and be expelled from the camp. Those who obstructed this would share the same fate. Xia Chen remained composed, seemingly unaffected by the shift in atmosphere. Yet as soon as he uttered those words, his aura transformed dramatically. His blood thickened, and his entire being radiated heat, coalescing a blazing sun behind him. He drew forth a crimson long blade from behind, striking directly at Zhao Yu. This strike resembled a sun traversing the void, causing every hair on Zhao Yu's body to stand on end, accompanied by a visceral sensation of impending doom. With urgency, Zhao Yu unsheathed his military knife, channeling his internal energy into the blade, determined to counter Xia Chen's assault. He was taken aback that this infamous wastrel from the capital dared to draw his weapon in such a public setting. Why did this strike evoke such terror within him? A fierce spark ignited at the point of contact as their blades clashed. The moment their weapons met, Zhao Yu's expression shifted dramatically. He felt an overwhelming force surging through his blade. In the next instant, he let out a cold snort, his face flushed crimson, before a torrent of blood erupted from his mouth. His body was sent flying, crashing against the tent before being hurled outside, landing atop a soldier who had been eavesdropping. Both men tumbled onto the ground, and an eerie silence enveloped the entire camp, leaving everyone frozen in place. Chapter 15. Expulsion from the camp. The scene unfolded with such rapidity that none could react in time. How brazenly audacious! It was only when they beheld Zhao Yu, his strength waning and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, that they snapped out of their stupor. "Brigadier!" a voice cried out from within the tent, hastily rushing out to assist Zhao Yu. Little did they anticipate that this seemingly cultured lieutenant harbored such a tempestuous temperament. Wasn't he reputed to be a notorious weakling? How could he possess such formidable strength, especially when Zhao, a peak 8th grade warrior, was so easily subdued? Quite tyrannical indeed. Within the camp, whispers arose from a distance, faces marked with astonishment. Observers noted that Xia Chen had defeated Zhao Yu with a single stroke. One must recognize that Zhao Yu hailed from a noble family and practiced extraordinary martial arts, often capable of exchanging blows with several 7th grade experts in the army. Although Zhao had been caught off guard, his defeat was remarkably swift and decisive. Li Shi, who had previously escorted Xia Chen, wore a look of disbelief. He had anticipated the potential for conflict, but had not foreseen that the local strongman Zhao would suffer such a grievous loss. His gaze towards Xia Chen began to shift. This so-called waste from the noble house of the capital appeared to possess genuine prowess. Not only was Li Shi astonished, but even the members of Xia Qian's entourage displayed signs of turmoil in their expressions. Xia Qian sensed a significant transformation in his young master over this period. Not only was his mind inscrutable, but his strength seemed to have advanced by leaps and bounds. After Xia Chen vanquished Zhao Yu, his demeanor remained unchanged. He slowly sheathed his crimson blade and lifted the tent flap, sunlight cascading over him, bathing him in a golden radiance, imbuing his presence with a divine and unassailable authority. What a striking visage! This was the immediate reaction of all who beheld Xia Chen's countenance. Though clad in armor and devoid of ostentatious adornments, his appearance and aura were exceptionally remarkable. Xia Chen approached Zhao Yu, who appeared pallid and disheartened. As he attempted to raise his arms, he found them incapacitated, broken by Xia Chen's previous strike. The three soldiers standing behind Zhao Yu quickly positioned themselves in front of him. These are the Zhao family's guards. Zhao Yu, dismissing his superior, declared, "He has been subdued by me. Where is the camp of Jiazi?" Xia Chen, unperturbed by the inquiry of the Zhao family guards, scanned his surroundings. His voice, though soft, rippled through the camp like a stone cast into a pond, resonating throughout. Soldiers exchanged glances, but soon a sense of urgency prevailed, and those who had hesitated quickly assembled in the open space. Witnessing their comrades rally, even the reluctant soldiers, upon glancing back at Zhao Yu, who lay on the ground, spitting blood, gritted their teeth and joined the ranks. In mere moments, the 98th camp of Jiazi was organized into formation. "Where's the supervisory squad?" As Xia Chen's voice faded, 5 individuals emerged from the Jiazi camp with swift and decisive movements. This newly appointed lieutenant, disregarding even the Zhao family, boldly asserted his authority over the noble offspring of the Hou residents, displaying an unyielding demeanor. With their prestige at its zenith, he felt no hesitation in his commands. Drag him away, administer 100 strokes with the military rod, and summon the Jinwu Hou residents to collect their man. From today forth, he is expelled from the Imperial Guard. Xia Chen cast a glance at Zhao Yu, who lay prostrate on the ground, then turned his gaze towards the disciplinary squad. His voice, devoid of any emotion, reverberated throughout the military camp, sending chills down the spines of many. Expelled. Expelled from the Imperial Guard? Stamarat Li Zhen, the captain of the disciplinary squad. Is my message unclear? Shall I elaborate? Xia Chen's piercing gaze made Li Zheng feel as though he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast, a sensation far more intimidating than any pressure he had experienced from the court officials. I understand. Li Zheng nudda vigorously. What authority do you possess to expel me from the Imperial Guard? Zhao Yu, though weak and gasping for breath, managed to regain some composure. His anger flared at Xia Chen's words, causing him to spit blood anew, his eyes bloodshot with rage. If he were truly expelled from the Imperial Guard, it would not only strip him of his dignity, but also render him unfit to navigate the circles of the capital. Furthermore, the Jinwu Hou residents would undoubtedly become a laughingstock among the elite of the city. Xia Chen paid no heed to Zhao Yu, regarding him as foolish for brazenly gambling in the military camp and daring to challenge him so openly. The military values humility above all else. By doing so, Zhao Yu had essentially placed the blade into Xia Chen's hands, inviting retribution to establish authority. One could only wonder how the illustrious Jinwu Hou had produced such a simpleton. Xia Chen even questioned whether Zhao Yu was truly the offspring of Jinwu Hou, for he seemed to have inherited none of his lineage's intelligence. What are you still standing there for? Carry out the punishment. Xia Chen glared at Li Zheng, who shuddered at his displeasure. No longer hesitating, he led his 4 subordinates toward Zhao Yu. During this process, the Zhao family guard attempted to intervene, but Xia Chen's companions swiftly disarmed them. Bored with the lack of action, they had accompanied Xia Chen to the military camp to bolster his presence. However, they had not been afforded the opportunity to act, as Xia Chen effortlessly seized control of the situation. Within the military camp, onlookers witnessed Zhao Yu being dragged away, and soon after, anguished screams echoed from a distance, sending a wave of unease through the crowd. Zhao Yu, the scion of Jinwu Hou, faced punishment without any semblance of restraint from the heir of the Zhendong Hou residents, as if he were utterly inconsequential. None of them, regardless of their positions or backgrounds, could compare to Zhao Yu. Thus, they dared not underestimate Xia Chen any longer. Xia Chen had firmly established his dominance. His actions were executed with precision, akin to autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves, leveraging the prevailing circumstances to assert his authority swiftly and decisively, thus solidifying his standing. In the heart of the camp, Qin Mu, with a square face, nodded slowly, a hint of admiration evident in his demeanor. Although Zhao Yu's methods were somewhat crude, relying on his lineage from the Hou Mansion, he had anticipated that Xia Chen would exhibit some level of caution. However, he was taken aback by the latter's audacity in directly employing brute force to shatter all laws, instilling fear within the ranks. It appears this young man has indeed studied military strategy at the Zhendong Hou Mansion. Li Wenzhong, the lieutenant general of the Yuan army, sipped his tea, his gaze steady. He is your subordinate. Once he establishes his authority and fully grasps the situation, bring him to meet me. To enter the Yuan Guard without first paying me a visit and instead heading straight into the military camp, such a lack of decorum, Li Wenzhong remarked with irritation. But upon noticing Qin Mu's serious expression, he quickly added, show more respect. Yes. Qin Mu responded respectfully. Li Wenzhong sighed, lamenting the limitations of their small Yuan army. This newly appointed officer not only hails from the Zhendong Hou Mansion, but also holds the title of imperial son-in-law, making his status exceedingly unique. He cannot be treated as an ordinary subordinate. Who knows what the increasingly inscrutable emperor, as he ages, truly thinks of this Xia Chen? Should he be assigned to the imperial army, it may well indicate ulterior motives. After all, the sage's gaze has been keenly observing this place. Chapter 16. The Advantages of the Prince Consort's Identity. Xia Chen followed closely behind Qin Mu, gradually traversing the military camp towards the general's tent of the lieutenant general. The Imperial Guard comprised a contingent of 3,000 soldiers, with the highest commander being the lieutenant general, a fourth-rank official. Beneath the lieutenant general, there were 3 captains, each commanding 1,000 Imperial Guards, and Qin Mu was one of those captains, serving as Xia Chen's immediate superior. Below the captains were the lieutenants, who oversaw 2 battalions, totaling 200 men. Below the lieutenants were the battalion commanders. The previous battalion, known as the Armor Battalion, was under the command of Zhao Yu, and it was indeed members of the Armor Battalion who were playing cards within the military tent. Xia Chen was already acquainted with Qin Mu. To his surprise, despite being his superior, Qin Mu treated him with considerable courtesy. After a moment of reflection, Xia Chen understood the reason behind this. Captain, may I inquire why the lieutenant general has summoned me? Xia Chen inquired softly as he approached Qin Mu. Uncertain. You shall discover the reason upon entering. Qin Mu replied with a smile, shaking his head. However, it is likely not a matter of great consequence. Today marks your first day in office, and protocol dictates that you should have first reported to the lieutenant general. Qin Mu observed Xia Chen's gentle demeanor, which stood in stark contrast to the fierce attitude he had displayed toward Zhao Yu, prompting him to speak further. Xia Chen pondered for a moment, realizing that he had indeed overlooked this detail. Initially, when he was escorted in by the guards, he had presumed he was to meet the lieutenant general, yet he had been directly led to the tent. With his eyes narrowing slightly, he recognized that all of this had been meticulously orchestrated. As he contemplated this, a soldier emerged from the expansive military tent. Captain, the general requests your presence inside. Xia Chen nodded, maintaining his composure and dignity as he entered. Upon entering, he beheld a middle-aged general seated within the tent. I pay my respects to the general. Xia Chen immediately clasped his fists and performed a military salute. In the military, hierarchy is paramount. Even discussions of lineage are reserved for private matters. Subordinates must show utmost respect to their superiors, a fundamental principle. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, any offense toward a superior is a grave transgression, which is why Xia Chen felt justified in expelling Zhao Yu from the Imperial Guard. Should the matter escalate, it will be Zhao Yu at fault. There's no need for excessive formalities, Li Wenzhong said with a cheerful demeanor, motioning for Xia Chen to take a seat while personally pouring him a cup of tea. I summoned you not for any significant matter, primarily to meet you and become acquainted. Haha. Li Wenzhong exhibited no airs of superiority, continuing, as we are both descendants of martial merit, we are akin to family. Moreover, I have considerable ties to the Duke of Zhendong's estate. 2 centuries ago, my ancestors accompanied the Duke of Zhendong on campaigns, achieving remarkable feats and serving as vanguards in battle, ultimately earning my family a marquisate. Though this title is not hereditary, it has woven itself into the fabric of martial merit. allowing me to occupy this position of Lieutenant General today. So if you do not mind, you may address me as Uncle Shi. Li Wenzhong gazed at Xia Chen, instinctively fostering a closer bond between them. Uncle Shi. Xia Chen did not hesitate. He immediately responded with a smile. Yet, within his heart, a profound tranquility prevailed as he swiftly analyzed the information that his uncle, Xia Chen, had sent him yesterday regarding Li Wenzhong. Although the Li family was a member of the military merit group, throughout the 8 centuries of national fortune, countless martial families had risen and fallen within the Great Wu dynasty. 800 years had transformed the landscape into the founding martial families. Only 3 had managed to endure to this day. The Wu Zong Emperor's reclamation of the realm could indeed be deemed as an act befitting a founding sovereign. During those times, the rewards bestowed upon meritorious subjects were beyond enumeration. However, only 6 families have survived the test of time, while the rest have long since faded into obscurity. Presently, the core strength of the military merit group predominantly comprises families who have attained nobility through military achievements over the past 1 or 2 centuries. The Li family is one such entity. Yet, the title of Marquis has long since vanished. From the generation of Li Wenzhong's father onward, the Li family began its decline, destined to follow the trajectory of many martial families, gradually waning until they disappeared from the annals of history. However, just as the Li family seemed poised to vanish, a remarkable resurgence occurred with Li Wenzhong's meteoric rise, swiftly ascending from the Imperial Guard to the position of Zhendong General, commanding the Yuan army. This revitalization allowed the Li family to regain some vitality in recent years, affording them a measure of influence within the military merit group. He is favored by the emperor. Although Xia Chen's records did not explicitly state this, Xia Chen quickly deduced the conclusion. The rapid ascent within the Imperial Guard can only indicate one possibility. He has garnered the emperor's favor. Otherwise, such a pivotal role as the commander of the Yuan army would not be entrusted to just anyone. Given their cordial demeanor towards him, it appears that his status as the imperial son-in-law is not as disadvantageous as he had previously imagined, especially within the Imperial Guard, where this title proves exceptionally advantageous. Xia Chen swiftly grasped the reasons behind the favorable attitudes of both Qin Mu and Li Wenzhong toward him. His lineage as a member of the Zhendong Marquisate was one aspect, yet the underlying reason likely stemmed from his identity as the imperial son-in-law. If one were to liken the royal family to a household, then the Imperial Guard clearly represents the royal family's household troops, and, as the imperial son-in-law, he could be considered a half-master of this domain. Until the royal family's stance towards him is clearly defined, those beneath him would naturally refrain from negligence. With these thoughts in mind, Xia Chen's demeanor became increasingly composed. Before Li Wenzhong, he neither exhibited disrespect nor displayed servility. As they sipped tea and conversed, their relationship grew ever closer, and soon they were addressing each other as Shu and Xinji in endearing terms. Upon exiting Li Wenzhong's military tent, a smile adorned Xia Chen's face. This beginning surpassed his expectations. The authority he could potentially wield within the Imperial Guard might indeed be greater than he had initially envisioned. Upon returning to his own military camp, Xia Chen hurried over. "Young master, generally did not give you any trouble, did he? In the military camp, we should still address ranks. Refrain from calling me young master henceforth." Xia Chen waved his hand and continued, "No, my conversation with General Li was quite pleasant." Xia Chen succinctly relayed certain circumstances to Xia Chen and the 3 family soldiers accompanying him, namely Xia Hui, Xia Hao, and Xia Kong. Each of these men was a battle-hardened warrior, with Xia Hui having attained the remarkable 7th tier of the spirit refinement realm. In any military setting, he would undoubtedly be capable of holding the rank of a school lieutenant or even a commanding officer. As Xia Chen engaged in conversation with the 4, a voice echoed from outside the military tent. "Lieutenant Qian Nan requests an audience with you, my lord." Within the tent, Xia Chen received his fellow battalion leader, Qian Nan. Upon entering, Qian Nan saluted respectfully and promptly expressed his loyalty, clearly having heard of Zhao Yu's unfortunate fate. To be candid, he was already perspiring profusely, as Zhao Yu had approached him the previous day, proposing a collaboration to assert dominance over the newly appointed lieutenant. Fortunately, he had taken his troops out on patrol that morning, thus avoiding a potentially disastrous encounter. Otherwise, he feared he too might have been expelled from the Imperial Guard. At that moment, he felt an immense sense of relief. Chapter 17. The Marquis of Jinwu. Inside the military tent, Xia Chen scrutinized Qiannan, who remained silent for a considerable time, causing beads of cold sweat to form on Qiannan's forehead. Just as Qiannan's heart raced with trepidation, a calm voice resonated nearby. "Rise, Sir Xia." Qiannan felt a wave of relief wash over him, as the oppressive atmosphere that had enveloped him dissipated in an instant. Though that brief moment felt like an eternity, he sensed that this newly appointed officer exuded an intimidating presence, surpassing even that of the esteemed Zhendong general in the army. Is this the demeanor of a direct descendant from the Marquis of Zhendong's household? Qiannan mused inwardly. "How goes the patrol?" Xia Chen inquired. "All is well. We encountered a theft incident along the way and have apprehended the thief, who is now confined in the Ministry of Justice." Qiannan promptly replied with respect. Xia Chen posed further inquiries, primarily concerning the operational scope of the Yulin Guards and various precautions. Most of this information was already known to him. He was merely seeking finer details. Recently, the capital has been somewhat unsettled, with spies from the Daqing appearing. Our Yulin Guards have been tasked with assisting the lantern bearers in swiftly identifying these infiltrators. Qiannan mentioned a matter that piqued Xia Chen's interest. The lantern bearers represent an organization unique to the Dao dynasty, operating independently of the cabinet and the six ministries, answering solely to the emperor. It bears a resemblance to the Jinui of the Ming dynasty in Xia Chen's recollections. Xia Chen nodded contemplatively, refraining from further inquiry. Though the Imperial Guards hold significant power, in times of peace, their influence within the capital is not as formidable as one might presume. In fact, when incidents arise or enemy spies infiltrate, the Emperor's first thought is of the lantern bearers, followed by the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court. The Yulin Guards primarily serve in a supporting role, often stepping in only when matters have been settled, assisting in apprehensions or home searches. At noon, Xia Chen invited his colleagues and subordinates to dine at the Tongfu building in the capital, and all present esteemed him well. Those without tasks in the military joined him at the establishment. Eventually, even Li Wenzhong and Qin Mu arrived, which left Xia Chen's colleagues feeling a sense of solemnity. They all understood the significance of this gathering in the capital, recognizing the implication of such attendance. Consequently, they treated Xia Chen with increasing respect, frequently toasting him with genuine enthusiasm. Meanwhile, while Xia Chen basked in the glow of success, chaos erupted at the Jinwu Marquis' residence in the capital. Young master, what has transpired?" At the grand entrance, the guard spotted Zhao Yu being escorted back by family soldiers. Zhao Yu's condition was deplorable. His arms hung limply, his back a gruesome mess of blood and flesh, and he had long since lost consciousness. The guards, witnessing this scene, changed countenance. The severity of his injuries suggested that, had it not been for Zhao Yu's martial prowess, he might have succumbed to his wounds by now. The formerly tranquil Jinwu Marquis' residence grew tumultuous, with various servants and maids scurrying about. Someone hastily made their way to the eastern city to summon the finest physician from the Xuanji Medical Hall. "My son, Lady Zhao," the biological mother of Zhao Yu, rushed into the room, where she found her son lying unconscious on the bed. Who could have done this? Such cruelty, showing no regard for the esteemed Zhao household. Lady Zhao glared at the family guards who had accompanied Zhao Yu, her voice rising in anger. However, as she spoke, tears began to stream down her face. Just this morning, he was perfectly well. How could he return in such a state? Could it be the spies from a rival nation? "My lady." The guards quickly knelt in apology, recounting the entire incident in detail. This young man showed such malice towards his peers. Our Zhao house has earned its martial honors, yet he acts with such disregard for loyalty. His actions must be reported to my husband. After hearing this, Lady Zhao's eyes blazed with fury. Not only had her son suffered broken arms, but he was also subjected to 100 strokes of the military baton and expelled from the Imperial Guard. Is there any justice in this? This is sheer bullying. Just then, a middle-aged man entered the room. Observing his wife's outburst, he expressed his discontent. "My dear, you must advocate for our son. That wretched boy intends to ruin him." Lady Zhao, seeing Duke Zhao Yu enter, quickly pulled him to Zhao Yu's bedside, pointing at her son while sobbing. Duke Zhao Yu, upon witnessing his son's condition, felt a tightening in his chest, yet he remained composed. "He brought this upon himself, just yesterday. I deliberately summoned him to the study to explain the gravity of the situation, advising him against provoking that young man from the Xia family, who is now his direct superior. It would be child's play for him to manipulate Zhao Yu. I even promised to arrange for him to receive a position of a school captain in due time. Yet this fool still chose to confront him. And with such crude tactics, it's utterly mindless." Anger simmered in Duke Zhao Yu's gaze, compared to his two elder brothers. This younger son fell woefully short in intellect and capability. He hardly resembled a scion of the Zhao family. Otherwise, with the noble lineage of the Duke's household, how could he still be stagnating in such a minor role at over 20 years of age? Lady Zhao, taken aback by her husband's tirade, turned pale but protested. "It is true that you instigated the conflict, but as members of a distinguished martial family, we are of the same faction. It would not be an exaggeration to call us family. Even if there are disagreements, must they resort to such brutality? If you had not reached the 8th rank, those 100 strokes could have truly cost him his life." Hearing his wife's words, a flash of ferocity crossed Duke Zhao Yu's eyes, yet rationality soon regained its hold. Military affairs are not to be compared with mundane matters. On his very first day in office, he chose to assert his authority, believing that without establishing his dominance, he would struggle to navigate the complexities of the Imperial Guard. From the moment this fool decided to instigate trouble, the situation became irreparable. Duke Jin Wu spoke calmly. Although this marquis was an inherited title, he had commanded troops and understood the stakes involved. He felt profound disappointment in his son, whose methods were too crude. Had it been him, he would never have openly challenged someone on their first day in office. The young man from the Xia family already held a superior position and naturally occupied the moral high ground. Any maneuvering should have been executed discreetly, allowing the Xia lad to stumble on his own. Is this matter to be dismissed so easily? He has directly expelled you heir from the Imperial Guard. Does a mere captain possess such authority? Lady Zhao exclaimed angrily. Enough. I have my plans. While he lacks that authority, your son has been foolish enough to provide them with grounds for accusation. Should this be reported upwards, the outcome would be the same. For now, it is best to keep a low profile and refrain from sending anyone to target him. His situation is quite unique. Perhaps even the Emperor's gaze is upon him. Do you understand? Duke Jinwu warned his wife with a serious expression. I understand. Observing his wife's unwilling demeanor, Duke Jinwu sighed. His eldest and second sons inherited his intellect, but it seems this youngest son has entirely taken after her, lacking any semblance of his wisdom. Chapter 18. The Astonished Second Princess. The Princess Yao Guang's mansion. In the rear garden, a stunning figure gazes towards a pond. The central pond ripples gently, adorned with verdant lotus leaves and graceful pink and white lotus flowers, resembling bashful maidens dancing delicately upon jade-green waters. Goldfish frolic beneath the surface, occasionally splashing crystalline droplets, adding a touch of vivacity to this serene tableau. This enchanting scene resembles a beautifully painted scroll. However, the poetic tranquility is disrupted by a hurriedly approaching figure clad in yellow. Princess, news regarding Xia Chen has just arrived. Would you like to hear it? Has he taken up his post? The second princess does not turn, remaining absorbed in the beauty of the lotus blossoms. How does the princess know? The maid in yellow, Li Wei, is taken aback. She has said nothing, yet the princess seems to possess knowledge of the matter already. Li Wei, striking in appearance, has a fondness for candied hawthorn and is a prodigy in swordsmanship. During the reign of the Empress, she journeyed alone to Sword City to seek guidance from the Sword Saint, bravely facing 3 duels and astonishing the world. Xia Chen has remained at the residence of the East Town Marquis, and aside from rumors regarding his previously discarded physique, there has been little news. Recently, the East Town Marquis's residence has been assisting in his career endeavors, and it is rumored he is to join the Imperial Army. This must be the matter at hand. The second princess's voice is cool, and the situation is not difficult to deduce. A moment's thought suffices to unravel it. You are quite astute, princess. Li Wei genuinely admires her insight, wondering why she had not considered this herself. You should learn more from Xia. Reading expands one's wisdom. The second princess shakes her head, acknowledging her maid's many virtues, yet lamenting her lack of sharpness. Reading makes me drowsy. Xia enjoys it, but I prefer the delights of cuisine. How wonderful food is! Li Wei chuckles, playfully running to the side of the second princess. Having grown up alongside Xia and the princess, their relationship is informal. Princess, do you not wish to hear about him? He is to be your future husband. Li Wei rushes to Yao Guang's side, a blush gracing her cheeks. Both she and Xia are personal attendants to Yao Guang, and according to tradition, they too would serve in the marital chambers after the princess's union with the prince. I do not wish to hear. The second princess observes Li Wei's demeanor and shakes her head, though her eyes betray a hint of amusement. She wishes to tease Li Wei, yet her curiosity about the man who is to be her husband is minimal. Why are you like this, princess? I shall tell you anyway. Li Wei pouts adorably, clinging to the second princess's arm, and hastily recounts all that she has heard about Xia Chen's encounters in the imperial army. As Li Wei concludes her tale, the previously tranquil expression of the second princess is stirred with emotion. He incapacitated Zhao Yu with a single strike? Indeed, they say Xia Chen was fierce, facing an entire battalion alone, while the others dared not move, all paralyzed by his presence. Li Wei nods earnestly, her affirmation unwavering. Did he act with his family soldiers? No, not at all. The second princess nodded thoughtfully, not pursuing her inquiry further. What troubles the princess? Is something amiss? Although Li Wei possessed a sharp intellect, it did not imply folly. Witnessing her usually astute princess in such a perplexed state, she felt compelled to inquire. For 6 centuries, the Duke of Zhendong's residence has upheld a regulation. Only those offspring of the Duke's household who attain the 8th rank of refinement may venture forth to join military. The fact that Xia Chen has emerged signifies that he has indeed reached this esteemed rank. Yet, was he not a martial arts waste? Initially, I presumed his ascension to the 8th rank was facilitated by the Duke's substantial investment in precious elixirs. However, it now appears my earlier assessment may have been flawed. His combat prowess must have attained the 7th rank of spirit refinement. While rank may be artificially elevated through potions, true combat capability is determined by a multitude of factors. The second princess spoke slowly, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Could he have consumed a miraculous elixir? Li Wei's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Is there truly such a miraculous potion in existence? Xia family, have you been concealing something? The second princess furrowed her brow, suddenly recalling that the tales surrounding Xia Chen's supposed Wei status had all emanated from the Xia family themselves, while the outside world had never truly encountered him. This implies that this information may have been deliberately propagated by the Xia family. What could be their purpose? To obscure a common genius? Yet, not only has the Xia family historically birthed prodigies, this generation has already revealed several remarkable talents. Therefore, is it necessary to cloak a mere Xia Chen in such mystery? The usually astute second princess found herself baffled, unable to comprehend. Continue to monitor Xia Chen and report any developments to me, she instructed Li Wei. However, she noticed that Li Wei had, at some point, pulled out a candied hawthorn skewer and was indulging in it, which prompted her to chuckle and shake her head. Very well, I shall keep an eye on him. After speaking, Li Wei retrieved another candied hawthorn skewer from her sleeve. Princess, would you care for one? There are so many delectable treats outside. Life beyond the palace is far more enjoyable. Li Wei beamed, taking another lick of her candied skewer, the sweet and tangy flavors bursting upon her palate, causing her eyes to twinkle like crescent moons. I shall not partake. Do have one, I bought plenty. With that, Li Wei thrust a skewer into the second princess's hand. A quarter of an hour later, the second princess held a skewer of candied hawthorns, savoring it as she admired the blossoms. To her surprise, the treat was indeed quite sweet. A faint smile crept upon the typically aloof second princess's lips. In the afternoon, with no significant matters at hand, Xia Chen, feeling rather idle, summoned all personnel from his two camps to familiarize himself with them. By the end of the afternoon, he had acquainted himself with nearly 200 individuals. While this may seem a trivial task, it held considerable importance. He appointed his family soldier, Xia Hao, to temporarily lead the armor camp, assuming the role of commander. Xia Hao possesses the 7th rank of the refinement of spirit realm. Upon learning this, Xia Chen became aware that he had previously attained the rank of Du Wei within the border troops, commanding over 1,000 men. Thus, overseeing a mere 100 individuals now seemed exceedingly effortless for him. Appointing him as a mere traveling commander would undoubtedly be an underestimation of his capabilities. Although Xia Chen's appointment was somewhat irregular and procedurally flawed, upon reporting the matter, the Lieutenant General Li Wenzhong did not hesitate and swiftly completed the necessary formalities. In principle, such actions were indeed improper, yet they remained merely a matter of principle. Li Wenzhong was more than willing to extend this favor. Moreover, Xia Hui was only serving as a temporary substitute. Should Xia Chen depart from the Forbidden Army or pursue other endeavors, Xia Hui would undoubtedly accompany him. In the past, he had shown no attachment to the position of Du Wei. Thus, it was hardly conceivable that he would now cling to the trivial title of a traveling commander. Chapter 19, Case Analysis. It was evening when Xia Chen returned home. Originally, he was supposed to patrol the streets during the curfew, but upon inquiry, he learned that the curfew duties assigned to his 2 battalions had already been completed 2 days prior. Thus, he found himself with nothing to do that night, and unable to indulge in the pleasures of the brothels, he decided to return home instead. Young master. Not long after Xia Chen entered his room, the voice of Xia Chen rang out from outside. Concubine, young master, the information you requested regarding the undercover agents of the Qing is on its way. Xia Chen entered, carrying a stack of documents. This compilation was internal intelligence from the Yulin Wei, and, as a school officer, Xia Chen was authorized to access it. In recent weeks, the capital had experienced some unrest, reportedly reaching the ears of the emperor, inciting his fury. The lantern bearers have been dispatched, capturing many individuals in the city, causing widespread panic among the populace. The military defense maps of the Northwest have been stolen. Xia Chen perused the documents and began to grasp the gravity of the situation. The northwestern border of Dawu was adjacent to the Qing and Dafeng, with a garrison of 200,000 troops stationed there. The theft of such crucial military defense maps was indeed severe. It was no wonder the emperor was enraged and had ordered the lantern bearers to act decisively in the capital. The fact that such an important military document could be extracted directly from the Ministry of War without alerting anyone suggested the existence of a mole within the ranks. Xia Chen murmured to himself as he examined the dossier. For decades, Dawu and the Qing had been at odds. Yet there had been no large-scale conflicts apart from the Huaiyang battle against the Feng 36 years ago, with only minor skirmishes along the border. Now, the theft of the military defense maps could potentially incite significant turmoil. 36 years had passed since the Battle of Huaiyang, and it was likely that Dafeng had regained its strength. Since that time, the Qing and Dafeng had grown increasingly close, resembling a coalition against a Wu. As Xia Chen pondered these thoughts, he continued to read on. The records indicated that the military defense maps had been pilfered by a minor official from the Ministry of War and subsequently handed over to a blacksmith in the western city. Upon learning this information, the lantern bearers visited the homes of both the official and the blacksmith, only to discover that both had taken their own lives. The trail ended there. 6 or 7 days had elapsed, and the military defense maps had undoubtedly been disseminated by now, suggesting that the situation in the Northwest would undergo significant changes. Xia Chen contemplated the implications, regardless of whether they could apprehend the Qing undercover agents. The military maps were undoubtedly lost. They might have already been sent back to the capital of the Qing. There had to be at least one intermediary between the minor official and the blacksmith. Yet this intermediary was not mentioned in the records. Was it an oversight or a deliberate concealment? Xia Chen quickly discerned an anomaly within the dossier. The minor official had access to the Ministry of War and had managed to steal the military defense maps from its core. It was improbable that he could have accomplished this alone. Moreover, Xia Chen noted that the minor official resided in the inner city of the Northern District. while the blacksmith lived on the outskirts of the Western District. The linear distance between them exceeded 20 miles, making it impossible for the minor official to have personally delivered the military defense maps to the blacksmith. In the evening, both the inner and outer cities are subject to a curfew, and unless one possesses a special pass, no individual is permitted to roam the streets. The military defense map is precisely what led to the disorientation during the night. Lying on his bed, Xia Chen pondered these matters. The only individuals allowed to traverse freely at night are the imperial guards and the lantern bearers, which raises suspicions regarding both parties. It is even conceivable that both have been infiltrated. As Xia Chen unraveled the threads of this mystery, numerous thoughts crossed his mind. Yet the scant information at hand confined his analysis to what he could glean from the case files, which he suspected to be incomplete. The lantern bearers must possess far more intelligence, as their expertise lies in both case handling and investigation. Regrettably, I lack the authority to request case files from the lantern bearers. Even if I were to approach them, the Yulin guards claim to assist, but in their eyes, we are merely seen as enforcers. It is a widely acknowledged fact that the Yulin guards are not skilled in case investigations. They typically do not concern themselves with such matters. When need arises, they usually wait for the influential figures to resolve issues before accompanying them to apprehend suspects or conduct raids. Thus, whether it be the lantern bearers, the Ministry of Justice, or the Court of Judicial Review, many matters remain undisclosed to the Yulin guards. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Xia Chen gradually drifted into slumber. The following day, Xia Chen arrived early at the Yulin guard headquarters. "Good morning, Chief." As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, he spotted Li Shi, who had escorted him the previous day. Li Shi approached with a beaming smile, eagerly holding up a bag. "Chief, would you like a bun? I specifically bought these from the renowned Quan Bulli bun shop. Their buns are the best in the entire capital. Do try one." Xia Chen observed the youthful Li Shi, whose face was already lined with wrinkles, as if he were in his 40s despite only being in his 20s. His eyes narrowed, contemplating whether this young man intended to trick him or merely sought amusement. "Chief, they are truly delicious, a taste beyond compare. These buns from Quan Bulli are hard to come by and require advance reservations." Li Shi, seemingly oblivious to Xia Chen's shifting emotions, maintained his cheerful demeanor, thrusting the bun closer to Xia Chen as if he were a loyal dog. Xia Chen glanced at Li Shi, then at the bun in his hand, which indeed exuded a tantalizing aroma. It struck him as peculiar that such a delightful bun bore the unfortunate name of Quan Bulli. The name seemed rather unappealing. Dogs are our faithful companions and would never betray us. If they were to do so, they might well end up as filling for dog meat buns. Xia Chen examined the bun in his palm. Indeed, the meat was abundant while the dough was thin, and it tasted quite delightful. No wonder some of the capital's high-ranking officials favored this establishment. He munched on the bun, casually remarking, while Li Shi, overhearing his words, sensed a change in Xia Chen's demeanor and realized that his little scheme had been uncovered. The esteemed officer arrived yesterday and swiftly dealt a harsh blow to the son of Duke Jinwu, clearly not one to be trifled with. If you return against me, how would life continue? The buns are delightful. Ensure to bring me one each day henceforth. Just as Li Shi was engulfed in anxiety, the voice of Xia Chen reached his ears. He looked up to find that Xia Chen had already moved a considerable distance away. Realizing this, a smile broke across Li Shi's face as he breathed a sigh of relief. "Excellent. I shall bring you breakfast every day," Li Shi exclaimed with fervor. Xia Chen, who had been poised to step into the military tent, halted abruptly, a peculiar expression crossing his face. "What do you mean by bringing breakfast daily? One might mistake it for a courtship," he mused, glancing down at the fragrant bun he held in hand. Truly, the name of this dog-ignored bun is rather unfortunate. Chapter 20. Leisure and Entertainment Activities. At noon, Li Shi came running over again, his radiant smile lighting up his face, adorned with amusing wrinkles. "Chief, after we finish our duties tonight, I invite you to a delightful place," he said, leaning closer to Xia Chen with an air of mystery, a rather mischievous grin on his face. Despite being a mere subordinate, he boldly addressed Xia Chen, a captain, as chief, in a bid to foster camaraderie. Xia Chen regarded him with a peculiar expression, wondering if the lad intended to lead him to a brothel or a place of ill repute. In this world, entertainment options were scarce, particularly at night, which consisted mainly of drinking, listening to music, and engaging in more intimate interactions with women. Consequently, the industry of intimate exchanges thrived, with brothels representing the upper echelon of such establishments, akin to upscale clubs, frequented by strikingly beautiful women. However, the cost was exorbitant. A single visit could consume a significant portion of an ordinary family's annual income, and should one desire to be with a celebrated courtesan, mere money would not suffice. In this context, places of ill repute flourished as well, albeit of a lower caliber, yet they offered more affordable prices, making them accessible to the common folk. Frankly, Xia Chen harbored a considerable yearning for such venues. Despite being an upright gentleman, he believed in sharing in the joys of life. Embracing this philosophy, he readily agreed to accompany Li Shi. With no pressing matters that evening, he thought, "Let us see what secrets you are hiding, young man." He clapped Li Shi on the shoulder, approving of the lad's prospects. Li Shi departed with a beaming countenance, setting off to arrange the evening's activities. Being a leader certainly had its perks. Entertainment and relaxation were arranged without the need to count coins or worry about the details. Yet, in a way, one might ponder if this could be considered a form of alternative indulgence, perhaps with broader implications. With a scholarly curiosity, Xia Chen contemplated the evening ahead, eager to witness the cultural collision of two worlds. As night fell, the day had unfolded without incident. In the afternoon, Xia Chen had accompanied his subordinates on a patrol through the bustling streets of the capital, where the vibrancy was dazzling, leaving Xia Chen, who followed behind, awestruck. Along the way, they passed the Princess Yaoguang's residence, glancing at the majestic stone lions that had weathered the ravages of time, standing sentinel before the palace gates. He quickly averted his gaze, choosing not to linger over the sight. Furthermore, Xia Chen familiarized himself with the layout of the streets, particularly the locations of several brothels. His interest in these establishments was not for personal indulgence. He was, after all, a paragon of virtue, a gentleman of high moral standing. That evening, this virtuous gentleman, accompanied by Li Shi and stealthily followed by Xia Chen, slipped away from the Yulin Guard's compound and ventured into a narrow alley. Xia Chen felt increasingly uneasy as he ventured further. This route diverged sharply from the brothels and pleasure houses he had studied during the day. Hee boss. It's all in good fun. Let's enjoy the music and the dance. At this point, Li Shi could no longer conceal his delight, his face beaming with laughter. Xia Chen was aware of the boss's noble lineage from the Dongzhou Marquis' residence, which was notoriously strict. Prior to achieving the 8th rank, one was not permitted to roam freely, let alone spend the night outside. It seemed that the boss had never visited such establishments, so today, Xia Chen had taken it upon himself to introduce him to the nocturnal culture of the capital. Before Xia Chen could respond, Xia Chen's face flushed a deep crimson from behind. Why isn't the young master returning to the Marquis' residence tonight? Is it because he intends to visit such a place? Xia Chen had never been to such venues either, but he had heard whispers from the kitchen staff, who spoke of these places as exquisite realms that would leave one entranced after just one visit. Surely, this direction does not lead to Suyu Street, where most brothels are concentrated. Xia Chen inquired calmly, though internally he remained vigilant. Could this be a trap? Was the Zhao family planning to ensnare him in this dark and obscure alley for revenge? Li Shi seemed to sense Xia Chen's unease and hurriedly reassured him. The brothel may be somewhat beneath your status, but the pleasure houses are quite respectable. However, given your unique position, those places are crowded with prying eyes. Should word spread and tarnish your reputation, it would be disastrous. Thus, I have specifically chosen a place called Qingya Courtyard, where one can enjoy music and dance, and even spend the night. Everyone who enters wears a mask, ensuring discretion. Li Shi spoke in a tone reminiscent of seeking praise. Aware that the engagement between Xia Chen and the second princess was already common knowledge throughout the capital, Xia Chen regarded him with an odd expression. Perhaps this fellow possessed genuine foresight. In the Great Wu dynasty, frequenting such establishments was hardly remarkable. In fact, it had been romanticized by scholars as a refined pursuit. Among literati, if one had not visited such places by their youthful years, it was considered a disgrace. Xia Chen reflected on this, lamenting how scholars flaunted their brazen attitudes, reveling in their exploits as if they were badges of honor. It was no wonder that during the reign of the Empress de Zhendong, strict measures were enacted to suppress the flourishing of such industries. Consequently, when Xia Chen and other players entered this world, they could only mourn the loss of the good old days, which they had yet to experience. Some players, driven by the edict, even contemplated instigating a rebellion against the Empress to restore the masculine vigor of their kind. Of course, that individual was swiftly dealt with by the Empress's hand. "I thought you were taking me to the Jiao Feng Si." The chief jested. "How could I possibly venture into the pleasure quarters? Merely entering requires 5 taels of silver. To indulge in wine and music at a table incurs additional costs. And as for spending the night with a courtesan, one would need no less than 10 taels. Such fantasies are best left unimagined." Li Shi shook his head, his eyes filled with longing for the pleasure quarters. Having heard tales of the exquisite women within, whose beauty was said to be so radiant it could be grasped. More crucially, many of these women were the wives and daughters of officials, making the prospect of consorting with them particularly tantalizing, as one might inadvertently encounter the spouse or daughter of a former superior or colleague. Such a status conferred an unparalleled thrill that money could not buy. The pleasure quarters represented the pinnacle of entertainment and leisure in this realm, where the women were primarily the relatives of officials embroiled in scandal, a resource unmatched by brothels or other establishments. Along the way, Xia Chen remained silent, listening attentively as Li Shi shared various important details, gradually forming a clear image of such establishments in his mind. These venues were not solely focused on carnal pleasures, which would be too commonplace, but also offered cultural activities favored by literati, such as poetry recitals and musical performances. The more refined the offerings, the greater the demand. The elegant abode Li Shi intended to introduce them to was akin to such a place. Naturally, the primary business of overnight stays was also part of the equation. After all, it would be naive to assume that patrons visited solely to indulge in poetry and music at night. Before long, the trio arrived at a secluded alley, leading them to a courtyard that harmoniously blended with the surrounding residential buildings. The entrance bore a simple inscription of 4 characters, "Elegant Abode." To the uninitiated, this courtyard might appear to be nothing more than an ordinary residence. In the past, when the founder was young, he was dedicated to the path of martial arts while serving in the Imperial Guard. Colleagues invited him to revel in the pleasures of the pleasure quarters, but he resolutely declined, asserting, "In my youth, I must devote myself to martial pursuits and not squander my time indulging in fleeting desires." Consequently, he steadfastly refused, and as a result, his martial prowess advanced significantly, far surpassing that of his peers. Chapter 21. The Elegant Retreat. The name Elegant Retreat is indeed melodious. Xia Chen marveled at the sophistication of the title, yet little did he anticipate that it served as a sanctuary for soulful exchanges. Li Shi, displaying Sift, approached the door to knock while elucidating its significance to Xia Chen. The elegant maiden, the proprietor of this quaint courtyard, is somewhat renowned in the capital, garnering admiration from literary circles. It is said that even some officials from the court occasionally grace this place with their presence. Upon entering the courtyard, aside from paying an entrance and beverage fee, one's ability to remain for the night depends on whether one's talents captivate the elegant maiden. However, even if one fails to impress her, there remains the option of selecting from a myriad of maidservants. The elegant maiden boasts significant renown in the capital, celebrated for her beauty. Xia Chen found it rather surprising. This elegant maiden possesses a shrewd business acumen. Is this elegant retreat not akin to an upscale private club? By leveraging her personal brand, she has crafted a name for herself, distinguishing her establishment from others, thus enhancing its competitive edge. This model, cloaked in mutual consent, is bound to intrigue the literati, who are known for their discerning tastes and seldom regard themselves as inferior to others. Moreover, the allure of the unattainable amplifies desire. Should one fail to secure an overnight stay on their first visit, they are likely to return a second or third time. The tantalizing sensation of what is visible yet out of reach stirs the heart, consequently elevating repeat patronage. Truly remarkable. Xia Chen nodded, his curiosity about the elegant maiden piqued, though he was unsure whether the owner of this establishment was indeed the elegant maiden or another. Just then, a small head peeked out from behind the grand door, a cherubic visage with a delicate countenance, exuding a charming allure. Li Shi promptly extended the invitation card to her, and soon the door swung open. Xia Chen had already donned a mask that Li Shi had prepared in advance. Upon entering, he was greeted by a waft of fragrant cosmetics. The round-faced maid ushered them into the courtyard, which was already populated by a gathering of approximately 20 to 30 individuals, all adorned in scholarly attire. Upon noticing the newcomers, they merely glanced up before returning their attention elsewhere. Xia Chen settled into a seat at the rear, beginning to scrutinize his surroundings. The courtyard was alive with the sounds of laughter and merriment. Maidservants danced gracefully, while others engaged in drinking games like flying flowers. Xia Chen observed for a moment before shifting his gaze to the center of the courtyard, where a dancer moved with an elegance that transcended the ordinary. Her attire, though somewhat revealing, was overshadowed by her refined demeanor, reminiscent of a noble lady rather than a mere courtesan. It is no wonder this seemingly modest, elegant retreat is so sought after. Indeed, it exudes an air of grace and sophistication. Yet, one cannot help but wonder about the true appearance of the elegant maiden herself. Surely, her beauty must be exceptional. Otherwise, her reputation would not be so illustrious. As Xia Chen pondered this, he suddenly heard the enchanting sound of a guqin, causing a subtle stir among the guests. The elegant maiden is about to make her appearance. Xia Chen quietly listened to the enchanting sounds of the guqin until the music faded, at which point the voice of Li Shi resonated in his ears. The graceful maiden, well-versed in poetry, song, and the art of music, particularly excelled in the guqin, which was said to be her unparalleled talent. Some praised that her skills rivaled those of the courtesans in the music houses. Xia Chen nodded, casting his gaze into the room, where he beheld a slender silhouette, faintly illuminated by the lanterns, casting a delicate reflection upon the screen. "Esteemed gentlemen, I apologize for the wait." A melodious and clear voice emerged as a beautiful woman stepped forth from behind the screen, a smile gracing her face. Instantly, even though everyone wore masks, their eyes brightened at her presence. What a refined young lady. Upon witnessing the true appearance of this elegant maiden, Xia Chen couldn't help but smile, amused by the delightful contrast. "Dear maiden, you yist. We are merely here to indulge in wine. It is still early in the night, hardly a lengthy wait," declared a gentleman seated in the front row, his mask obscuring his identity, yet his lavish attire and fervent gaze directed at the maiden betrayed his excitement. "Indeed, after all, a beautiful lady is always worth the wait," chimed in another rotund gentleman. The elegant maiden, upon hearing this, chuckled softly, covering half her face with a handkerchief, exuding a shy charm that made onlookers yearn to embrace and cherish her. As the elegant maiden made her entrance, she eclipsed the presence of all the maidens in the courtyard, rendering them momentarily dimmed, as the attention of all guests became singularly focused upon her. The atmosphere in the courtyard reached a new zenith. The previous tranquility was shattered as guests eagerly began to speak, vying for her smile and attempting to capture her attention, hoping to become the highlight of the evening. The elegant maiden surveyed the room, her gaze sweeping over each masked guest. When her eyes lingered briefly upon Xia Chen, it seemed as if she sought to peer through the mask to discern his true identity. The collective gaze of the attendees naturally caught this detail, prompting them to scrutinize Xia Chen closely. This careful examination tightened their hearts. Although Xia Chen was masked, his relaxed demeanor as he sipped his wine exuded an extraordinary aura. Some individuals are inherently the focal point of any gathering. Could he be a scion of nobility? The crowd pondered, yet remained unperturbed, as fellow patrons and masked participants. They viewed it as a fair competition with nothing to fear. "Esteemed gentlemen, shall we initiate a game of flying flowers?" The maiden proposed with a smile. The game, favored by scholars, involved participants taking turns reciting verses containing a chosen keyword, with the loser required to drink as a penalty, necessitating a certain level of poetic knowledge from the players. The attendees nodded in agreement, clearly confident in their abilities. Xia Chen participated in a few rounds, contributing several lines. Yet he refrained from drawing too much attention to himself, thus remaining relatively unremarkable among the crowd. Although the Hou residence is a family of military nobility, the young scions are nonetheless required to engage in scholarly pursuits from an early age. It is not expected that they become masters of every discipline, but certain foundational knowledge is undeniably essential. As time gracefully unfolds, various games commence. Rivulets of wine flow amidst the melodies of the zither, and the drumbeat signals the passing of flowers. Ultimately, a poetic contest ensues, filling the courtyard, which, though modest in size, resonates with a fervent atmosphere. Xia Chen could not help but nod. The refined Qingya displayed extraordinary talent, adeptly orchestrating the rhythm of the entire affair and elevating the ambience to a crescendo. Throughout the proceedings, several scholars indeed distinguished themselves. The poems they presented were, to Xia Chen's discerning eye, commendable in quality. Dear friends, I find myself somewhat fatigued and shall retire to rest. May you all continue to revel in merriment. With that, Miss Qingya rose, gracefully bowing to the assembly, her demeanor exuding a gentle elegance that embodied the essence of a true lady of refinement. The crowd collectively nodded, though their expressions betrayed a hint of tension, for they knew the main event was imminent. Unbeknownst to them, the question lingered. Who among them would be fortunate enough to capture Miss Qingya's attention and be invited to remain as a favored companion? Among the scholars who had shone brightly this evening, a few stood up, their eyes brimming with confidence, each convinced that they would be the ones chosen to stay. Chapter 22, Overnight Stay. In the small courtyard, most individuals had shifted their focus away from the game. However, a small fraction remained aware of their slim hopes of being chosen by Qingya, their gazes lingering on the maidens in the yard. Boss, shall we select a maid or return home tonight? Li Shi inquired softly as the hour approached the midnight curfew. The three of them did not stand out, and Qingya had not paid them much attention, prompting Li Shi's question. Xia Chen, blushing in the background, felt utterly out of place. It was his first visit to such an establishment, rendering him quite awkward. Let us wait a bit longer, Xia Chen replied calmly. Li Shi pondered, refraining from further remarks. Logically, his superior should also be a novice in such places, yet he displayed an air of familiarity, exhibiting composure that belied his inexperience. Inside the room, behind the screen, steam rose, shrouding the atmosphere in a misty veil. A graceful figure stepped into the wooden tub, the warm water embracing her delicate, fair skin, while petals of various flowers floated atop the surface, exuding a captivating fragrance. Qingya's alabaster shoulders and collarbone glistened in the air, her hair damp and her exquisitely beautiful face adorned with a hint of melancholy, evoking a desire for tenderness. In that moment, her demeanor had transformed from the radiant smile she wore earlier to one of ethereal purity, reminiscent of a celestial being from the heavens. Were Xia Chen to witness Qingya in this state, he would surely marvel at her multifaceted charm, fit for the art of role-playing. Indeed, it would be quite exhilarating. At that moment, a maidservant, while replenishing the water for Qingya, asked, Miss, shall we keep someone for tonight? Qingya's abode did offer overnight services, yet she did not accommodate guests every night, typically allowing only 1 or 2 stays within a week. However, this exclusivity only heightened her allure. There had been a wealthy gentleman who once offered 1,000 taels of silver for a single night with her, yet she had declined, thus amplifying her reputation. Upon hearing this, Qingya furrowed her brow, suddenly struck by an idea as her eyes sparkled with realization. Invite the gentleman in the white mask, whose demeanor is extraordinary, to stay overnight. The maidservant hesitated, perplexed. Tonight, he's been rather unremarkable, while several other gentlemen have outshone him. Keeping him for the night might incite discontent among them, tarnishing our establishment's reputation for fairness. Let him stay tonight. Perhaps he can help us unravel the troubles we have faced in recent days. A delicate smile graced Qingya's lips, breathtaking in its beauty. Is this individual of special status? The maidservant's eyes brightened at the inquiry. Though she herself was strikingly beautiful, in the presence of Qingya, she felt overshadowed. He is none other than Xia Chen, the legitimate heir of the Duke of Zhendong, who recently became engaged to the second princess of Dao, currently serving as a lieutenant in the Imperial Guard. It is rumored that he expelled the son of the Marquis of Jinwu from the ranks just yesterday, indicating that he has firmly established his position within the military. Xia revealed a smile, one that seemed almost sweet, her demeanor remarkably versatile. The maid, Xiao Yin, was taken aback. She was aware of her mistress's unique dual pupils, capable of perceiving through any mask. Very well, I shall invite him in. Without further hesitation, Xiao Yin slowly exited the room. Xia sighed softly and then rose gracefully from the bath, her flawless form exposed to the air like a masterpiece of art. Pure droplets of water cascaded down her delicate skin, shimmering under the light, igniting a fervor in the heart, though alas, this scene was devoid of an appreciative audience. Outside in the courtyard, at the moment when Xia Chen and his companions were quietly enjoying their wine and observing the dance, a young man donned in a white mask approached them. My father, Li Gang, is an official in the Ministry of Revenue. I observed your exceptional demeanor from a distance, but it seems this is your first visit to this elegant abode. The young man smiled and quickly added, I am Li Kuei, courtesy named as Shan, dressed as a scholar. He bowed to Xia Chen, then confidently unfurled his folding fan, asserting himself. Upon hearing the name Li Kuei, Xia Chen felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, wondering if behind that mask stood a burly man with a beard who would greet him as brother the moment he spoke. Do you have an elder brother? Xia Chen couldn't help but inquire. Why do you say such a thing? I am the only son of my family, Li Kuei replied while fanning himself, seemingly believing this action conveyed his unique charm. Oh, merely a moment of curiosity. My name is Yang Shi, with no courtesy name. You may simply call me by my name. Xia Chen jested, but upon noticing the blank expressions around him, he felt a pang of boredom and spoke earnestly. Upon venturing out, particularly for leisure, one must adopt a pseudonym, for how could one possibly reveal their true identity? Ah, so you're a young master Yang. Li Kuei bowed once more, his mind racing to identify any Yang family in the capital with whom he had no connections. Yet, after much contemplation, he found himself unable to pinpoint a specific lineage. Noticing Xia Chen's lack of intent to divulge his family background, he refrained from further questioning. Could he be a scion of the esteemed Yang Lao? Suddenly, Li Kuei recalled the cabinet minister Yang Yin and the elder Yang, his heart racing. Yet he deemed it improbable. The elder Yang was known for his strict upbringing, and he had never heard of his offspring frequenting such establishments. Xia Chen remained oblivious to Li Kuei's speculations regarding his lineage. Even if he were aware, it would not concern him. After all, Li Kuei was merely a fifth-rank official, a position of little consequence in the capital, and thus Xia Chen felt no need to be overly mindful of it. Observing Xia Chen's indifference, Li Kuei found it difficult to gauge his background, yet he surmised that the young man came from a family of considerable means, as his refined demeanor was unmistakable. Determined, Li Kuei made another attempt to engage him in conversation. Brother Yang, it seems that this evening's hope of having the elegant maiden stay over is rather bleak. Instead, why don't we divert our course to Suyu Street? It is quite lively there, and I am aware of a delightful establishment where the ladies are exceptionally beautiful. Let us indulge in some drinks there and spend the night. I shall treat you, Li Kuei proclaimed with a hearty and exuberant demeanor. As the saying goes, the bonds of brotherhood among men are forged through shared experiences, studying together, facing challenges side by side, dividing spoils, and even visiting brothels together. Li Kuei prided himself on his discerning eye and seldom misjudged a situation. Perhaps this Yang Shi hails from a prestigious family in the capital, as there are several notable families with the surname Yang. Should his wager prove fortunate, it would be a considerable gain. Behind Xia Chen, Li Shi observed with growing suspicion, realizing that Li Kuei might be attempting to usurp his position. Tonight, he had invited their leader to the elegant abode. Yet this fellow sought to lead him to another brothel, implying that his arrangements were lacking and that their leader might not enjoy himself as intended. In that fleeting moment, Li Shi's perception of Li Kuei underwent a profound transformation. Chapter 23. The favor of the second princess, Li Kuei remained blissfully unaware of the unintentional offense he had caused. Just as he was basking in a fleeting moment of confidence, a woman emerged from within. It was Miss Xiaolian. The assembled crowd, initially prepared to retreat, instantly brightened at the sight of her. Although the opportunity to host Miss Qingya had vanished, the prospect of spending the night with Miss Xiaolian was equally enticing. Li Kuei's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at Xiaolian, whose beauty rivaled that of the most celebrated courtesans. If he could win her favor tonight, his visit would not be in vain. As he mused over this possibility, he noticed Xiaolian greeting the group before striding directly towards him. His heart raced. Had he been chosen? Did the enchanting Miss Xiaolian perceive his exceptional demeanor and, perhaps, learn of his father's esteemed position in the Ministry of Revenue? Intending to indulge him for the evening? Lost in his reverie, Li Kuei was abruptly brought back to reality as Xiaolian bypassed him and approached Yang Shi, the very individual he had intended to befriend. "Young master, my lady requests your presence," she called out brightly, bowing gracefully to Xia Chen. In that moment, her pristine attire clung closely to her form, accentuating her alluring curves and leaving little to the imagination. The spectators held their breath, captivated by the scene unfolding before them. Yet, amidst the admiration, confusion lingered. What was this? Miss Qingya had chosen to host someone else for the night? While the crowd held a vague recollection of Xia Chen, having noticed Miss Qingya's fleeting attention upon him during their earlier encounter, he had since faded from their focus due to his unremarkable demeanor. Several previously distinguished scholars rose in protest, their expressions betraying their discontent. Why should a newcomer outshine them? Was it merely because they had been gentlemanly in their pursuits? The matter at hand was not trivial. It concerned their chances of deeper engagement with Miss Qingya that evening, and none were willing to relinquish this opportunity. "Miss Xiaolian, this seems rather unjust. This individual has hardly distinguished himself tonight." One voice rang out, challenging the decision. Meanwhile, Li Kuei stood frozen beside Xia Chen, grappling with shock. Just moments ago, he had insisted that Miss Qingya would not host them overnight, contemplating a shift to a brothel to enjoy a more carefree evening with Yang Shi. Yet here was Yang Shi, unexpectedly selected. What was the basis for this choice? Were they not all masked, indistinguishable from one another in terms of attractiveness, with the sole difference being a marginally superior aura? As the atmosphere grew tense and discontent simmered amongst the crowd, Xiaolian inhaled deeply and donned a smile once more. "Gentlemen, the decision regarding overnight stays at Qingya Cottage ultimately rests with my lady's wishes. She has made her choice for the evening. I kindly invite you to return another day." With that, she turned to Xia Chen. "This young master, please proceed. You may all take your leave." Xia Chen rose to his feet and addressed Xia Qian and Li Shi, who were behind him. Just as Xia Qian was about to speak, Li Shi, with a beaming smile, interjected, "All right, boss, but do make sure to rise early tomorrow. Their essay task in the camp." Likely a request for assistance from the lantern bearers. Li Shi whispered in Xia Chen's ear, casting him a knowing glance that only a man could comprehend. Xia Chen paid little mind to Li Shi and followed closely behind Xiaolian. However, as they passed by the still-dazed Li Kuei, he suddenly grasped Xia Chen's arm, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. "Brother Yang, is there a secret behind this? How is it that you have caught the eye of the esteemed Miss Qingya?" Li Kuei paused slightly, refraining from uttering the words taking shortcuts. He too yearned to know how to take such a shortcut. How delightful it would be to gain favor with Miss Qingya. Xia Chen pondered briefly before patting Li Kuei's shoulder and softly replied, "Perhaps it is because I am more handsome than the rest." With that declaration, Xia Chen departed without a trace of hesitation, leaving the others with an enigmatic silhouette. The others, particularly those who had previously exhibited good behavior, felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that Xia Chen truly had gained favor with Miss Qingya. They were eager to follow. But at that moment, two burly figures who had been standing in the corner stepped forward, blocking their path. The scholars glanced at the imposing figures and quietly retreated, resuming their previous positions as if nothing had transpired. A scholar must possess both resilience and adaptability. As Xia Chen entered the room, he discovered a hidden world within. The courtyard was surprisingly vast, and he quietly followed Xiaolian, absorbing all the sights along their path. "Young master, we have arrived," Xiaolian announced as they reached a chamber in the inner courtyard, halting her steps and allowing Xia Chen to enter on his own. standing at the threshold. He hesitated momentarily, gazing at the delicate silhouette on the door paper. Resolute, he pushed the door open. Upon entering, Xia Chen was greeted by an enticing fragrance that filled the air, a peculiar scent reminiscent of blooming flowers intertwined with the subtle allure of a woman's essence. Utterly delightful. Inside, Xia sat at her vanity, seemingly oblivious to Xia Chen as she quietly attended to her grooming. The copper mirror reflected her exquisite visage, with droplets of water glistening at the tips of her hair, resembling scattered fragments of jade. She gently grasped a silk handkerchief, wiping away the droplets with a tenderness akin to caressing spring petals. Subsequently, she took a wooden comb and meticulously smoothed her flowing ebony locks from roots to tips, each stroke releasing a faint, ethereal fragrance. Her 3,000 strands of hair became increasingly lustrous under the candlelight, exuding a sheen akin to polished jade. Clad only in her undergarments, she revealed no excess skin, her cheeks flushed and radiant, embodying the grace of a refined lady, evoking thoughts of the impending events. The scene before Xia Chen became irresistibly captivating. He quietly observed, choosing not to disturb, relishing the moment in serene admiration. Truly, the young master possesses remarkable composure. Suddenly, a cool and serene voice resonated within the room. Xia turned her head, revealing her exquisitely beautiful visage that could captivate any heart. Such a breathtaking sight, if marred, would surely render me devoid of appreciation for beauty. Xia Chen chuckled lightly, exhibiting a rather frivolous demeanor, embodying the essence of a young master. You have already entered my abode, yet you still do not remove your mask? Xingya's gaze bore a hint of melancholy, stirring the emotions of those who beheld her. She slowly approached Xia Chen, pondering that perhaps the masked allure heightened the intrigue. Xia Chen smiled, while Xingya paused, not quite grasping why wearing a mask would add to the excitement. However, being astute, she surmised that Xia Chen was alluding to a deeper connection. This thought evoked a cold scoff within her. Ah, men truly are merely driven by lust for a woman's form. Xia Chen took the initiative to sit at the table, casting a glance at Xingya's graceful figure, particularly her ample bosom, which could undoubtedly unleash a tempest of allure. The moonlight was enchanting, the night endless. If one desired to gaze upon beauty, honesty should indeed be embraced. With a smile, Xia Chen unveiled his mask. His handsome visage, with deep and luminous eyes, a nose as proud as a peak, and lips slightly curved in a subtle smile, exuded an enchanting glow under the interplay of light and shadow. Though Xingya had previously glimpsed Xia Chen's face through a special ocular technique, it had been but a fleeting glance. Now, in close proximity, her gaze momentarily froze, unable to feign indifference as it lingered upon his countenance. Chapter 24. The Four Great Beauties of the Capital. What a handsome visage! Xingya couldn't help but marvel inwardly. It was her first encounter with a young man possessing such unparalleled beauty. Subconsciously, she found herself recalling the second princess of Dewu. How fortunate she was to have a future husband with such a countenance. Surely, she would never tire of it in the confines of her chamber. At this thought, Xingya's cheeks flushed, and she quickly averted her gaze, perplexed by the errant thoughts that had surfaced in her mind. She swiftly composed herself, restoring her natural poise. Young master, your appearance is truly exceptional. You could certainly vie for the title of the most handsome man in the capital. Xingya smiled, referring to a whimsical ranking established by some well-meaning individuals in the city who had designated 4 ladies and 4 gentlemen as the most beautiful and handsome. While the title may seem somewhat trite, those who made the list, regardless of gender, possessed an otherworldly charm and grace. Thus, Xingya had indeed encountered the so-called 4 great beauties of the capital. Xia Chen poured himself a cup of tea, displaying an unreserved demeanor, exuding an air of confidence. I have had the fortune to meet one of them, but in comparison to young master, he pales. Xingya, enveloped in a fragrant breeze, chose to sit beside Xia Chen, her words sincere rather than flattering. According to her intelligence from the imperial city, Xia Chen was merely 17 years old this year. In a year or two, as he approached his prime, his beauty would undoubtedly reach new heights. Upon hearing this, Xia Chen couldn't help but smile. Had he unwittingly become a male version of Yang Guifei? Beauty is a burden hard to forsake, nurtured in seclusion, unknown to the world. Will my emergence cause a stir? This poetic line unexpectedly surfaced in Xia Chen's mind. Indeed, he had spent the past 17 years largely within the confines of the Marquis' estate, with few recognizing him beyond its walls. He then pondered his future betrothed, who was destined to become an empress, and realized he might truly have the chance to become an extraordinary version of Yang Guifei. Strangely, his chosen alias also bore the surname Yang, as if fate itself had woven a thread of destiny. What is young master contemplating? Xingya observed Xia Chen's distant gaze with curiosity. Hadn't she merely praised his appearance from the heart? Why was he now lost in thought? Nothing much. Xia Chen regained his composure, sitting upright, which elicited a smile from Xingya. Could it be that this fellow was visiting such a place for the first time? Youthful master, the night is long, and tea can be rather dull. Here, we have fine wine. Xingya's bright eyes sparkled with mischief as she poured a glass of exquisite wine for Xia Chen. Xia Chen, intrigued, sought to change the topic. He was quite unfamiliar with the gossip of the capital. You mean you know about the four great beauties? Xia Chen inquired, genuinely unaware of such matters. How could you not know? I am surprised. Don't men typically find these things most fascinating? Xingya responded, astonished. However, her professional demeanor swiftly overshadowed the doubts that lingered in her heart. She spoke slowly, revealing that these four renowned beauties hail from extraordinary backgrounds, their credibility far surpassing that of the so-called four handsome men, without a shred of controversy. One was a direct disciple of the contemporary celestial master from the celestial master's mansion, while another was the current Buddhist nun from the Dragon Temple. The remaining two belonged to the secular world. One was the legitimate daughter of Prime Minister Lin Hanpu, and the other was the second daughter of His Majesty, Princess Yaowang. By the way, it had recently come to her attention that Princess Yaowang had been promised to someone, reportedly a legitimate son from the Duke of Easttown's household. When Xingya mentioned the second princess, she deliberately elaborated, scrutinizing Xia Chen's expression. To her disappointment, Xia Chen's countenance remained unperturbed, as if the esteemed son of the Duke had no relevance to him. Curiously, did individuals from the Celestial Master's Mansion and the Dragon Temple also participate in the selection? Xia Chen pondered. For the Celestial Master's Mansion and the Dragon Temple were sanctuaries of Taoism and Buddhism in the Great Wu Dynasty, arguably the epitomes of these spiritual paths. The Celestial Master and the Abbot of the Dragon Temple were considered the pinnacle of their respective domains. Yet both institutions refrained from engaging in worldly affairs. They were situated on opposite sides of the capital, seemingly in a state of standoff, although they did not enter the competition. Some enthusiastic individuals had nonetheless elevated these two figures in consideration. Xingya spoke softly, her words imbued with the charm of Jiangnan. How does my appearance compare to these four ladies? She mused. How could I ever measure up to them? Xingya paused, then swiftly shook her head, chuckling lightly. Do not jest with me, young master. In terms of status, appearance, and grace, I am worlds apart from them and unworthy of comparison. She gently mocked herself before rising slowly. Young master, the hour is late. Do you truly wish to engage in a prolonged conversation with me tonight? Xingya seemed reluctant to dwell on the matter, and she gracefully approached the bedside, lifting her delicate foot to ascend the bed. In an instant, her demeanor transformed, shifting from the poised noblewoman to the most enchanting temptress in existence. Her sultry gaze radiated an alluring glow, instantly enveloping the room in an intimate atmosphere. Xia Chen smiled and floated toward the bed. It appeared that Xingya could no longer contain herself. How impatient she was. He teased, taking a seat on the bed, gazing at the beauty before him. Is it not the young master who possesses a heart of stone, engrossed in conversation amidst such splendid scenery, yet failing to initiate any playful interaction with me? Xingya's eyes held a trace of sorrow, the contrast palpable. Xia Chen chuckled, his desire to embrace this striking noblewoman overwhelming him. However, just as he made a move, fatigue washed over him, and he collapsed onto the bed, drifting into a deep slumber. Bah! Indeed, there is not a single decent man among them, just engaged and already rushing to such places. Xiao Yin entered from outside, letting out a scoff, resembling a small lioness. She remained steadfastly outside the door, fully aware of Xia Chen's identity. Previously, she had overheard Xia take the initiative to discuss the second princess's marriage with him. I had not anticipated his visit, yet it presented a fortuitous opportunity. Perhaps we could leverage his influence to provide the lantern-bearer with some intelligence. The lantern-bearer has been investigating with excessive fervor lately, causing our underground network in the capital to suffer significant losses. If this continues, we may encounter dire consequences. Xia sighed, casting a glance at the now slumbering Xia Chen before descending from the bed. She had regained her dignified and elegant demeanor, with the previous allure completely vanished. Her entire being exuded an ethereal and refined aura. Beside her, Xiao Yin exclaimed in anger, "Damn those people from the Great Foam. Had it not been for our intervention back then, they would have long been annihilated by the Great Wu. Yet now, having regained their strength, they dare to betray us, stealing our military defense maps and framing us for it." Xiao Yin, filled with indignation, noted that many of their members had recently been captured. Although they were primarily peripheral members, if this situation persisted, it would inevitably lead to repercussions for their core group. More critically, the covert operatives from the Feng National Inspection Bureau had leaked information regarding their Royal City Division to the Lantern Bearer, resulting in severe losses for their organization. Chapter 25. The Imperial City Division. There is undoubtedly an undercover agent from the Investigation Bureau within our Imperial City Division. Otherwise, we would not have suffered such a humiliating defeat this time. Our identities have become perilous, and it is time for us to assume new ones. Xia spoke in a cold tone, and Xiaoyan, with a serious expression, nodded in agreement. After exchanging glances at the slumbering Xia Chen, Xiaoyan could not help but voice her concern. "Miss, what shall we do next? Should we directly use an illusion to convey some clues to him? But even if he becomes aware of the clues, will he pursue the investigation? I am somewhat apprehensive. The duties of espionage are primarily entrusted to the lantern bearers, while Xia Chen is merely a junior officer in the Imperial Guard. Can he truly be of any assistance? Individuals like him, born of merit, surely enter the bureaucratic realm with aspirations of making significant contributions. According to the records, his enlistment in the Imperial Guard is certainly not for idleness. Regardless of the outcome, we must make an attempt. We cannot allow ourselves to be manipulated by the Investigation Bureau." As Xia spoke, she approached the bedside, her gaze rippling like water, infused with a peculiar energy. "I shall first draw him into a dream state, subtly influencing him within that realm, compelling him to visit the Chunhua building tomorrow, where he will uncover certain clues. He will perceive these discoveries as a testament to his own brilliance, blissfully unaware that he has become a tool in our hands." A faint smile graced Xia's face. Were it not for the necessity of gathering intelligence through this identity, she would never permit such a loathsome man to enter her chamber. The notion of allowing him to touch her was utterly inconceivable. Regardless of who it may be, anyone entering her room would find themselves ensnared in her dreamscape, a realm so vivid it could easily deceive the senses and influence one's thoughts. A radiant glow enveloped Xia, particularly within her eyes, where a spirited luminescence shimmered. Two ethereal butterflies emerged from her gaze, gracefully drifting into Xia Chen's being. However, as soon as they entered, Xia's expression shifted dramatically. Within her line of sight, she suddenly perceived a pair of eyes gazing down upon her, hind devoid of emotion, akin to a deity. This pair of eyes possessed 4 pupils, seemingly containing the essence of truth and the ultimate mysteries of existence. Transformed into a butterfly, Xia felt her very soul quiver, frozen in place. In the next instant, the 2 azure butterflies that had invaded Xia Chen's consciousness shattered, dissolving into a mere mirage. Xia opened her eyes, her complexion pale and her gaze betraying a hint of terror. Just as she contemplated retreating, a large hand firmly grasped her slender, jade-like arm, an overwhelming force emanating from it, causing her to stumble and fall onto the bed. By the time Xia regained her bearings, she found herself nestled in Xia Chen's embrace, who regarded her with a smile that was neither wholly amused nor entirely serious. In a fleeting moment, Qingya seemed to glimpse within Xia Chen's eyes a fusion of two pupils, as profound as a black hole, capable of ensnaring one's very heart. "Release my lady." The abrupt turn of events unfolded too swiftly. By the time Xiaolian reacted, she discovered that her mistress's neck was already ensnared by another's grip. Yet within her heart, there lingered an inexplicable confusion. Had not Xia Chen already succumbed to the illusion, drifting into a deep slumber? The beauty nestled in his embrace. Her skin, as smooth and warm as jade, should have ignited an atmosphere of utmost intimacy. Yet both individuals upon the bed found themselves devoid of the desire to delve deeper into conversation. To her astonishment, the illustrious and graceful maiden was, in fact, a formidable sorceress, capable of forcibly drawing others into illusions. One wondered if she possessed the power to kill within dreams. Xia Chen, intrigued, gently grasped Qingya's smooth and flawless chin, akin to a wealthy young master teasing a virtuous lady. He tilted her exquisitely perfect face upward, his gaze fixed upon her eyes, which still radiated a mysterious sapphire-like glow. Their bodies were pressed closely together, almost within arm's reach, as their breaths brushed against each other's cheeks. In an instant, the fine hairs on Qingya's skin stood on end, her body reacting with goosebumps, her cheeks flushing as if she had indulged in too much wine. Little Lien, witnessing Xia Chen's utter disregard for her presence as he laid hands upon her mistress, felt a surge of urgency. Her aura erupted, vitality coursing through her veins, her body taut like a small, fierce beast poised to pounce. A sorceress, a seventh-tier warrior, and yet the humble Qingya cottage concealed such profound depths. Xia Chen, unfazed, brazenly traced his fingers over Qingya's flawless visage. His touch, gliding along her porcelain-like skin, ignited a blush upon her face, as if his fingers bore some enchanting magic. This sensation was unprecedented for her. "You have not been asleep at all. You have heard our entire conversation. Impossible. You clearly consumed the tea and wine, both laced with my sedative." Within Xia Chen's embrace, Qingya began to force herself to regain composure, realizing the situation was slipping from her control. Fear gripped her. She was apprehensive that Xia Chen might truly act upon her, leading to the ruin of her honor at the hands of this man. Hastily she spoke up, attempting to divert his attention. That night, to ensure absolute security, she had not only added a layer of physical measures, but also infused their drinks with a colorless sedative developed by the Imperial City Division. Coupled with her ocular techniques, it should have rendered him ineffective. "Perhaps I am simply more robust than anticipated. Your dosage must have been insufficient," Xia Chen remarked casually. With the presence of a system within him, any foreign substance entering his body would first be scanned. If deemed harmful, it would be neutralized. His body was, in essence, impervious to toxins. Qingya was momentarily taken aback. What nonsense was this? Insufficient dosage? The courtyard is filled with our people. You cannot escape. Be wise and release our mistress, or else. Or else what? Do you intend to act against me? Do you believe you can subdue me in an instant under these circumstances, with your mere seventh-tier prowess? Xia Chen raised his gaze, scrutinizing Xiaolian, a young maidservant who appeared to be of tender years, yet possessed the prowess of a seventh-grade spirit mirror. It seemed that the elegant individual in his grasp was far more significant than he had initially surmised. Even if she had gone missing in the Imperial City, she was unlikely to be an inconspicuous figure. This evening, he likely had ensnared a considerable prize. He continued, "You may attempt to strike at me or summon those in the courtyard. Perhaps there are individuals of 6th or even 5th grade mastery among them who could subdue me. However, I must forewarn you of two matters. First, those individuals are likely also affiliated with the Imperial City S authority, not mere servants of your household. Should word spread of your young mistress being found in such a compromising position with me, do not blame me for the consequences. Second, it is now past curfew, and there are lantern bearers and the Imperial Guard patrolling the vicinity. Should a conflict erupt here, do you think the experts among the lantern bearers and the Imperial Guard would not be alerted at once?" Xia Chen smiled, his demeanor somewhat audacious, and then he gently pinched the soft, delicate cheek of the elegant figure in his embrace. The reason he felt confident in leaving Xia Qian and Li Shi to return alone was rooted in his assurance of his own abilities and the security of the capital. Chapter 26. Miss, he did not impose anything upon you last night, did he? The room was enveloped in silence. Only the laughter of Xia Chen resonating as he held a beautiful woman in his arms, creating a scene reminiscent of a villain tormenting an innocent maiden. Xiao Yin ground her teeth in frustration, her face flushed with anger, yet she felt utterly helpless. The truth was, as Xia Chen had articulated, should a conflict erupt here, it would undoubtedly attract the most skilled fighters from the capital, leaving them with no means of escape. Young master, since you are already aware of our identities, perhaps you might consider releasing me so we can sit down and have a proper discussion. At that moment, Xia had regained her composure, her bright eyes fixed intently on Xia Chen. She sensed there was more to this seemingly inconsequential scion of the Zhendong Marquis than what was revealed in the records of the Imperial City Division. Can we not converse while on the bed? Xia Chen's fingers gently brushed against Xing's alluringly smooth back, sending shivers coursing through her body. Her skin flushing crimson as if struck by lightning, an odd sensation flooding her heart. Xia Chen was warning her, making it clear that she had become a prisoner and yet still wished to control the situation and seize the initiative. Young master, since you have overheard our conversation, I shall speak candidly. The military defense map was not stolen by us, but rather it was a scheme orchestrated by the Great Feng Inspection Institute, using us as scapegoats. Why should I believe you? I know not who pilfered the military defense map, but you are undoubtedly affiliated with the Imperial City Division, a fact as solid as iron. Furthermore, considering your apparent rank within the division, capturing you and dismantling your stronghold is already quite the achievement. Xia Chen smiled, unfazed by the identity of the thief. As long as he could deliver someone to the authorities, it would be a significant triumph. Why then, he mused, seek distant victories when he could achieve immediate success. Both Xia and Xiao Lian fell into silence, unable to counter his assertions. For Xia Chen, whether he apprehended members of the Imperial City Division or the Inspection Institute, it would be a noteworthy accomplishment. There is another proposition. The Great Feng Inspection Institute likely has agents embedded within your Imperial City Division. Thus, you two must have similar arrangements. Why not provide me with the locations of the Inspection Institute members in the capital and present evidence that the military defense map was not pilfered by your faction? In return, I shall grant you your freedom. Suddenly, Xia Chen's voice echoed once more, illuminating the darkened expressions of Xia and Xiao Lian, igniting a spark of hope within them, their emotions soaring like a roller coaster. Xia gazed deeply at the young man, so close to her, a presence she could feel with every breath. This youth was not only striking in appearance, but also possessed ambitions that far exceeded those of his peers. Xia Chen's eyes shimmered with determination. Capturing members of the Imperial City Division was indeed a remarkable feat, but it would not suffice. If the military defense map was genuinely not stolen by them, the truth would eventually surface as the lantern bearers continued their search. At that point, Xia Chen's triumph in capturing the Imperial City Division's covert operatives would lose its luster. However, if he could be the first to uncover this issue, and not only dismantle the covert network of the Great Inspection Bureau in the capital, but also inflict substantial losses upon them, it would surely attract the attention of Emperor Wen. Xia Chen pondered. He was not merely content with obliterating a stronghold of the Imperial Capital Bureau. He aspired to leverage this victory for swift promotion. If successful, although it would trample upon the dignity of the lantern bearer and draw the scrutiny of various factions, the benefits would outweigh the drawbacks. With only 5 years remaining, he was still a mere 7th-rank officer. Thus he must rise rapidly. Why should I trust you? If I provide you with the intelligence of the Inspection Bureau, and you turn around to apprehend us, would it not be a complete ruin for me? I cannot offer you proof. The only assurance lies in my character, and you may choose not to gamble, Xia Chen asserted, tightening his grip on Xia's delicate chin, compelling her autumn-like, shimmering gaze to meet his own, his nonchalant words imbued with an air of dominance. In a fleeting moment, a mysterious ripple emanated from Xia Chen's eyes, subtly influencing Xia's judgment. She seemed to recall the colossal eyes resembling the heavenly way from her earlier intrusion into Xia Chen's consciousness. For an instant, her thoughts appeared to suspend. The room remained silent for a considerable time until, finally, A voice gently emerged from Qingya's alluring crimson lips. All right, I shall provide you with the information regarding the covert agents of the Inspection Bureau. As dawn broke, sunlight poured into the room, illuminating it like a sea of gold. On the bed, Qingya slowly opened her eyes, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over her. Her waist ached, her legs tingled, particularly around her knees, as though she had knelt for too long, marked with bruises. As her consciousness returned, memories of the previous night flooded her mind. She abruptly turned to her side and discovered a man sleeping beside her, one hand resting on her waist. Sensing her movement, that warm hand tightened, drawing her delicate form into his embrace. Qingya felt the heat of his broad chest, her cheeks instantly flushed with crimson. Glancing down at her attire, she felt a sense of relief. Although somewhat disheveled, she was still clad in the same outfit from the previous night. Good morning. Xia Chen's eyes remained closed, seemingly still in slumber, yet his voice resonated through the air. Could you let go of me now? Qingya urged, striving to regain her composure. Although she had employed her unique identity to gather intelligence, she had never permitted any man to touch her body. Throughout, she had remained untainted. Last night, while the man had not forced any intimacy upon her, the fact that they had spent an entire night together and shared the same bed, compounded by physical contact, was significant. Upon reflecting on this, Qingya gently pressed her lips together, casting a gaze filled with complexity upon Xia Chen. Although the final act did not transpire, her innocence was evidently tarnished by the hands of this formidable prince. Yet, she felt a lingering trepidation. The courtyard was swarming with his allies, and should she release him, they might swiftly conspire to dismantle her. What could she do in such a predicament? Xia Chen remained with his eyes closed. It was as if he possessed the ability to perceive everything around him. He remained vigilant, cautious even as the situation reached its climax. The night had grown late, the outside world cloaked in silence due to the curfew, and thus he had naturally chosen to stay the night. Have the materials I requested been prepared? Xiaolian. Qingya could feel the heat of a large hand resting on her waist beneath the covers. Her thoughts were tumultuous, and a flush crept upon her cheeks. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to regain her composure and called out towards the door. The entrance swung open immediately, revealing Xiaolian, her eyes ablaze with fury, brandishing a long knife as she stormed in. Miss, that scoundrel did not harm you last night, did he? Chapter 27, The Compliance Test. Xiaolian had not slept a wink last night, remaining steadfast in the courtyard. Initially, she intended to stay within the confines of her room, but alas, Xia Chen had forcibly expelled her. Me fine. Qingya shook her head, though her expression betrayed her unease. Indeed, Xia Chen had not been overly aggressive towards her. Yet in the latter part of the night, when she sensed he had succumbed to slumber, she contemplated breaking free from his grasp. Just as she made a move, intending to unleash her internal energy, the seemingly dormant Xia Chen awakened with an uncanny awareness, swiftly restraining her once more. His punishment for this disobedient beauty was to compel her to kneel in a most humiliating position, which resulted in bruises upon her fair, jade-like knees. It was only when she was utterly exhausted that he permitted her to recline and sleep, after which she dared not attempt any further tricks. This young man possesses an unsettling aura. Xiaolian observed the peculiar expression of her mistress, growing increasingly anxious. Although she had not heard any tumultuous sounds from the room the previous night, the fact that her mistress had spent the night in close quarters with this man raised countless questions about what transpired. Hand me the documents. Time is of the essence, and I must attend to my duties. Xia Chen beckoned to Xiaolian, his demeanor reminiscent of a master commanding a servant, which further incensed her. Glancing at the sky, Xia Chen realized that if he delayed any longer, Xia Qian, unless she might genuinely believe he had overexerted himself the previous night, leading to his current fatigue. He had no desire for them to misconstrue such trivial matters as a sign of weakness. Do hand them over. Though Qing was uncertain of what Xia Chen meant by going to work, she was eager to cease her entanglement with him. After a night filled with futile struggles, she had gained not the slightest advantage. Reluctantly, Xiaolian retreated, only to return shortly, holding a stack of documents which she handed over to Xia Chen with evident reluctance. Xia Chen lazily reclined upon the bed, accepting the documents with one hand while releasing Xia with the other. As she felt the warmth of his hand that had rested on her shoulder, she exhaled a sigh of relief. After the tumult of the previous night, her attire had become disheveled, with one shoulder exposed, thus leaving no barrier between them. Although Xia Chen had relinquished his hold on Xia and was engrossed in the documents, she dared not move an inch. Having witnessed the young man's extraordinary abilities the previous night, she was certain he had been asleep, yet upon her slightest action, he had swiftly subdued her as though he had anticipated her every move. Such prowess was formidable. No wonder, after their confrontation last night, he had the audacity to allow her to rest beside him, seemingly unafraid of any potential threats in the depths of slumber. How intriguing. It appears your Imperial City Department has embedded numerous operatives within the Inspection Institute, Xia Chen remarked, a smile gracing his lips as he perused the detailed documents in his hand. As one of the three foremost dark organizations in this world, the Emperor's Sharp Blade, the Lantern Bearers of Dewu, the Royal City Office of Deqing, and the Inspection Institute of Defeng are all deeply intertwined. The most intense battleground lies within the capitals of these three nations. The capital of Dewu serves as the stronghold of the Lantern Bearers, yet it conceals agents from both the Royal City Office and the Inspection Institute, a clandestine truth acknowledged by officials and commoners alike. This situation arises not from the Lantern Bearers' complacency, but from their acute awareness that even if they were to eradicate every agent of the Royal City Office and the Inspection Institute, a new wave of infiltrators would inevitably arrive in the capital. Neither Deqing nor Defeng would relinquish their grip on the political center of the capital. Similarly, the capitals of Deqing and Defeng face a comparable scenario, rife with hidden spies. Here, amidst the Lantern Bearers' domain, one would expect camaraderie with the Inspection Institute. While mutual assistance might not be anticipated, betrayal would be unthinkable. Yet this time, the Inspection Institute has wielded us as instruments, leaving us no choice but to retaliate. Xia spoke coldly, her voice laced with elegance. Xia Chen, having perused the documents in his hand, fell into a contemplative silence before raising his hand to pierce his fingertip. The crimson blood seemed to radiate a peculiar energy as he calmly declared, "Open your mouth." Xia, momentarily taken aback, instinctively sensed the strangeness of his blood. She knew that some sorcerers could wield their own blood to perform enigmatic spells. Observing her lack of response, Xia Chen wasted no more words. He seized her face, roughly prying her mouth open, and thrust his bloodied finger inside. Coughing, Xia struggled to breathe, covering her mouth in shock. "What have you done?" "This is a method for even martial artists can utilize it. Your body now incorporates my essence, allowing me to sense your whereabouts from this moment onward. Therefore, I trust this information is accurate. Moreover, you may need to change your identity. If you comply, there may yet be opportunities for collaboration," Xia Chen said with a smile, gently pinching Xia's smooth, rosy cheek as he stood up from the bed like a demon. "The hour grows late. Assist me in my ablutions and attire." Xia Chen treated this space as his own domain, his tone simultaneously gentle and domineering. Lying on the bed, Xia pursed her lips, her gaze complex. Yet she slowly rose to groom and arrange Xia Chen's hair. As this was her first experience in serving another, the various techniques felt foreign to her, making the process rather clumsy. However, Xia Chen displayed remarkable patience, never once contemplating a change in servants. The entire affair resembled a process of domestication. Should a player from another realm arrive at that moment, they would undoubtedly comprehend Xia Chen's actions, as their world had a specific term for such behavior. Compliance testing. Xia Chen, feeling refreshed, strode confidently into the official's office. "Young master." Xia Chen had been awaiting at the magistrate's office when she noticed Xia Chen approaching with haste. "Boss, how was last night?" On the other side, Li Shi also spotted Xia Chen, his eyes glinting, and he hurried over, a knowing smile gracing his face. What else could it be but enjoyable? Xia Chen patted Li Shi on the shoulder, a smile illuminating his face. "As long as the boss is comfortable, that's what matters." Li Shi chuckled foolishly in agreement. "Have all the brothers arrived at the magistrate's office?" Xia Chen refrained from elaborating on the events of the previous night, and instead glanced around before inquiring. They're mostly here. Good. Assemble the A and B troops. Xia Chen's smile faded, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. Xia Chen was taken aback, unsure of the sudden call to assemble, yet she refrained from asking questions. While she remained composed. Soon, the 200 men under Xia Chen's command swiftly gathered at the camp. Chapter 28. Should there be any resistance, execute without hesitation. Within the encampment, a palpable sense of confusion enveloped the other battalions, who could not fathom why the 1st and 2nd battalions were poised for what seemed to be a significant confrontation so early in the day. Xia Chen beckoned Xia Hui to one side and whispered a series of directives into his ear. As Xia Hui listened, his expression grew increasingly grave, culminating in Xia Chen's words. We shall divide our forces into 2 groups, and speed is of the essence. Should anyone dare to resist, they are to be shot on sight. However, the core individuals must be captured and brought back. Understood, sir. In the military camp, Xia Hui addressed Xia Chen by his rank, omitting the title of young master. Xia Chen then addressed all the soldiers, proclaiming, the 1st battalion shall follow Commander Xia, while the 2nd battalion will accompany me. Beyond this, Xia Chen offered no further explanation. The 200 elite soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed yet refraining from questioning the purpose of their orders. Aside from the directive to assault the imperial palace, they were simply required to obey. The 100 fully armed elite soldiers, under Xia Chen's command, swiftly surged forth from the Yulin Guard's gates, heading directly towards East Street. Younger master, what exactly are we going to do? At this juncture, Xia Chen stealthily approached Xia Chen, whispering his inquiry. Do not ask questions. You will soon find out. Xia Chen recoiled slightly, aware that his master's demeanor signaled that significant events were on the horizon. A quarter of an hour later, they arrived at East Zhendong Street. This thoroughfare was a hub for tea houses and theaters, essentially the cultural epicenter of the capital. Each year, the latest operas and storytelling performances would first emerge here, subsequently spreading throughout the entire realm. In front of the renowned Baiwei building, Xia Chen halted. Surround this theater. Allow not a single fly to escape. Anyone who disregards the warning and attempts to break through must be shot on the spot. His stern and unyielding demeanor sent shivers down the spines of the elite soldiers. The capital was home to numerous dignitaries and nobles, and the Baiwei building, with its immense reputation, was particularly frequented by members of the royal family seeking entertainment. The potential repercussions of harming someone with influential connections were daunting. Nevertheless, considering their leader's formidable background, the soldiers exhibited no hesitation and swiftly encircled the entire establishment. Inside the Baiwei building, a grand and opulent stage showcased a variety of performers. Recently, a new opera titled The Tale of the Mandarin Ducks had emerged, capturing the admiration of the capital's elite. This production, originating from their very own Baiwei building, was performed at least 3 times daily to satisfy the incessant demand of the illustrious patrons. The Tale of Mandarin Ducks narrates a poignant love story between the male protagonist, a scion of a noble house, and the female lead, a princess of the fox tribe from the eastern wilderness. Initially, their union was deemed unworthy by societal standards. However, against all odds, the couple pledged their lives to one another. What should have been a heartwarming romance took an unexpected turn, allowing the opera to stand out, thanks to the innovative imagination of its composer. Just when the audience believed that the fox princess and the noble heir could live happily ever after, tragedy struck. The princess met her demise, leaving the spectators in stunned silence. This marked the first time they had witnessed such a narrative twist. In the wake of her death, the male lead descended into darkness, embarking on a path of vengeance to avenge his beloved. This unprecedented storyline captivated the audience, leading to an overwhelming demand for tickets to the performance at Baiwei Tower. Suddenly, chaos ensued as officials surrounded the venue. At the climax of the plot, attendants from various households rushed into the hall, their expressions fraught with panic. The grand entrance of the armed guards, brandishing their weapons, plunged Baiwei Tower into disorder, leaving everyone bewildered by the unfolding events. Stand down. Remain in your positions. Any movement will be met with lethal force. Just as the atmosphere thickened with confusion. A commanding voice rang out, momentarily disorienting all present. Xia Chen stood at the forefront, flanked by a dozen guards ready to draw their blades at a signal. Beside him, crossbows and firearms were aimed at the crowd, prepared to unleash their fury at the slightest provocation. Such weaponry, if discharged simultaneously, would render even the most skilled warriors unable to evade their fate. The once displeased dignitaries, disturbed by the interruption, instantly stiffened. Their intentions to confront the guards swallowed in silence as they settled back into their seats. Xia Chen's gaze swept through the throng until it settled upon a striking young actor at the center of the stage, portraying the male lead in Mandarin Ducks. At that moment, the actor, too, scrutinized Xia Chen, their eyes locking in an intense exchange. What a handsome figure, but nothing extraordinary. This thought flickered through the actor's mind upon seeing Xia Chen, while the latter, armed with the insights of a refined observer, noted that this performer had recently gained fame throughout the capital, attracting the admiration of many noble women. However, to Xia Chen, the actor's look seemed rather unremarkable. "Seize him." Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Chen pointed at the actor, his voice cold and commanding. In an instant, 5 guards unsheathed their swords, moving with the precision of a predator among prey, advancing swiftly towards the actor. The actor's demeanor turned serious. He had sensed something amiss the moment the guards entered. Now, as they approached him directly, it became evident that he was their target. This was no mere coincidence. They had come for him. Behind the performer, a martial character stood resolutely, poised to shield the artist from the oncoming imperial guards, with concealed weapons deftly at hand. The 5 guards hastily raised their long blades in defense. Yet 3 more assailants emerged from behind the performer. Instantly, the stage erupted into chaos. The audience, taken aback, watched in astonishment as some of the concealed weapons narrowly missed them, sending chills down their spines. They had not anticipated that these actors possessed such formidable prowess and would dare confront the imperial troops. The realization that they had just witnessed a display by a troop of fierce combatants set their hearts racing with trepidation. "Onward," commanded Xia Chen, maintaining an air of calm amidst the turmoil. At that moment, 10 more skilled fighters surged forth from behind him, while an increasing number of imperial guards flooded through the entrance. The performer, standing at the center of the stage, felt a profound sense of dread as his identity was compromised. It was becoming increasingly likely that he would meet his end here. Even if he managed to escape the Minuet Tower, he would undoubtedly draw the attention of patrolling guards and those lurking in the shadows, leaving him with no avenues of retreat. Nevertheless, the performer was not willing to surrender easily. From his sleeves, he produced an array of paper figures, some wielding broadswords, others brandishing long swords. These figures swiftly expanded in mid-air, as if animated by life itself. Before long, they demonstrated impressive offensive capabilities, clashing vigorously with the Imperial Guards. Chapter 29. The Azura Officer. Inside the White Moon Tower, gasps of horror echoed intermittently. The expanding glimmers of blades rendered some spectators in the hall pale with fear. Fortunately, the presence of the Imperial Guard brought them a measure of solace. Xia Chen narrowed his eyes. The situation had dragged on longer than he anticipated. He sought a blitzkrieg, a strike that would catch the Intelligence Bureau's spies unawares. Yet now, they were being delayed. Altogether, swiftly subdue them. With that command, Xia Chen drew the crimson long sword from his back. As his vital energy surged, the sword emanated an intense heat. His aura skyrocketed, embodying unyielding strength and overwhelming dominance. He aimed directly at a paper figure and struck, igniting it in a blaze of flames. A figure capable of contending with 2 or 3 Imperial Guards was obliterated in an instant. Xia Chen led the charge, akin to a tiger among sheep, dispatching each paper figure with a single stroke, while behind him, Xia Chen urged the Imperial Guards to follow suit. Despite the carnage he wrought upon the paper figures, Xia Chen's focus remained fixed on the performer. The information provided by Qingya indicated that this performer held a mid to high-ranking position within the Intelligence Bureau, orchestrating many of their activities in the capital. This theft of military defense plans was closely tied to him. The performer's expression was grave, even in such dire circumstances. He remained composed, scanning the surroundings for an escape route. "Break through," he commanded coldly, and more paper figures erupted from his hands. However, it seemed the effort to maintain these figures drained too much of his energy, leaving him pallid. "You go on ahead. I will cover your retreat." The martial artist, the first to strike, brandished a large blade, positioning himself before the performer just as Xia Chen closed the distance. With a thunderous shout, the martial artist swung his sword downward, aiming to cleave Xia Chen in two like a mountain crashing down. Xia Chen, as if foreseeing the attack, had already unleashed his blade at the moment the martial artist raised his weapon. In that fleeting moment, all present beheld a radiant sun emerging from Xia Chen's sword, illuminating the earth. When they reopened their eyes, they beheld a crimson gash appearing at the center of the martial artist's body. And amidst the horrified gazes of the onlookers, his form was split asunder, staining the stage with blood. The scene was gruesomely vivid. In the boxes on the second and third floors, many young ladies and noble women turned pale, their earlier fascination with the striking youth replaced by fear and terror. A living being was gruesomely dismembered before their very eyes, regardless of the identity of those captured by the imperial guards. Any sane individual witnessing such a spectacle would be consumed by dread. Blood splattered across Xia Chen's face, transforming him into a veritable incarnation of hellish fury. After dispatching the foe before him, Xia Chen did not hesitate. He charged straight for the performer. "You are Xia Chen, the so-called useless one from the East Town Marquis residence. It appears that everyone has been deceived, blinded by appearances. To slay a peak 8th-rank martial artist with a single strike, your true depth is astonishing." The performer retreated, casting a cold gaze upon Xia Chen. Their inspection agency possessed records of Xia Chen, yet it seems those records were erroneous. A 17-year-old 7th-rank martial artist, even within the East Town Marquis estate, could undoubtedly be considered a prodigy. Xia Chen had no intention of engaging in dialogue with the performer. His focus was solely on this leader. His singular desire was to seize the central position, disregarding those who stood in his path, attempting to protect the performer. As Xia Chen led the charge, he activated the Qiyong body refining technique, allowing the vitality within him to surge forth, enveloping his form like armor. His speed was akin to lightning, and the dual pupils in his eyes re-emerged, rendering the movements of those around him agonizingly slow, as if time itself had been altered. The performer, eyeing the nearby window, prepared to leap outside. However, in an instant, a figure reminiscent of a demonic god materialized behind him. A hand reached out, and the performer felt the air around him being siphoned away. In the next heartbeat, pain shot through his neck as Xia Chen effortlessly lifted him as if he were a mere chick. As a sorcerer, he possessed numerous abilities, yet being approached by a martial artist posed a grave threat, especially when that martial artist was Xia Chen. With the performer captured, the chaos within the Baiwa Tower was swiftly quelled. Several performers attacking the elite troops were immediately struck down by crossbows, while the remaining were captured without resistance. Despite the complexity of the situation, it unfolded in less than 10 minutes, successfully apprehending the target. Return all individuals from Baiwa Tower to the Yamen before my return. Regardless of who arrives, ensure they do not take anyone away. Xia Chen instructed Xia Chen, commanding him to personally lead 30 men back to escort the captives. "Boss, I shall accompany brother Xia Chen. With so many people from Baiwa Tower, my presence would ensure a more stable escort." Li Shi interjected, eager to alleviate some of Xia Chen's burden. Xia Chen glanced at him and nodded in agreement. Within Baiwa Tower, the elite troops, while clearing the battlefield, administered blood-sealing needles to the crouched inspectors who were holding their heads. The blood-sealing needle, developed by the Celestial Master S-House, is a disposable apparatus that significantly restricts martial artists. Once implanted, it becomes exceedingly difficult to mobilize one's vital energy. Xia Chen observed the performer in his grasp, noting the frigid glare directed at him, as though the performer wished to devour him alive. "With such a clear intent aimed at me, it appears you have acquired our information. You seek to usurp credit from the lantern bearer, and after so many years of concealment, your ambitions are evidently substantial. The performer glared fiercely at Xia Chen, having anticipated an encounter with the lantern-bearer, yet never imagining he would fall into the hands of the elite troops, especially to someone he had deemed insignificant like Xia Chen. Xia Chen remained silent, delivering a powerful blow to the back of the actor's head, rendering him unconscious. The method was brutally direct, yet remarkably effective. He cradled the actor in his hands, opting not to hand him over to Xia Chen. Instead, Li Shi insisted on taking charge of the situation personally. "Gather some people and accompany me to the next location," Xia Chen commanded, swiftly departing from the Baiweb building with a contingent of several dozen, aiming to catch the Inspection Institute off guard with a blitzkrieg approach. "Where's the boss heading now? Is there still a hidden spy?" Li Shi inquired, playfully tapping Xia Qian's arm, his curiosity piqued. "I have no idea," Xia Qian replied, shaking his head, refraining from further commentary as he turned to handle the subsequent matters concerning the Baiweb building. The audience at the Baiweb building breathed a collective sigh of relief, watching as all the spies were apprehended, leading to hushed discussions among themselves. Are these individuals from the Royal City Division or the Inspection Institute? Who would have thought that Baiweb building was their stronghold? One person remarked, filled with trepidation. Chapter 30, The Third Prince. Who is that leading figure, so fierce and ruthless? Although Xia Chen swiftly concluded the battle, he left an indelible impression on everyone. Throughout the encounter, he spoke not a word. His actions were decisive and forceful. Such dominance and coldness. The handsome officer was strikingly attractive. It is remarkable that such a beautiful man exists in the capital. In a loft, some beautiful ladies gazed in fascination, their eyes sparkling. Despite the previous gruesome scene, the matter had now concluded. Xia Chen's appearance had once again captivated them. They were eager to inquire about his lineage, wondering if he was already betrothed. Some young ladies gazed dreamily, their cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. On the third floor of Baiwei Tower, in a most central and visually advantageous private room, a young man of extraordinary demeanor was having tea with a captivatingly charming woman. Even amidst the chaos, these two remained utterly composed, observing the unfolding drama from their elevated vantage point, as if watching a grand spectacle, while everyone else below played the part of mere actors. Su Buliu, the officer from earlier, displayed remarkable skill. The young man with an exceptional aura chuckled lightly and casually inquired of a swordsman standing silently in a shadowy corner. This individual, both in his energy and mastery of his own vitality, was nothing short of perfection. With a single stroke, he concentrated all his power at the blade's tip. Having already comprehended the essence of the sword, his intent was as unyielding and radiant as the sun, and few in the 7th rank could rival him. Beyond this, little else was discerned, leaving one to wonder if he concealed further strength. Su Buliu, appearing to be around 27 or 28, stood in the dim corner, his gaze flickering as he offered his assessment of Xia Chen. "If you were at the same level, you might prevail," the young man, intrigued by Su Buliu's remark, replied. "One must engage in combat to truly know." "Oh, you are the renowned genius swordsman of the capital. You lack absolute confidence in victory?" The youth expressed mild surprise. "I am currently at the pinnacle of the 5th rank, soon to ascend to the 4th. If I were to restrict myself to the 7th rank, defeating him would be no challenge. However, the 7th rank version of myself would need to engage in battle to ascertain the outcome." Su Buliu spoke sparingly, yet patiently elaborated in response to the young man's inquiry. Upon hearing Su Buliu's words, curiosity for Xia Chen sparkled in the young man's eyes. "How intriguing! Investigate who that individual is and bring him before me. I wish to meet him. I did not anticipate such a promising talent to arise within the Imperial Guard." The young man smiled, addressing his attendants. Su Buliu was a celebrated swordsmanship prodigy, heralded as one who might ascend to the 3rd rank in a decade or two. Yet, it seemed another of equal caliber had emerged. How amusing it would be to take such a genius under one's wing. There is no need for further investigation. If my assumptions are correct, this person should indeed be related to us. At that moment, the enchanting woman, who had remained silent, turned her head, a beguiling smile gracing her lips, exuding an irresistible charm as she sat quietly, enveloped in an alluring aura. She appeared to be around 30 years of age, clad in exceedingly simple attire, yet exuding an air of remarkable nobility. The aunt was aware of this individual's true identity. The young man was taken aback. But considering his aunt's relentless pursuit of recognition, her vast ambitions, and her involvement in state affairs under the guise of a woman, it was no surprise that she had gathered a multitude of informants. He must be the legitimate eldest son of the Duke of Anong, Xia Chen, who had recently become engaged to Yaoguang. My sources indicated that he possessed striking looks, rivaling the so-called four great beauties of the capital. Upon meeting him today, it became evident that he surpassed even them in handsomeness. The elegant matron smiled softly, reminiscing about Xia Chen's visage, her eyes shimmering with a hint of springtime allure. Princess Pingyang was mature and beautiful, sensuous and captivating, deeply enamored with power, and remained unmarried throughout her life, harboring a sense of loneliness while refusing to settle, yearning for love. My niece is indeed fortunate. Princess Pingyang sighed, for she was the youngest sister of Emperor Wen, though not of the same bloodline. She was raised by the emperor's mother. Emperor Wen had ascended the throne for over 50 years, treating this sister as a daughter. Once grown, Princess Pingyang exhibited immense interest in politics, and notably, Emperor Wen neither obstructed her nor expressed disapproval, allowing her to engage in political matters. Thus, Princess Pingyang held a unique position within the royal family. At this moment, the third prince was even more astonished, having never anticipated that a mere minor corporal in the imperial guard, whom he had considered a potential pawn, could be connected to him in such a manner. Surely, his aunt's information was accurate. However, if memory served him right, wasn't Xia Chen renowned as a worthless scion? The Duke of Anong had neglected him for years. So why had he suddenly become so formidable? Just days ago, the Xia family secured him a position as a corporal in the Yulin Guard, aligning perfectly with his status and appearance. As for his cultivation, it was indeed somewhat astounding. Princess Pingyang, lost in thought, rested her delicate chin on her hand, pondering something deeply. Xia Chen, oblivious to the observations of Princess Pingyang and the third prince, was hastily making his way to another location, a tavern. This establishment served as an intelligence transfer station for the Inspection Bureau in the capital, where a military defense map was likely disseminated. Although the capture involved some resistance, the situation quickly escalated under the firepower of the fully armed Imperial Guard, leading to the swift apprehension of the tavern owner. Conduct a thorough search. Not a single piece of information should be overlooked. Take everything, Xia Chen commanded solemnly. He then promptly led his men to the next location, which was a charity hall on North Street, akin to a modern orphanage or nursing home. However, upon his arrival, he discovered the premises deserted, with only a few children and some elderly souls who could no longer move. "Sir, there is no one here, and we found no information," one of his subordinates reported. Xia Chen fell into silence, intently gazing at the dilapidated signboard that bore the 3 characters for the charity hall. Upon exiting the Yulinwei Yamen and making my way to Baiwa Tower, then to the inn, and finally arriving here, the entire journey was completed in no more than an hour. Yet, the place was already deserted, suggesting that the personnel at the previous locations had long since retreated. The news travels swiftly indeed. Xia Chen's eyes glimmered. "My lord, where shall we go next?" Someone murmured. Throughout this time, Xia Chen had spoken very little to them. To this day, they were still unaware of which side they had actually apprehended. Back to the Yamen. Xia Chen waved his hand. The alarm had already been raised, and continuing the search would serve no purpose. Upon returning to the Yulinwei Yamen, Xia Chen was greeted by Qin Mu standing at the entrance. As Qin Mu spotted Xia Chen's arrival, he hurried forward. "I heard this morning that you took 200 men out. What is the matter? Why had you brought back so many?" Qin Mu was still perplexed. Although the Imperial Guards indeed possessed the authority to apprehend, the fact that such a large number was captured without his prior knowledge had undoubtedly spread throughout the capital by now. They're all from the Inspection Institute. This morning's situation was urgent, and I was unable to consult you beforehand. I will personally explain to the general shortly. Xia Chen understood that he had somewhat overstepped his bounds by conducting such a large-scale apprehension without prior consultation. Had he been an ordinary individual, Qin Mu would have likely summoned others to detain him the moment he entered. Chapter 31. dividing the cake. Qin Mu's expression hardened, and the reprimand he intended to deliver remained unvoiced. Xia Chen pulled Qin Mu aside and spoke softly. "My lord, I understand that the process may have been somewhat flawed. But rest assured, once the general learns of this matter, he will undoubtedly be overjoyed. Not only will he not blame you, but this achievement may very well elevate your position." A smile adorned Xia Chen's face, a stark contrast to the cold demeanor he had exhibited during their earlier tasks. Though Qin Mu held the rank of a mere lieutenant, he was still Xia Chen's superior. Xia Chen, well versed in the wisdom of the revered elder Mao, understood the intricacies of political maneuvering. In the realm of governance, it is essential to cultivate numerous allies while minimizing adversaries, uniting all who can be united. At critical junctures, one will find themselves naturally elevated to the highest echelons by those they have gathered around them. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu's eyes brightened, and he was about to speak when Xia Chen's voice interrupted once more. "Now that the individuals have been apprehended, and time is no longer of the essence, why don't we proceed to the general's office together?" Xia Chen beamed with enthusiasm. "What? Are you suggesting that the military defense plans were actually pilfered by undercover agents from the Inspection Bureau?" General Li Wenzhong leapt from his seat, spilling his tea in shock at Xia Chen's revelation. Qin Mu, standing nearby, shared a look of astonishment. He was acutely aware of the recent significant events in the capital, particularly the theft of the military defense plans, which had led to their unit, the Yulin Guards, being ordered to assist in the thorough investigation. The consensus was that the plans had been stolen by the Royal City Division. Even the lantern bearers, responsible for the ongoing inquiry, held this belief. Yet, Xia Chen boldly presented an alternate narrative. "According to the intelligence I have gathered, the theft was orchestrated by the very individuals I have just apprehended. They have been captured, and all will be revealed during the interrogation. Moreover, even if these individuals are not directly linked to the theft, their affiliation with the Inspection Bureau is indisputable. And in any case, this is a significant achievement for us." Xia Chen reported with utmost respect, prompting Li Wenzhong to reclaim his seat and regain his composure. However, the more he contemplated the implications, the harder it became to suppress his smile. If it were indeed true that the military defense plans had been pilfered by agents from the Inspection Bureau, this would constitute an extraordinary accomplishment. Conversely, even if Xia Chen were mistaken, as long as those apprehended were indeed spies, it would still be a considerable success, leaving no room for loss. Yet, there was a concern that they might offend the lantern bearers, and Li Wenzhong wondered whether he could withstand the ensuing pressure. Before he could voice his thoughts, Xia Chen interjected. "The lantern bearers operate independently of the imperial court, wielding considerable influence. Given that the military defense plans have been lost, this reflects poorly on their efficacy. If it turns out that agents from the Inspection Bureau were indeed responsible, this would signify a substantial dereliction of duty on their part. Our monumental achievement would essentially be built upon the missteps of the lantern bearers." "Fear not," Li Wenzhong replied. "The Yulin Guards serve as the Emperor's personal military force. The lantern bearers have no jurisdiction over our actions, and furthermore, we possess the authority to intervene in this matter, rendering our actions both justified and legitimate." Li Wenzhong hesitated for but a moment, yet his gaze soon solidified with determination. The credit for this significant achievement had already been bestowed upon him. If he were to shy away now, it would indeed be a display of cowardice. The lantern bearer wielded immense power. Did Li Wenzhong truly lack a formidable background? This matter should not be publicized just yet. First, we must pry open the mouths of those involved and gather the evidence. In due time, I shall enter the palace to seek an audience with His Majesty and advocate for our collective merits. As Li Wenzhong uttered the last sentence, his eyes fell upon Xia Chen. This young noble from Ahofu was far more perceptive than he had anticipated, entirely devoid of the arrogance that characterized his earlier naivete. He exhibited a level of shrewdness that was quite impressive. Xia Chen had already laid the groundwork for success, and thus, it was only fitting for Li Wenzhong to reciprocate. Upon hearing this, Xia Chen smiled and clasped his fists in a gesture of respect. "I shall defer to the general's judgment. A seasoned politician must comprehend the art of sharing rewards. He must provide for those beneath him while also appeasing those above him. For one must never consume the entirety of the spoils alone." History serves as a stern teacher throughout the ages. Those who sought to hoard everything for themselves invariably met with dismal fates. Xia Chen, of course, would not commit such an error. Moreover, he remained too weak at present. Confronting the lantern bearer head-on would yield no favorable outcome. Instead, it would be wiser to allocate a portion of the credit, allowing Li Wenzhong to carry the banner into battle, while he himself remained in the shadows, biding his time. The ensuing conflict with the lantern bearer was far beyond his current capabilities. Qin Mu stood to the side, observing the seemingly effortless discussion between Xia Chen and Li Wenzhong regarding subsequent matters, and he suddenly felt a sense of disconnection. He could not help but recall a phrase. In the year I turned 35, I stood like a pawn. Was he not the superior of Xia Chen? Why then were his subordinate and his superior engaged in such fervent deliberations, while he found himself unable to interject a single word? Yet, upon reflection, Qin Mu realized that he had no burdens to shoulder. He would simply bask in the glory of the achievements without lifting a finger. How delightful it was! He resigned himself to his role as a supportive figure. Just as Xia Chen emerged from Li Wenzhong's tent, he encountered Xia Hao entering with a group of men. "How are things on your end?" "My lord, I have dismantled 3 strongholds and captured all key figures. But when I arrived at the 4th stronghold, it was already deserted." Upon hearing Xia Hui's report, Xia Chen fell into contemplation. He had only secured 2 strongholds, while Xia Hui and the inspectors had evidently received word too late. "Let's bring them in." Xia Chen said no more. The crucial players had been apprehended, thus rendering this endeavor far from failure. Noon. The atmosphere among the soldiers of the Feather Forest Army felt decidedly off. It seemed as though tension had permeated from the top down. The previously reclusive middle general had made several appearances, personally visiting the small prisons at the far end of the Feather Forest Guard's compound, emerging with a beaming smile that he could hardly contain. This must be connected to the individuals captured by Xia Chen earlier that morning. Many speculated as much. Xia Chen remained diligently within the military tent, venturing only to accompany Li Wenzhong to the prison for the interrogation of the actors. Although referred to as a prison, it was merely a series of stuffy rooms. In the entire court, only the Ministry of Justice and the lantern bearers possessed their own independent cells. In order to swiftly extract valuable information, Xia Chen imparted several techniques for profound memory recovery, aiding the actors in rapidly recalling the entire sequence of events surrounding the theft of the military defense map. Xia Chen refrained from intervening in these proceedings. He was only aware that after teaching the techniques, the small prison echoed with anguished cries, a relentless cacophony that sent chills down the spines of those who overheard. Those who implemented the memory recovery techniques began to regard Xia Chen with a sense of reverence. This newly appointed captain was undoubtedly a formidable figure. The perverse nature of such punishments was beyond comprehension, even for seasoned agents trained under duress. Chapter 32. The Urgency of Warfare. Afternoon. The lantern bearers have arrived. Neither Xia Chen nor Li Wenzhong were particularly taken aback. This morning, the Imperial Guard had mobilized extensively, apprehending numerous individuals, and such news was bound to circulate throughout the capital. As an intelligence organization, how could the lantern bearers remain oblivious to this information? Initially, they did not pay much heed. However, as more intelligence trickled in, their expressions grew grave, realizing the gravity of the situation. Captain Kai Ming of the Lantern Bearers, under the directive of our commanding officer, has come to retrieve individuals. Kai Ming, accompanied by a dozen or so men, presented his badge with a courteous tone. Yet his demeanor was resolute, immediately insisting on the retrieval of detainees. "Captain Kai, have you perhaps misunderstood? This is the Imperial Guard. Who will you here take?" Qin Mu personally led a group to intercept Kai Ming at the entrance, regarding him with a puzzled gaze and a look of confusion. "Do not feign ignorance, Captain Qin. This morning, I heard that the Imperial Guard mobilized to capture a batch of spies. The matter of spies has always fallen under the jurisdiction of the Lantern Bearers. The Imperial Army oversees the security within the city. Now that the individuals have been apprehended, they rightfully belong in the custody of the Lantern Bearers prison." Upon hearing this, Qin Mu chuckled, unfazed. "Indeed, we apprehended a group this morning, but there are no spies among them. We received reports from the citizenry indicating that they were lawbreakers plotting to engage in activities detrimental to the safety of the capital. The duty of the Imperial Guard is to safeguard the stability of the city, and we are currently conducting an investigation to prevent any potential accomplices. Once our examination is complete, we shall naturally hand over the individuals to you. Kai Ming's lips twitched in irritation. Did they truly think to deceive the lantern bearers? Captain Qin, I have no desire to prolong this discussion. Whether the individuals captured this morning are spies or mere lawbreakers, simply hand them over to the lantern bearers. We will take responsibility for the subsequent matters, and any merits will not be forgotten by the brothers of the Imperial Army. Kai Ming's stance was unwavering, and after making his point, he attempted to stride inside. Qin Mu's expression hardened, stepping forward with determination. The Imperial Army's precinct is a place of importance. Even as lantern bearers, you lack the authority to intrude at will. With that declaration, the soldiers behind him moved in unison, forming a barrier to block all others from entering. Kai Ming's face turned ashen. He scrutinized the steadfast Qin Mu, his expression fluctuating between emotions until, after several moments of silence, he regained his composure and coldly replied, "Very well, I shall report this to the commanding officer. You, the Imperial Army, possess no authority to detain prisoners. We, the lantern bearers, will hold you accountable for this matter." With that harsh proclamation, Kai Ming turned and led his men away, recognizing that he could not force his way in against such resolute opposition. Moreover, it was evident that there were unseen benefits at play. Otherwise, how could a mere captain exhibit such audacity? "Captain, what shall we do next? What else can we do?" "Return to report to the commander. I, a mere 1,000-household officer, dare not presume to overturn the heavens in another's territory." Kai Ming scolded angrily, his emotions surging as he kicked at the subordinates who questioned him. Yet his gaze remained remarkably calm. The Imperial Guards would rather offend us, the lantern bearers, than surrender the individuals to us. Is it because these individuals harbor significant merits, fearing we might seize the credit, or is there another reason? Kai Ming's mind raced swiftly, soon fixating on the military defense map. The only matter that could compel the Imperial Guards to adopt such a resolute stance was this. A foreboding sensation lingered within Kai Ming. They had already received conclusive intelligence that the individuals apprehended by the Imperial Guards this morning were from the Grand Court of Investigation. However, the precise reasons remained shrouded in mystery. Xia Chen and Li Wenzhong had long sealed the information, and those privy to the entire situation were few. Furthermore, the interrogators were strictly prohibited from leaving the prison, all to prevent any leaks. Although the lantern bearers function as an intelligence organization, the Imperial Guards are exceedingly unique. Unless commanded by His Majesty, indiscriminately placing spies within the Imperial Guards could lead to catastrophic consequences. Thus, even to this day, the lantern bearers remained oblivious to the specifics of the situation. Once Kai Ming relayed his conjectures, they were met with due seriousness. The lantern bearers, when fully mobilized, could be terrifying, especially when driven by a particular purpose. That evening, the lantern bearers, acting upon Xia Chen's movements from the morning, apprehended a group from the Grand Court of Investigation who had received prior warnings and vacated their stronghold. Under severe interrogation, they finally uncovered the intricate details. Late into the night, a revelation emerged. The military defense map was stolen by agents of the Grand Court of Investigation. Commander Liu Li of the Lantern Bearers spoke in a low voice, his gaze fixed intently on the subordinate reporting to him. The subordinate, trembling, replied, "The examination results indicate as such." Liu Li sank back into his seat, inhaling deeply, realizing the gravity of the situation. The Lantern Bearers had committed such a fundamental error. Having spent several days on the case, yet mistakenly targeted the wrong individuals. What would His Majesty think if he were to discover this? Would he doubt Liu Li's capabilities? It was no wonder that even after several days, no critical results had emerged. The misdirection rendered success nearly impossible. "Summon Shun Fong to me." How could he mishandle such a matter? Liu Li seethed with fury, but soon regained his composure. "Fetch my garments. I must depart." It was already late at night. He had just settled at home, having been roused from slumber, his beautiful concubine at his side. yet now fully awake. He needed to rush to the imperial guards and retrieve those key individuals. Furthermore, he had to confer with Li Wenzhong. This situation must be transformed from a failure on their part into a joint discovery by the lantern bearers and the imperial guards, leading to a thorough investigation and the eventual capture of the Grand Court of Investigations agents. Thus, not only would they escape blame, but they might even gain merit. Yet, as he donned his attire and made his way to the foyer, he beheld his butler hastily entering. "My lord, a visitor from the palace has arrived." Upon hearing this, Lu Li's expression shifted, realizing that it was already too late. The imperial guard had already made their move. Meanwhile, Xia Chen, feeling invigorated, rose from his slumber. Having enjoyed a restful night the previous evening, he had remained at the barracks of the imperial guards, working an extra shift until all evidence confirming the theft of military defense maps by those from the Inspection Institute had been meticulously prepared. Only then did he take his leave, understanding that the subsequent events bore little relevance to him. The machinations of those involved were beyond his current grasp. In the courtyard, Xia Chen practiced a set of martial arts forms, just as he was about to depart for the official duties at the yamen. Third young master, a household soldier, appeared at the entrance of Xia Chen's courtyard. "The master requests your presence. He has matters to discuss with you." "Very well." Xia Chen nodded, altering his course from west to east, heading towards the inner courtyard. He surmised that the inquiry would pertain to the military defense maps. Both he and Li Wenzhong believed that this matter required swift action, ensuring that everything was settled before anyone else could react. Thus, last night, Li Wenzhong had ventured into the imperial palace to finalize the situation decisively. Chapter 33, Emperor 1, Mingda Courtyard. This courtyard, where Xia Chen resides, is adorned with vibrant blossoms and basked in the warmth of spring. With a history spanning 4 centuries, every generation of the family has made this courtyard their home, leaving traces of time throughout Mingda Courtyard. Second brother. Upon arriving, Xia Chen noticed a young man stepping out of the courtyard, strikingly handsome and in his early 20s. Xia Chen. The young man's name is Xia Xian, the second son of Xia Qian. Presently, Xia Xian serves in the Imperial Guard as Dragon Marshal Division, having ascended to the position of deputy commander in just a few short years, marking him as one of the prominent young leaders of the current Imperial Guard. Xia Xian nodded at Xia Chen, his thoughts drifting to the words spoken by their father, Xia Qian, moments earlier. His gaze towards Xia Chen subtly altered. It was unprecedented for their Imperial Guard to seize credit, especially at the expense of a lantern bearer, with the pivotal figure being none other than his younger brother before him. "You go in first. Father is waiting for you." They exchanged no further pleasantries, and Xia Xian turned to leave. Xia Chen was not surprised. Xia Xian had always exhibited a rather aloof demeanor, devoid of malice. During their childhood, he frequently visited this courtyard, and they shared a relatively good relationship. However, as they grew older, Xia Xian moved to a separate courtyard, resulting in some distance between them. "Chen." Xia Chen walked directly into the courtyard and saw Xia Qian seated there, seemingly awaiting his arrival. After performing a respectful greeting, Xia Chen did not hesitate to take a seat. A maidservant poured tea for him before stepping back. Xia Chen picked up a delicacy from the table and began to eat. To his delight, it was quite delectable, a perfect breakfast. In truth, he was quite familiar with this courtyard, recognizing every plant and person, even the maidservants. Before the age of 12, he spent most of his time here. However, as he matured and developed a sense of pride, he chose to move out of Mingda Courtyard, typically residing in his own small courtyard except during festive occasions. Xia Qian observed Xia Chen as he ate, his gaze contemplative, before he finally spoke. "The military defense map incident was your scheme, with no outsiders present." Xia Qian spoke candidly. This morning, before dawn, he received news revealing that a significant event had transpired in the palace the previous night. "Indeed, but I allocated the credit, allowing Li Wenzhong to take the forefront." Xia Chen swallowed a piece of pastry, took a sip of tea, and replied calmly, "You handled this matter well. After all, you're still merely a captain. Being too conspicuous at this stage is unwise." Xia Qian nodded in agreement, his gaze towards Xia Chen filled with a hint of approval. "Do you know what transpired last night?" Xia Qian's tone shifted to seriousness. I returned after General Li entered the palace overnight and did not attend to the subsequent matters. Xia Chen shook his head, realizing that he could no longer intervene in the unfolding events, rendering any further involvement unnecessary. Lu Li has fallen. Xia Qian's calm words concealed an explosive revelation. Lu Li had presided over the lantern bearers for an impressive 26 years, having been elevated by Emperor Wen himself, and was indeed the true sovereign of darkness, orchestrating all clandestine activities within the realm of Dawu. Yet now such a formidable figure had met with downfall. One can only imagine the ensuing tremors that would ripple through the political landscape of Dawu, as numerous so-called prominent figures would be ruthlessly suppressed during the inevitable reshuffling. Was this due to the military defense map incident? Perhaps. The theft of the military defense map was attributed to Lu Li's dereliction of duty, and this time, he had misidentified the target, committing two grave errors in succession. Last night, he was summarily stripped of his command position within the palace. Xia Chen sighed deeply. His mood subdued, seemingly lost in thought. Xia Chen fell into silence, honestly surprised that he had managed to orchestrate the downfall of Lu Li, a figure whose power ranked among the top 5 in the political hierarchy of Dawu. This incident was merely a catalyst. Lu Li had held his position for 26 years, serving as a blade for his superior, engaging in countless unsavory deeds and consequently offending many. Thus, his downfall, while ostensibly a result of professional incompetence, was, in truth, a culmination of various factions eager to deliver a decisive blow. Xia Chen surveyed his surroundings, taking a sip of tea before speaking calmly. Xia Qian's gaze shifted, becoming sharp and penetrating as he abruptly admonished, "Silence. Tread carefully with your words and actions." Although his reprimand was stern, his eyes sparkled with newfound intensity, and his perception of Xia Chen transformed entirely. He had not anticipated that Xia Chen, who had spent his formative years sheltered within the confines of the estate, with little exposure to the outside world, would possess such profound insight into the intricacies of court dynamics, discerning the essence beyond mere appearances. In the Xia family, although prodigies emerged in abundance, few possessed the political acumen displayed by Xia Chen. Even his two sons lacked sensitivity to matters of statecraft. The realization that Xia Chen possessed such discernment prompted Xia Chen to soften his gaze. The Xia clan was never short of talent and brilliance, yet it lacked individuals with strategic vision and political awareness. Without such intellectual guidance, the family's brilliance would only hasten its decline. Perhaps it was a misjudgment to send Chen'er into the military. He should have been encouraged to pursue scholarly endeavors instead. This way, his third brother might have found some respite from the burdens of leadership. Sighing inwardly, Xia Qian lamented that he had initially intended for Xia Chen to study alongside his third brother, Xia Hao, but was deterred by a letter from his second brother, Xia Yuan. Had he known better, he would not have heeded his second brother's advice. Xia Qian felt a twinge of regret for the choices made. Xia Chen, oblivious to the depth of thought his words had inspired in Xia Qian, remained unaware of the impact he had made. He observed the somewhat distracted Xia Qian and continued to probe. Our sovereign possesses unparalleled intelligence, yet embodies the utmost selfishness. After reigning for so many years, he has consistently incited discord between the civil officials and our military faction, maintaining a delicate balance in the court. Furthermore, he has exploited Lu Li and Princess Pingyang to reclaim a portion of his authority, placing them in the public eye while he remains shrouded in shadows. Perched high in the 9 heavens, gazing down upon us. For years, Lu Li's hands have been stained with blood, yet every significant event has been orchestrated under his command. He reaps all the rewards while Lu Li bears the brunt of the blame. Truly, our sovereign's mastery of imperial strategy is nothing short of remarkable. In recent days, Xia Chen has come to perceive that the current emperor bears a striking resemblance to the Jiajing emperor of his own world, self-serving yet exceptionally gifted, ruling for over 50 years with an unparalleled grasp of power. What further thoughts do you have? To Xia Chen's astonishment, upon hearing his words of irreverence, Xia Chen displayed no change in expression and instead continued to inquire further. Chapter 34. Significant events in the capital. In the courtyard, Xia Chen gazed at his elder uncle, a subtle smile gracing his lips, for everything unfurled as he had anticipated. The illustrious Hou family, with its 6 centuries of grandeur, could not have maintained its resplendence through the relentless upheavals of power solely on the tenets of loyalty to the king and patriotism. While the Hou family's love for the nation may not be in dispute, the question of their loyalty to the sovereign remains debatable. Both the elder lord of the East and Xia Chen have, over the years, remained discreetly ensconced within the Hou estate, refraining from engaging with the outside world. This reticence was born of Emperor Wen's suspicions, for the safety of the Hou family and the opportunities for the next generation. They had no choice but to adopt such a stance. Recently, Xia Chen's adoptive father, Xia Yuan, had achieved remarkable success in the East Wilderness. Soon, he might return to the capital, and the outcome was all too evident, relinquishing military power and withdrawing from court affairs, perhaps awaiting the day when another great battle might provide a chance for emergence. This reflects a certain political acumen, undoubtedly steeped in emotion. How could one remain unaffected in such circumstances? The fall of Lu Li must have delighted the civil officials, Xia Chen remarked solemnly. Indeed, this time, it was none other than Lord Li who took the initiative, and the emperor's abandonment of Lu Li may well have deeper implications. Xia Chen nodded, acknowledging that while the Lantern Bearers organization was ostensibly established to balance the civil and military factions, it primarily served to suppress the civil officials. Over the years, the influence of the civil officials had surged, evolving into a formidable force that posed a threat to imperial authority. Your ability to discern these matters is commendable. You are the catalyst of the situation. On the surface, it appeared that Li Wenzhong was leading the charge. Yet he had consistently maintained neutrality and was not adept at managing investigations. It is improbable that he would take such a considerable risk to appropriate merit from the Lantern Bearers. According to the information I received, you acted independently yesterday, capturing individuals and only then reporting to Li Wenzhong, correct? Xia Chen spoke calmly, his gaze fixed on the distant scenery. Xia Chen was taken aback, realizing that Xia Chen was aware of the entire affair. I can deduce this, and so can others. There is no shortage of astute minds in the capital. Xia Chen regarded Xia Chen intently. Maintain a low profile during this period. I shall assist you in navigating these challenges. Thank you, uncle. Xia Chen bowed respectfully, embodying the demeanor of a gentleman, which earned Xia Chen's approval with a nod. You may go now. Xia Chen waved his hand, signaling Xia Chen to depart. Wise individuals need not speak excessively. In the ensuing days, the political landscape of the capital was shaken to its core. The Ministry of Justice and the Imperial Guards took action, and the downfall of a powerful figure left many exhilarated. The positions above were like a game of musical chairs. Only when one person fell could another ascend. Meanwhile, in a realm hidden from the eyes of the ordinary, the Lantern Bearers mobilized, launching an aggressive campaign against the Inspection Bureau of the Great Phone. Numerous undercover agents concealed within the capital were captured, with some brutally executed on the spot. In the distant northwestern frontier, the military began a large-scale mobilization, imposing martial law and preparing for war, wary of the Kingdom of Qing to the west and the Great Phone to the north. They stood ever ready to confront the impending conflict. Several prominent figures from the Wusun faction were summoned to the Imperial Palace for military discussions, while the cabinet deliberated on whom to deploy should a great battle erupt in the northwest. Amidst this atmosphere thick with tension and the scent of gunpowder, the Marquis, Anwu, Xia Chen, was summoned multiple times to the palace. Xia Chen heard through the grapevine that His Majesty intended to employ Xia Chen and might even appoint the reclusive Lord Xia Chutian of the eastern town, who had nearly annihilated the Great Phone during the Battle of Huaiyang 36 years ago. The prospect of this veteran general returning to the fray instilled great confidence throughout the court and the populace alike. It is unlikely your grandfather will be called upon. Xia Chen mused. His military achievements during the Battle of Huaiyang were so illustrious that if war were to break out again and victory were attained, he might indeed be granted a title. However, this is improbable. Thus, neither His Majesty nor the cabinet would allow such a scenario to materialize. In the garden, Xia Chen and Xia Qian strolled leisurely, engaged in conversation. Since that fateful day, Xia Chen had frequently summoned Xia Chen to share insights and solicit his opinions, which left Xia Chen quite astonished. Xia Chen regarded Xia Chen, who trailed half a step behind him, with a complex expression. Who would have thought that recent significant events in the court were somehow linked to this humble junior officer? If the kingdom of Qing truly intends to wage war again, the only capable commanders would be you and the Grand General, Xia Chen remarked with a smile. In the present state of Dongwu, few possess the capability to lead large-scale military operations, and among those, only Xia Chutian and Xia Qian, who had shone brightly in the Battle of Southern Frontier over 2 decades ago, along with the current Grand General, Ouyang Jing, stood a good chance of overcoming the kingdom of Qing. It was no surprise that 2 members of the Xia family occupied such pivotal roles, which explained their family's historically low profile. After each conflict, they willingly relinquished military power, a move that would raise suspicion in any emperor's mind. His Majesty had decreed that the second prince must swiftly conclude the conflict in the eastern wilderness. The pressure of fighting on 2 fronts was overwhelming, and any prolonged delay would certainly invite interference from the kingdom of Qing, which would spell danger. Moreover, His Majesty would not permit both Xia Chen and his brother to command troops simultaneously. Xia Yuan currently commanded over 100,000 troops in the eastern wilderness, and should war break out with a great foe, at least 300,000 would need to be mobilized. The Xia family thus held over 400,000 troops, wielding nearly half the military strength of Dongwu. In such circumstances, no one dared to gamble. Xia Chen fell silent, realizing that his adoptive parents would soon return from the eastern wilderness. Observing Xia Chen's impassive demeanor, Xia Chen sighed inwardly. As the tense atmosphere escalated, scouts reported corroborating troop movements within the borders of the Great Foam, prompting the cabinet to convene several late-night meetings. In addition to this matter, a significant event unfolded in the capital, the appointment of a new commander for the Lantern Corps, named Ma Song. The ascension of this individual took everyone in the capital by surprise. Previously, Ma Song had remained inconspicuous among the lantern bearers, occupying the position of the least powerful among the 8 divisions. However, this time, not only did he avoid the downfall alongside Lu Li, but he also surged ahead, seizing the ultimate prize and emerging as a significant victor, prompting much contemplation among those who observed. Xia Chen was merely aware of some information and did not delve deeper, as his connection with the lantern bearers was minimal at present. He awaited his promotion, anticipating that as the matters concerning the military defense map gradually settled, he would soon partake in the fruits of victory. Calculating the time, it could be within a day or 2 that he might ascend in rank. With this thought, a smile spread across Xia Chen's face. In addition, Xia Chen was also concerned about another matter. The Qingya cottage had met with a tragic fate, engulfed in flames on the night following his departure, leaving nothing but ashes. All souls within perished without a trace. This devastation left many former guests of Qingya cottage heartbroken, for their goddess, the elegant maiden, would henceforth be forever beyond their reach. Chapter 35. The Transition of Power. What a pity for the graceful maiden, whose youth has withered away too soon. Xia Qian, trailing behind Xia Chen, held a fried dough stick in one hand and a cup of soy milk in the other, lamenting softly, as one of the 3 who accompanied Xia Chen to the elegant abode that fateful day. Xia Qian had met Qing Yin and could not help but feel a sense of loss upon hearing the news of her demise. Xia Chen, without turning back, took a bite of the bun in his hand, the savory oil bursting delightfully on his palate. This dog-ignoring bun was indeed delectable, yet to be candid, Xia Chen preferred rice noodles for breakfast. The noodles, cooked in a rich broth, accompanied by various condiments, constituted a culinary delight. Alas, such fare was scarce in the capital. Xia Chen had sought out several establishments over the past few days, but the flavors were lacking. Shaking his head at this thought, he swallowed the bun before speaking. Every individual has their own destiny. Some may have perished yet still linger on, while others might be alive but are, in essence, already dead. Xia Qian scratched her head, clearly perplexed by Xia Chen's philosophically rich statement. Xia Chen smiled subtly, choosing not to elaborate. He had no faith in Qing Yan's death. Although she had suffered a significant setback at his hands, she was undoubtedly a clever individual. Such a monumental event in the capital, leading to the downfall of the powerful minister Lu Li, had all stemmed from Xia Chen's actions. This would inevitably draw many eyes toward him. How did Xia Chen come to know the hidden identities of the inspectors lurking in the capital? That day, although he and his companions had maintained a low profile, the capital was rife with influential figures, and it was likely that Xin Yan's abode would be discovered. She would not take such risks, hence the blaze that obliterated her identity completely. Bold indeed, to remain concealed within the capital. Xia Chen gazed silently at the system panel, where a small red dot was marked. This dot represented Xin Yan. On that day, Xia Chen had deceived her. His blood bore no tracking capabilities. He was merely a martial artist, devoid of sorcery or mystical arts. Yet, the path to enlightenment is often simple. Xia Chen possessed a system, which included a mapping function. He had traversed the vast capital over the past few days, completing 95 of the system's map, save for the imperial palace. That morning, he had marked Xin Yan within the system. As long as she remained within the confines of his mapped territory, she was utterly untraceable. Currently, the map indicated that Xin Yan was situated in the western district of the capital. Xia Chen had no immediate plans to seek her out. After all, as long as she lingered in the capital, he could find her at any moment, unable to escape his grasp. Thus, he resolved to surprise her one night in the near future, in the Yulin Wei Yamen. As soon as Xia Chen entered his military tent, Qin Mu approached him mysteriously. "Why has the esteemed captain come in person?" Xia Chen smiled but remained seated. "Call me Old Qin if you don't mind." Old Qin's face broke into a smile, with wrinkles radiating like the rays of the sun. At this moment, he bore no resemblance to the stern and serious demeanor he had displayed upon first meeting Xia Chen. Qin Mu took the initiative to sit beside Xia Chen and poured himself a cup of tea. It was evident that, following recent events, their relationship had grown significantly closer. "Perhaps after this, you might be promoted directly to the rank of deputy commander. At that point, we shall be of equal standing," Qin Mu remarked, sipping his tea and exhaling a breath of relief. He reflected on the astonishing notion of a 17-year-old deputy commander, while he himself had already reached the age of 35. One could only imagine the limitless potential that lay ahead for Xia Chen. Has there been a resolution regarding the military defense map? Xia Chen quickly grasped the implication, realizing that matters were coming to a close, and it was soon time to reap the rewards of victory. Otherwise, Qin Mu would not be so exhilarated. Although the military situation in the northwest had been of utmost priority in recent days, the officials in court had not forgotten about the military defense map. The success of the Yulin Guard in cracking this case was a significant achievement, and rewards would likely be forthcoming in the days to come. Qin Mu took another sip of tea, repressing his excitement in an effort to maintain composure. "Congratulations, my lord." Xia Chen smiled, raising his cup of tea in toast to Qin Mu. "Ha! You're the primary contributor to this matter. The colonel has already reported it, and after this, you shall at least attain the rank of deputy commander." Qin Mu mused, lamenting that if it were not for Xia Chen's youth, the accolades for uncovering the military defense map and dismantling the dark web of the Great Feng Inspection Bureau in the capital would surely have warranted an even greater promotion. In truth, the 17-year-old fifth-rank deputy commander was a rarity in the 8th century history of the Great Wu. Xia Chen smiled, but chose not to engage further in the conversation. "The colonel may likely be reassigned to the Longwu Guard as the Grand General. I might accompany him, which would afford you some opportunities for advancement," Qin Mu continued, his spirits lifted. Although the Yulin Guard and Longwu Guard each functioned as their own military units, their power dynamics were fundamentally different. The Yulin Guard comprised merely 3,000 personnel, solely responsible for maintaining order in the capital, whereas the Longwu Guard boasted an impressive 6,000 elite troops charged with safeguarding the imperial inner city, directly responsible for the emperor's safety during outings. Though the Grand General of the Longwu Guard held only a third-rank title, the influence wielded was immense. With only one superior above, Emperor Wen. If Li Wenzhong were indeed to ascend to the position of Grand General, it would signify his complete entry into the emperor's inner circle, positioning him at the heart of power within the Great Wu dynasty. Is the information reliable? Xia Chen inquired. While no official decree had been issued, it was known that the colonel had entered the palace twice in recent days, suggesting that an announcement was imminent. With this, Xia Chen's mind raced, recognizing that shifts in positions would inevitably lead to a realignment of power. To be appointed as Grand General of the Longwu Guard indicated that Li Wenzhong was undoubtedly a confidant of Emperor Wen, affirming Xia Chen's earlier assessment that Li Wenzhong stood firmly in the emperor's corner. The former general of the Dragon Guard had been rather close to the crown prince. Thus, suddenly, Qin Mu glanced around before leaning in to whisper softly into Xia Chen's ear. He did not finish his sentence. Yet Xia Chen intuitively grasped the underlying meaning. The general of the Dragon Guard essentially served as the emperor's bodyguard, and now, this very protector was growing too intimate with the heir to the empire, an alarming signal that an emperor could never tolerate. The relationship between the emperor and the crown prince has historically been fraught with complexity. It is both a legacy and a rivalry, with the crown prince being the sole individual capable of overtly threatening the emperor's authority. Xia Chen swiftly cataloged this information in his mind, extracting valuable insights. The emperor harbored doubts about the crown prince. Thus, he supported the third prince to create a balance, inciting a competition between the two. While this strategy was not inherently flawed, it ultimately sowed the seeds of disaster for the third prince's coup 5 years hence. A glimmer of ambition ignited in Xia Chen's eyes. The political stage shimmered with splendor, and he too yearned to take his place and dance upon it. Chapter 36. The Art of War. Afternoon. Xia Chen remained in the military camp, refraining from his usual excursions to patrol the streets. Reports from various quarters indicated that the decree for promotion was imminent. He held a military treatise in his hands, engrossed in its study. This treatise, authored by a renowned strategist of this world, is a staple for anyone delving into military tactics. Though it was not his first encounter with this text, even he had to concede that some of its philosophies held considerable merit. "Sir!" At that moment, a voice called from outside. "Enter." Xia Chen did not lift his gaze, his attention steadfastly fixed on the book. Li Shi entered, his eyes landing on Xia Chen, who sat composedly at his desk. He could not help but be momentarily entranced. What a striking figure, a gentleman of unparalleled grace. At this moment, Xia Chen, cradling a scroll of military strategy, had shed his armor and donned simple attire. His long, dark hair was casually styled with a hairpin, exuding an air of natural elegance, reminiscent of a celestial being. "What brings you here?" Xia Chen inquired calmly, his expression betraying no tumult. "General Zhonglong requests your presence. It seems to be good news." Li Shi lowered his head, hesitant to stare further, feeling that the young officer before him radiated an ethereal quality, as if he could ascend to the heavens at any moment, detached from the earthly realm. "Understood. You may leave." Xia Chen waved his hand, maintaining an even demeanor, unperturbed by the urgency of the moment. As the critical juncture approached, he found himself remarkably tranquil, free from distractions. Once Li Shi exited the military tent, Xia Chen rose to adjust his attire before leisurely making his way to General Li Wenzhong's tent. Upon entering, he found General Li Wenzhong seated at his desk, fortuitously engrossed in the same military text, The Art of War. The treatise states, "A commander must cultivate a serene heart to devise strategies and instill discipline to govern the troops." Before Xia Chen could speak, Li Wenzhong initiated the conversation. As a leader, one must maintain clarity and calmness to formulate strategies and bolster morale to manage the army. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Chen responded, recalling the opening line of the treatise. "A commander, regardless of circumstances, be they joyous or sorrowful, must preserve absolute rationality, avoiding excessive emotional fluctuations. You exhibit remarkable composure. Indeed, you embody the legacy of the illustrious Xia family, from ancient times to the present." Li Wenzhong set down The Art of War, a smile gracing his features as he expressed his admiration. In recent days, despite the tumultuous happenings in the capital, Xia Chen had never sought him out to inquire about the developments or the nature of his potential rewards. This demeanor was atypical for a 17-year-old youth. It resembled that of a seasoned statesman. "I trust you, sir. Having entrusted the matter to you, I shall await the outcome in silence, Xia Chen replied with a smile, embodying a blend of humility and confidence. It is perfectly acceptable to call me uncle in private when no one else is around. Li Wenzhong waved his hand, signaling Xia Chen to take a seat. Curious about the nature of his reward, Xia Chen recalled that in the morning, Captain Qin had mentioned the possibility of a promotion to replace him in the position of captain, while he would accompany the nobleman to the Longwu Guard. Xia Chen responded calmly. Initially, the higher-ups had a certain way of awarding merits, but circumstances have changed. Furrowing his brows, Xia Chen wondered if an unexpected event had occurred. As he contemplated, Li Wenzhong's voice continued to resonate. Both Qin Mu and I have confirmed that the transfer to Longwu Guard is primarily for you. Me? Xia Chen looked at Li Wenzhong, slightly surprised. He had assumed that the issue was related to Li Wenzhong's appointment as the general of the Longwu Guard, only to find it was about himself. You were indeed to be promoted to captain, but His Majesty intervened. Li Wenzhong cast a deep glance at Xia Chen. His Majesty? A glimmer of light flickered in Xia Chen's eyes. He had not anticipated that the Emperor would personally involve himself in his appointment as captain. Do not worry too much. His Majesty did not say you cannot take the position of captain, merely that your promotion should not be rushed. Young men ought to undergo further tempering. Li Wenzhong took a sip of tea, smiling as he finally saw some emotional fluctuation on the young man's face, which had previously been so composed that it made him appear more mature than his years. This was a positive sign. Among countless officials in the court, few could capture the Emperor's attention. Li Wenzhong patted Xia Chen on the shoulder. Prepare yourself. Soon we shall enter the palace. Enter the palace? His Majesty wishes to see you personally. Li Wenzhong's expression grew serious. In recent years, the Emperor had seldom attended court. Many officials could only catch a glimpse of the imperial countenance during the annual court assembly. Most matters were discussed with the various ministers, and after deliberation, directly executed by the cabinet. Yet, this time, the Emperor had chosen to summon Xia Chen personally, signaling some form of important message or potential for significant responsibility. Li Wenzhong found it hard to decipher the Emperor's intentions. I understand. Xia Chen took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. Entering the palace was merely a formality. He had achievements to his name and was of royal lineage. The Emperor would hardly wish him ill. Half an hour later, Li Wenzhong and Xia Chen boarded a carriage that gradually made its way toward the heart of the inner city. The Emperor had reigned for over 50 years, spending much of that time shunning female company. The first 20 years were dedicated to Buddhist practices, followed by 10 years devoted to Taoism, until the ministers advised that the dynasty could not be without heirs, leading to the birth of the crown prince, the second princess, and the third prince. With heirs now present, the Emperor had softened from his previous cold demeanor, yet in the last decade, he had become increasingly inscrutable, leaving no one able to fathom his thoughts. Thus, during an audience, one should refrain from harboring too many personal notions. Do you understand? Within the carriage, Li Wenzhong quietly instructed Xia Chen, detailing various points of etiquette to observe upon entering the palace. Xia Chen nodded, forming a somewhat clearer image of this Emperor in his mind. Success can be attributed to the wise, while failure can also stem from the same source. Over the past 5 decades, under the leadership of Emperor Wan, the Great Wu Kingdom has grown increasingly formidable, achieving numerous victories in foreign conflicts. For instance, the Battle of Huayong, which occurred 36 years ago, nearly led to the annihilation of the Great Feng Kingdom. Additionally, more than 20 years ago, the Great Wu emerged victorious in the Southern Frontier War, pushing its borders several hundred miles to the south. Now, the conflict against the Eastern Wilderness and the Demon Tribes is also approaching its conclusion. The Great Wu Kingdom currently exerts an overwhelming dominance over the world, instilling fear in both the other two nations and the southern barbarians. However, the prolonged state of warfare has resulted in the oppression of the common people, leading to sharp domestic conflicts. Although the Great Wu is regarded as the foremost nation, it appears to be teetering on the brink of collapse. Should a female emperor not emerge to restore order, it is likely that the kingdom will face a complete disintegration in the impending political upheaval 5 years hence, transitioning from prosperity to decline. Inside the carriage, Xia Chen continually analyzed the current and future circumstances. Soon, The carriage came to a halt before an imposing and majestic city wall. Li Wenzhong and Xia Chen opened their eyes in unison. They had arrived at the royal palace. Chapter 37. The first audience in the palace outside the city walls. The sharp-armored soldiers stood guard. Upon seeing Li Wenzhong's carriage, two of them approached. Please disembark. The carriage cannot enter. Li Wenzhong was the first to alight, with Xia Chen following closely behind. Lordly, the soldiers immediately saluted upon recognizing him. They belonged to the Dragon Guard, and news had already spread among them that their general might soon be ousted, with Li Wenzhong poised to take his place. Very well. Conduct a search. I wish to enter the palace. Li Wenzhong nodded, extending his arms. Even as the head of the cabinet, he understood that he must be inspected before entering. Rules must not be altered for any individual. Such was the protocol. My lord, the emperor's decree has arrived. You may enter directly. One soldier casually performed a brief inspection and then hastily informed him. Li Wenzhong nodded in acknowledgement, while Xia Chen remained silent behind him, observing intently. If he was not mistaken, the three characters inscribed on the White Tiger Gate would herald a coup 5 years hence, when the third prince would lead his army through that very gate, unleashing a torrent of bloodshed within the palace walls. The towering city walls were formidable, adorned with magical defenses and manned by crossbowmen clad in armor. Unless thousands were to sacrifice their lives, breaching them would be nearly impossible. Xia Chen carefully surveyed the terrain of the White Tiger Gate. Outside the capital were 3 major camps comprising a total of 50,000 troops, all guarding the city alongside the imperial army. None could command these forces without the emperor's express orders, and under no circumstances could they enter the capital. Thus, the only means to unlock the White Tiger Gate would be through an internal breach, requiring someone within to open it. The third prince must have bribed the commander stationed at the White Tiger Gate, or perhaps the commander was already in league with him. Xia Chen pondered this, realizing that some within the Dragon Guard had aligned themselves with the third prince, a crucial piece of intelligence. As Xia Chen contemplated these matters, Li Wenzhong followed, a leading eunuch, through the palace's numerous gates. Xia Chen ceased his musings and began to admire the grandeur of the palace. The glazed tiles sparkled under the sunlight, resembling stars scattered upon the rooftops. Intricate beams and painted rafters chronicled the splendor and legends of ages past. Palace lanterns swayed gently, casting dancing shadows along the corridors, creating an ethereal atmosphere. Auspicious birds and mythical beasts perched on the eaves, seemingly guarding this magnificent realm, exuding an air of imperial authority and opulence. 8 centuries of history were etched into every brick and tile, evoking a sense of reverence that discouraged any thought of disrespect. General Li, you may proceed inside with the prince consort, the leading eunuch said, his face beaming with a smile, entirely devoid of the arrogance typical of outsiders, as if he were merely an ordinary servant. Very well. Li Wenzhong nodded, though he offered no further courtesies. He regarded the eunuch as an ordinary attendant. Soon, he would assume the position of the Dragon Guard general. Unless confronted by the few eunuchs in charge of the 12 supervisors, he felt no need to be overly concerned. Thank you for your hard work, Eunuch Ma. Xia Chen withdrew a piece of silver from his sleeve and placed it into the hands of the eunuch, Ma Gonggong. Ma Gonggong's eyes sparkled momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure and waved his hands in protest. Such a gift is unwarranted. How could a mere servant accept silver from the esteemed son-in-law? As a eunuch entrusted with errands for the emperor, he was well aware of the young gentleman's significance. If this were an ordinary son-in-law, the situation would differ, but this particular individual hailed from the Xia residence, and more importantly, the emperor himself had summoned him. In all his years, aside from a few cabinet ministers and prominent officials, Ma had never witnessed the emperor's personal summons of anyone else. Thus, he dared not accept Xia Chen's silver. Though the task was for the emperor, it was merely a token of appreciation for having waited so long, a small sum to procure a jug of wine. Xia Chen smiled, opting not to elaborate further. With a deft motion, he tucked the silver into Ma Gonggong's waistband and waved his hand as he strode towards the palace. As Ma Gonggong felt the weight of the silver nestled against his waist, he gazed at Xia Chen's retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought. Though he served the emperor, he wielded no real power, and none of the high-ranking officials he encountered had ever shown him such respect or concern for the duration of his wait, let alone offered him silver. Sensing the lingering warmth of Xia Chen's generosity, he took a deep breath and placed the silver into his pocket, his gaze returning to calm. "Your servant pays homage to your majesty." Upon entering the palace and traversing a lengthy corridor, Xia Chen was pulled down to kneel by Li Wenzhong. "Rise." A voice, ethereal and indiscernible in its origin, resonated throughout the palace. It was then that Xia Chen beheld the environment of the palace. At its heart sat an elderly man clad in a Taoist robe, adorned with prayer beads around his neck. His hair was streaked with gray, and he faced away from them, obscuring his true visage. This was the ruler of the Great Wu Empire, Emperor 1. "This is the Dragon Wu Guard's token. Take it and assume your position tomorrow." The emperor remained turned away, as if engaged in meditation or profound contemplation. An indescribable aura enveloped him, and Xia Chen perceived a fleeting vision of an ethereal golden dragon shimmering past the emperor. This dragon appeared somewhat illusory, as if not yet fully manifested. Was the golden dragon of fortune a sign that the time was not yet ripe, or perhaps a reflection of the current inadequacy of the Great Wu nation's strength, or even a personal matter concerning Emperor Wen himself? While Xia Chen pondered these thoughts, Li Wenzhong suddenly knelt before the emperor, his voice tinged with emotion. "Your servant expresses gratitude, pledging not to betray your majesty's trust. Be on your way." The emperor gestured with a wave of his hand, reminiscent of a celestial being from the heavens. As Li Wenzhong rose, he cast an encouraging glance at Xia Chen, as if to reassure him to remain calm. Once Li Wenzhong departed, only Xia Chen and Emperor Wen remained in the chamber. The tendrils of smoke lingered in the air, and the room was so quiet that one could hear the rhythm of their own breath. Xia Chen exhibited remarkable patience, refraining from speaking first. "Please take a seat." After what felt like an eternity, the voice of the emperor resounded once more. "Thank you, your majesty." Xia Chen promptly knelt down, expressing his gratitude for the emperor's grace, before finding a nearby seat to settle into. "Your demeanor is quite unlike that of the Marquis of Anong." The emperor remained turned away from Xia Chen, seemingly disinclined to face him, yet he appeared to perceive everything occurring behind him. "I was separated from my father in my youth, thus my memories of him are scant. Over the years, our correspondence has been infrequent, leaving me largely ignorant of his true character. Yet, your majesty's presence is as formidable as Mount Yu, and as sacred as the deities in the heavens, emanating an air of authority that is not to be trifled with. However, for reasons I cannot fathom, I find a sense of familiarity in your majesty, which alleviates my tension and emboldens my spirit." Xia Chen responded with utmost respect, though his words bore surprising boldness. Upon hearing Xia Chen's reply, the emperor fell into a contemplative silence, his gaze shimmering with a flicker of thought, as if he were reflecting on something profound. Chapter 38. A display of unparalleled acting skills. Within the resplendent yet chillingly imposing palace, the voice of Emperor Wen resonated like a thunderclap. Devoid of any emotion, "I have heard that Duke Anwu has neglected you over the years, even fathering a younger brother for you in the eastern wilderness. Do you harbor any grievances?" Xia Chen's form quivered slightly, and in an instant his countenance appeared to shift like the tumultuous sky. First, a flicker of anger flared in his eyes like a small flame, only to be swiftly overshadowed by a veil of sorrowful clouds. Yet, he exerted a formidable restraint. His lips quivered slightly, ultimately transforming into a choked response. "Your Majesty, I indeed have grievances." Emperor Wen's tone abruptly turned stern, akin to a chilling wind sweeping across a frozen lake. "Do you not know that for 800 years, the Great Wu dynasty has been governed by filial piety? He is your father. As a son, how can you express grievances?" Xia Chen fell to his knees, his forehead striking the ground with conviction and sincerity. "Our Great Wu dynasty governs by filial piety, prioritizing the roles of sovereign and subjects, fathers and sons. Your Majesty stands as both sovereign and father. Therefore, when you inquire, how could I dare to deceive you?" At this moment, a glimmer of golden light flashed in Emperor Wen's eyes, akin to the sun breaking through clouds. Xia Chen suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of pressure surge forth. As if a slumbering behemoth was awakening after millennia. He inwardly marveled. Is Emperor Wen truly a master of the arcane? His realm is indeed profound. This formidable aura appears transcendent, undoubtedly a paragon above the third rank, perhaps even a peerless expert of the second rank. Xia Chen could not help but ponder how such a powerful emperor one could be slain by the third prince 5 years hence, even when besieged by an army. He should be capable of retreating unscathed, unless during a coup, a figure of equal or greater strength intervened. As thoughts raced through Xia Chen's mind, his face remained a mask of sincerity. At this moment, his acting prowess could be deemed unparalleled. What a splendid articulation of the roles of sovereign and subjects. Fathers and sons, if our great Wu dynasty could have more individuals like you, clarifying these roles, I too could be relieved of many concerns. Emperor Wen turned, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized the youth kneeling at his feet. Lift your head, let me behold you. Upon hearing the command, Xia Chen raised his head, subtly noting that Emperor Wen often referred to himself as I rather than the authoritative I of the sovereign. You possess quite a handsome visage, fitting for my daughter Yaguang. Emperor Wen acknowledged with a slight nod of approval. His eyes, deep and profound, shone with vitality reminiscent of the morning sun, and despite his youth, he articulated the roles of sovereign and subjects, fathers and sons. It was evident that he had read extensively within the Duke's residence, this knowledge surpassing that of many esteemed scholars in the court. Though Emperor Wen often donned the demeanor of a monk or sage, none could deny his remarkable intelligence as a ruler. Despite hearing this phrase for the first time, he astutely discerned the extraordinary significance it held for the stability of political order. These words served as a cornerstone, reinforcing the monarch's central authority, emphasizing order and hierarchy, compelling all to submit unconditionally to the sovereign. Emperor Wen was exceedingly fond of this sentiment. Did someone teach you these words? He inquired. Your Majesty, this is my own reflection, Xia Chen replied succinctly. The Eastern Town Marquis's residence is renowned for its martial prowess, yet unexpectedly, this generation has produced a scholarly talent like you, rivaling even the great Confucian scholars. Emperor Wen rarely allowed a smile to grace his lips, causing the maids and eunuchs standing in the corners of the palace to display expressions of astonishment. They had served the emperor for many years, yet had never witnessed such a display of emotional fluctuation. Even during meetings with the cabinet elders, he remained impassive. Do you know why I have summoned you today? With a shift in tone, the emperor inquired. Your Majesty, I am unaware of the reason, replied Xia Chen, maintaining his respectful demeanor, fully aware that he had garnered a measure of the emperor's trust. The rhetoric of sovereign and subject, father and son, was a powerful gambit he had cast. Such words, in the context of a feudal monarch, are akin to an invincible artifact, an unparalleled treasure for maintaining dominion. I have heard you unraveled the military defense map case and apprehended numerous spies from the Inspection Institute lurking in the capital. Based on this merit, you could be promoted to the position of Duwei, yet I do not intend to grant you this post. Do you harbor any grievances? I bear no grievances. Both thunder and rain are the Emperor's grace. I firmly believe that your Majesty's decision not to appoint me as Duwei must hold profound significance. Thus, I leave it entirely to your discretion. Xia Chen replied earnestly. Such a commendable sentiment. If only all the courtiers shared your level of awareness. How could there be so much strife in the court? Xia Chen's words seemed to strike a chord deep within Emperor Wen, whose gaze towards him underwent a complete transformation. What was initially a mere pawn in a game had unexpectedly yielded such delightful surprises. If you had devoted yourself to scholarly pursuits from a young age, walking the path of a scholar to officialdom, you would surely be destined for the position of First Minister. The Emperor's calm words reverberated through the palace, causing the maids and eunuchs hidden behind the column in the corner to change expressions dramatically. Were it anyone else claiming such qualifications for the First Minister, it would likely be dismissed as flattery. However, when these words emerged from the Emperor's lips, though they seemed casual, who could ascertain the true intent behind them? My lifelong aspiration is to protect my family and serve my country. Should your Majesty require it, I am willing to be your sharpest blade, even if it means my blood spills on the battlefield and my body is wrapped in horsehide," Xia Chen proclaimed with unwavering conviction, his performance so compelling that he nearly convinced himself of its truth. "Wrapped in horsehide, indeed," Emperor Wen murmured, seemingly savoring the tragic and desolate undertones of this declaration. "It is truly a pity that you have pursued martial arts." Finally, the Emperor spoke softly. "You are correct. I do have great expectations for you. With such intellect, remaining in the Imperial Guard is indeed a waste of your talents. I wish to appoint you as a lantern bearer." The preceding conversation had solidified the Emperor's belief that this young man was fiercely loyal to him and bore a grudge against the Eastern Town Marquis' residents, particularly his father, Marquis Anong, which aligned perfectly with the Emperor's intentions. "A lantern bearer?" Xia Chen feigned confusion. "Do you not wish to go?" The Emperor queried. "Your Majesty, wherever you dispatch me, I shall eagerly embrace the opportunity." Xia Chen's face lit up with excitement, embodying the fervor of a young man eager to showcase his abilities before the sovereign and achieve great deeds. Emperor Wen nodded in satisfaction. "The Lantern Bearer's 9th Division is currently without a division chief. You shall temporarily assume the role. Your Majesty, regarding this position, I fear my qualifications are still insufficient." Xia Chen's face revealed hesitation. The Director of the Lantern Bearers, a position of the 4th rank, is far beyond his current status as a 7th rank lieutenant. Ascending from 7th to 4th rank is indeed a breach of protocol. I command you to undertake this task, and none shall dare to voice dissent. Moreover, it is merely a temporary appointment. I send you to the Lantern Bearers for a specific mission. The Emperor's words were commanding, yet his tone grew grave towards the end. "Your Majesty, what is this mission? Even if it means traversing perilous mountains or plunging into fiery seas, I vow to accomplish it at all costs." Xia Chen's voice was fervent, his complexion flushed. In this moment, his performance could undoubtedly earn him an Academy Award for Best Actor. Chapter 39. You and I are kindred spirits. Within the palace, the flickering candlelight cast eerie shadows that danced upon the walls, resembling silent phantoms. The soft, rustling sound emitted by the burning wax was akin to the gentle swish of a dancer's gown, with each flicker of flame stirring the tranquil air. Emperor Wen sat high above, gazing down at the prostrate figure of the young Xia Chen, a slight nod of approval gracing his features. "You need not plunge into fire and water for me. Simply discerning the schemes of the Inspection Bureau reveals your modicum of intelligence. I hereby appoint you as the Lantern Bearer to assist Ma Song in rooting out Lu Li's faction entirely." The Emperor's gaze was piercing, locking on to Xia Chen as if to penetrate his very skin and delve into the depths of his soul, seeking to ascertain his unwavering loyalty. After a prolonged silence, Xia Chen slowly raised his head. "Your Majesty, is this all?" His voice was calm, yet imbued with a hint of inquiry. "What else do you believe should transpire?" The Emperor's voice floated ethereally, as if carried from a distant realm, with a playful undertone woven into his retort. "Your Majesty has summoned me to the palace. Surely there must be further instructions." Xia Chen boldly replied, meeting the Emperor's gaze with unwavering composure. "You are indeed astute. There is indeed one more matter I wish to entrust to you. Rise." The Emperor's tone softened slightly, transforming him momentarily into an ordinary elder. Yet the aura of authority that enveloped him instilled a sense of caution within Xia Chen. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Xia Chen stood and gracefully resumed his seat. "Your primary duty as the Lantern Bearer is to unearth the hidden spies within the Imperial City's Inspection Bureau." The Emperor's words, calm yet profound, struck Xia Chen's heart like a boulder cast into a serene lake, stirring turbulent waves. "The Lantern Bearer has been infiltrated?" Xia Chen could not help but exclaim. Though infiltrated may be too strong a term, the presence of an insider is undeniable, and their rank is likely not low. Otherwise, how could Lu Li commit such a grave blunder as to misidentify the target of the military defense plans? The Emperor's eyes narrowed slightly, as if recalling the intricate web of circumstances. "I shall ascertain the truth within 3 months," Xia Chen pledged, his voice resolute. "Oh, 3 months? You are remarkably confident." The Emperor lifted his eyelids ever so slightly, his gaze sharp as a blade, gliding over Xia Chen. I speak with sincerity before your majesty. Xia Chen stood his ground, responding with unwavering determination. Well said, sincerity before the sovereign. I shall await your good news after 3 months. The emperor waved his right hand lightly, causing a platinum-colored token to drift slowly towards Xia Chen. Commence your duties tomorrow. The urgency of the investigation permits you to select several from the imperial guards to accompany you as the lantern bearer. With that, the emperor gestured for Xia Chen to withdraw. Your humble servant takes his leave. Xia Chen performed a deep bow, each movement executed with the precision of a model from a textbook, every posture radiating respect. The emperor could not help but cast another glance at him. Inside the carriage, Xia Chen sat opposite Li Wenzhong. Does not my uncle wish to know what the emperor and I discussed? Xia Chen broke the silence first. Since the emperor has instructed me to remain uninformed, it is evident that there are confidential matters he wishes to relay to you privately. Why should I pry? Li Wenzhong's eyelids remained unlifted, as if he were lost in his own world, resting with his eyes closed. Your Majesty has entrusted me with a significant responsibility, appointing me as the director of the 9 great offices. Xia Chen's words struck like a thunderclap, reverberating in Li Wenzhong's ears. What? Li Wenzhong's eyes widened in astonishment, his gaze sharp and electric, the brilliance slowly dimming over time. Following Lu Li's downfall, 2 directors of the 9 great offices also departed. Yet, Lu Li had wielded power over the lantern bearers for over 2 decades, with numerous beneficiaries and countless loyalists who admired him. Your Majesty's decision to send you must be to assist the new Commander Ma Song in restoring order. A bloodbath among the lantern bearers seems inevitable. Li Banzor's Gaza Dapanat, his tone laden with reflection. For more than 20 years, he had witnessed Lu Li's unbridled glory, and who could have foreseen his sudden collapse, akin to a great edifice crumbling, leaving him with a heavy heart. The lantern bearers wield excessive power, existing outside the realm of courtly norms, originally a sharp blade in your Majesty's hand. However, in recent years, Lu Li's brilliance had overshadowed all, fostering a plethora of confidence among the lantern bearers, causing many to revere him while forgetting the sovereign. His downfall stemmed not merely from the military defense map incident, but was indeed a consequence of his own making. Xia Chen's gaze remained tranquil, his tone indifferent. Although Lu Li's defeat was instigated by him, the root cause lay in Emperor Wen's intentions. The military defense map was merely a catalyst. Li Wenzhong regarded Xia Chen with a profound gaze, inwardly lamenting that this young man was far more astute and perceptive than he had anticipated. Serving as a minister is akin to accompanying a tiger. While gaining the emperor's favor is a rare opportunity, it also harbors countless perils. A moment's carelessness could lead one into an abyss from which there is no return. In the past, Lu Li, now myself, Ma Song of the Lantern Bearers, and even you are all ensnared in this whirlpool of power. Li Wenzhong's gaze drifted far, his head resting lightly against the carriage wall, as if attempting to pierce through the world's illusions and discern the trajectory of fate. Xia Chen also observed Li Wenzhong, surprised that this traditionally cautious and venerable general would reveal such heartfelt sentiments before him. The world uncle is about to assume the role of Grand General of the Dragon Guard, a trusted minister of the Emperor. Yet, he speaks such words. Does he not fear that I might inform the Emperor? Xia Chen's lips curled slightly, a half-smile directed at the reclining Li Wenzhong. Though our acquaintance has been brief, I cannot claim to know you deeply. However, I have always been adept at reading people. There is no fear in your eyes, whether when you gaze upon me or when you speak of the Emperor. I am not as steadfastly loyal as I appear, nor are you. We are, in truth, fellow travelers on this path. Li Wenzhong's gaze remained composed as he turned to Xia Chen once more. I hold a favorable view of you. As long as you do not commit grave errors and perform well, perhaps you could shatter the centuries-old convention that prohibits the maternal relatives from holding power. In that case, I may very well find myself relying on you, treating it as an early investment. A hint of a smile graced Li Wenzhong's face as he raised his teacup, gesturing toward Xia Chen before drinking it down in one gulp. Xia Chen remained silent for a long while, ultimately raising his teacup in return to Li Wenzhong. As the ancient said, true wisdom often appears foolish. This must surely apply to the world uncle. It is said that the officials in the court are among the most astute in the world. I believe if the world uncle had pursued a scholarly path, his achievements would not pale in comparison to theirs, and his choice to enter the military is indeed a pity. Xia Chen smiled in admiration. Great wisdom often masquerades as folly. I'm unworthy of such praise, for I merely possess a modicum of understanding in the ways of the world. Within the capital, a veritable cauldron of dragons and serpents intertwines. The sovereign dwelling in the clouds, the nobles soaring through the skies, the henchmen who bully others under the guise of authority, the seemingly brutish warriors, the cunning politicians, the schemers lurking in the shadows, and the leaders of the masses, who among them is not endowed with exceptional sagacity. In the presence of such individuals, how can one tread lightly, as if upon thin ice? Li Wenzhong shook his head with a sigh, his gaze once more resting upon Xia Chen. Indeed, you are the most astute among the younger generation I have encountered over the years. Uncle, let us refrain from mutual flattery, Xia Chen interjected hastily, wishing to divert the conversation. The carriage moved forward at a leisurely pace, both men leaning against opposite corners, each lost in his own thoughts. Suddenly, breaking the stillness, Li Wenzhong's voice emerged once more. If ever I should fall from grace, could you ensure the safety of my family? Uncle, why you speak thus? Xia Chen asked, his expression grave, gazing at the calm countenance of Li Wenzhong, a wave of profound melancholy washing over him. Chapter 40. Each to their own. The spring breeze rustled the curtains of the carriage, while silence enveloped the interior. Why is Uncle he so pessimistic? Xia Chen remarked, gazing at Li Wenzhong. Do you know how many dragon martial generals have changed hands over the past 50 years? Li Wenzhong's voice remained remarkably calm, yet his gaze was profound. A total of 8. Especially in the last 20 years, 5 have been replaced. Upon hearing this figure, Xia Chen fell into silence. Indeed, to have seen 5 generals in less than 20 years indicates that the position of Dragon Martial General is fraught with peril. Over the years, His Majesty has become increasingly inscrutable, with his emotions concealed and his suspicions growing ever stronger. The best of the past Dragon Martial Generals was Zhao Chong, who retired peacefully over 30 years ago, while the others met with disaster. Li Wenzhong's words were tranquil, yet they carried an undercurrent of menace. This position, glamorous in appearance, is laden with risks. I understand now, Uncle. Xia Chen nodded solemnly, refraining from further comment. The carriage continued its steady advance, the wind causing the bells to emit a melodious chime. The breeze of the capital had grown quite strong. Xia Chen realized that Li Wenzhong was not merely placing the stakes upon himself. He was far more concerned with the backing of the Duke of Zhendong's estate. Based on the pattern of 5 Dragon Martial Generals over 20 years, each held the position for an average of 4 years. Li Wenzhong was indeed correct in his assessment of Xia Chen. However, 4 years is too brief a span. He evidently does not believe that Xia Chen would be able to influence the court or sway His Majesty at that time. His bet is on the Xia family. While Li Wenzhong appeared to be conversing with him, he was, in reality, addressing the Xia family behind him. Li Wenzhong's deliberate revelation of such information, even exposing his own vulnerabilities, served as a form of allegiance. As Xia Chen pondered, the carriage abruptly halted. My lord, there's a carriage ahead blocking our path. Judging by the insignia, it must belong to the 3rd prince. The old servant of the Li family spoke softly. Li Wenzhong furrowed his brow. His predecessor, the former Dragon Martial General, had fallen from grace due to his closeness to the Crown Prince. The appearance of the 3rd prince now was undoubtedly a perilous signal for him. Make way for them. Let them pass. Li Wenzhong spoke in a low tone, but it was evident that there was no room to maneuver. Zhendong Street is a main thoroughfare, wide enough to accommodate 6 carriages side by side, and the other party was clearly approaching him. Indeed, the luxurious carriage came to a halt beside Li Wenzhong's. Upon hearing that General Li is about to be promoted, I was quite pleased to learn of it. How fortuitous to encounter you here. Just ahead is Deshun Tower, where officials often hold banquets upon their promotions. Why not join me for a celebration there? The opulent carriage's curtain was lifted, revealing the handsome face of a young man. A smile gracing his features, it was the 3rd prince, who had previously enjoyed a splendid performance in the private box of Baiwei Tower. Li Wenzhong understood that evasion was no longer an option. He too lifted the curtain, his tone cool and distant. "Your Highness, there are pressing matters at home. Hence, I shall not be able to accompany you to Deshan Tower today. Should there be a banquet for the promotion, I shall certainly send you an invitation." Li Wenzhong kept his distance, as everyone in the court is well aware of the fierce rivalry between the crown prince and the third prince. Given his current sensitive status, how could he possibly entangle himself with the third prince, unless he truly has no desire to be the general of the Dragon Guard anymore? At this juncture, he could only be a servant of the emperor. General Li was somewhat cautious. "I have long held the general in high esteem, and considering this is a public invitation and not a private gathering, my father is a magnanimous man. He would not harbor suspicions against the general for this reason." The third prince chuckled, his demeanor exuding a sense of grandeur and an unrestrained love for freedom. "Your Highness, I truly have matters to attend to at home today." Li Wenzhong shook his head, knowing well that the third prince had ulterior motives. If he genuinely wished to befriend him, he would have sought a private conversation, allowing for a longer discussion. But amidst so many onlookers in the street, who would dare to converse freely, let alone dine together? Oh, could it be that one of the general's concubines is about to give birth today? The third prince inquired with curiosity, a hint of intrigue in his voice. Li Wenzhong's lips twitched slightly, yet he responded earnestly. "My wife is virtuous, and the Li family has long been without heirs. Thus, she has arranged a matchmaking event for me today to select a concubine. I anticipate that by this time next year, there will indeed be a concubine giving birth, and I shall certainly invite your Highness to the joyous feast." Li Wenzhong clasped his hands together with utmost seriousness. Xia Chen listened quietly to their conversation, his expression peculiar, as Li Wenzhong once again expanded his horizons. The third prince was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to put Li Wenzhong in a difficult position, but was instead surprised that Li Wenzhong could engage in repartee, even outdoing him. The third prince's gaze shifted, landing upon Xia Chen in the carriage. To his astonishment, he encountered a familiar face, Master Xia Chen from the Xia family. "I have met your Highness." Xia Chen bowed respectfully, but did not dismount from the carriage. "You are my second sister's husband. We are all family, so there is no need for such formality." The third prince waved his hand, displaying warmth. "Master Xia, we are indeed of one family, and, generally, being somewhat timid, refuses to join me for a drink to avoid suspicion. Why don't we share a few cups ourselves?" The third prince invited Xia Chen. "Indeed, we are all family and need not be so formal. Simply call me brother-in-law, and I shall address you as your Highness. This way, we can maintain our own titles without seeming estranged." Xia Chen replied with a smile, extending his hand out of the window as if to shake the third prince's hand. The third prince's lips twitched slightly. Today, both Li Wenzhong and Xia Chen were certainly not adhering to the usual decorum, especially Xia Chen, who was utterly unreserved, even daring to suggest that he call him brother-in-law. At 20 years of age, how could he address a 17-year-old as such? Yet, from the perspective of familial hierarchy, Xia Chen indeed held that position. What a predicament! The third prince inwardly cursed incessantly, attributing his predicament to his unreliable father, which had led to his current disadvantage in lineage. As he gazed at Xia Chen, his head protruding from the window, he couldn't help but further berate the situation. This individual not only took advantage of him, but was also significantly handsomer. The third prince conceded to feeling a twinge of jealousy. Nevertheless, he suppressed his discomfort, fixing his gaze upon the youthful visage of Xia Chen with a somewhat stiff expression. A strained smile crept onto his lips. "Brother-in-law, your Highness." Xia Chen responded with a radiant smile, clasping his fists in greeting. Today's visit to the palace proved fruitful, as he had immediately acquired a rather underhanded young brother-in-law. Yet, this young man harbored grand ambitions and dared to instigate a coup in the future, seeking to commit fratricide and patricide, a ruthless individual indeed. Chapter 41. The Solitary Third Prince. On Zhengde Street, the attention of passers-by and vendors alike was captivated by two carriages stationed in the center of the thoroughfare. One was a magnificent and stately vehicle, embodying both grandeur and subtlety, unmistakably recognized by the crowd as belonging to two significant figures. The carriage on the left, in particular, was the exclusive transport of the third prince. From the balcony of a nearby tavern, someone identified the third prince's carriage. Who could compel the third prince to halt in the bustling street for a conversation? A perplexed onlooker inquired. If I am not mistaken, that should be the vehicle of the Li family. The Li family? The one associated with the recent military defense map incident, who has garnered much attention and is rumored to be on the brink of promotion, ascending to a position of great influence within the court. Some spoke with grave expressions while others beamed with excitement, eager to relay the news. A palpable undercurrent of intrigue began to swirl through Zhendong Street. Meanwhile, at the epicenter of the crowd's gaze, Li Wenzhong wore a solemn expression, acutely aware that he had been outmaneuvered. Regardless of the outcome, both the emperor and the crown prince would likely harbor suspicions towards him, their trust now shaken. Even before assuming his official duties, he found himself in a precarious position. Your Highness, my brother-in-law, I have matters to attend to at home. Rest assured, I have no concubines to bear children, nor am I seeking a match for any such purpose. My loyalty to your sister is unwavering. You need not worry on that account. We shall gather again on another occasion. Xia Chen jested, clasping his hands in a mock salute before lowering the curtain. The carriage began to move slowly, leaving the third prince's vehicle lingering in the heart of Zhendong Street. How audacious Li Wenzhong and Xia Chen are, entirely disregarding his highness. A beautiful woman within the spacious carriage exclaimed indignantly. One is a servant of the emperor, and the other is the legitimate son of the Xia family. By status, he is still my brother-in-law. I am not the crown prince. Why should they regard me? Inside the carriage, the third prince maintained a blank expression, revealing neither joy nor anger. Yet their insolence knows no bounds, especially that Xia Chen, daring to take advantage of his highness, retorted a yellow-clad maid, a close confidant of the third prince, not merely an ordinary attendant. I am aware they will not heed my invitation. My visit today was solely to vex them. Li Wenzhong is destined not to ally with me, so I shall annoy my elder brother, the crown prince, and my father. As for Xia Chen, I indeed wish to cultivate his favor. I have heard whispers in the capital, but had not paid them much heed until witnessing his prowess at Baiwa Tower. He is undoubtedly a formidable warrior, and now even my father desires to employ him. There lies a certain intrigue. Though he is 3 years my junior, referring to him as brother-in-law is somewhat embarrassing. However, with that connection, it could facilitate a closer rapport. He hails from the Zhendong Marquisate, and if I can secure their support through him, the power of the military will be in my hands, rendering the title of crown prince less significant. The third prince reclined in the embrace of the yellow-clad maid, smiling as he spoke animatedly, while she listened in tranquil silence. As she embraced the third prince, occasionally feigning ignorance, it was not due to a lack of understanding. Her seemingly mindless demeanor belied the trust she had earned from him, which was not merely a result of her beauty. She recognized the third prince's solitude, understanding that at times he required a companion to alleviate his ennui through conversation. In that moment, it appeared as though he had fully opened his heart, engaging in an unguarded dialogue. My father, enthralled by the pursuit of immortality, has spent over 50 years on the throne, delving into both Taoism and Buddhism. It was only over 2 decades ago that my elder brother was born, followed by my second sister and myself. Though consumed by his obsession with eternal life, he remains tethered to power, viewing me merely as a pawn to balance the crown prince. I am acutely aware that he has never intended to pass the throne to me, regardless of my capabilities. To him, I am merely a tool. The third prince closed his eyes, his tone gentle and flat, as if discussing someone else, veiling the sorrow in his gaze. The woman in yellow, observing his handsome visage nestled against her, gently caressed his forehead, her expression tinged with compassion. If he wishes to use me as a tool, then so be it. If I must serve as the crown prince's whetstone, then I shall fulfill that role. He believes he can control everything, imagining himself a deity in this world. How absurd. Does he truly consider himself a god? I shall see if he can indeed command all. The third prince's voice grew increasingly indifferent, exuding an unmistakable chill. This third prince is quite discerning. Barely had we exited the palace when he followed us promptly, Summer Chen remarked, toying with a dagger with evident interest. He appears to be pursuing me. Yet his true target is you, Li Wenzhong replied, casting a glance at Summer Chen. He is merely coveting the power of the Marshal of the East. Yet alas, his calculations are flawed. I am but an uncherished, legitimate son in the Duke's house. Summer Chen spoke nonchalantly, his words uncertain whether directed at the third prince or Li Wenzhong. Indeed, the Duke of Anong may not value you, yet your uncle, Summer Qian, treats you well, does he not? He is the current head of the Summer family. Li Wenzhong mused without lifting his gaze, his voice drifting to Summer Chen's ears. Summer Chen chuckled, opting not to delve further into the topic. Li Wenzhong escorted Summer Chen to Winda Street, where the Duke of the East's residence was centrally located. Tomorrow, I shall report to the lantern bearer. What shall become of my duties with the Imperial Guard? Summer Chen inquired. His Majesty has not specified. I presume he intends for you to concurrently undertake the role within the Imperial Guard. Li Wenzhong contemplated briefly before responding. Summer Chen nodded, gracefully disembarking from the carriage, waving a hand in farewell as he entered the Duke's residence. Rather than returning to his own quarters, Summer Chen made his way directly to his uncle Summer Qian's courtyard. The Emperor's assignment of him to the lantern bearer seemed to be ostensibly for investigative purposes to uncover traitors, yet Summer Chen sensed a deeper significance beneath the surface. After all, even though he harbored some discord with the Xia family and his father, he ultimately bore the blood of the Xia lineage. Presently, the Xia family was enjoying unprecedented prominence, wielding control over military power. Was there no fear of the Xia family infiltrating the Lantern Bearers organization and commandeering the intelligence network of the Great Wu? Xia Chen meticulously relayed all the circumstances to Xia Qian. I understand the situation. You should return for now. Should anything arise, I will have someone convey the message to you. Xia Qian's expression was grave, and even he found himself at a loss for comprehension. Xia Chen nodded and returned to his courtyard. As night descended, it enveloped the entire capital like a colossal beast of darkness. The nocturnal revelries of the affluent and powerful truly commenced. On the street of pleasure houses, the scions of nobility and numerous officials congregated. A piece of news began to circulate among various small circles. Have you heard? Today, His Majesty personally received the legitimate heir of the Zhendong Marquis, Xia Chen. How could this be possible? Even a few of the secretaries from the 6 ministries are seldom summoned by the Emperor. It is indeed true. Do you know what His Majesty said when he summoned Xia Chen? Li, do tell. Don't keep us in suspense. I'm on tenterhooks. The Emperor remarked that if Xia Chen were to pursue a scholarly path from a young age and enter the Hamlin Academy, he would undoubtedly become the Prime Minister within 30 years. Ah, Li, I heard it was within 20 years that he would become Prime Minister. Nonsense. The Emperor clearly stated that this young man possesses the talents to govern the world, and he intends for Xia Chen to replace the current Prime Minister, Lin Hanpu, in a decade, becoming the pillar of our Great Wu. Throughout the pleasure houses and taverns, the discussions surrounding Xia Chen's audience with the Emperor proliferated, with various versions of the tale taking flight. Ultimately, it was even proclaimed that Xia Chen possessed extraordinary talents, and although he was but a youth, his intellect and wisdom had already surpassed that of the current Prime Minister, Lin Hanpu. Chapter 42, Renowned in the Capital, the Cuckoo Tower. This establishment is among the most illustrious brothels in the capital. At this moment, within a private chamber, several young gentlemen are seated around a table, each accompanied by a lady. Lin, why don't we go teach that Xia Chen a lesson? What grand talent does he think he possesses, speaking so arrogantly? Exclaimed a young man in a purple robe, glancing at the youth seated at the head of the table while gesturing with his fist. How dare he belittle Lin Xiang? He must possess the audacity of a bear and a leopard. Such an ignorant boy, unaware of his own limitations. What culture can a mere brute possess? How shameless he has become in pursuit of fame. In an instant, the entire room erupted with noise, for these young men were all renowned scions of the capital, their fathers or grandfathers high-ranking officials in the court. Though the matter concerned the Emperor, it was likely exaggerated through gossip. The young man in the blue robe, seated at the head of the table, slowly shook his head, maintaining a clear mind. Besides, he hails from the Duke of Zhendong's household. Among us scholars, We cannot predict who might prevail in a confrontation. Lin Zihan set down his wine cup, his tone calm, yet his eyes betrayed a flicker of emotion. Nevertheless, I am indeed curious about the abilities of this Xia Chen, for he has been summoned by his majesty and publicly praised. I would like to experience his skills firsthand. The others exchanged glances, aware that although Lin Zihan remained level-headed, as the son of the prime minister, he was deeply invested in the matter concerning his father's reputation. Princess Yawang is currently organizing a literary gathering, inviting the most esteemed talents from the capital. Why don't we extend an invitation to Xia Chen as well? Then we shall see if he possesses true merit or is merely a charlatan seeking fame, suggested Liu Bo, fanning himself with a folding fan, a smile adorning his face. He sat beside Lin Zihan, his father being the Minister of Works. This is the first literary event hosted by Princess Yawang. How can we invite a mere brute? This is a gathering for scholars. Someone interjected, shaking their head, feeling the event would be tainted by the presence of such a coarse individual. In recent years, the divide between the scholarly officials and the martial achievements has grown increasingly pronounced, with both sides dismissing one another. One considers the other uncouth and brute-like, while the other believes the former is merely skilled in rhetoric, lacking practical prowess. What a splendid idea! Moreover, Princess Yawang has significant ties to this Xia Chen, someone remarked, their eyes lighting up, envisioning a captivating scene to unfold. Yet upon hearing this, the others felt a sense of discomfort, akin to swallowing a fly. The thought of the enchanting Princess Yawang being betrothed to a mere brute made many shake their heads in unspoken agreement, filled with melancholy. In another brothel not far from the Cuckoo Tower, within a secluded private room, 5 middle-aged men enjoyed a modest drink while savoring the freshly popular steamed base from the capital. Behind each of them stood a young and beautiful woman. A bearded man with an imposing demeanor spoke in a deep voice. "Brother Liu, is that phrase truly as remarkable as you claim?" A middle-aged man seated beside Liu Yun expressed his confusion. Although he found the statement commendable, he struggled to grasp its essence. Brother Liu, having studied under the esteemed Confucian scholars, and being the second place in our civil service examination, naturally possesses a more profound understanding of scholarship than us. Chen Zhizhong interjected with a smile, casually embracing the lovely young woman beside him, his hand resting comfortably on her graceful figure. This evening, as I passed by the Imperial Academy, I overheard several young scholars discussing this phrase, but I didn't pay much attention at the time. Now that I am here, it seems everyone is talking about it. The events that transpired in the palace this afternoon have spread throughout the capital with remarkable swiftness. Do you not find this rather peculiar? Liu Hao did not respond immediately. Instead, he posed a question to the 4 men. Are you suggesting that someone is deliberately spreading this? Chen Zhizhong's eyes lit up as he grasped the crux of the matter. His thoughts turned to the phrase regarding the roles of monarchs and ministers, fathers and sons, and he suddenly seemed to seize upon the heart of the issue. Who in the capital possesses such power to disseminate the emperor's dialogue with his ministers so rapidly, making it common knowledge throughout the city? Brother Liu implies. The expression of the group grew solemn, and they hesitated to continue. Only the lantern-bearer has such capability. Liu Hao sighed, yet he understood that this matter must have been commanded by the emperor. Otherwise, how would the lantern-bearer dare to act independently in such a manner? All present were intelligent individuals who had passed the rigorous examinations, and they quickly arrived at the same conclusion. A monarch must embody the essence of a ruler. A minister must fulfill the role of a servant. A father must assume the responsibilities of a parent, and a son must embrace the duties of a child. Each member of society has their own roles and responsibilities, and this statement is destined to be passed down through the ages. If this phrase indeed originated from that Summer Chun, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. Liu Hao sighed, realizing that this single phrase could immortalize Summer Chen's name in the annals of history, recited by scholars for generations to come. Even if scholars did not acknowledge it, all future monarchs would undoubtedly elevate Summer Chun into the historical records, extolling him. The expressions of the others shifted dramatically. Is it truly that exaggerated? Only Chen Zhizhong seemed to catch up with Liu Hao's line of thought, feeling an insatiable curiosity about Summer Chun, who hailed from the house of the Duke of East Town. The following day, As the morning sun began to rise, Summer Chun, brimming with vitality, found his blanket dramatically elevated, forming a perfect pyramid, akin to an exquisite piece of art. He threw off the covers, releasing the pent-up energy from the previous night. After refreshing himself, he took up the lantern-bearer's token and stepped out of the Duke of East Town's residence. Brother Chun, shall we proceed directly to the lantern-bearer, or do we have other plans? Xia Chen, brimming with excitement, inquired eagerly from behind, her expression radiating intense enthusiasm. Initially, she had anticipated showcasing her talents within the Imperial Guards, but she never imagined being swiftly transferred to the more exhilarating ranks of the lantern-bearers. Those enigmatic figures shrouded in mystery, who in the capital has not grown up listening to tales of the lantern-bearers. From a young age, Xia Chen had heard whispers of their omnipresence, as elusive as phantoms. Today, she would accompany her young master and become one of them. How could she possibly contain her exhilaration? However, there was no rush. First, they would visit the Yulin Guards to arrange matters accordingly. Xia Chen, composed and resolute, strode toward the east. While the lantern-bearers were indeed significant, he could not afford to neglect the Imperial Guards. 5 years hence, during the coup of the doors, the Imperial Guards played a pivotal role. His original plan had been to lay the groundwork within the Imperial Guards, planting seeds for the future, but unexpected developments had thwarted his strategy. Just as he was beginning to make his moves, Emperor Wen had unexpectedly reassigned him to the organization of the lantern-bearers. This had somewhat disrupted his plans. Yet such trifles were inconsequential. Regardless of how circumstances might shift, the current situation remained firmly within his grasp. Moreover, he held a keen interest in a lantern-bearer's dark prison, if memory served him well. Several prodigious talents who would shine brightly during the Empress's reign were currently incarcerated within a lantern-bearer's secret dungeon. A smile graced Xia Chen's lips. All manner of strategies lay intricately woven in his mind. Chapter 43. The Lantern-Bearer's Office Master. Take me along. The Lantern-Bearers are proud and unruly. You will surely require some loyal companions. I wish to serve you. In the military tent, Li Shi knelt with fists clasped, his gaze resolute. Xia Chen cast a deep glance at Li Shi and spoke solemnly. We all serve His Majesty as loyal subjects to alleviate his burdens. Rise, for your daily offerings of those unappetizing buns merit my consideration. Come with me. Xia Chen gestured, assisting Li Shi to his feet. Thank you, master. Li Shi exclaimed, his expression brimming with excitement. Prepare yourself below, Xia Chen instructed as Li Shi departed. He then turned to the 4 individuals behind him. Xia Chen, Xia Hui, Xia Shao, and Xia Kong. Xia Chen and Xia Shao shall accompany me to the lantern-bearers. Xia Hui, you are to lead Xia Kong in the Imperial Guard's development. You both have earned commendations recorded by the Ministry of War, and I have advocated for your advancement. You shall rise gradually. Master, this cannot be. The family head has assigned us to serve you. Wherever you go, we shall follow to ensure your safety. Xia Kong protested, a hint of urgency in his voice. Each nobleman is accompanied by several guards upon leaving the estate, binding their fates together from that very moment. Henceforth, they belong solely to Xia Chen, no longer to the Xia family as a whole. I have arranged for you to remain here for a specific purpose. Trust my judgment. Furthermore, in the capital, who would dare to assassinate me? The difference between having 2 more or 2 fewer is negligible if an assassination were to occur, Xia Chen replied, shaking his head. Then turning to Xia Hui, whom he regarded highly. To his knowledge, Xia Hui had previously commanded troops and possessed a certain military acumen. After retiring from the army, he had not been idle in the Xia residence, diligently studying literature and military strategy. His uncle, Xia Chen, had even examined him on these matters and personally guided him in military tactics for a time. Due to his departure from the estate, Xia Chen had specifically dispatched Xia Hui to assist him. In recent days, Xia Hui had demonstrated commendable capabilities, and Xia Chen felt that appointing him to a minor command position overseeing 100 men was an underutilization of his talents. Rest assured, master, I will manage the situation here in the Imperial Guard. At the very least, the 200 men under your command will always remain loyal to you. Xia Hui replied with a smile, his expression earnest as he addressed Xia Chen. The lantern-bearer's office, a magnificent yet ancient edifice, steeped in the passage of time, stands proudly along the main avenue, a mere 100 meters from the white tiger gate of the palace. The lantern-bearers dwell in shadows, yet their stronghold resides in the light. Whether noble or commoner, all are aware of the precise location of the lantern-bearer's office. Yet none would dare approach within 100 paces without cause. Have you heard? Our Eagle Eye department is set to welcome a new director today. A parachute appointment? Is it akin to the new director of the Shadow Department? Damn, I am utterly weary of these parachute officers, each one presuming to possess profound understanding, when in truth, they are utterly inept. Alas, ever since Commander Lu's downfall, our ranks have descended into chaos. A metaphorical sword hangs above us, poised to sever our heads at any moment. Hush! Tread carefully. At a desk, one individual firmly covered his companion's mouth, glancing around with an expression of palpable anxiety. Have you lost your mind? Do you not realize the tension within our ranks? Some of the higher-ups have been purged. We mere pawns should refrain from meddling. The companion's eyes burned with indignation, yet reason quelled his fury. He slumped into his chair, utterly deflated. Indeed, what do the power struggles of the elite concern us small fry? We ought to focus on our own duties. Li Wei sighed, acknowledging that he had been somewhat indiscreet. Do you know the background of the new director? Zhang Zheng raised an eyebrow. What does it matter to me? I do not know him. You do know him. Remember the individual we met yesterday afternoon during our assignment in the capital? Zhang Zheng whispered in Li Wei's ear. You mean the young lord from the Zhendong Marquis? Xia Chen. Precisely. He is the one parachuted into our Eagle Eye department as the new director. Zhang Zheng cast a questioning glance at Li Wei, seeking his reaction. How could it be him? If I recall correctly, he is merely 17 years old. That is exceedingly youthful. What can be done? Consider his lineage. Moreover, he is a son-in-law of the emperor. We, the lantern-bearers, serve as the emperor's hounds. Whether His Majesty grants this Xia Chen the directorship or even the commander-s position, what can we say? Zhang Zheng sighed, deeply feeling the unfairness of fate. As the two conversed, the door swung open in haste. Brothers, quickly tidy up our desks and clean the area. Our new director is arriving imminently. Xie Ping gasped for breath, grabbing a broom to sweep up the scattered pieces of paper from the floor. The others exchanged uncertain glances, but ultimately, under his leadership, they rose from their seats and began to assist. What does it matter if they feel aggrieved or lament the unfairness of fate? They are but minor players. The clashes of the powerful can obliterate them in an instant. Even if many believe their own sons to be more deserving than the new director, the undeniable truth remains. He is the director now. They lack the audacity to impose their will upon him. Such is the reality. What is there to clean? A newcomer with golden hair hasn't even arrived yet, and already he carries himself with such arrogance, demanding that we tidy up for him, all for the sake of appearances. I refuse to partake in this farce. A young man in his 20s, at this moment, kicked a chair from beneath the table, sending it crashing to the floor. A scar ran across his face from forehead to chin, rendering him exceedingly fearsome. Upon witnessing this young man rise, the crowd instinctively recoiled, bowing their heads, their eyes glinting with realization. Indeed, how could they have forgotten about this troublemaker? Though they themselves bore no connections or status, this particular individual was of significant standing. The current empress was his aunt, and the crown prince was his cousin. He was truly a member of the imperial family. I, too, found him displeasing. Why not remain in the imperial guard instead of stirring trouble among us lantern-bearers? I have heard that Commander Lu's downfall was orchestrated entirely by this young man. Now, he dares to venture among us lantern-bearers. Is he courting death? Another figure rose, appearing to be around 30, his countenance dark and foreboding. The crowd's eyes brightened once more. This man was the adopted son of Lu Li. It appeared that a thrilling spectacle was indeed about to unfold. Chapter 44. A single individual can penetrate millions of troops. Lu Chun, one of Lu Li's adopted sons, stands out as the most capable among them. Lu Li had placed him within the ranks of the lantern-bearers, perhaps harboring thoughts of making him his successor. However, the will of the divine is inscrutable. Lu Li has served as a commander for over 20 years, and should Lu Chun succeed him, it might very well render the lantern-bearers entirely of the Liu lineage. One of the reasons for Liu Li's downfall lies precisely in this matter. The Eagle Eye Department comprises 5 factions, with Liu Chun and the Duke of Yunyang, Cui Hu, each presiding over one faction. At this moment, their voices resonated with the crowd, yet some individuals, with flickering gazes, fell silent, retreating gradually into the shadows. The celestial duel of powers was of no concern to their humble selves. The atmosphere was quite lively, just as the crowd raised their arms in fervor. A distinct voice emerged from outside, calm yet piercing, transcending through several doors and reaching the ears of the assembly, causing their expressions to shift. Though unseen, the voice was unmistakable. As the crowd turned their gaze, the great doors were forcefully kicked open. Xia Chen, with a youthful visage now exuding a fierce aura, wielded a long blade, leading the charge into the room. Following closely was Xia Chen, accompanied by Xia Hao and Li Shi. Xia Chen wore a smile, holding a folding fan, exuding an air of ease as if he were merely out for a leisurely excursion, his unparalleled beauty reminiscent of a dashing young nobleman. This is the insignia of the Eagle Eye Department. From this day forth, I shall be the director, Xia Chen declared, a grin adorning his face as he produced a platinum insignia from his belt and deftly tossed it into the crowd, his movements graceful, akin to that of a privileged scion. The insignia landed perfectly in the hands of Li Wei, who froze momentarily, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze upon him, rendering the insignia almost scorching to his touch. So what say you? Any issues? If not, kindly return it to me. This was personally bestowed by His Majesty. Xia Chen smiled, his extraordinary demeanor causing a sense of daze among the onlookers, for this newly appointed director emanated an overwhelming nobility. As lantern-bearers, they had encountered many prominent figures in the capital, yet they had never witnessed such poise among the younger generation. Li Wei, feeling anxious, hurriedly extended the insignia back to Xia Chen with utmost reverence. Initially dismissive and even hostile towards this newly arrived director, he now found himself daunted, realizing that despite Xia Chen being several years his junior, he felt a profound sense of humility. Was there truly someone born of such innate nobility? So elevated, so unassailable. Despite Xia Chen saying nothing, his smile radiated warmth. Yet Li Wei found himself inexplicably gripped by fear, a thought coursing through his mind. This sentiment was not exclusive to Li Wei. All present shared a similar sensation, as if the very air around them had been siphoned away, making it difficult to breathe. The entire Eagle Eye Department fell into a hush, as no one dared to raise their voices again. Even those who had previously been the loudest now averted their gazes, unable to meet Xia Chen's eyes. Xia Chen remained remarkably composed throughout, yet the onlookers found themselves awestruck by the formidable aura he exuded. This was an intangible clash, the eastern wind overpowering the western gale. Though he possessed a handsome exterior, beauty alone cannot sustain one. We, the torchbearers, seek genuine skill. If you believe your connections and background grant you the privilege to act as you please among us, I advise you to retreat to the Imperial Guard without delay. Seeing Xia Chen's simple yet devastating words deflate the morale of the crowd, Duke Yunyang, Cui Hu, furrowed his brow, realizing that if he did not step forward soon, the situation would slip entirely from his grasp. What qualifications does a mere 17-year-old have? Liu Chen rose, his voice grave. In that moment, over 10 torchbearers standing behind him also rose, silent yet resolute in their stance. The atmosphere instantly grew tense once more. Duke Yunyang, young lord, if others were to claim their rise was due to connections and status, I would have no objection, but for you two to assert such a thing is utterly laughable. Standing at the entrance, Xia Chen folded his fan and pointed at Cui Hu and Liu Chen, laughing heartily as if unaware of their presence. He regarded them with utter disdain. The few torchbearers positioned near Xia Chen paled slightly, sensing that their new superior was rather formidable. This aura was not merely an oppressive pressure born of cultivation. It was a profound, innate intimidation that instilled fear and unease in those who harbored adversarial thoughts. They felt as if they were in the presence of the current emperor, inscrutable and reminiscent of celestial authority. Both Lu Chun and Shui, who sensed this intimidation, their brows knitting together in discomfort. Xia Chen's eyes shimmered with a duality, the depths of his gaze radiating an unusual light, yet none detected this transformation. Xia Chen was acutely aware of this peculiarity within him since the night he activated the nine-dragon imperial seal and entered that dilapidated celestial realm. It remained uncertain whether it was the colossal, auspicious golden dragon merging with him or the awakening of his dual pupils that granted him this power. Whenever he concentrated his energy, an innate pressure emanated from him, shaking the very core of those around him. In that moment, he seemed to embody the way of heaven itself, representing the grand momentum alone. Moreover, Xia Chen sensed that this oppressive aura could be further cultivated. Among the torchbearers, there were no dukes, only Master Chui. Chui who, under Xia Chen's gaze, felt a tremor within, but upon hearing Xia Chen refer to him as Duke Yunyang, he frowned and spoke solemnly. What is it to laugh at? What have we done? By what right can you criticize us? Lu Chun, with a somber expression, appeared as a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows. Is it not laughable? Surely our Duke Yunyang is aware of his own origins. Xia Chen surveyed the room, lingering on Lu Chun for a moment before turning his attention to Chui Hu. I have stated, do not refer to me as Duke Yunyang. Chui Hu harbored a profound disdain for this appellation. He resembled an enraged lion, his gaze fixed intently upon Xia Chen, as if poised to pounce at any moment. The Duke of Yunyang is the glory of your ancestors, he retorted vehemently, and a person who cannot even confront his own lineage is unworthy of speaking to me in such a manner. Xia Chen, with a mocking tone, continued, you are not mistaken. My rapid ascent to this position is indeed attributable to my heritage and background. From the moment I embarked on my official career, I commenced as a 7th grade captain, a vantage point unattainable by the average individual throughout their lifetime. I am acutely aware that my accomplishments stem from the blessings and protection of my forebears, which I hold in high esteem and openly acknowledge. There is nothing amiss in this. My initiation as a 7th grade captain is the result of countless ancestors who shed their blood on the battlefield, sacrificing their lives for the nation, which ultimately paved the way for my current standing. I harbor no shame in this acknowledgement. On the contrary, I take immense pride in it. And what of you? You, who revel in the fortunes bestowed upon you by your ancestors, yet are too ashamed to admit it, proclaiming far and wide that your present achievements are solely the result of your own efforts. Do you not find such claims utterly ludicrous? As Xia Chen pointed an accusing finger at Chui, who, the latter's face flushed crimson, his eyes ablaze with fury. He clenched his fists, his mouth opening and closing in a futile attempt to retort, yet he found himself utterly powerless. Chapter 45. The Dark Lord. The entire hall was enveloped in an eerie silence. At the entrance, one could see an individual cautiously pressed against the wall. This was merely a lantern-bearer from another division, caught up in the spectacle. Xia Chen's words flowed incessantly, as if he aimed to shatter Chui Hu's resolve in one fell swoop. Born of the Chui family in Qinghe, you have inherited the title of the Duke of Yunyang, and with an aunt who is the current Empress, you have carried these marks of privilege since your birth. Do you truly believe that your ascent to this day is solely the result of your own abilities? In our vast realm of Dou, teeming with extraordinary talents, countless souls languish in obscurity. Were it not for these marks of privilege, you, an ordinary individual, would struggle to even cross the threshold of the lantern-bearers, let alone become their leader at such a young age. One must harbor gratitude towards their ancestors and possess an awareness of their own worth. Do not attribute your accomplishments solely to personal merit. Our present standing, including that of the esteemed officials in the court, is a confluence of favorable circumstances, timing, and alliances. Some things cannot be achieved through sheer effort or talent. The watershed moment of life is akin to the amniotic fluid. Being born into a fortunate situation is of paramount importance. Xia Chen's proclamation resonated like the deep tones of a grand bell, startling those present. Many instinctively perceived his words as sophistry, heretical and nonsensical. Yet they found themselves at a loss for a rebuttal. Some even nodded in agreement, as if awakened by his insight. Indeed, The pivotal moments of life are determined by one's birth. While effort and ability hold significance, a fortunate birth is fundamentally essential. Do not think that my words are directed solely at him. They are meant for all of you, Xia Chen declared, gesturing towards Shui, Hou, and slowly surveying the assembly. Though you may consider yourselves mere footnotes among the lantern bearers, in the eyes of the common folk, you are already towering figures beyond their reach. Each of you who has ascended to the ranks of the lantern bearers has done so thanks to your forebears. It is only upon the passing or aging of your fathers that you have been able to seamlessly step into their roles among the lantern bearers. Is that not also a matter of connection? The truth is, your connections are not as formidable as mine, your background's not as strong. Hence, you defer to me as your superior. Fundamentally, what distinguishes you from me? You all stand upon the foundation of your ancestors' glory, occupying a position that an ordinary person could scarcely dream of. Your anger and dissatisfaction with me stem merely from your envy of the background and status I possess. How utterly laughable! As Xia Chen pointed towards the crowd, he faced over 100 members of the Eagle Eye Division, yet none dared meet his gaze. For the truth in his words was undeniable. They were all beneficiaries of connections. An entry into the Lantern Bearers was not a matter of effort, but rather a legacy passed down through generations. Shui Hou, disheartened, resembled a drenched and despondent chicken, utterly devoid of any fighting spirit. Xia Chen gazed in admiration at Xia Chen, marveling at his eloquence, which rendered everyone present speechless. Meanwhile, Li Shi observed Xia Chen with a curious gaze, having contemplated numerous strategies to break the stalemate, including the possibility of using force or summoning Commander Ma Song to bolster Xia Chen's position. Little did he expect that Xia Chen could seize control of the situation solely through his words. Indeed, my appointment as a lieutenant was due to my family background, a fact I cannot deny. However, to have caught the Emperor's attention and been transferred from the Imperial Guard to lead you all, that is a testament to my personal capabilities. Xia Chen persisted, skillfully shifting his rhetoric to deliver another heavy blow. If I am not mistaken, the investigation into the military defense map was primarily conducted by the Eagle Eye Division, was it not? As soon as Xia Chen's words fell, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. What are you trying to imply? At long last, the previously silent Lu Chun could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on Xia Chen. Lu Chun, it should be noted, had personally led the mission to apprehend the individuals responsible for the theft of the military defense map. Yet, it seems he misidentified the culprits entirely. With such a flawed approach, do you truly believe it would lead to a successful resolution? Xia Chen regarded Lu Chun, whose complexion darkened ominously. What exactly do you intend to convey? Lu Chun ground his teeth in frustration. Xia Chen's words pierced his heart like a dagger, inflicting profound pain upon his once proud demeanor. I merely noticed your lingering dissatisfaction, especially since you questioned my qualifications to lead you. My apologies, for I possess a rather petty nature and a penchant for teaching. Since you harbor doubts, allow me to elucidate. Xia Chen maintained an expression of calm, concealing any trace of joy or anger. Why am I entitled to join the Lantern Bearers? Why can I assume the role of your superior? Because I am more astute than you. Because I possess greater capabilities. Because I have solved cases that you could not. Hence I am here. Therefore I am the chief. And you are merely a hall master. So do you submit now? Each assertion resonated like a resounding bell, striking the hearts of those present and draining the color from their faces. I refuse to submit. Lu Chen's eyes burned crimson as he recalled how his adoptive father, Lu Li, had been purged due to the presence of this very individual. Clenching his fists, he yearned to cleave Xia Chen in two with a single stroke. Xia Chen slowly approached Lu Chen, closing the distance to barely 10 paces. His gaze locked onto Lu Chen's furious eyes, and he spoke deliberately. If you refuse to submit, you are welcome to take action. Isn't that long knife resting at your side? With a swift strike, perhaps you could indeed slice me in half. Xia Chen smiled, exuding an air of madness that unsettled the onlookers. It was evident to all that their superior seemed somewhat unhinged, indifferent to his own fate. They were acutely aware of Lu Chen's temperament. In such a furious state, he might genuinely resort to violence. At that moment, the atmosphere in the entire hall became palpable, as Lu Chen's gaze sharpened like a blade, seemingly calculating the trajectory of his strike. Li Wei was filled with trepidation, fearing that in the next moment, Xia Chen might be cleaved in two. Ha ha ha. Do you take me for that fool, Zhao Yu? On your very first day in the Imperial Guard, you deliberately lured Zhao Yu into striking against you, then seized the moral high ground to intimidate him, not only beating him soundly, but also establishing your authority, using him as a warning to others, ultimately expelling him from the Imperial Guard. Do you think I am so naive? Lu Chan suddenly chuckled, closing his eyes. When he opened them again, they reflected a stillness akin to a stagnant pond, devoid of any emotion. He had come perilously close to allowing Xia Chen to fully provoke his feelings, to the point of losing his reason and striking out. Regardless of whether he could succeed in slaying Xia Chen, the mere act of rebelling against authority would surely lead to dire consequences for him. Xia Chen's gaze remained tranquil and unfazed. It was merely a spontaneous response, a casual maneuver on his part, and he was not surprised that the other party did not take the bait. If one could so easily lose their reason, then this Empress, who held sway over the realm and wielded the power of the Lantern Bearers, successfully toppling the Dark Kings of the Inspection Bureau and the Royal City, would indeed be a great disappointment. Xia Chen revealed a satisfied smile. Though a younger, less evolved version of the Dark King, his inherent brilliance could not be concealed. Such a person would indeed provide a worthy challenge to subdue. Chapter 46. I am a kind-hearted person. The Eagle Eye Division once again descended into silence. Contrary to the anticipated fierce conflict, only a war of words ensued. The newly appointed director appeared akin to a venerable scholar, deftly silencing all with his eloquence, particularly those who instigated the discord, Cui, Hu, and Lu Chun. The director's verbal prowess was indeed remarkable, a sentiment shared by all present. At this moment, Lu Chun, the future infamous Dark King, had repressed all expressions, betraying no emotion. He regarded Xia Chen with an almost indifferent tone, devoid of sentiment, and spoke slowly. I have investigated you. Though you are young, your actions exhibit remarkable maturity, akin to an adept hunter who prefers to strategize before acting. This has been evident since your initial appointment as a military officer and during your pursuits of the secret agents from the Inspection Bureau. Since leaving your residence, you have demonstrated your martial prowess publicly on 2 occasions, revealing an impressive force. While the world may label you as a fool, I perceive you as the one who conceals profound depths. Therefore, my attempt to strike you down would not only fail, but would also unjustly place the blame squarely upon my shoulders. Lu Chen's words echoed in the ears of the onlookers, leaving some lantern bearers astonished. They had assumed that Lu Chen's reluctance to act stemmed from the weight of the responsibility of slaying Xia Chen, only to discover that it was rooted in a lack of confidence in his ability to deliver a fatal blow. Could this infamous fool truly possess such remarkable strength? Lu Chen was renowned among them as a prodigious youth, capable of contending with even 6-tier martial artists. Since you have studied me and still wish to confront me, such actions are hardly those of a wise individual, Xia Chen remarked, a smile gracing his lips as he continued. Lu Chen remained silent, lost in contemplation. Well then, let us speak. Given the current situation, how shall we conclude this? With over 100 of you encircling me, one might presume you are plotting a rebellion against me, Xia Chen casually remarked, causing many to shift uneasily. Such an accusation of rebellion was a heavy mantle to bear. The director jests. We are gathered here simply to welcome you on your first day in office. A middle-aged man in his 40s, beaming with a broad smile, stepped forward from the crowd, striding respectfully towards Xia Chen and bowing deeply. Xia Chen's lips twitched. The audacity of this old fellow was astonishing. Had he not overheard the earlier loud proclamations of uniting against his esteemed family member, Xia Chen might have been inclined to believe him. The remaining lantern bearers, however, brightened at this display. It was no wonder that Zheng, the head of the division, had maintained his position for over 20 years. His eloquence was commendable. So, you all have come to welcome me? I am truly honored. Xia Chen cast a sidelong glance at the middle-aged man sporting a goatee, his face alight with a sycophantic smile, recalling the information he had on him. Zheng Ping, one of the 5 heads of the Eagle Eye Division, had held his position for over 20 years, an achievement that was both a blessing and a curse. Zheng Ping possesses an extensive background within the Lantern Bearers, having exhibited exceptional prowess in his youth, contemporaneous with the former commander Lu Li. It is rumored that the two were rivals in their younger days, engaging in a subtle competition from the ranks of minor officials to the esteemed position of Hall Master. Ultimately, Lu Li ascended, garnering renown throughout the entirety of the Great Wu Dynasty, while Zheng Ping remained steadfastly in his role for over 2 decades. Some say that Zheng Ping offended Lu Li, resulting in the rise of younger talents over him, while others contend that their rivalry was one of honorable gentlemen, with Zheng Ping's unwavering position as Hall Master for over 20 years serving as testament to his endurance. Xia Chen recalled this information, then refocused his thoughts. You all welcome me, but those two, I distinctly heard them plotting to instigate trouble. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze finally settling on Chui, Hu, and Lu Chun. You two, what are you dawdling for? Have you not yet met the director? Zheng Ping shot a glance at Chui Hu, then approached Lu Chun, delivering a light kick to his rear. Chui Hu's expression shifted, realizing the tide had turned, but it was then that Lu Chen's voice rang out. We have met the director. Chui Hu, quick to recover, echoed. We have met the director. The two bowed respectfully. Xia Chen observed the scene with a smile, recognizing that his master had firmly established himself among the Lantern Bearers. Truly impressive, my lord, to wield mere words with such power that none dare oppose you. It is mightier than a fist. Xia Chen felt elated, his admiration for Xia Chen deepening. Since you all acknowledge me as your director, this bodes well. Although I am a man of compassion and amiability, I also uphold principles. Some matters cannot be easily overlooked. I shall not pursue others for today as incidents. But you two, disregarding rank and attempting to incite your subordinates to rebel, this cannot be brushed aside lightly. Xia Chen's tone was calm, yet it exuded an unmistakable menace. My lord, it is all a misunderstanding. Today is your first day in office. I have prepared wine and delicacies. Why don't we move together? We shall not return until we are intoxicated. Zheng Ping's countenance shifted dramatically as he rushed forward. You need not say more. Mistakes must be punished. Do you comprehend? Xia Chen cast a sidelong glance at Zheng Ping, who felt as though struck by lightning. What a pair of eyes they were, void of emotion, resembling the will of heaven, the essence of order and law, deep and dark, as if containing the universe itself. Zheng Ping found himself at a loss for words. He stood frozen, feeling an unfathomable aura emanating from this individual, one that was utterly terrifying. Xia Chen's gaze turned cold as he pointed at Chui Hu, Lu Chun, and the dozen or so individuals behind them, his voice calm yet laced with dominance. Each of you shall receive 50 strikes of the military baton, which will then be distributed among the other factions. Beginning today, the 5 major factions will undergo rotation among hundreds and thousands of households. Do any of you harbor objections? As these words escaped Xia Chen's lips, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Particularly affected were Chui Hua and Lu Chun. If it were merely a punishment of 50 strikes, they could endure it, for they were renowned as stalwart men who could grit their teeth and persevere. However, the true peril lay in the rotation. Such a measure would dismantle their entire power structure, undermining the authority they had painstakingly cultivated over the years within the Lantern Bearers. In an instant, it could all be shattered. My lord, is this rotation not a tad hasty? It may incite some unrest. Even Zheng Ping could not refrain from interjecting once more. Zheng, I have expressed my benevolence and my compassion for life. Do you still fail to comprehend? I am here to rescue you. Xia Chen retorted with a smile, placing a hand on Zheng Ping's shoulder. You are a clever man. Surely you can discern that the Emperor's intent in assigning me to the Lantern Bearers is not without purpose. You and your companions have long banded together, seeking warmth in numbers. The Lantern Bearers, do they serve your interests or those of the Emperor? Is the downfall of Lu Li truly a consequence of my investigation into the military defense map? Surely you grasp this, do you not? I extend my goodwill towards you. Yet instead of gratitude, you fail to recognize my sincere intentions. I find this deeply disappointing. Should you refuse the rotation, I shall consider it as if I never spoke of it. I will not compel you. You are free to decide your course, and I shall voice no dissent. However, I cannot guarantee what may transpire thereafter. I am a man of goodwill, and I sincerely hope that, should we reach that point, it will not require my own hand to intervene. If it indeed comes to that, I shall surely recall the warm reception you all extended to me today, and will likely show mercy." Xia Chen smiled. While Zheng Ping's cold sweat had already begun to bead on his brow, his body trembling involuntarily, and his complexion paling. Chapter 47. The Empress. "Why don't you assist me in fulfilling the duties of a wife?" Xia Chen departed, striding into the office belonging to the director before all present. He successfully took charge, leaving no one daring to obstruct him, resulting in a profound silence among the onlookers. "Old Zheng, typically the wisest among us, please take the lead. Should we rotate positions or not? If we do rotate, the foundation we have built over the years will surely crumble." The other two hall masters, Liu and Chun Song, encircled Zheng Ping, seeking his counsel. "I am willing to rotate, but whether you choose to accept is your own decision. Do not use me as a pawn. I am too old for such endeavors, and simply wish to live the remainder of my life in peace." Zheng Ping, regaining his composure from Xia Chen's remarks, glanced at the others, including Cui Hu and Lu Chun, shook his head, and turned to leave. Li Yue, Chen Song, Gu Yu, and Lu Chun exchanged glances. "I too accept the rotation," Lu Chun declared solemnly, and upon finishing, he led a group of over 10 individuals out of the hall. This. Li Yu and Chun Song looked at each other in bewilderment, then placed their last hope on Cui Hu. "Do you two still not comprehend? Our internal solidarity within the lantern bearers has drawn the Emperor's attention, resulting in Commander Lu's downfall." Cui Hu addressed them coldly, stating that as colleagues, their understanding at this juncture was sufficient. However, to abruptly disrupt all our subordinates is excessive and tyrannical. Historically, no newly appointed official has behaved in such a manner. Liu furrowed his brow. To disband his entire entourage was tantamount to a death sentence. Even if he acquiesced, could those behind him endure it? "That is all I have to say. Weigh the pros and cons for yourselves, and act wisely," Cui Hu remarked before departing, leaving the hall with only 2 factions remaining. Each of them felt as if they were puppets, manipulated like a courtesan. Once proud and dismissive of others, they now found themselves subdued without a shred of defiance. More meek than women. Chun Song cursed angrily, reflecting on how those who had boasted so brazenly were now cowed, without Xia Chen even lifting a finger. He alone, with merely his words, had managed to subdue them completely. In the garden of Princess Yaoguang's residence, a profusion of vibrant blossoms flourished, competing for beauty, while butterflies danced gracefully among the blooms, akin to playful spirits. Surrounding them, pavilions and towers were artfully scattered. Intricately carved railings meandered around lotus ponds, where goldfish frolicked and lotus leaves shimmered like dew. Princess Yaoguang, with keen interest, fed the goldfish in the pond, when a maid in purple attire approached with news, prompting her to turn in surprise. Beside Princess Yaoguang stood a young woman in yellow, whose beauty, while not rivaling the princess, would undoubtedly be considered exceptional in any other setting. This enchanting figure, holding a skewer of candied hawthorn, wore an endearing expression, none other than Li Wei. The woman clad in purple and Yaoguang had evidently grown accustomed to Li Wei. The woman in purple, named Xia, was one of the 2 most trusted attendants of Princess Yaoguang. If Xia Chen were present, he would undoubtedly recognize Xia, for she was the renowned female chancellor during the era of the Empress, a figure whose influence had once eclipsed even that of the prime minister. Xia meticulously reported all that had transpired today to the lantern bearers. Zheng Ping, Gu Yu, and Lu Chun had all agreed to the rotation and were currently kneeling at the entrance of the royal consort's office, proactively requesting the change. However, Liu and Chun Song could not endure such humiliation and had taken their subordinates to patrol the streets instead. In Xia's lively eyes, a spark of intelligence shimmered. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded like a waterfall, simply secured with a jade hairpin, with a few strands framing her delicate face, adding to her gentle allure. Her graceful figure was draped in a flowing purple silk gown that danced with the breeze, resembling a bloom flourishing in the twilight. As she conversed with Yao Wang, her gaze was steadfast, her intellect radiating from her brow. She was an extraordinarily captivating woman, though her brilliance was somewhat overshadowed by her proximity to Yao Guang. It seemed I had underestimated my betrothed. Indeed, I had misjudged him from the outset. After the Yue concluded her report, Yao Guang remained silent for a moment before speaking. Zheng Ping and the others were astute individuals, and although Li Yu and Chun Song were clever as well, their boldness stemmed from their affiliations with the Crown Prince and the Third Prince. It appeared that significant changes were imminent within the Eagle Eye division. Yao Guang's voice was cool, her red lips slightly parted. "Your Highness, have you not always desired to extend your reach into the Lantern Bearers? Now that the royal consort has taken charge of the Eagle Eye division, this presents a splendid opportunity. Furthermore, with the royal consort hailing from the Xia family, if we could garner their support, we would gain military power. Perhaps then, your ascendance as the first female emperor of our great Wu dynasty would no longer be a mere dream." As Ziyue spoke, her eyes gleamed with fervor. While the Crown Prince and Third Prince could only aspire to positions within the Lantern Bearers at the level of the Hou Master. If they could secure the royal consort's backing, they would possess invaluable insights and influence. After all, it was one of the 9 divisions, wielding immense power that could significantly aid their ambitions. Yet we are not even wed. Why refer to him as royal consort? Yao Guang retorted, turning her head away, presenting them with a refined profile. Her eyes flickered, lost in thought. If only Xia Chen had seen your Highness, he would surely be utterly enchanted. I refuse to believe there exists a man capable of resisting your Highness's beauty. Li Wei chuckled, wrapping her arm around Yao Guang's. The three had grown up together. Despite their master-servant relationship, their bond was extraordinary. After all, they would inevitably marry. He would indeed become the true royal consort. Ziyue smiled from aside. I have heard that Xia Chen possesses unparalleled beauty. Some even claim he surpasses the so-called 4 great beauties of the capital. You two are my closest attendants. Should I truly wed Xia Chen, you might find yourselves serving as his concubines. I see that it is not I who is eager, but rather you who are taken with Xia Chen. As Yao Guang revealed a gentle smile, the flowers in the entire garden seemed to pale in comparison. Unwilling to concede defeat, she retorted against the 2 maidens. If she truly could not evade her fate of marrying him, she might as well let the 2 of them fulfill the duties of a wife on her behalf. Yao Guang cast a glance at Ziyue and Li Wei, who dared to mock her. At that moment, both girls were blushing profusely. We would never dare to compete for a man with her Highness. Ziyue chuckled. In her tranquility, she resembled an ancient painting, exuding an aura of serene elegance. Yet when she spoke, she transformed into a lively twilight, understated yet possessing an irresistible charm. Ziyue, a hidden figure from the Empress's era, had countless admirers, yet remained as unattainable as the moon in the sky, beyond anyone's reach. Around the pond in the garden, laughter and joy echoed. Even the goldfish in the water were drawn in, captivated by the enchanting scene. After the merriment subsided, both Yao Guang and Ziyue fell silent, with Yao Guang's expression turning serious and solemn. Please send an invitation to him, inviting him to attend the literary gathering in 3 days. It is indeed time for me to meet my fiancé. The exquisite beauty of Yao Guang's face was captivating, and she found herself regretting her initial judgment of him as a talentless fool. Yet how little time had passed, and he had already stirred the winds of change in the capital, successfully taking charge of the entire Eagle Eye division, a position she could not even approach. She had indeed underestimated him. Chapter 48. The invitation to the literary gathering, a literary gathering? As Xia Chen finished his first day of the Lantern Bearer experience, he was intercepted at the entrance of Zhendong Street. Before him stood the enchanting and soon-to-be-renowned Ziyue, who inquired with a hint of perplexity. Indeed, your Highness, my princess has been betrothed to you for quite some time, yet they have never met. In 3 days, my princess shall host a literary gathering, providing an opportunity for you both to meet and deepen your affections. Ziyue alighted from her carriage without hesitation and entered Xia Chen's carriage directly. Upon entering, she raised her head to scrutinize Xia Chen's features, confirming that his appearance was indeed remarkable, unparalleled, and unmatched in the capital. Ziyue was suddenly reminded of her lady's earlier words, which had caused her face to flush with embarrassment. Xia Chen, puzzled by her sudden blush, wondered why she was flustered when he had merely entered the carriage himself. Was he truly that innocent, having not laid a hand on her? This future hidden minister seemed somewhat unstable, still a mere girl. Amused by this thought, Xia Chen decided to tease her. Deep in affections? Does your princess long for me? He inquired, playfully raising an eyebrow while toying with a jade pendant. Your Highness, you jest. My princess merely wishes to meet and understand you, so that when the time comes for marriage, they are not strangers, which might affect their future bond, Ziyue replied, flustered. Oh, so it isn't the princess who longs for me? Then it must be you who does, Xia Chen retorted, and at once, Ziyue's face turned crimson, her entire being radiating warmth. Your Highness, please do not jest. Ziyue bit her lip, feeling her thoughts spiral into disarray the moment she entered the carriage, struggling to maintain her composure. I merely thought you had entered my carriage to test the waters for the princess. As Yao Guang, as personal maid, you will eventually serve her in intimate matters. If I recall correctly, the royal family sends a maid to ascertain the prince's capabilities prior to marriage. Could that maid be you? Xia Chen spoke with a light-hearted tone, while Zhu, seated opposite him, blushed deeply. Observing her bashful demeanor, Xia Chen found it amusing. The contrast between her future poised demeanor, where she would command respect in the court, and her current flustered state was utterly delightful. Please, your Highness, be serious. The reason for my presence in your carriage is that the street is bustling with people. Although I am a woman, I am also the princess's maid. Hence I need not be overly cautious. As for who will determine your capabilities, that is a matter for the princess to decide. Ziyue regained her composure, her cheeks still tinged with pink, and with a smile, she spoke with a dignified grace that surpassed even the finest young ladies of the capital. I have come today to formally invite your Highness to the literary gathering. The blush gradually faded from the exquisite visage of Ziyue as she deftly redirected the conversation. The literary gathering is an event for scholars. Would it not be a source of ridicule for a crude warrior to attend? If your esteemed princess truly wishes to meet me, she should seek an isolated place or come directly to the princess's residence, where we can close the door and engage in earnest discussion, rather than congregating in a public setting rife with outsiders. Xia Chen smiled as he regarded Ziyue. In this day and age, who in the capital is unaware of the prince consort being lauded by his majesty himself, praised for his exceptional talents comparable to those of Prime Minister Lin? Should he tread the path of scholarship, he is destined for a future in high office. Upon hearing this, Xia Chen raised an eyebrow, having learned of this matter earlier that morning. He surmised that the lamp-bearer was acting under the emperor's directive to stir the pot. The emperor aimed to elevate him. The more renowned Xia Chen became, the more widely his astonishing theories on the relationships between sovereign and subjects, fathers and sons, would spread. While the prince consort currently enjoyed great fame, many scholars in the capital held a profound disdain for him, even threatening to physically confront him. The princess, concerned for her consort's well-being, believed that if he could eloquently debate with the learned, he would undoubtedly excel at the literary gathering. Ziyue handed Xia Chen an exquisite invitation, performed a graceful bow, smiled at him, and then gracefully departed from the carriage. Xia Qian and Xia Hao climbed in, with Xia Qian wearing a mischievous grin. Even before the wedding, the princess is so eager to send someone to contact you. Could it be she is hastening towards marriage? This princess is not as simple as you think. She chose this moment to seek me out, perhaps drawn by my current status. Indeed, one must first elevate oneself to gain respect. Otherwise, even your indignation will be dismissed as endearing. Xia Chen lifted a corner of the curtain, watching as Ziyue's carriage slowly disappeared from view. No matter how extraordinary Princess Yao Guang might be, she is ultimately just a woman, and the betrothal is a decree from the emperor that cannot be altered. In 2 or 3 years at most, they shall wed. Xia Qian chuckled dismissively, recognizing that while the princess held a noble status, she was still merely a princess. Xia Chen shook his head, refraining from elaborating. In the capital, who would foresee that this relatively inconspicuous Yaoguang princess, compared to the crown prince and third prince, would ultimately triumph? After years of concealment, she would soar like a dragon, shocking the world that fateful night. Understanding the formidable nature of Princess Yaoguang, Xia Chen remained humble. Her outreach to him was not a reflection of his worth, but rather due to his command over the Eagle Eye Bureau. Intelligence systems are crucial to any organization, and whoever controls it wields the power to act preemptively. Upon returning to the residence of the Duke of Zhendong, Xia Chen did not head straight to his quarters, but instead made his way to Xia Chen's abode. He detailed all the events that had transpired with the lamp-bearers that day to Xia Chen. Your control over the situation is commendable. It embodies both authority and a subtle gentleness, avoiding the disdain of those around you while firmly establishing your position. Now that the three major leaders have consented to a rotation, you can seize this opportunity to gain complete dominion over these three factions. What are your plans for the other two factions? Xia Chen pondered for a moment before raising his head to inquire of Xia Chen. It is clear that Li Yu and Chun Song are affiliated with the Crown Prince and the Third Prince, a fact we have ascertained and which the Emperor is undoubtedly aware of. The reason His Majesty assigned me to the Eagle Eye Division is likely to enable me to eliminate the influence of the Crown Prince and the Third Prince among the Lantern Bearers. Their disobedience presents me with an opportunity. As I have just arrived, I must elevate some of my own personnel. For every position filled, another must be vacated. Let us take decisive action against these two factions. It is time for a thorough cleansing among the Lantern Bearers. Xia Chen's words were remarkably calm, yet they carried a chilling undertone. To be honest, he preferred action over words. When a fist could resolve an issue, engaging in dialogue felt exceedingly burdensome. Chapter 49, Separation. Xia Chen gazed at his nephew before him, a young man he had always perceived as intelligent yet somewhat lacking in the vigor characteristic of their Xia family. He harbored concerns that Xia Chen might stray down a treacherous path, resorting to insidious schemes akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows. However, upon closer observation, it appeared that he had misjudged the lad. His nephew was evidently a harmonious blend of strength and gentleness, embodying a balance of yin and yang, possessing a contemplative mind coupled with decisive action. Among the third generation, while Chen's martial prowess may not be the most exceptional, his intellect surpassed that of his contemporaries. As I age, it is possible that Chen shall shoulder the family's responsibilities and steer the course of our lineage. In this manner, the Xia family would not only possess martial might, but also the acumen necessary for enduring prosperity. Xia Chen found himself lost in contemplation. Judging by Xia Chen's recent conduct, he exhibited both valor and wisdom, truly a natural leader. The Xia family's 6 centuries of flourishing success stemmed from an unwavering principle. Those with capability and intelligence should be granted leadership. Xia Chen embodied this tenet, wholly devoted to the family. And although his 2 sons were commendable, they fell short of Xia Chen's broader perspective. "Uncle, I intend to move out of the Marquis residence." Xia Chen's sudden declaration jolted Xia Chen from his reverie. What reason could there be to vacate the Marquis estate? Was it due to the remoteness of his quarters or the scarcity of servants? "I shall arrange for this at once," he replied, furrowing his brow, his gaze stern. In the history of the Xia family, it was rare for a direct descendant to leave the Marquis residence. Such an act typically signified a division within the family. Not for those reasons. Xia Chen shook his head, a smile gracing his face, his demeanor as gentle as jade, refreshing like a spring breeze. "You wish to separate?" Xia Chen's frown deepened. He had envisioned grooming Xia Chen for future leadership, only to find him now proposing to depart. "It is not as grave as separation, but I no longer deem myself suitable to reside within the Marquis estate." Xia Chen sipped his tea, calming Xia Chen's rising tension before continuing. "The Emperor holds our Marquis household in high regard, yet he harbors reservations. Historically, those who achieve great merit often evoke trepidation in their sovereigns. The continued prosperity of our household is contingent upon the current disarray in the realm. The Emperor still requires our support, but he is wary of our influence. My position is rather unique. As a direct descendant of the Marquis, yet also a prince consort, the Emperor seeks to cultivate my allegiance. as evidenced by my recent appointment among the lantern bearers. He may harbor ulterior motives, perhaps aimed at sowing discord within the Xia family, ideally splitting us into factions. To the outside world, I am perceived as having been overlooked in the Marquis household, neglected by my parents, raised in a manner akin to a wildflower. Consequently, many believe my ties to the Marquis family are tenuous, a notion even the Emperor seems to share. This is also the reason His Majesty has chosen me. Therefore, moving forward, I must not exhibit too much familiarity with the Duke's residence, nor should they extend excessive kindness towards me. Xia Chen spoke slowly, while Xia Chen's expression shifted unpredictably. He wished to refute, yet ultimately found himself unable to voice his thoughts. Finally, he spoke in a deep voice. Is the situation truly as dire as you suggest? Over the years, both your grandfather and I have willingly relinquished our military authority, and your father has remained steadfastly compliant. Is it possible that His Majesty still harbors doubts about us, even if we bear no ill will? The united and illustrious Duke of the Eastern Town poses a considerable threat to imperial power, a sight no emperor wishes to behold. Xia Chen's eyes sparkled with the brilliance of celestial bodies, deep and dark as a black hole, his tone somber, evoking an involuntary tension. Let us not gamble on the affections of a heartless emperor. After more than 50 years on the throne, His Majesty has transformed into a political machine. Any threat to his reign or anything beyond his control will be ruthlessly obliterated. Xia Chen regarded Xia Qian with utmost seriousness. Thus, should His Majesty desire to witness the division of our Xia family, to see you harbor animosity towards us, to observe our 3 generations in disunity, we shall perform for him, allowing him to rest easy while we quietly amass our strength. Is this your intention? Xia Qian's gaze shimmered as he scrutinized his nephew, his tone gravely earnest. Indeed, the more I distance myself from you, the greater His Majesty's trust will become, thereby granting me even greater power, which will ensure the safety of our Xia family. As Xia Chen and Xia Qian exchanged glances, in that moment, he no longer concealed his brilliance. He radiated an aura akin to a blade drawn from its sheath, a confidence that left Xia Qian momentarily entranced. After a prolonged silence, Xia Qian finally spoke. I comprehend your intentions. Proceed as you suggest. The following day, at the Lantern Bearer's office, the Eagle Eye Division, at this hour, where could that newly appointed division chief be? I am eager to see how he will act today. It is said that the rotation begins today. Though this gentleman is young, his heart is undeniably ruthless. I heard that yesterday, the esteemed Master Zheng and his associates approached him to request the rotation, but he made them kneel at the entrance for 3 hours before permitting them entry. This gentleman is no ordinary figure, despite being the one to request the rotation. Master Zheng and his companions had no choice but to plead for it. What a masterful maneuver, handing the knife to him and allowing him to wield it. As the crowd conversed, the clock approached noon, yet Xia Chen had yet to arrive at the Lantern Bearer's office. Something must have happened. Do not wait any longer. It is likely that the new gentleman will not grace our office with his presence today. Someone hurriedly dashed into the Eagle Eye Division. What transpired? Has there been yet another turn of events? The crowd inquired anxiously, only to be met with shocking news. A piece of information swept through the upper echelons of the capital, leaving many astonished. Recently, a prominent figure in the capital has emerged, one who has garnered the favor of His Majesty. This individual, now in command of the Lantern Bearers and one of the esteemed Eagle Eye divisions, is none other than the young lord of the Zhendong Marquisate, the son-in-law of His Majesty, whose residence has recently caught fire. This news has left many in astonishment. What? The Zhendong Marquisate is ablaze? Shouldn't we rush to extinguish the flames? What flames? The Zhendong Marquisate is home to numerous skilled individuals. It is hardly likely that a true fire has broken out. Rumor has it that this prince has had a falling out with the Marquisate and has reportedly moved out entirely. A cousin of my aunt's brother-in-law's sister's husband's son witnessed the event firsthand. It seems that this Xia Chen is currently selecting a new courtyard with his subordinates and has already made a payment, indicating a genuine separation from the Marquisate. What could have transpired to incite such a commotion? A separation of this magnitude is no trivial matter. It appears that there have been no direct descendants who have left the marquisate in years. I am uncertain. I have merely heard that the situation has escalated significantly. The head of the Xia family, the esteemed Anwu Marquis Xia Chen, has even summoned the clan elders and personally enforced family discipline, reportedly nearly expelling Xia Chen from the family lineage. In the capital, from high-ranking officials to common folk, everyone has heard about this incident. In taverns and tea houses, discussions swirl around the affair. The city is abuzz with excitement. Meanwhile, the protagonist of this trending topic, Xia Chen, is moving into his newly acquired grand residence, accompanied by the beautiful maidservant, Baizhu. Master, will we be visiting the lantern bearers tomorrow? Xia Chen quietly inquired, trailing behind Xia Chen. Just having taken charge of the lantern bearers, it would be unwise to remain absent for too long, lest unforeseen events arise. Tomorrow we shall rest. The day after, we will attend the literary gathering. As for the lantern bearers, let things settle for now. P.S. Fear not, dear readers, for there will be no hiatus in updates. I shall continue to ensure you are thoroughly entertained. The climax of the story is fast approaching, with updates scheduled precisely at midnight each day. Chapter 50: Rebirth and the Intent of the Blade. Though the newly acquired courtyard of Xia Chen may not rival the grandeur of the Marquis's residence, it is undeniably considered a luxurious abode within the capital. Nestled in the inner city and in close proximity to the main thoroughfare, its geographical location is remarkably advantageous. The courtyard is adorned with exquisite scenery and elegantly designed rooms, which captivated Xia Chen at first glance. Consequently, the purchase of this estate cost him 3,000 taels of silver, a sum that would indeed be astronomical for an ordinary family. In this era, silver possesses considerable purchasing power. Xia Chen's monthly salary amounts to a mere 50 taels, culminating in an annual total of 600 taels. The price of rice in Chang'an is steep, and residing in the capital is no easy feat. Standing beneath a peach blossom tree in the courtyard, Xia Chen sighed, reflecting on the burdens of daily life. Having previously lived in a marquis's household without concern for expenses, he was oblivious to the realities of financial strain. Now that he had moved out, he truly understood the hardships of daily sustenance, from food and clothing to housing and essentials, all necessitating expenditure. Over the past decade, the gifts received from elders during festive occasions had only accumulated to a little over 2,000 taels. Were it not for Cui Mingru's tearful insistence on bestowing him an additional 3,000 taels upon learning of his departure from Marquis's residence, he might have found himself unable to afford this courtyard. "Young master," a gentle and melodious voice called out as a graceful maidservant emerged from within the house. Indeed, Buzhu now belongs to Xia Chen, previously a handmaiden to Cui Mingru. She had always intended to transfer to Xia Chen's service once he achieved the rank of the 8th tier. However, due to his preoccupation with official duties and his discomfort with sharing his quarters, the arrangement had been delayed. Last night, upon realizing Xia Chen's imminent move, Cui Mingru tearfully insisted that he take Buzhu with him to care for his daily needs. Seeing his sorrowful aunt, Xia Chen could only accept Buzhu into his household. Reflecting on these matters filled Xia Chen's heart with warmth. Although his biological parents showed little concern for him, his uncle and aunt had treated him as their own child over the years, never once making him feel like an outsider. "What do you think of this courtyard?" Xia Chen inquired, gazing at Buzhu. A hint of shyness flickered in her eyes as she dared not meet his gaze. Although she had been assigned to serve him as a maid, her true role was to warm his bed. In affluent households, young masters of a certain age are typically provided with several maidservants for this purpose, who remain with them until marriage. After the young master weds, these maidservants are elevated to the status of concubines. Thus, from this moment forth, she truly belongs to Xia Chen. I still have over 2,000 taels left. Henceforth, the household affairs will be entrusted to you. In the coming days, please take someone to the West Market and procure some maidservants and servants. Their age matters not, but they must come from reputable families. Xia Chen handed a substantial stack of silver notes to Buzhu, but she hesitated, fear evident in her eyes as she refrained from accepting them. "Young master, I am but a maidservant. How could I oversee household matters?" Such responsibilities ought to fall to the mistress, the princess, who is entitled to manage these affairs. The time of marriage remains uncertain. Shall we continue to await her arrival? We have only just moved out, and everything must be newly arranged. By the time she arrives, the moment will have passed like wilted flowers. Xia Chen grasped the delicate and smooth hand of Baizhu, then pressed a stack of silver notes into her palm. Now, you are the sole lady of the house. Should you not take charge? Shall we entrust such matters to Xia Chen? It is settled then. All household affairs will henceforth be under your management. For I lack the inclination to oversee them, Xia Chen remarked with a smile, while Baizhu, her head bowed, dared not meet his gaze. She felt the warmth emanating from his hand, her eyes slightly dazed, resembling a flower poised to bloom in the spring. Occasionally lifting her gaze, her starry eyes brimmed with shyness, a blush creeping upon her fair cheeks. Truly, the young master is wonderful. As night fell and the moon hung high, Xia Chen stood in the courtyard, practicing with his sword. His movements were exceedingly simple, comprising only the most fundamental slashes and thrusts, repeated over and over. To the untrained eye, it appeared utterly ordinary. Yet, those with expertise would marvel, for each stroke of Xia Chen's sword was imbued with a profound essence, slicing through the air like a delicate thread, separating the very atmosphere with exquisite precision, a subtlety lost on the less discerning. Xia Chen's gaze was intensely focused. Regardless of the day's demands, upon returning to his courtyard, he would diligently execute 10,000 cuts each day. Such unwavering perseverance and industriousness would undoubtedly yield remarkable rewards. Within Xia Chen's line of sight, his system interface continually displayed ascending notifications. Proficiency 10, Proficiency 10, Proficiency 10. Sword technique experience 9,830 10,000. As time progressed, the youth persisted in his practice, unwavering. Before long, a chime rang out. Your sword technique has reached perfection. You are about to comprehend a forbidden sword intent. Would you like to receive it? Yes, I shall accept. You have comprehended the pure Yang sword intent. Sword intent level. First forbidden. Experience required for second forbidden sword intent. 30,000. First forbidden sword intent. 0, 30,000. Xia Chen no longer paid heed to the notifications on the system interface. He felt as though he had been drawn into an extraordinary realm. He transformed into a 5-year-old child, training under his master's guidance. The sun rose and set, seasons changed, and through both scorching heat and biting cold, Xia Chen steadfastly stood upon a rocky cliff, enduring wind and rain. By the age of 8, he had achieved minor proficiency in swordsmanship. By 11, he had reached great mastery, and by 18, he attained perfection. Upon perfecting his art, Xia Chen bid farewell to his master and descended the mountain to hone his skills in the world below. He journeyed eastward, learning from various sword masters, encountering bandits and rebel armies along the way. Through countless battles, at 20, he enlisted in the army, beginning as a lowly soldier, training his sword intent amidst a sea of corpses and blood. At the tender age of 22, Xia Chen, stirred by a profound feeling, withdrew from the military and journeyed eastward, ultimately finding himself at the ocean's edge. Eastward, toward the cliffs, to behold the vast sea, sitting atop the rocky precipice. He mirrored the childhood days spent practicing his swordsmanship on a cliff, diligently repeating the fundamental movements. That year, Xia Chen sustained himself through fishing, observing the ebb and flow of the tides and the grand ascent and descent of the sun. He tempered his once fierce demeanor. The bloodlust and malevolence forged amidst the harrowing battlegrounds, as if washed away by the sea, rendering him an ordinary fisherman. Over time, Xia Chen relinquished the sword. No longer fixated on practice, he embraced the natural flow of life, ceasing to impose his will upon it. He transformed into a true fisherman. Albeit one with a peculiar passion, he found solace in sitting upon the rocks, gazing at the sun for hours on end. On an unremarkable afternoon, as the sun dipped below the horizon, consumed by the ocean, Xia Chen, who had spent the day in monotony upon the rocks, suddenly beamed with a smile, his eyes radiating a divine light, akin to a sun rising anew, dispelling the darkness of dawn. He picked up the harpoon resting beside him and, with effortless grace, skimmed it across the sea's surface. This stroke was named Dawn's Break. Xia Chen's voice was soft yet resonant, as if he were whispering to himself, yet imbued with an unwavering righteousness that pierced the soul, reminiscent of a deity proclaiming to the world. Instantly, the once darkened ocean erupted with brilliance. Fishermen aboard returning boats widened their eyes in disbelief. What do they witness? Another sun ascending, illuminating the realm, as the entire sea was bathed in light. The previously smooth and tranquil surface of the water was cleaved open, revealing the depths below. This extraordinary spectacle unfolded over the span of 5 or 6 breaths, until the vast oceanic waters eventually surged back, yet the surface remained imbued with an overwhelming essence of pure sunlight. Such was the power of a single stroke, terrifying in its might. Chapter 51. A Unique System and the 6th-rank Martial Artist. Xia Chen opened his eyes, and within them, a great sun gradually receded, transforming back into a singular eye, his dual pupils merging into one, appearing no different from that of an ordinary person. Tides the great sun, the essence of the blade, Xia Chen murmured to himself, lifting his gaze towards the high-hanging moon. Time seemed to have passed in an instant, yet he felt as if he had genuinely traversed over 20 years of life's vicissitudes. Everything he experienced in that world felt strikingly authentic, particularly his insights into swordsmanship. Yet, it became hazy again, leaving only pure understanding. Xia Chen furrowed his brow as the memories of that world began to blur. He recalled many events, but found it difficult to articulate the specifics. The only vivid recollection remained his practice with the sword. It seems my system has undergone a mutation, significantly differing from the player's systems of my past life. The player's systems of his former existence could accumulate experience points, leading to insights in sword intent and martial arts. But it was a direct infusion of knowledge. This time, however, Xia Chen felt as though he had genuinely lived a lifetime, commencing his sword training at the tender age of 5 and ultimately achieving enlightenment at 23 in the Eastern Sea. This was an experience unparalleled in his past life. Despite the memories of that world being indistinct, the sensations remained astoundingly real, as if nothing was fabricated. You have successfully comprehended the pure yang sword intent in the small world, and gazing upon the vast sea, you have grasped the true essence of the tides. Creating your own sword technique, Dawn. Exceptional performance. Reward. 1 minor returning elixir. Host. Xia Chen. Age. 17. Realm. Pinnacle of the 7th rank. Martial techniques. Crimson Sun Body Refinement Technique. Shouyang Demon Slaying Blade. Dawn. Sword techniques. 1 forbidden pure yang sword intent. Understanding law's true essence of the tides. System space. 10 cubic meters minor returning elixir. Saves 3 months of arduous training. System shop. Unlocked. Cultivation speed. 10-fold enhancement. Fortune Golden Dragon Purification. Root bone talent. Superior root bone. Originally a waste body. Innate dual pupils. Awakening. 1. The system panel displayed a multitude of words, and Xia Chen carefully examined the information. This time, the gains from his enlightenment were immense. The last time he entered the 9-Dragon Seal to absorb the transformative essence of the Fortune Golden Dragon was also significant, the most evident change being his cultivation speed. Previously, whether training sword techniques, gaining proficiency, or accumulating experience points, the increments were merely 1. Since that event, however, his enhancements had surged to 10, thereby amplifying his efficiency tenfold. Moreover, his root bone, once deemed a martial waste, had transformed into a superior root bone following the cleansing by the Fortune Golden Dragon. Even without reliance on the system, his talent in cultivation would undoubtedly classify him as a prodigy. To his astonishment, he had also acquired an elixir. Xia Chen felt a surge of joy. In his past life, he had engaged in discussions on player forums, aware that while every player possessed a system, they were quite rudimentary, with no accounts of systems yielding equipment or reward items. This system of mine appears to be truly exceptional. Could it be that my rebirth into this world is not solely due to the 9-Dragon Seal, but rather because of this system? Xia Chen's gaze flickered with uncertainty. He found himself momentarily perplexed. Previously, he had believed that his connection to the Jade Nine-Dragon Seal was the sole reason for his circumstances, but now, the anomaly of the system had cast a shadow of doubt upon his convictions. Shaking his head, Xia Chen resolved to refrain from overthinking it. The truth may yet unveil itself in the future. From the depths of the system's space, he retrieved a small elixir, exuding a faint, enchanting fragrance. This pill, though merely of inferior quality, promised to eliminate 3 months of arduous cultivation. In this world, although elixirs existed, they were not abundant. Most were healing potions, with few capable of directly enhancing one's cultivation speed. With this thought, Xia Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. If he could acquire the formula for this small elixir, it would provide significant support for the future development of his own influence. And this was just an inferior grade. What if he could obtain a medium or even a superior grade elixir? The possibilities flooded his mind. Without hesitation, he placed the small elixir into his mouth. In an instant, a surge of searing energy erupted within his throat, coursing through his limbs and bones. Xia Chen's blood began to boil, his heart thundering like a mighty drum, resonating throughout the courtyard as if actual drums were being struck. It was hard to believe that this was merely the heartbeat of a single individual. At this moment, it was still the middle of March, and the chill in the air had only just begun to recede, hardly qualifying as warm. The peach blossom tree in the courtyard had just begun to sprout tender buds and bloom, yet the flowers had not yet fully opened. As Xia Chen sat cross-legged, rhythmically breathing, the temperature in the courtyard began to rise. Bai Zhu, who had been tidying up Xia Chen's room, sensed the unusual occurrences outside and hurriedly pushed open the window. What she beheld was an unforgettable spectacle. Xia Chen sat beneath the peach blossom tree, and behind him, an extraordinary vision materialized, an expansive sea stretching endlessly beyond the horizon, with waves crashing mightily, instilling awe in all who beheld it. This was Bai Zhu's first encounter with the ocean. She had long heard tales within the manner of its vastness, but today she witnessed it firsthand. At that moment, a great sun slowly ascended from beneath the horizon, akin to dawn breaking, casting light upon the world, enveloping Bai Zhu in a warm, magnificent aura. The sun continued its ascent until it hung directly above the sea, transforming into a blazing orb of brilliance. Instantly, the courtyard was illuminated, and the flowers bloomed. In an instant, the peach blossom tree burst forth in full bloom, radiantly beautiful, captivating Bai Zhu in a trance. Was this a miracle? The young master. Truly remarkable. As Xia Chen opened his eyes, they sparkled with an electric intensity. His gaze had become increasingly enigmatic. He had officially entered the realm of a 6th-rank martial artist. At this moment, Xia Chen felt an inexhaustible reservoir of strength within him. Tonight's enhancement surpassed his previous capabilities by more than tenfold. Although it is true that, at this stage, one's realm does not signify everything unless one reaches the 3rd rank and above, achieving the 6th rank is still commendable within the entirety of the capital. In the martial world, just attaining the 5th rank is sufficient to establish one's own sect. Thus, one can imagine the substantial value of the 6th rank. Young master, you are truly remarkable. Bai Zhu, regaining her composure, hurriedly dashed out of the room. Let us keep tonight's events between us. This is a secret that belongs solely to the two of us. Xia Chen responded with a radiant smile, and upon gazing at his exquisite visage, Bai Zhu's heart began to race uncontrollably. Rest assured, young master, I understand. I won't speak of this to anyone, even if, in the future, a princess were to marry into our family. I would still keep it to myself. This is a secret that belongs to just the two of us. Bai Zhu whispered. Her cheeks flushed, and she added a final note. Chapter 52. No, brother, why are you so handsome? In the night, Bai Zhu poured hot water for Xia Chen and then stood by the wooden tub. Young master, may I assist you with your bath? There was a hint of anticipation in Bai Zhu's lively eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Chen nodded. Bai Zhu, now his personal maid, was familiar with this world, and there was no need for him to impose modern values or pretend to be a paragon of virtue. Unless one possesses the strength to alter the world, it is futile to oppose it or strive for uniqueness. With a blush adorning her cheeks, Baiju approached Xia Chen, unfastening his belt and helping him shed his garments. In an instant, a figure resembling a masterpiece was revealed before Baiju, standing only to Xia Chen's chest. The proximity allowed her to feel the intense energy radiating from him, leaving her momentarily entranced. It was only when she heard the splash of water that she realized Xia Chen had entered the tub. Regaining her composure, she quickly moved to the edge of the tub, extending her delicate hand into the water to begin washing him. Yet, as she scrubbed, her mind wandered. Young master. It's quite impressive. Later that night, after turning off the light and settling into bed, Xia Chen noticed a small figure stealthily approaching from the adjoining room. Even in the dark, his vision remained keen, revealing Baiju in scant attire, adorned only with a purple belly band. Bezel, he called softly, causing her to startle. What is it? Is there something else? Silence enveloped the room until, after a pause, Baiju's timid voice broke through. The mistress instructed me to attend to your needs and to warm your bed at night. Her voice was scarcely audible, like a whisper lost in the shadows, and her face flushed crimson in the darkness. Xia Chen remained silent, aware that this was a customary practice in large families. He had refrained from such an arrangement previously due to not having reached the 8th tier of cultivation, which would allow him to consummate. I do not require a bed warmer. You may sleep in the side room tonight, he sighed. Though he was not a paragon of virtue nor one to impose modern sensibilities, he was not in haste either. Baiju would eventually belong to him, and given her youth, there was no need to rush. Do you find me undesirable, young master? After a prolonged silence, Baiju's voice, tinged with sorrow, broke through, her tone choked with emotion. That is not my intention. Observing Baiju's tear-streaked face in the dim light, Xia Chen felt a twinge of frustration. Very well, come here. But I assure you it is solely for warming the bed. Xia Chen lifted the quilt, and instantly a soft figure, akin to a little kitten, nestled into his embrace. In this feudal era, Xia Chen recognized that since he could not effect change, he would acquiesce. A man's physical strength may obliterate another's body, yet it is powerless to forcibly alter one's thoughts. As dawn broke, Xia Chen arose and resumed his martial practice. He had already sent Xia Chen to request leave from the lantern bearers. He intended to engage in a confrontation with his adversaries after attending the poetry gathering of his fiancé the following day, aiming to impart a lesson that would unveil their true nature, demonstrating what it truly means to strike fear. His previous verbal duel was merely an appetizer. Baiju also emerged from bed, her face radiating a blissful smile, her gaze lost in reverie. Although the young master had not taken any liberties the previous night, their relationship had undergone a qualitative transformation. Gradually, they were transitioning from strangers to familiar companions. On the third day, Xia Chen's internal clock woke him promptly, rousing Baiju, who lay in his arms like a little cat. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and climbed out from under the covers, her delicate, fair skin exposed to the air, clad in a light garment. Is the young master going to meet the princess today? She inquired. Not quite. Merely attending the literary gathering, Xia Chen replied, shaking his head and affectionately ruffling Baiju's hair. You can sleep a bit longer. I can manage on my own. No, I must assist you with your attire. The gathering is at the princess's residence, and today, the young master must appear exceptionally dashing to avoid being underestimated by her. Baiju promptly sprang from the bed and began to assist Xia Chen in dressing. At a humble eatery along Central Avenue that served lamb soup, Xia Chen asked, Young master, are we truly not in a hurry? The princess's residence is merely a few hundred meters ahead. Should we not finish breakfast first? Why the rush? Haven't you heard that distinguished guests always make their entrance last? Xia Chen, not lifting his gaze from the bowl of lamb soup, responded to the fidgety Xia Chen. Indeed, this lamb soup is quite delightful, truly authentic. I relish it. Sighing, Xia Chen observed the calm demeanor of Xia Chen and began to sip his soup as well. For some reason, he felt that his master was rather indifferent toward the renowned second princess, showing no anticipation whatsoever. Yet it was perplexing, as Xia Chen treated everyone with impeccable courtesy, exuding warmth and grace, leaving no room for criticism. Let's go. After leisurely finishing the lamb soup, Xia Chen rose and beckoned Xia Chen to follow. How much is it, boss? He inquired. Young master, No charge. The proprietor approached cautiously, head bowed, a broad smile adorning his face. Though he did not know Xia Chen, the young man's appearance and demeanor were strikingly distinguished, unmistakably indicative of someone from an affluent family. How could he, with his modest business and lack of connections, dare to accept payment? Ah, here you go. My young master always pays for his meals. Without a word, Xia Chen, following closely behind Xia Chen, produced a fragment of silver from his pocket and placed it on the table, leaving the innkeeper in awe with his impressive stature. Whose son could this be? Such sophistication is a rarity indeed. Oldly muttered to himself, lost in thought, unaware that this very individual was none other than the illustrious Xia Chen, who had recently captivated the streets of the capital and topped the trending charts. At the Princess Yaoguang's residence, an array of carriages and sedan chairs lined the entrance, a bustling scene of activity. Scholars clad in scholarly robes and young nobles in resplendent attire presented their invitations at the gate, entering the princess's abode with cheerful expressions. Look at that lady. She is extraordinarily beautiful. I have never seen such a stunning woman before. Which noble family does she belong to, possessing such remarkable grace? That woman in purple is no ordinary maid. She is the personal attendant of Princess Yaoguang. Really? Just a maid? Yet she surpasses the daughters of other households in beauty and elegance, truly befitting her esteemed position. As the crowd gathered before the princess's residence, they noticed the striking purple-clad maid on the opposite side of the gate, inciting whispers among them. Some audacious young gentleman attempted to approach her, only to be met with her icy dismissal. Was this maiden waiting for someone special? Who could command such attention from her, making her wait so long at the entrance? Surely it must be Princess Pingyang, or perhaps the third prince. Only individuals of such high stature could warrant the presence of Princess Yaoguang's personal maid awaiting them at the door. As the crowd murmured, the previously composed maid, Xia, suddenly brightened her gaze. Following her line of sight, the onlookers beheld a young man approaching. He was adorned with brows as if drawn by ink, his elongated eyes deep and mysterious, glistening with starlight, concealing boundless sentiments and wisdom. His skin was as fair as snow, his countenance as noble as jade. Dressed in a flowing blue robe, he stood tall and straight, each movement exuding a refined grace, reminiscent of a celestial being descended upon the mortal realm. Captivating all who beheld him, Xia, upon seeing the meticulously groomed Xia Chen, found herself momentarily transfixed. The crowd, filled with envy, gazed at him, thinking, "Brother, how can you be so handsome? What are we to do?" They exchanged glances, feeling an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. The literary gathering had not even commenced, yet they felt already defeated. Despite their own careful preparations, the disparity between them and him was stark. Their hearts ached, and their dismay grew as they witnessed the very maiden they admired approach this young man with eagerness. "I have met the prince consort. Brothers, let us continue our updates during the day." Chapter 53. The Celestial Phoenix Pavilion. At the entrance of the princess's residence, everyone was utterly astonished by the scene before them. The goddess they revered, Miss Xia, was displaying such demeanor in front of this man. "Come on, isn't it just that you're somewhat handsome? We are all men of stature, possessing both height and appearance." "Well, perhaps the looks are slightly lacking, but he is still a person. We are all here to attend the literary gathering. Why should he receive special treatment?" The crowd was indignant, filled with resentment. "Why are you at the entrance?" Xia Chen inquired, glancing at Xia. "Naturally, I am here to welcome the esteemed son-in-law. This is the princess's abode. The son-in-law cannot be treated like an ordinary guest." Xia replied respectfully, standing beside Xia Chen. Today, Xia Chen indeed appeared more dashing than he had in the carriage, dressed in the attire of a lantern-bearer. On that day, he exuded a rebellious charm, appearing somewhat ostentatious. However, today, clad in meticulously tailored finery, he radiated the essence of an aristocrat, noble yet remarkably restrained. Upon hearing Xia's response, Xia Chen cast her a glance and surveyed the gathering of scholars and young gentlemen at the entrance, all eyes fixed upon him. He felt it prudent to refrain from further conversation at the entrance. Xia Chen suspected that had this not been beneath the emperor's gaze, At the entrance of the princess's residence, the envious crowd, burning with jealousy, might have rushed forth to confront him. In such a case, should he summon the imperial guards or the lantern bearers to deal with them? Alas, human jealousy is a formidable force. Contemplating this, Xia Chen merely nodded lightly at Ziyue. Let us proceed inside. Ziyue led Xia Chen and Xia Chen past the throng blocking the entrance of the princess's residence. As soon as Xia Chen's figure vanished from sight, the crowd erupted into fervent discussions. Who on earth is this person? Miss Ziyue personally came to greet him. Such prominence. The crucial question is, what grants him such handsomeness? With his arrival, do we still have a place in this gathering? What is there to fear? This literary gathering is a contest of intellect, not of looks. This man appears to be merely a decorative facade, beautiful but lacking substance. Among the crowd, a young gentleman dressed in a brocade robe wore a disdainful expression, for he held in contempt those who relied on their looks, unlike him, who depended on his family status. To attend a literary gathering with such striking looks. Perhaps his intentions are not purely for the sake of literature. It seems he is here for Princess Yao, aiming to live off her fortune. He scoffed. Though I may not possess his looks, I take pride in being sustained by my parents, never relying on others. Yang Wei straightened his back, his posture stiffening with pride. Yet soon after, he felt his composure sag. It seems I need to rest well. Maintaining such rigidity is rather exhausting. With a smile gracing his face, Yang Wei unfurled the fan in his hand, preparing to showcase his elegant demeanor when he overheard a whisper nearby. Shh, keep your voices down. Do you know who that person was just now? Who else could it be? It is evident that he is a mere pretty boy seeking to be kept. How I disdain such individuals. Before the man could finish his words, Yang Wei interjected. Upon hearing Yang Wei's remark, the speaker's expression changed, and he anxiously glanced around. Hostilicho fring Yang Wei yes moot. Brother Wei, you mustn't speak so carelessly. That man holds significant influence. Be cautious, lest his associates overhear you. Who is it that warrants such apprehension? Surely, he cannot be a prince. One companion inquired, curiosity piqued, while others expressed displeasure at the man's cryptic demeanor. The individual in question was Xia Chen, the eldest son of the Duke of Anong and the consort of Princess Yao. Just yesterday, news of him had created quite a stir, as it was rumored he had moved out from the residence of the Duke of Zhendong. What? He is Xia Chen? No wonder Miss Ziyue personally came to greet him. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, realization dawning upon them. This was indeed the princess's residence. Although the two had yet to wed, their union was sanctioned by the emperor, and the engagement had been publicly declared. Thus, their marriage was a foregone conclusion. Consequently, Xia Chen could be considered a semi-master of the princess's abode. Lower your voices. Do you not understand? Xia Chen currently oversees one of the 9 divisions of the Lantern Bearers, the Eagle Eye Division. Each division possesses distinct powers and jurisdictions, and the Eagle Eye Division primarily governs the capital. Today's literary gathering has attracted a multitude of scholars and noble youths from across the city, so it is certain that personnel from the Eagle Eye Division have infiltrated the event. It is quite possible that our every word is being recorded. Wu Bai surveyed his surroundings, his voice laced with caution, fearful of eavesdroppers. The atmosphere shifted among the group, particularly for Yang Wei, who felt a wave of dread. The lantern bearers were notorious for their pervasive reach. Over the years, they had executed numerous raids against prominent families in the capital, instilling fear in the hearts of the aristocracy. Brother Wei, are you all right? You seem remarkably weak. You must gather your strength. As the group's expressions fluctuated, Yang Wei felt a sudden dizziness, his vision blurred, and his body weakened, causing him to sway and nearly collapse to the ground. I cannot endure this. I feel faint. I fear I may not be able to attend this gathering any longer. I shall return to rest. Bunny gripped Yang Wei, recalling that he had just spoken ill of Xia Chen, and in a voice far too loud. Quickly, assist Brother Wei in returning. Another exclaimed, I hear that goji berries can alleviate dizziness. I have a recipe that utilizes them as the main ingredient. I tried it once, and it worked wonders. After the gathering concludes, I shall personally deliver it to you. A brother assured Yang Wei with a broad smile. The entrance was in disarray. while Xia Chen had already ventured into the interior of the princess's residence. "Is this not the location of the literary gathering?" Xia Chen inquired, following behind Yue along a winding path adorned with unique scenery, appreciating the view as he spoke. "Is it appropriate for me to proceed to the inner courtyard?" Xia Chen did not lift his gaze, casually speaking as he surveyed the resplendent fountain in the distant, beautiful garden. The prince consort was no stranger. Even upon entering the inner courtyard, outsiders would not dare to comment. With some time remaining before the literary gathering commenced, the prince consort, being family, naturally deserved a moment to rest. Ziyue halted, turned around, and earnestly replied while gazing at Xia Chen's handsome visage. Xia Chen nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Ziyue guided him through numerous courtyards, ultimately arriving at an exquisite courtyard imbued with historical charm. Tianfeng Pavilion. The plaque of the courtyard bore just 3 simple characters, lacking a signature, yet these characters exuded an extraordinary essence. Ziyue turned to look at Xia Chen, pausing at the entrance of the courtyard to fixate on the 3 characters, before breaking into a gentle smile. These characters were penned by the princess herself, whose calligraphy had even garnered praise from the esteemed Grand Tutor. Xia Chen nodded in agreement. Indeed, the characters were splendid. However, his lingering gaze was not merely for the writing itself, but rather for the 2 characters of Tianfeng. After ascending the throne, Yao Guang adopted the era name Tianfeng. From the 3 characters of the Tianfeng Pavilion, Xia Chen discerned that Yao Guang had long harbored aspirations for the world, aiming for lofty heights. Did the prince consort find anything amiss with these 3 characters? Ziyue, astute as she was, perceived an unusual emotion in Xia Chen's expression, while the characters themselves were exquisite. The 2 characters of Tianfeng seemed somewhat grandiose. The phoenix, a creature capable of soaring through the 9 heavens, harbored ambitions for even greater heights, revealing a hint of ostentation. Xia Chen's demeanor remained exceptionally calm as he offered a subdued critique, yet it was this very tranquility that altered Ziyue's gaze. The prince consort jested. This was merely an ordinary courtyard name. Ziyue smiled sweetly, quickly masking the peculiarity in her eyes. "Haha, I merely spoke offhand. However, if it were up to me to name this place, I believe it could suffice with just 2 simple characters." "Oh, does the prince consort have a better name?" Ziyue scrutinized Xia Chen, standing at the entrance, her perceptive mind unable to discern whether his previous remark was casual or laden with meaning. The morning sun gently bathed Xia Chen, illuminating half of his exquisite face, rendering him almost divine, radiant in the sunlight. "How about calling it Yaozi?" Xia Chen proposed with a brilliant smile that radiated warmth, his entire being exuding a gentle elegance, akin to a refreshing spring breeze. After uttering this phrase, he stepped forward into the courtyard, no longer glancing at the 3 characters on the plaque. "Yaozi?" Ziyue repeated the name at the entrance, momentarily perplexed. Yet she found the 2 characters resoundingly grand and sacred, as if imbued with profound significance. The more she repeated them, the more she sensed a richness in their essence, though she struggled to grasp its elusive charm. In this world, there are no tales of the Yao Qi or the Queen Mother of the West. Thus she is destined to remain oblivious to the significance embodied in those 2 characters. As Ziyue regained her composure, she noticed that Xia Chen had already taken the initiative to push open the door and step into the grand hall. "Prince consort, wait for me," Ziyue called out, lifting her skirts as she gracefully trotted forward, her movements still exuding an unparalleled elegance. Upon entering, Ziyue found Xia Chen already seated in the hall. "The prince consort is here. The princess is currently bathing and will require a little more time. The imperial kitchen has prepared breakfast for both the princess and the prince consort, and it shall be ready shortly," Ziyue informed, leading Xia Chen into a dining area within the palace, her smile radiant as she spoke. Xia Chen raised an eyebrow, pondering whether he was about to meet the future empress. Was she so eager? Would they truly share breakfast together? Had their relationship grown so intimate? One might easily assume they were already an old married couple. Chapter 54. Princess Yao Guang. Xia Chen sat quietly on a bench, the warm light flickering between the gilded beams above. In the center of the hall stood a long sandalwood table adorned with intricately embroidered satin cloth. Surrounding it were jade screens, softly illuminated, creating a serene barrier against the worldly clamor. Alone, Xia Chen maintained a calm demeanor, resembling a tranquil abyss, unfathomable in depth. Maidservants stood silently around him, pouring tea, yet Xia Chen made no effort to engage in conversation, exuding an air of extraordinary tranquility. In the depths of the courtyard, within a modestly appointed boudoir, Yao Guang sat before her vanity, listening intently to Ziyue's detailed report, murmuring as she repeated two words. The bronze-hued mirror reflected a visage of unparalleled beauty, while Ziyue, standing behind her, picked up a wooden comb, gently cascading Yao Guang as flowing tresses like a waterfall. I sense that the prince has ulterior motives. His peculiar attitude towards the name Tianfeng suggests there are no secrets from him, as if he sees right through me. Ziyue furrowed her brows, puzzled. It seems my prince is more astute than we imagined. For 17 years, he has remained dormant, biding his time, concealing his brilliance. Yao Guang, clad in a cool inner garment and freshly bathed, radiated a captivating glow from her rosy complexion. But why? Why would the prince choose to conceal his talents? Is he not unlike us? Perhaps during these years he faced adversity, and there are those who wish to extinguish his potential in its infancy, compelling him to masquerade as an ordinary man. Ziyue's brow furrowed, her voice crisp yet imbued with tenderness, her confusion evident. 14 years ago, when the Duke of Annong went to the eastern wasteland and fathered his second son, it was said that Xia Hao was a figure of extraordinary promise. Both the Duke and his wife cherished this child, showing indifference towards Xia Chen. Yet Xia Chen remains the legitimate eldest son, with this status. The title of Duke must inevitably be passed down to him. Yao Guang's voice carried an alluring authority, revealing maturity and wisdom. Her beauty resembled the blooming peach blossoms of spring, her delicate complexion radiating a soft, rosy glow, each inch of her skin reminiscent of exquisite jade. Her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, reflecting light that captivated the heart and spirit. She was enchanting, akin to a fairy emerged from a painting, rendering the world around her colorless. Ziyue stood behind Yao Guang, captivated by the familiar reflection in the mirror, momentarily lost in her reverie. Eventually, she regained her composure and spoke. What the princess implies is that the Duke of Annong intends to bequeath the title to his younger son, Xia Hao, and that Xia Chen's existence poses an obstacle, prompting the Duke to harbor ill will towards the prince. But even a tiger does not consume its young. It is unfathomable that he would resort to such cruelty, even after 14 years apart. The more Ziyue analyzed the situation, the colder she felt. As images of Xia Chen's countenance surfaced in her mind, recalling his composed and confident smile, her heart aching. How has the prince managed to grow up unscathed within the Duke's household over these years? You must have endured numerous dangers and suffered greatly. It is no wonder that this time, you have had a falling out with the Marquis's residence and decided to part ways and move out. I am unaware of the specific reasons, and it is possible that I am mistaken in my assumptions. Yao Guang shook her head, a hint of confusion lingering in her brows. She felt that matters were not as simple as they appeared, as if she had entered a cognitive misjudgment. What was he doing now? Suddenly, Yao Guang glanced at Ziyue in the bronze mirror, and the topic shifted. He sat there quietly, not looking around or asking questions, simply savoring his tea. Such patience. I have heard from Li Wenzhong that Xia Chen has a penchant for military texts, possessing a calm demeanor and the bearing of a general. Indeed, upon seeing him today, it is as he described. A smile graced Yao Guang's lips. Ziyue, what are your thoughts on Xia Chen? General, Li holds the prince consort in high regard. While rumors in the capital can be deceptive, General Li's loyalty to the princess is evident, and he would not deceive her. I have encountered the prince consort twice. Though I cannot ascertain whether he possesses remarkable talents, he is undoubtedly different from ordinary individuals, far from being mediocre. Ziyue remained silent for a moment, combing Yao Guang's hair as she pondered. Upon hearing Ziyue's words, Yao Guang did not respond immediately, enveloped in the quietude of the room. After a while, she nodded. Perhaps I could win him over. He may indeed become my future husband, and certain matters are destined to intertwine with him. A contemplative expression flickered in Yao Guang's enchanting eyes. By the way, we should refrain from contacting General Li Wenzhong in the future. He has now been promoted to Grand General of the Dragon Guards, and his status is no longer what it once was. My father, with a suspicious nature, will undoubtedly assign someone to monitor Li Wenzhong, to see if he has any interactions with others. We must exercise caution. Yes, Princess, I will minimize our communications. Unless there is a significant matter or unforeseen event that necessitates involving General Li. Otherwise, I shall refrain from employing this hidden chess piece. Ziyue's expression turned serious, clearly aware of the stakes involved. Bring me my phoenix jade hairpin. I shall wear it today. Suddenly, Yao Guang gazed at her unparalleled beauty in the bronze mirror and spoke. Did you not say that hairpin was too ostentatious and that I should be more low-key? Ziyue replied, somewhat astonished. This hairpin was a gift from the current emperor, renowned throughout the Great Wu dynasty. It was crafted from a rare gemstone, a vivid red reminiscent of phoenix blood, which brought great joy to Emperor Wuzong. He commissioned the most distinguished jade craftsman and the contemporary celestial master to meticulously carve and polish it. This phoenix jade hairpin was first bestowed upon the Empress of Emperor Wuzong. Now, this hairpin has been passed down through the royal family for 6 centuries. When Princess Yao Guang turned 16, Emperor Wen gifted her this hairpin, yet thus far, she has only worn it once. Today, she is to wear it again. I possess no other ornamental adornments of note. This hairpin is the only one worthy of presentation, and it is fitting to use it as an embellishment. As Ziyue revealed a faint smile, she chose not to elaborate further and rose to retrieve the hairpin. Her mind was as clear as a mirror. The princess, inherently beautiful, had refrained from adorning herself with any accessories since the age of 15 in consideration for her companions and noble women. Nevertheless, the princess's residence was not devoid of ornaments. Today, she had deliberately brought along this exquisite phoenix jade hairpin, signifying its importance to her. With delicate movements, Ziyue retrieved the hairpin from a jade box. It was a brilliant crimson, intricately carved, with the feathers of the phoenix vividly depicted, as if it could transform into a resplendent phoenix reborn from the flames at any moment, radiating an aura of vitality. Once the princess donned the hairpin, her entire demeanor underwent a transformation. Ziyue gazed in awe and admiration. This literary gathering would attract numerous talented individuals, thus warranting a degree of gravitas. Yao Guang surveyed her reflection in the mirror, speaking to herself, yet seemingly offering an explanation to Ziyue. I believe it is worn specifically for the purpose of meeting the prince consort. Ziyue teased, playfully exposing Yao Guang's intent, their close bond allowing for such candor. Upon hearing this, Yao Guang felt a slight flush creep to her ears, but quickly masked it, her gaze regaining its composure. Nonsense. Hurry and check on that Xia Chen. We've kept him waiting for too long. I shall be right there. With a gentle push, Yao Guang urged Ziyue forward. Ziyue, her eyes twinkling with mirth, slowly exited the room. Chapter 55. The first encounter with the Empress Xia Chen maintained a tranquil demeanor, patiently awaiting her arrival. Eventually, he beheld adorned in a flowing purple gown, gracefully approaching. My dear prince, I apologize for keeping you waiting, she said, offering a courteous bow as she glided closer. Her crimson lips parted slightly as she spoke. No trouble at all, Xia Chen replied, shaking his head, his gaze unwaveringly composed. Ziyue momentarily found herself unable to discern whether Xia Chen was genuinely unperturbed or merely masking his irritation, particularly since he had been left waiting for the duration of 3 cups of tea. Having just completed her bathing ritual, Ziyue had taken the time to adorn herself for the prince's sake, which had inevitably prolonged her preparations. She hoped Xia Chen would understand. Not wishing for any misunderstandings to arise, she felt compelled to offer this explanation. Xia Chen smiled faintly, shaking his head once more. You worry too much, Miss Ziyue. I am entirely at ease. A little extra waiting is of no consequence to me. He remained indifferent to such trivialities. Whether it was a subtle display of authority or merely a matter of personal grooming, he paid little heed. Yet, beneath his calm exterior lay a persistent unease. Ever since he had stepped into the princess's estate, he had maintained a vigilant watchfulness, careful and cautious, drawing from the myriad events of his previous life. He recognized the second princess's depth of cunning, which was somewhat daunting. The crown prince and the third prince had clashed violently, culminating in the latter's desperate rebellion during the coup at the gate, a last-ditch effort to seize power, clearly driven to the brink of despair. In stark contrast, the second princess had remained shrouded in mystery, only revealing herself at the very last moment of the coup to restore order. Her actions were swift, precise, and ruthless, leaving Xia Chen with a sense of trepidation regarding her true nature. Furthermore, even amidst the massacre of the royal bloodline, the presence of the eighth prince, whose lineage was not too distant, suggested a rightful claim to succession. Traditionally, in such circumstances, one would expect the selection of a male royal descendant to ensure continuity. Yet, astonishingly, both the civil officials and military families had rallied behind the second princess's ascension. This was indeed unsettling. It was evident that she had already captivated these influential figures, drawing them under her influence. Such strategic manipulation had rendered the entire realm her puppet. Now, confronted with the reality of this formidable individual being his fiancé, Xia Chen felt compelled to exercise utmost vigilance. Despite being a semi-player equipped with advantages, he never underestimated the denizens of this world. Countless players from his past life had tragically illustrated how they had been mercilessly toyed with and slain by the local inhabitants. What troubled Xia Chen most was the enigma surrounding his own demise during the coup at the gate in his previous life. Had it truly been an accident, or had the second princess, in the chaos of restoring order, snuffed out his life with a mere flick of her hand? Deep within, he harbored profound doubts. "My prince, the princess has arrived." In a daze, Xia Chen heard Ziyue's voice resonating beside him. Xia Chen discerned the soft patter of footsteps and turned his gaze towards the side hall. A woman emerged from behind, an ethereal beauty, leaving Xia Chen momentarily entranced. She was undeniably the most exquisite person he had ever encountered. Trailing closely behind her was a lovely girl imbued with vivacity, Li Wei. Having met a princess, Xia Chen was momentarily dazed, but quickly rose to his feet, bowing respectfully. Regardless of his conjectures, whether right or wrong, he understood that he must adhere to the formalities. Yao Guang scrutinized the young man before her, her enchanting eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. Indeed, he was the most remarkable individual she had ever seen, his appearance impeccable. "No need for excessive formalities, rise," Yao Guang commanded, her voice steady yet laced with an unacknowledged smile that graced her lips. Li Wei stood behind her, her curious gaze fixed on Xia Chen. Noticing her attention, Xia Chen nodded briefly before averting his eyes. "Please take a seat." Yao Guang diestilt for seat opposite her. Almost immediately, maidservants entered in succession, presenting an array of exquisitely crafted dishes, each portion delicate yet bursting with flavor and aroma. "Are you hungry?" Yao Guang inquired, her gaze fixed on the handsome youth before her. "Not particularly," Xia Chen replied calmly with a nod. A silence enveloped the room as Yao Guang lowered her gaze to the table, observing the dishes being served. She wished to utter something to dispel the awkwardness, but found herself at a loss for words. Typically eloquent and astute, she felt strangely tongue-tied today, the man before her. Her betrothed deviated somewhat from her expectations. According to reports, Xia Chen was gentle as jade, humble and courteous, exuding an air of nobility and consistently friendly, often adorned with a smile. However, upon their meeting, while he was indeed polite, he appeared somewhat bland, even distant. This caused Yao Guang to furrow her brow slightly. What could be the reason? Had the intelligence been flawed? A woman's intuition is often remarkably accurate, and Xia Chen believed he was performing admirably, respectful and courteous. Yet, Yao Guang sensed a subtle dissonance. Seated at the dining table, both found themselves at a loss for conversation. Ziyue frowned. While the prince consort was not known for being extroverted, he was certainly not shy, and his demeanor did not suggest nervousness. "I have heard that the prince consort possesses great literary talent. Even His Majesty has expressed admiration. Were you prepared for today's literary gathering?" As Yao Guang's confidant, Xia felt compelled to prevent the oppressive atmosphere from lingering. The princess and the prince consort were meeting for the first time, and while they ought to develop feelings for each other, it should not feel awkward or uncomfortable. Indeed, as soon as Xia spoke, the stifling tension was immediately dispelled. I am merely a martial man, here today to witness the splendor and talent of the youth of our great Wu. With a smile gracing his face, Xia Chen responded warmly. Just a moment ago, he had come to realize his own predicament. His preconceived notions had led him to suspect that he might ultimately meet his demise at the hands of the second princess, which rendered him excessively vigilant. However, as of now, nothing has transpired, and he had only recently become engaged to her. As for his younger brother, the future pillar of the great Wu kingdom, Prince Xia Hao, he had only just turned 13 this year. Rumors circulated in his previous life suggesting that the Empress had intentions to choose Xia Hao, yet such claims were evidently mere fabrications, for the Empress had reigned for decades, imposing her will upon the realm, and no force remained capable of challenging her supremacy. If she truly favored Xia Hao, it is likely that they would have already been united. From what Xia Chen understood, the Empress had always remained solitary, seemingly fixated solely on the Tao. Eventually, even the heir to the throne was selected from among the royal family, a mere child still in his youth. Furthermore, with the arrival of the era of spiritual awakening, the Empress mysteriously vanished during its early days. Whispers suggested that Prince Xia Hao was involved. This was not without foundation, for in the aftermath, the great Wu dynasty crumbled, and the primary beneficiary was indeed Xia Hao. While he sought to deduce the process from the outcome, it was evident that, despite having the upper hand, he risked falling into the trap of preconceived notions. Xia Chen swiftly regained his composure, realizing that regardless of the truth behind this historical enigma, he was currently ensconced within this torrent, and it was imperative to genuinely feel and experience it all. As for the eventual outcome and whether it could be altered, one must strive valiantly, undeterred by the challenges ahead. With this thought in mind, Xia Chen bestowed a radiant smile upon Yao Guang. Chapter 56, Phoenix Claws in the Room. The atmosphere softened considerably. Both Yao Guang and Xiyue were puzzled, unable to comprehend why Xia Chen's demeanor had shifted so swiftly. As they beheld the princess's imposing presence for the first time, a sense of nervousness washed over them. Sensing their thoughts, Xia Chen smiled gently and reassured them, declaring that he was no longer anxious. Yao Guang, with her crimson lips parting, was taken aback by her own words, surprised at her own girlish demeanor. Upon first encountering Her Highness the Princess, she felt as if she were gazing upon a phoenix from the heavens, radiant and formidable, which inevitably left her feeling unsettled and at a loss. However, as she settled in her seat and was finally able to appreciate the princess's unparalleled beauty, her tension dissipated. Xia Chen, handsome and dignified, sat directly across from Yao Guang, their proximity intimate, his gaze warm yet not overwhelming as it rested on her. He displayed an exquisite sense of moderation. Initially maintaining eye contact, Yao Guang found herself averting her gaze slightly, feeling a peculiar awkwardness that was entirely unfamiliar to her. My princess's beauty is undoubtedly the most exquisite in the world. Li Wei suddenly interjected, directing her earnest gaze at Xia Chen. While my princess is indeed the most beautiful, the assertion of her overwhelming presence is somewhat exaggerated. Xiyue commented with a laugh, sensing that the prince's claim of her supremacy was more than mere flattery. It was reminiscent of how much he valued the title of Phoenix earlier. With ambitions as lofty as a swan in flight, who knows what heights he might reach in the future? Xia Chen picked up his chopsticks and deftly selected a piece of phoenix claw, consuming it with a smile as he spoke casually, as if engaging in light-hearted banter. Yet, across from him, Yao Guang's gaze sharpened suddenly, fixating intently on the prince, who was now engrossed in his breakfast. A brief silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the elegant sounds of Xia Chen's meal. What does it matter if a woman harbors grand aspirations? Suddenly, Yao Guang smiled. An entire room blossomed like spring flowers, radiating warmth and beauty that was almost mesmerizing. She had developed a genuine interest in the man before her. If she were to dismiss his words as mere trivialities, it would be a grave misjudgment on her part. Was Yao Wang foolish? Certainly not. She was exceedingly intelligent. Xia Chen believed that few in the Great Wu dynasty could rival her intellect. Thus, she felt assured that her fiancé understood her quite well, perhaps even grasping her underlying essence. Yet a profound sense of insecurity gripped her. She felt as though this man could see right through her, leaving her exposed and vulnerable before him. Moreover, the crucial fact remained that she hardly knew this betrothed partner of hers. Much of the information she had gathered did not align with her perceptions. He seemed shrouded in a fog, eluding her understanding. Do you have a fondness for phoenix claws? In an instant, myriad thoughts raced through Yao Wang's mind, but she quickly regained her composure, returning to her natural poise. Rather than delve further into that question, she opted to change the subject. The phoenix claws are delicious and succulent, especially those from the princess's residence, offering a unique flavor. Before arriving, Xia Chen had already consumed a bowl of mutton soup, leaving him feeling quite satiated. However, he genuinely found the phoenix claws to be remarkable. On this exquisite little plate, there were only 3 claws, of which he devoured 2. Yao Guang observed him in silence, sensing an ambiguity in Xia Chen's words for reasons unknown to her. It is rumored that today, the son of Minister Lin will attend the literary gathering, and recently, whispers in the capital suggest that the prince consort is exceptionally talented, potentially surpassing Minister Lin himself. It is likely that Minister Lin's son will challenge the prince consort today. Ziyue felt compelled to change the topic, internally sighing as she realized she was becoming a lubricant in their interactions. The gossip circulating in the streets was merely that, gossip. Nevertheless, with Minister Lin's son attending, it would be an opportunity to witness whether he possessed the elegance of his esteemed father. Xia Chen remained indifferent, focusing intently on the delectable dishes before him. As he ate, he suddenly raised his head and inquired, "Who else will be attending the literary gathering today?" In response to the prince consort, some prominent officials' sons, as well as a few talented youths from the National Academy and renowned scholars from the White Deer Academy, will also bring some students. Master Tianhai from the Tianlong Temple and possibly someone from the Hou Mansion may attend as well. As Ziyue recited the names, Xia Chen couldn't help but cast a glance at her. His initial disinterest was suddenly piqued. It was not surprising that the sons of officials and students from the National Academy and White Deer Academy would attend, but the fact that esteemed scholars from the White Deer Academy would be present indicated the high caliber of this literary gathering. More significantly, the participation of both the Tianlong Temple and the Hou Mansion was rather unusual. The abbot Long Shu from the Tianlong Temple and the elder master from the Hou Mansion were among the foremost powers of the realm. Humanity is revered across the land due to the presence of these 5 eminent figures, often referred to as terrestrial immortals, each possessing unfathomable strength. Both the Tianlong Temple and Hou Mansion are located within the capital, yet they remain aloof from worldly affairs, holding a status of extraordinary transcendence. Xia Chen cast a deep glance at Yao Guang, recognizing that the ability to summon both establishments to a single literary gathering was indeed remarkable. "Why have you stopped eating?" Prince Consort Li Wei, who was about to call for a maid to bring more phoenix claws, noticed that Xia Chen had set down his chopsticks and curiously inquired, "This dish is so delectable. I fear that if I indulge too much, I might become addicted. It would be quite distressing not to be able to enjoy it daily." Xia Chen jested with a smile. "Is that so?" Li Wei replied with a hint of innocence. "If you enjoy it, you can come often." Suddenly, Yao Guang gazed at Xia Chen and uttered a surprising statement. Xia Chen looked at her, astonished. "Come often? Why not simply move into the princess's residence?" He mused internally, though he refrained from voicing such thoughts. Since we are not yet wed, frequenting the princess's residence might invite unwelcome gossip. Xia Chen hesitated before speaking. "Are you concerned about what others might say?" Yao Guang met Xia Chen's gaze unwaveringly, her eyes filled with determination. Chapter 57. The Heroes of the World. In the room, both Ziyue and Li Wei gazed at Yao Guang in astonishment. They had not anticipated the princess's candidness. Indeed, as soon as Yao Guang uttered those words, a wave of regret washed over her, for she realized the ambiguity embedded in her statement. They were not yet betrothed. and her words seemed to extend an implicit invitation for Xia Chen to visit her home. Whether intended or not, such a suggestion was bound to invite misinterpretation. With this thought in mind, Yao Guang discreetly cast a glance at Xia Chen, only to find him maintaining a serene demeanor, a gentle smile gracing his face, seemingly untouched by any improper thoughts. If the princess is unperturbed, then I shall not be either. Xia Chen beamed with confidence, exuding ease. Subsequently, the two tacitly refrained from pursuing the topic further. Yao Guang savored her breakfast slowly, her delicate bites executed with exquisite grace, evoking a sense of delight in Xia Chen. However, Yao Guang felt somewhat self-conscious under Xia Chen's scrutiny. It was her first experience dining while being observed so intently, a sensation that felt rather peculiar. Consequently, she instinctively quickened her pace of eating, yet her movements remained elegant. Thus, the breakfast concluded without much incident. Xia Chen remained composed, repeatedly reminding himself not to overthink the situation, treating it as a rather unconventional courtship. Should the princess prepare herself, I might as well venture to the literary gathering first, Xia Chen remarked as he observed Yao Guang finishing her meal and dabbing her vibrant lips with a silk napkin. He expressed his interest in Tianlong Temple and the Hou Mansion. After a moment of contemplation, Yao Guang regarded Xia Chen with a cool voice. It is about time. Let us go together. With that, she rose, leaving Xia Chen pondering her intentions. In the past 5 years, there had not been a literary gathering of such magnitude in the entire capital. The effort and time the princess invested in organizing such an event could not merely be for amusement. She aimed to attract exceptional talents and gather capable aides. Xia Chen was acutely aware of this. Moreover, if he were to accompany Yao Guang, it would inevitably affect her ability to recruit followers, undermining her attempts to project an image of an independent and strong woman to the public. Thus, he had tactfully suggested he would go ahead. Unexpectedly, however, Yao Guang showed no reluctance about their relationship, and their joint appearance was undoubtedly a signal to the outside world, perhaps implying their amicable feelings and mutual satisfaction with the impending marriage, hinting that they might soon be wed. Such thoughts flickered through Xia Chen's mind as he caught up with Yao Guang, walking alongside her towards the outer courtyard. Regardless, if the princess was unreserved, he saw no reason to be discreet, as he had no extramarital entanglements to worry about. Who are the attendees from Bailu Academy? And what are the Hou Mansion? Xia Chen inquired as he strolled beside Yao Guang, taking advantage of the spaciousness of the princess's residence to pose questions to Xia, trailing behind them. The illustrious White Deer Academy has been graced by the eminent scholar Lu Tong, who has descended from the mountains accompanied by his disciples. Recently, he arrived in the capital. Meanwhile, the esteemed Tianlong Temple is represented by Master Tian Hai, and if all goes as anticipated, Taoist Xianjinzi from the Hou Mansion should also be in attendance. Ziyue answered each inquiry in turn, and Xia Chen nodded, comprehending the situation. Since his arrival in this world, he has diligently familiarized himself with the notable figures of the Great Wu and the realm at large. White Deer Academy, renowned for its Confucian and Taoist teachings, boasts a rich heritage spanning over a millennium. Lu Tong himself is a figure of considerable legend. After 15 years of arduous study, he excelled in the imperial examinations at the age of 20, entering the world of governance as a celebrated prodigy. However, at the age of 32, he submitted a memorial to Emperor Wan, urging him to allow the populace to recuperate and to refrain from initiating further wars. This was a time when the Great Wu dynasty had already been ravaged by the battles of Huaiyang and the southern barbarians, leading to a dire situation where the burdens on the common people had become unbearable and chaos reigned. Regrettably, this missive incited the emperor's ire, resulting in Lu Tong's vehement resignation from his official post. He returned to White Deer Academy, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to the study of the classics of the sages. At the age of 45, he emerged as a prominent Confucian scholar. Now, 2 decades have elapsed since Lu Tong's departure from the capital, a period during which the political landscape has undergone profound transformations. Is it possible that Lu Tong has aligned himself with Yao Guang during this literary gathering? Or has he returned to the capital at this juncture, perhaps orchestrated by Yao Guang? Xia Chen is familiar with Lu Tong, or rather, he remembers him from past life. In the era of the Empress, Liu Tong ascended rapidly through the ranks, ultimately joining the cabinet as an elder statesman. He continued to focus on improving the lives of the citizenry, implementing numerous policies that revitalized the economy of the Great Wu, laying a solid foundation for the subsequent triumphs of the Great Wu cavalry in their conquests of the Kingdom of Qing and the Great Feng. Master Tianhai of Tianlong Temple also enjoys considerable renown in this era. He is an eloquent speaker, well-versed in Buddhist doctrine. Although he was born in Tianlong Temple, he does not dismiss external philosophies, having delved into Confucianism and Taoism, mastering the intersections of these traditions. Furthermore, he is one of the 6 direct disciples of the abbot Long Shu, frequently visiting the palace to engage in discussions on Buddhism with Emperor Wen. As for Taoist Hou Mansion from the Hou Mansion, he is among the most illustrious disciples of the 2nd generation, renowned beyond the immediate disciples of the old master. While his fame may not rival that of the aforementioned figures, Xia Chen does not dare underestimate Taoist Hou Mansion. He is a person of profound wisdom, possessing the ability to appear simple while harboring great depth. Hou Mansion lived into the early days of the spiritual awakening era, as the celestial energies revitalized. He charted his own path in Taoism, thereby establishing a new lineage within the tradition and becoming a formidable figure. This seemingly modest literary gathering conceals remarkable talents, many of whom will ascend to historical prominence in the future. Xia Chen felt a sense of urgency. He had previously underestimated the importance of this event, nearly allowing it to pass him by. He wonders whether the 2 representatives from White Deer Academy and the Imperial Academy have arrived, calculating their age. They should just be in their early 20s. In Xia Chen's mind, visions of the future began to emerge. During the era of the Great Unification, Confucianism flourished remarkably, even managing to overshadow Buddhism and Taoism for a time. Confucianism ascended to become the orthodox school of thought. Among the luminaries of this period, 2 scholars stood out prominently: Su Xingchen and Feng Zhiru. Su, hailing from the Imperial Academy, became the prime minister of the cabinet at the tender age of 29, achieving the distinction of the youngest prime minister in the history of the Dawu dynasty. Meanwhile, Feng Zhiru, at 31, broke into the 2nd rank of Confucianism and Taoism, setting a record for the swiftest ascent to this level in the Dawu dynasty. One was endowed with unparalleled intellect, while the other possessed astonishing talent in Confucianism and Taoism. Their esteemed backgrounds from the Imperial Academy and the Bailu Academy led to much discourse among the populace, often drawing comparisons between them. Both were beneficiaries of the Empress's grace, loyal to her, leaving one to ponder whether they were drawn into this literary gathering by Yao Guang. As Xia Chen traversed a narrow path, his thoughts drifted far into the depths of time, navigating the river of history, seeking to deduce a course that would befit him. He contemplated how to maximize his own interests. Soon, the group traversed numerous courtyards and arrived at the main hall, where a cacophony of voices filled the air. Many had already gathered, some seated, and as they heard the sound of footsteps, all gazes converged upon them. Immediately recognizing the unparalleled Yao Guang and the figure standing beside her, Xia Chen. Chapter 58, He My Fiancé. The once bustling outer hall fell into an abrupt silence. All eyes were fixed upon Yao Guang, who radiated an extraordinary brilliance. Yet, even her splendor could not entirely overshadow the luminosity of the man by her side. He stood tall and upright like a majestic pine, adorned in impeccably tailored garments that accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist, creating a flawless silhouette. His face resembled a masterpiece meticulously crafted by the heavens, with eyebrows that arched elegantly into his hairline and deep, soulful eyes that seemed to harbor a multitude of stars. Beneath his prominent nose, his lips formed a graceful line, exuding an innate nobility. He stood there, a gentle smile gracing his lips, reminiscent of the spring sun breaking through ice, warm and enchanting. His ethereal demeanor suggested he had stepped out from the realms of poetry and painting, exuding a tranquil presence that was neither ostentatious nor self-promoting. Yet the aura he emanated was captivating, drawing the gaze of all present. "Your Highness the Princess." The crowd bowed in unison, though their peripheral vision lingered on Xia Chen. Their curiosity piqued. Who was this striking individual standing beside the princess? Was he perhaps a prince? The current emperor had but few offspring, only 4 princes and 3 princesses. Many had never encountered a prince before, leading to rampant speculation. This man and the princess appeared remarkably well-matched, standing together like a pair of celestial beings, equally formidable. An inexplicable thought arose in some minds. How could such a handsome man exist in the capital? And why had I not known of him before? As these musings circulated, Yao Guang's clear, resonant voice broke through. Please rise. Today's literary gathering does not require formality. With a subtle lift of her delicate hand, she commanded the attention of the room. Xia Chen quietly surveyed the scene. The expansive front hall, including the courtyard, could comfortably accommodate hundreds without feeling cramped. On the opposite side of the hall, a middle-aged eunuch orchestrated the proceedings, while beautiful maidens and eunuchs moved gracefully among the guests, serving platters of fruit and beverages, their efficiency commendable. That is Eunuch Sun, our esteemed steward of the princess's residence. He manages affairs with great skill, whispered Xia, noticing Xia Chen's gaze. Xia Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Although the princess's court was still in its developmental phase, with many talented individuals yet to be recruited by Yao Guang, there were still some capable individuals under her command at this stage. As Xia Chen scanned the crowd for familiar faces, a distinguished middle-aged man in his 40s, accompanied by 3 scholars clad in scholarly robes, approached. Master Liu, there is no need for formalities. Yao Guang quickly urged the man to rise and be seated. At this moment, Yao Guang and Xia Chen found themselves in a private chamber, allowing them to observe the entire literary gathering while maintaining a degree of intimacy. Xia Chen appraised the somewhat modestly dressed middle-aged man and instantly recognized his identity. Lu Tong, the eminent scholar from the White Deer Academy. It appears that Yao Guang has long been in contact with Lu Tong. His arrival in the capital must surely have been orchestrated by her. Xia Chen thought to himself. And indeed, he soon heard Lu Tong's voice resound. The princess has written to summon me to the capital. I trust it is not merely for the purpose of attending a literary gathering. Naturally, with the current shifts in the court's dynamics, Lu Sir possesses astonishing talents. To confine them merely to the role of an educator would be a gross misallocation of his abilities. Moreover, Lu Sir has reached the pinnacle of the 4th grade of the enlightened mind realm, yet to transcend into the 3rd grade of the established words realm. It seems he must engage with the world. Presently, there is a vacancy for the left assistant minister of rights, and I have recommended Lu Sir to my father. Yao Guang stated calmly, her demeanor reflecting the nascent qualities of an empress as she sat in the central position. When I resigned from my post years ago, the emperor was greatly displeased. I fear. Lu Tong pondered, articulating his concerns. After resigning, he had retreated to the Bailu Academy, resolved never to return to officialdom. However, as he ascended to the 4th grade of the enlightened mind realm, he clarified his innermost aspirations and relinquished his previous aversion to the political sphere. Nevertheless, he remained patient, waiting for the right opportunity, which has now presented itself. Lu Sir is indeed exceptionally gifted, though my father was angry in the past. He is a magnanimous man and would not harbor resentment over this matter, Yao Guang asserted confidently. She knew her father well. As long as his interests were not threatened or harmed, he would act like a wise ruler. 2 decades have passed, and the events of that time are but distant memories. Upon hearing her words, Lu Tong nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. After 2 decades of resignation, he was poised to re-enter the realm of governance, assuming the role of 3rd grade assistant minister, a position that places him within the core of power in the Great Wu dynasty. Lu Tong understood that had it not been for Princess Yao Guang's recommendation, attaining such a position would have been exceedingly difficult, even for a scholar of his renown. Reflecting on this, he could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia. 20 years ago, he was merely a 5th grade official, and now, through years of dedication, he had ascended to the rank of 3rd grade assistant minister. Among their cohort, those who had remained in the political arena were still merely serving as left assistant ministers of the Ministry of Revenue. The 3 young scholars behind Lu Tong were elated, for their teachers' rise to prominence in the court would undoubtedly benefit them in their future civil service examinations. Having connections in the court makes it easier to secure official positions. Lu Tong and Yao Guang continued their conversation openly, without shying away from Xia Chen, indicating the purity of their current relationship. While Lu Tong was indeed favored, he had not completely aligned himself with Yao Guang. "May I inquire as to who this young gentleman is?" After their discussion, Lu Tong could no longer contain his curiosity and turned his gaze towards Xia Chen. He had noticed this remarkable young man upon entering. His elegance and appearance were striking, making it difficult to overlook him even in silence. "This is Xia Chen, my fiancé." Yao Guang spoke with brevity and candor, revealing no hint of pretense as he introduced Xia Chen. He was, after all, the prince consort. Lu Tong was taken aback, having neglected state affairs for many years. He was somewhat unfamiliar with matters in the capital. Upon his recent arrival, his foremost endeavor was to comprehend the political landscape of the city. Over the past 2 days, one name had resonated the most: Xia Chen, a rising star in the bureaucracy, the legitimate son of the Duke of Zhendong, only 17 years of age. He was the one who had unraveled the shocking military defense map incident that had captivated the entire nation. Consequently, Xia Chen's reputation soared, leading him to assume leadership of the Lantern Bearers, overseeing the formidable Eagle Eye Division. Rumors suggested that His Majesty intended for Xia Chen to eventually take full command of the Lantern Bearers, as he was a member of the imperial clan, and the emperor held reservations about outsiders. If these rumors were to hold any truth, Xia Chen might become the most powerful foreign relative the great Wu has seen in 6 centuries. Regardless of the veracity of the gossip, Xia Chen, being so young, undoubtedly had an immeasurable future ahead. After all, he was of the direct lineage of the Xia family. The 3 disciples behind Lu Tong gazed at Xia Chen with a mix of admiration and envy, utterly refraining from harboring any jealousy or resentment. Indeed, individuals are fated differently. In their early 20s, they still held merely the title of a scholar, while Xia Chen, at just 17, had already risen to the esteemed rank of a 4th-grade official. What was even more critical was that he presided over one of the 9 divisions of the formidable Lantern Bearers, wielding influence that far surpassed that of an ordinary 4th-grade officer. Chapter 59. The Words of Confucianism and Taoism. Moreover, in recent days, Lu Tong has encountered numerous whispers regarding Xia Chen within the capital. Although Lu Tong is not one to indulge in gossip, the fervent discussions circulating in the city piqued his curiosity, compelling him to listen despite his disinterest. For instance, the prince consort has received accolades from His Majesty, who extolled, "My prince consort's intellect surpasses that of Prime Minister Lin Hanpu, and his literary talent is unmatched by any great scholar in the land." Additionally, it was noted that this prince consort had a falling out with the Xia family, becoming the first direct descendant in nearly a century to move out. Such tidbits of information ignited Lu Tong's intrigue, leading him to discover that the very person before him was indeed the prince consort. Lu Tong rose to pay his respects, and his 3 disciples promptly followed suit, recognizing that despite the youth's tender age, he was already of a caliber comparable to their esteemed teacher. Strangely, upon encountering Xia Chen, they sensed an intangible aura emanating from him, subtly influencing their hearts, evoking not envy, but rather a yearning for closeness and allegiance, an awareness they remained oblivious to. "Your humility is commendable, esteemed scholar," Xia Chen replied with a gentle smile, rising with a demeanor that was neither haughty nor dismissive, endearing him to those present. Upon hearing the prince consort articulate the Confucian tenets of governance and familial relations, Lu Tong was intrigued, recognizing that such wisdom seemed to stem from the very essence of Confucian thought. After exchanging a few words, Lu Tong, fueled by curiosity, posed a question, eager to delve deeper into this particular aspect of Xia Chen's philosophy. "You're far too modest." This phrase, though simple, profoundly encapsulates the relationship between the individual and the state, reflecting the grandeur of Confucian ideals. Lu Tong exclaimed with a smile, while his 3 disciples stood in astonishment, realizing that their teacher, one of the 5 great Confucians of De Wu, held Xia Chen in such high regard. It was merely a moment of inspiration. Xia Chen humbly acknowledged the praise. At such a young age, possessing such character, it is no wonder His Majesty values you so highly. "I recall at your age, I was still immersed in my studies. Lu Tong mused, gazing at the young man exuding warmth and grace, struck by a wave of nostalgia as the passage of time weighed upon him. If you can diligently cultivate your knowledge and refine the principles within your statement, you may etch a glorious chapter in the annals of history. Lu Tong understood deeply the significance of this sentiment in fortifying imperial authority, and he speculated that if such wisdom indeed arose from this youth, it signified a prodigious scholar in the making. Though slightly older now, should he devote himself to Confucian studies, he might one day emerge as a revered sage of the Confucian tradition. Xia Chen chuckled softly, shaking his head. I seek not fame for myself, but rather to benefit the populace and ensure their happiness. Thus, I yearn to take up arms in defense of my homeland. Yao Guang, who had been quietly listening, refrained from interjecting, yet found herself casting a lingering glance at Xia Chen upon hearing his words. Alas, what a pity! Lu Tong shook his head, feeling a genuine sense of regret. He pondered that had Xia Chen been under his tutelage since childhood, he might have achieved remarkable success in the future. Yet, Lu Tong was acutely aware that, given Xia Chen's current status, he was no longer qualified to be the other S mentor. He wondered if among the students brought to the capital by Mr. Lu, there was one named Feng Zhiru. Xia Chen had no desire to delve deeper into the topic. Her aim was clear. She simply wished to ascertain whether Feng Zhiru had arrived. To her surprise, the prince was familiar with him. However, Feng Zhiru had not accompanied the elderly gentleman to the capital. Disappointment washed over Xia Chen as Lu Tong shook his head, having only heard his name in passing. Xia Chen smiled, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Who exactly was this Feng Zhiru? Yao Guang, perceptive as ever, sensed that Xia Chen's seemingly casual inquiry had piqued her curiosity. She was eager for talent, and the grand event of the literary gathering was orchestrated with the intent of gathering exceptional individuals. Feng Zhiru is a scholar from our Bailu Academy, who entered the institution a decade ago and was accepted as a close disciple by our esteemed headmaster. Lu Tong replied upon hearing the princess's inquiry. Oh, to be taken under the wing of Master Qi must signify he is an extraordinary talent, Yao Guang expressed, her interest instantly ignited. The headmaster of Bailu Academy was a prominent figure in the realm of Confucianism and martial arts, having one foot firmly planted in the second tier of Confucian excellence. Images of the headmaster flashed in Xia Chen's mind. Qi Jingfeng, style Bujio, had earned the moniker Mr. Bujio after his declaration upon attaining the third tier. A gentleman does not save. This proclamation had resonated throughout the land, establishing his illustrious reputation among scholars. However, this distinguished master had seldom made public appearances in recent years. Upon hearing Yao Guang's remarks, Lu Tong revealed a bittersweet smile. It is rather embarrassing to admit that after entering the headmaster's tutelage 10 years ago, Feng Zhiru has exhibited rather ordinary talents. He remains at the 8th rank of self-cultivation. I had initially intended to bring him to the capital to experience its splendor and engage with the city's young elites during this literary gathering, hoping it might inspire him to break through to the 7th tier. Yet he declined, stating he had yet to finish perusing the Academy's vast collection and was unwilling to descend a mountain. Lu Tong shook his head, noting that in terms of hierarchy, Feng Zhiru could still be considered his junior disciple. His well-intentioned plan had been met with rejection. He genuinely believed that the headmaster had misjudged Feng Zhiru. While possessing commendable character, he lacked the innate talent for Confucian cultivation. Now, at just over 20 years of age, rather than remaining in Bailu Academy to bury himself in books, it would be more prudent for him to venture to the capital, seek official recognition, and perhaps achieve some success, thus not wasting his youth. He wishes to peruse the extensive collection of Bailu Academy. Even Yao Guang was taken aback by Lu Tong's words. Bailu Academy boasted a millennium of history, its vast library amassed over generations, making its collection more expansive than even the royal archives. Yet, how could Feng Zhiru possibly aspire to comprehend all? Such a notion seemed utterly implausible. Yao Guang's interest in Feng Zhiru swiftly diminished. However, she sensed that the matter might not be so straightforward. Who exactly was Mr. Qi? The fact that he had once chosen Feng Zhiru as his sole disciple suggested that there might indeed be something exceptional about him. Xia Chen smiled subtly, choosing to remain silent. He certainly did not believe that Feng Zhiru was a mere mediocrity. After all, one must consider the results to understand the process. How could he possibly be mistaken? In his previous life, Xia Chen had heard that Feng Zhiru, during his early years at the Bailu Academy, was not particularly remarkable, even appearing somewhat inept. His character was peculiar. He showed little concern for the Confucian and Taoist realms and had no aspirations for a worldly career, seemingly indifferent to fame and fortune. Unlike a typical Confucian, he bore a resemblance to a Taoist. He spent his days immersed in books at the Bailu Academy, and yet, on a tempestuous night filled with thunder and lightning, Feng Zhiru experienced a meteoric rise, achieving a third-grade rank overnight and uttering words that astonished the world. Xia Chen felt it prudent to seize the opportunity to visit the Bailu Academy soon. While he did not intend to recruit, he certainly wished to familiarize himself with this promising individual. With the current skepticism surrounding him, it was an opportune moment for Xia Chen to invest in this hidden gem. A smile crept across his face as he contemplated this. Chapter 60. The Scholar, the Monk, and the Taoist. In the side hall, Xia Chen, Lu Tong, and Yao Guang were engaged in conversation, with Zue occasionally interjecting insightful remarks that left Lu Tong quite astonished. He had not anticipated such intellectual prowess from a mere maid beside the princess. As for Li Wei, he showed little interest in the discourse, quietly seated at the side, delighting in the pastries laid before him. Meanwhile, in the main hall, news of Xia Chen's identity had begun to circulate. Upon his entrance alongside Yao Guang, he had captivated the attention of all. What? That person is Xia Chen, the betrothed of Her Highness the Princess? Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Over the past few days, they had heard numerous tales about Xia Chen, a 17-year-old holding a fourth-rank official title, a rarity in the annals of the Great Wu dynasty. With such a prestigious background, achieving such a high position at a tender age, and being betrothed to Princess Yao Guang, not to mention his striking handsomeness, left the assembled young talents feeling a weight of despair, contemplating their own futures in the face of such competition. Word had it that among the four renowned handsome men, young Master Jing Xian would also be present today, a scion of the esteemed Shao family from Jiangnan, who were particularly fond of literary gatherings. The Shao family is a lineage steeped in scholarly tradition, one individual exclaimed, eyes gleaming with excitement. It was rumored that the Shao clan possessed royal blood from a former dynasty. This was no mere fancy. The family had historically intermarried with the imperial lineage, producing many queens, and the matriarchs of the Shao family were often princesses themselves. With the rise of the Great Wu, the Shao family had suffered greatly during the War of Extermination, retreating to Jiangnan, yet the current Wu royalty had not sought their complete annihilation. Now, after 8 centuries of tumult, the royal family held firm dominion, unperturbed by the Shao clan. Imagine the sight of the 4 great beauties together, with Princess Yao Guang being one of them. Someone mused, unable to contain the thought. Alas, my friend, tread carefully in your words. This is the princess's residence. And young Master Xia is present, another cautioned, his expression turning grave as he distanced himself from the speaker, clearly not well acquainted with him. Nearby, another listener, having caught the remark, wore a peculiar expression before finally speaking up. I have had the fortune to meet young Master Jing Xian. His appearance is indeed remarkable, ethereal and otherworldly. Yet, in terms of looks and demeanor, I must say he pales in comparison to Xia Chen. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. How could the acknowledged paragon of beauty, young Master Jing Xian, be deemed inferior to Xia Chen? They were about to voice their objections when the visage of Xia Chen flashed in their minds, leading them into silence. Such an unparalleled face and presence. Could it truly be so? Anticipation grew among them for young Master Jing Xian's arrival, eager to discern who truly was the more handsome one. Once both appeared, the truth would be evident at a glance. Young Master Gu Lao has arrived. With that exclamation, all eyes turned to the entrance. It was none other than Lin Zihan of the Lin family. Lin Zihan is quite renowned in the capital, at the age of 25. He has already attained the rank of a fifth-grade official. Currently, he serves in the cabinet, not as a minister, but rather in a clerical capacity, assisting in the transmission of documents and the drafting of official correspondence. Though his role may seem modest, it places him at the heart of significant power. Many esteemed ministers have once held this position in their youth, leading some to refer to it as a preparatory role for future ministerial appointments, suggesting that with 2 or 3 decades of perseverance, one could very well ascend to the cabinet. Additionally, due to Lin Zihan's father being the prime minister, he is often affectionately referred to as the Little Minister. With an extraordinary demeanor, Lin Zihan chose not to don official robes today, as he had taken a special leave to attend a literary gathering. Upon entering, he surveyed the attendees, seemingly in search of someone. "Young master, the guests have arrived." Along with Princess Yao Guang and the esteemed scholar Lu Tong in the side courtyard, someone whispered in his ear. "Lu Tong is here as well?" Lin Zihan's gaze sharpened momentarily, but then relaxed. He recalled that yesterday, the Minister of Rights had visited his father to discuss matters, and he had accompanied them. Through their conversation, he learned that Lu Tong had been reinstated and was soon to assume the role of Deputy Minister of Rights, recommended by Princess Yao Guang herself. Thus, attending the literary gathering hosted by the princess was entirely appropriate. "Young master, shall we enter now? Patience is key. If we go in now, others will assume I am merely here for him, that the Lin family lacks generosity and is petty. My own reputation is of little concern, but my father's must remain untarnished. The banquet will commence shortly. This gathering is meant for camaraderie through literature, and there will be ample opportunity to gauge him later." Lin Zihan shook his head, exhibiting remarkable composure. Although his aim today was indeed to confront Xia Chen, he was in no rush. He stepped aside, quietly sipping his wine, and soon found himself surrounded by several young gentlemen and scholars engaging him in conversation, their words laced with flattery. Lin Zihan maintained an air of tranquility, graciously accepting their company, and soon a circle formed around him. As the attention of the crowd was captivated by Lin Zihan, a striking monk entered the princess's estate. He appeared to be around 30, adorned with a smile, his sharp brow and bright eyes exuding a scholarly elegance, despite his humble monk's robe. Though he moved quietly, his presence commanded the attention of those present. It was Master Tian Hai, and his arrival elicited gasps of surprise. Renowned since his youth, he was once affectionately dubbed the young monk Tian Hai at the tender age of 12 or 13, and now he was universally acknowledged as Master Tian Hai. Frequently visiting the homes of the affluent, he shared Buddhist teachings and philosophies, earning considerable acclaim. At 15, he had departed the capital, embarking on a pilgrimage, adopting the life of an ascetic, wandering the world and honing his spiritual essence. No one knew the extent of his travels or the myriad of places he had visited barefoot, but it was well known that at the age of 25, he returned to Tianlong Temple. After a decade of diligent practice, Master Tian Hai has cultivated a heart akin to that of a Buddha. The resplendence of his aura has faded, untouched by the dust of the mortal world. On that day, the entire Tianlong Temple radiated with a magnificent light, and the sound of chanting echoed throughout the capital. Behold, Master Tian Hai! Even amidst a gathering of learned scholars, the presence of such a venerable Buddhist master evoked a profound respect among the assembly. Esteemed patrons, I greet you. A gentle smile adorned Tian Hai's lips, and his eyes sparkled with an insight that seemed capable of discerning the depths of the human heart. The Taoist priest, Xian Jinzi, also made his entrance. Tian Hai's gaze fell upon a middle-aged man clad in a simple Taoist robe, who carried a wine jug in one hand and bore a long sword upon his back. His demeanor was casual. Upon noticing Tian Hai, Xian Jinzi nodded in acknowledgement and, disregarding the curious glances of the crowd, took a seat at a table in a corner of the hall. In the adjoining chamber, Xia Chen Yao and a few others observed this scene keenly. "Ziyue, the time is ripe. Please announce the commencement of the literary gathering," Yao Guang suggested to Zhu, as she noticed that most of the guests had arrived. Chapter 61, Physiognomy. The literary gathering commences. Yao Guang emerged from the side hall, followed closely by Xia Chen and Lu Tong. Once outside, Xia Chen diverged from Yao Guang's entourage, leading Xia Chen into a secluded corner of the Grand Hall, where they paused beside a solitary figure, indulging in wine. Drinking alone is rather dreary, Master Xianzhenzi. I find no interest in this gathering. Instead, let's share a drink. Xia Chen casually seated himself next to Master Xianzhenzi, raising his cup in a toast from a distance. Upon hearing the sound, Xianzhenzi turned his bleary gaze towards Xia Chen. In that instant, he appeared as if struck by lightning, his pupils constricted, the haze of inebriation evaporating instantly. His grip faltered, and the cup slipped from his hand, shattering on the table and spilling wine across the surface. What had he seen? An endless, nine-clawed, true dragon coiled above Xia Chen's brow, enveloping him in a swirling mist of purple aura, radiant and resplendent. Xianzhenzi was taken aback. Steadying his gaze, he beheld a youthful gentleman, resplendent as jade, wearing a smile as he raised his cup in salute. The boundless nine-clawed dragon vanished, and the primordial purple mist dissipated, as if the preceding spectacle had merely been a figment of his imagination. Had he drunk too much? Xianzhenzi's mind raced in turmoil. Xia Chen, momentarily taken aback, observed the astonished expression of Xianzhenzi and glanced at the scattered remnants of the wine cup. Master, what troubles you? Do you feel unwell? Who are you? Xianzhenzi regained his composure, regarding Xia Chen with a mixture of reverence and solemnity. I am Xia Chen, he replied with a smile. Xianzhenzi scrutinized Xia Chen for an extended moment, appraising his features with growing astonishment. So it is you. Though residing in the Celestial Master's abode, he had heard whispers of Xia Chen's name in recent days. Your physiognomy is rather extraordinary. You are no ordinary individual. Xianzhenzi spoke earnestly, yet beneath his solemnity lay a hint of unease, for he had discerned nothing at all. A master of physiognomy, he would dare to compete even against the most revered celestial masters. Throughout the years, frequenting the homes of the elite, he had never misjudged anyone, save for Princess Yao Guang, whose countenance had eluded his understanding. Yet, Xia Chen's physiognomy was utterly inscrutable. He could glean neither his past nor foresee his future, nor could he comprehend the present. It was as though Xia Chen existed beyond the annals of ancient history, transcending the flow of time. Could you elaborate further, Master? Xia Chen, intrigued, poured another cup of wine for Xianzhenzi. That cannot be divulged. The secrets of heaven must remain concealed. Xianzhenzi shook his head vigorously, accepting the cup from Xia Chen and downing its contents in one swift motion, attempting to mask his unease. He had seen nothing. His earlier assertions were mere fabrications. Yet beneath this veneer of confidence, Xianzhenzi felt an overwhelming gravity in his heart. Previously, he had vaguely perceived the swirling purple aura enveloping Xia Chen, and the endless nine-clawed golden dragon coiling above him. Now, however, he could discern nothing of the young man's physiognomy, rendering the entire situation utterly bewildering. If the previous vision was not merely an illusion, does it not suggest that the person before me, Xia Chen, possesses an emperor's bearing? Yet, how could that be possible? In the current realm of the Wu Kingdom, I have only observed such a countenance in the likes of the Wen Emperor, the Crown Prince, and Princess Yao Guang. When I first beheld this regal aspect in Princess Yao Guang, I was taken aback, doubting my own perception. However, after a thorough observation of her and consulting the esteemed Master Tian, I was left with no doubt. Though her countenance was somewhat indistinct, the Emperor's aura was undeniably present. I had not erred in my judgment. This revelation filled me with profound contemplation. Could it be that the Wu Kingdom might one day usher in an era ruled by a female sovereign? It was precisely this extraordinary discovery that prompted me to grant Princess Yao Guang my presence at this otherwise tedious literary gathering. And now, it appears a fourth contender has emerged. The Wu Kingdom currently enjoys robust strength, with His Majesty as its sovereign. Yet, even so, the aura of fortune can only coalesce into a rather ephemeral, 1 meter long, 5-clawed golden dragon. In contrast, Xia Chen seems to embody an immeasurable, 9-clawed golden dragon, spanning countless territories. At this moment, Xianzhenzi felt a wave of self-doubt. He questioned his own expertise in physiognomy, even pondering if he had truly been intoxicated earlier, merely dreaming up illusions. Xia Chen, perplexed, wondered why Xianjinzi seemed distracted. Could it be that he had overindulged in paper usage last night, leaving him somewhat lightheaded and unfocused? After much contemplation, Xianjinzi resolved to consult the Master Tian once more, although he believed himself unparalleled in his understanding of physiognomy. The master possessed a comprehensive wisdom and had pierced the veil of the heavenly mysteries, far beyond his current capabilities. As Xia Chen and Xianjinzi indulged in wine and conversation, their topics ranged from the affairs of nobility and politics to the best delicacies offered by street vendors. Eventually, as the effects of the wine took hold, Xianjinzi, with an arm draped over Xia Chen's shoulder, began to share his exclusive insights. I must tell you, at the Yanji Lu on Suyu Street, while Miss Lian Yu may not be the most beautiful, she is undoubtedly the most skilled in the art of hospitality. Spend a night in her chamber, and I assure you, you will have no desire to leave the next day. Xianjinzi chuckled heartily, shedding the ethereal demeanor of a sage from earlier. Xia Chen marveled inwardly. Truly, he is a gifted master destined to carve out a new path, unrestrained by worldly conventions, freely expressing his profound understanding of the Tao. I must seize the opportunity to explore Suyu Street alongside him. This promising connection is one I will fully invest in. While Xia Chen and Xianjinzi delved into discussions of Taoist principles, the literary gathering in the Grand Hall thrived with fervor. Various cultural games, such as drinking commands, drum beats, flower passing, and wine flowing were joyously engaged in. In the center of the hall, a troupe of performers dazzled the audience with their artistry. Xia Chen cast a glance around, marveling at the distinctive charm of each era's revelry. Essentially, this bears little distinction from a tavern. Losing leads to drinking or performing poetry and displaying talents on the spot. How delightful it would be to indulge in a game of dice. Yet, Xia Chen found himself lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, utterly disinterested in participating. Was it not more fulfilling to engage in philosophical discussions about life with Xianjinzi? Although Xia Chen was somewhat secluded, many pairs of eyes in the room were drawn to him, for his strikingly handsome visage commanded attention, even from a corner. Particularly notable was the Taoist he was sharing drinks with, none other than Xianjinzi. Although not widely renowned, he was recognized as a practitioner of genuine skill, hailing from the esteemed Hou Mansion. Suddenly, a brief silence enveloped the gathering, soon shattered by exclamations of surprise. Young Master Jing Xian has arrived. At the entrance, an extraordinarily handsome young man made his entrance, accompanied by a young attendant. Jing Xian wore a smile, pausing at the threshold, exuding an air of distinction as he unfurled his folding fan. He refrained from advancing further, eagerly awaiting the chorus of admiration that typically followed him. He had long since mastered the art of being the center of attention wherever he went. This posture was the most effective in showcasing his allure, particularly as it perfectly revealed his right profile, which he considered his most exquisite feature. Relishing the gaze of the onlookers, he was now prepared, bracing himself to receive their praises. Come forth, let me bask in the spotlight. Let the accolades rain upon me like a tempest, and may they come with even greater fervor. Chapter 62. Strategic Guidelines. Jing Xian, possessing the grace of a gentleman, gazed upwards at a 45-degree angle. Yet after a prolonged wait, he was taken aback by the absence of accolades from the crowd. Lowering his gaze to the hall, he discovered that all eyes were fixated on a young man in the corner. As soon as Jing Xian's eyes fell upon this youth, his pupils constricted in shock. Positioned at a distance from the entrance, he could only glimpse half of Xia Chen's profile. Yet that mere silhouette sent tremors through his spirit. This side view, strikingly handsome, instilled within Jing Xian a profound sense of pressure. How terrifying it was that such a visage could elicit such a response. He could only imagine how astonishing the full face must be. Though somewhat narcissistic, Jing Xian was astute enough to discern the shift in atmosphere without a word being spoken. It was undoubtedly related to the gentleman with the striking half-profile, with the crowd engaged in a silent comparison of their appearances. Despite not having seen Xia Chen's full face, the reactions of those around him implied a disheartening conclusion. It seemed he had lost this unspoken contest. Muttering to himself, he noted that while no words had been exchanged, the gazes of the onlookers conveyed everything. Quietly, he folded his fan, feigning nonchalance, his smile unaffected as he gracefully entered the hall. "Greetings to all." Jing Xian addressed the assembly, his demeanor impeccable and beyond reproach. Gradually, the crowd regained their composure, now firmly convinced that Jing Xian had indeed been outshone. Xia Chen was undeniably a paragon of beauty, almost beyond comparison. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the pressure weighing on their hearts diminished significantly. If even the esteemed Jing Xian, hailed as one of the four great handsome men, could not surpass Xia Chen, then perhaps it was not so difficult to accept that they too might fall short. Who was this individual? When had such a person emerged in the capital? Navigating through the throng, Jing Xian located Lin Zihan, who partook in parting the crowd to allow him passage. Approaching Lin Zihan, he whispered inquiringly. Lin Zihan, maintaining a stoic expression, replied slowly, "That individual is named Xia Chen. He is the prince consort." Xia Chen? Jing Xian's countenance shifted slightly. He had come for two reasons, to attend the literary gathering and to see Princess Yaoguang. He was aware that Princess Yaoguang had been betrothed, yet 3 years prior, he had been fortunate enough to catch a glimpse of her at a banquet, an encounter that had left an indelible mark on his memory. Despite Xia Chen's rising fame in the capital, Jing Xian could not fathom that Princess Yaoguang would fall for a scion of a military family. Did Xia Chen comprehend the intricacies of court politics? Did he possess knowledge of Confucian classics, Buddhist scriptures, or Taoist texts? He was merely a crude warrior. Princess Yaoguang was a person of extraordinary talent and elegance. How could she possibly take an interest in Xia Chen? Jing Xian prided himself on his own talents and appearance, which had inspired his confidence in attending this gathering. Yet now, he felt an undeniable weight of pressure upon him. The very attributes he held dear had been utterly eclipsed by Xia Chen. Had anyone ever assessed his literary talents? Or was he indeed the rumored simpleton? Jing Xian is a man of great caution. In terms of appearance, he has already fallen short. Thus, he must not falter in his inner talents and abilities. He has been engaged in drinking with Taoist Xianzhenzi, deliberately avoiding these frivolous games. Lin Zihan remains composed and unhurried. A glance from Jing Xian reveals his awareness that Lin Zihan's purpose for attending today's literary gathering is undoubtedly aimed at impressing Xia Chen. Having passed the imperial examination 6 years prior, Lin Zihan now holds the esteemed rank of a 5th-grade official. He possesses both talent and a solid background, rendering any need to seek fame through literary gatherings unnecessary. He has chosen to seclude himself in the corner with his drink, likely aware of his own lack of genuine skill. That phrase about the roles of rulers and subjects, fathers and sons, was probably merely borrowed, fortuitously earning the emperor's favor. With this understanding, Jing Xian's confidence swells. There is no rush. The literary gathering has only just commenced. Lin Zihan remains as steady as a seasoned veteran. After all, he is known as the young minister. While this title carries a hint of flattery, none can deny that Lin Zihan possesses true capability. Many proclaim he resembles his father, and in the future, he may have the opportunity to share a cabinet with Lin Hanpu, creating a remarkable legacy of dual ministers from the same family. Thus, he would not act recklessly, nor would he dare to offend a man favored by the emperor, particularly in the princess's residence, where Xia Chen aspires to be the future husband of the princess. Regardless of Princess Yaoguang's feelings for Xia Chen, striking him down within the princess's abode is akin to striking the princess herself. Endowed with exceptional talent, Lin Zihan has entered the court and the cabinet, receiving meticulous guidance from his father for 6 years. Consequently, despite his youth, his perspectives and insights have evolved greatly. The jealousy and rivalry exhibited by Jing Xian and his companions appear to him as mere childish antics. Observing Lin Zihan's calm demeanor, Jing Xian too finds himself more at ease, sitting down to savor his drink. As he watches the others engage in games, an itch of impatience takes hold, compelling him to join in. In an instant, the atmosphere becomes animated once more. As time flows steadily, this literary gathering boasts a grand scale, attracting nearly all renowned scholars from the capital, particularly those from the Guozijian who occupy a significant portion of the venue. Some may still lack official titles, but the majority have already achieved the rank of Jinshi. With the triennial imperial examination approaching, this is a critical time for elevating one's reputation. Thus, the quality of the gathering is exceptionally high. Many rush to present their meticulously crafted couplets and poems, which elicit silent nods of approval among the audience due to their remarkable quality. Some even compose impromptu verses, garnering admiration from all present. The entire poetry event reaches a resounding crescendo. The gathering begins with free activities, allowing participants to form groups for games, drinking, and reciting poetry. As the event progresses, it transitions into a phase of unrestricted expression, where individuals may showcase their finest poetry, recent essays, or any literary works before the assembly. This is indeed a splendid opportunity for fame, prompting a long line of eager participants to take the stage. Some recite poetry, others perform musical compositions, while a few play the flute. Throughout this entire affair, Xia Chen remains engrossed in his drink, genuinely disinterested in leveraging such occasions for notoriety. Frankly, he feels that his recent prominence in the capital has been somewhat excessive, inconsistent with his discreet nature, and certainly at odds with his strategic approach of building walls, amassing resources, and patiently awaiting the right moment to ascend to power. Xia Chen has always maintained a clear perspective, never deluding himself into thinking that an early entrance into this world grants him the luxury of arrogance. The depths of this realm are profound, as many players from his previous life have learned at the cost of their own lives. We are still in the era before the resurgence of spiritual energy, meaning that regardless of one's personal prowess, it is futile against the formidable machinery of the state. Thus, Xia Chen intends to establish himself as a figure of authority within the Great Wu dynasty before quietly biding his time for the opportune moment. He believes in the principle of acting conspicuously in his endeavors while maintaining a low profile in his personal conduct. As for the literary gathering, which may bring renown without tangible benefits, he has no intention of becoming involved. Moreover, he possesses a vast repository of literary works. A mere few lines of extraordinary poetry or the well-known 4 lines from Henku would easily overshadow these participants, akin to vanquishing children in a game. Xia Chen muses that employing grand tactics to slay a pig is unnecessary, should he choose to engage in literary mimicry. It must be with purpose and not trivial pursuits at a literary assembly. However, unbeknownst to him, beneath the surface of this vibrant gathering, currents of intrigue are already stirring. With many eyes once again turning towards Xia Chen, it seems he is merely here to observe the spectacle, but they cannot allow him to depart so easily. They must assess his worth. Someone turned to the surrounding individuals and commanded them accordingly. Chapter 63. The Buddha of this world. The poetry gathering continues. We have now arrived at the 3rd segment, where Yao Guang personally takes the stage, presenting several prompts for on-the-spot poetry, prose, and lyrics, allowing for a diverse range of literary creativity. The appearance of Yao Guang ignites fervor among the gathered scholars. After all, she is a princess, and such an opportunity to engage with her is rarely afforded outside this literary assembly. In a corner, a chant of the Buddha's name reached Xia Chen's ears. He felt somewhat inebriated after spending the entire morning drinking with Xianzhenzi. Master Tianhai. Although his body was slightly intoxicated, Xia Chen's mind remained relatively clear as he nodded in acknowledgement to the venerable monk before him. Young Master Xia, will you not participate in the literary gathering? The wisdom in Master Tianhai's eyes sparkled, his gaze profoundly deep. With a smile gracing his lips, he exuded a refined demeanor. The literary gathering is merely a hollow title. The Buddhist teachings emphasize the concept of emptiness. Could it be that the master also finds interest in such ephemeral accolades? How remarkable that young Master Xia possesses knowledge of Buddhism. Master Tianhai's eyes lit up, and he slowly brought his hands together in a gesture of respect towards Xia Chen. I have heard your words regarding the relationships between rulers and subjects, fathers and sons, and I sense profound wisdom therein, though it appears incomplete. Hence, I seek your guidance. Master Tianhai's humility was striking. His demeanor was truly exceptional. While he may not possess the striking appearance of Jing Xian, he certainly commanded attention amidst the crowd. As a revered monk, one might wonder why he remained so entangled in the mundane world. It is said that Master Tianhai possesses a heart of Buddha, untainted by the dust of the world. Yet at this moment, it seems you have become somewhat caught up in worldly matters. Xia Chen offered no immediate response, instead taking a seat and smiling as he spoke. Upon hearing Xia Chen's words, the ever-smiling and refined visage of Master Tianhai shifted slightly. What do you mean by that, young master? Master Tianhai pressed his palms together, reciting a Buddhist chant. Confucianism advocates for engagement with the world, Buddhism for transcendence, and Taoism for retreating from society. Yet, master, you have continuously navigated the corridors of power. A decade spent refining your heart has not cleansed you of worldly impurities. Rather, it seems to have given rise to a demonic heart. Xia Chen's eyes sparkled with clarity as he fixed his gaze upon Master Tianhai, his eyes seemingly capable of piercing through the monk's flesh to reveal the hidden darkness within. The moment these words escaped Xia Chen's lips, not only did Master Tianhai's expression change, but even Xian Jinzi, with his hazy gaze, turned to look. Who can truly delineate between the heart of Buddha and the heart of demons? I have my own path. Master Tianhai regained his composure, a smile returning to his face as he once again brought his hands together, exuding a refined confidence. He regarded the young man before him with a deep gaze, astonished that this individual could so accurately articulate his condition. Indeed, his decade of heart refinement had yielded complications. Upon his return, the brilliance of the Tianlong Temple was not a result of achieving a pure heart of Buddha, but rather due to his master, Long Shu, personally chanting scriptures to suppress his demonic heart. This was a truth known to but a few within the temple, yet he seemed to be aware. The Buddha may save the next life, yet cannot rescue the beings of this world. I possess a heart of Buddha and wish to become a Buddha in this life. Tianhai wore a radiant smile, yet his entire being was enveloped in an aura of profound compassion, as if he were destined to become a Buddha, rescuing the souls of the present world. Years ago, he spent a decade honing his heart, journeying through the eastern wilderness, traversing the southern barbarians, arriving in the kingdom of Qing, witnessing the majestic landscapes of the Great Feng, and ultimately embarking westward to seek enlightenment in the western regions. Throughout his travels, he encountered countless suffering beings, enduring immense pain in this world, struggling amidst years of warfare, with lives as fragile as blades of grass. From that moment forth, he resolved to withdraw from worldly affairs, determined to make a difference for the living beings of this realm. If the Buddha could not save the masses, then he would embody the Buddha himself. He aspired to wield power and bring an end to this chaotic era. With a heart full of compassion, he yearned for the world to transform into a pure and divine kingdom. Xia Chen gazed deeply at Tianhai, realizing that Tianhai's compassionate heart had diverged from the current tenets of Buddhism. In Xia Chen's view, this was not a mistake. Rather, he found it admirable. Yet, in this age, such beliefs were deemed heretical within Buddhism. One should not be attached to anything when cultivating the heart. Xia Chen spoke slowly. Tianhai stood frozen in place, murmuring to himself, not be attached while cultivating the heart, was a famous line from the Diamond Sutra, which teaches that the heart should not cling to anything, be it external fame, material pleasures, or one's own beliefs and emotions. Attachment breeds affliction and obstacles, binding the heart. Though Tianhai possessed great compassion, he had succumbed to attachment, becoming fixated on illusions. This was why Xia Chen remarked that he had developed a demonic heart. Then, I ask you, esteemed one, what heart should one cultivate? Tianhai lingered in place, repeatedly murmuring Xia Chen's words. Finally, he earnestly inquired, what heart should one nurture? A heart of purity, compassion, and bodhi. One must not be misled or shackled by external forms, but instead cultivate wisdom and a heart of awakening, Xia Chen replied calmly. Tianhai regarded Xia Chen with utmost seriousness, astonished by his profound understanding of Buddhist studies. In the hall, many gazes were directed towards Tianhai and Xia Chen, as well as Zhu and Zhenzi. Both hailed from the prestigious Hou Mansion and Tianlong Temple. Who would dare to overlook them? These two institutions boasted unparalleled masters of the era. Master Tianhai, what troubles you? Why do you continue to bow in reverence to Xia Chen? Murmured the onlookers. What were they discussing? Someone should eavesdrop. There was an oddity in Tianhai's gaze towards Xia Chen, a mixture of respect and veneration. Are you suggesting that my path is flawed? That I should relinquish my attachments? Spoke Tianhai, his heart filled with compassion for the suffering of humanity. I may soon be transferred to the capital, if Master Tianhai wishes. He may come to see me. Perhaps then he will discover the true path. Xia Chen also joined his hands in prayer, resembling a Buddhist master, and smiled. True strength must be applied wisely, to serve practical purposes rather than mere vanity. Tianhai, ensnared by his own curiosity, sought him out, and thus he invited the gentleman into the trap. As he spoke, he seized the moment, rendering Tianhai momentarily speechless. He then invoked the profound wisdom from the Diamond Sutra, delivering a powerful jolt to Tianhai's perception. While he refrained from fully exposing Tianhai's Buddhist heart, he at least stirred it. He chose his words with care. For fishing requires patience. Tianhai was an astute individual, and should he sense a strong, ulterior motive from the outset, he would surely slip away from the hook. Presently, Xia Chen could not illuminate a clear path for Tianhai, but if he were to be appointed to the capital in the future, once Tianhai entered his territory, he would possess ample means to retain him. First, he must lure the fish closer. As for whether he could satiate it later, that was a matter for another time. Indeed, Tianhai's curiosity was piqued by Xia Chen's dexterous manipulation. How could this Xia Chen be so well-versed in Buddhist philosophy? Young Master Xia, it seems you are fated to connect with the Buddha. If time permits, I would be honored to visit the Tianlong Temple with you, where we may delve into the teachings of Buddhism together. Tianhai offered a bow. I have heard that young Master Xia possesses unparalleled talents and the bearing of a great scholar, even garnering the Emperor's admiration. Thus, I hold you in the highest regard. As the literary gathering draws to a close, might there be an opportunity to witness your scholarly prowess? Just as Xia Chen and Tianhai were engaged in cordial conversation, someone could no longer contain themselves, rising to speak loudly. It was not that they lacked patience, but rather that Xia Chen's demeanor was excessively languid. Over half the literary event had passed, and he remained ensconced in his corner, indulging in drink and discourse, as though separated from their world by an insurmountable chasm. They had been waiting for an opportunity, but with the gathering nearing its conclusion and no chance presenting itself, they were left with no choice but to forcefully compel Xia Chen to take action. Chapter 64. A true gentleman should care for the world. The banquet fell into an immediate hush as all eyes turned towards a singular focal point. A collective thought surged among the attendees. The highlight of this literary gathering had finally arrived. Since the previous days when Xia Chen had captured the attention of the capital, many had anticipated this event, with some arriving solely for the purpose of witnessing Xia Chen. Human nature being what it is, it was impossible not to feel envy towards Xia Chen, who, with his striking good looks, had become a prince consort and, at such a tender age, had attained the rank of a fourth-grade official, all while possessing an impressive education. While others had little to critique in various aspects, the realm of culture was their forte, and doubts lingered regarding the depth of Xia Chen's scholarship. However, it had become a near-universal consensus that the knowledge he possessed was superficial and ostentatious. They sought to use this literary gathering, especially in the presence of Princess Yawang, to unmask Xia Chen's facade of pretense. How could he dare to masquerade before those who prided themselves on their cultural prowess? Indeed, young Master Xia, your proclamation of rulers and subjects, fathers and sons carries the gravitas of a great scholar. I dare say, in a few years, you may well become the sixth great sage of our esteemed Wu dynasty. What notion? Young Master Xia's talents rival those of Prime Minister Lin. I believe he already possesses the prowess of a sage. One by one, voices rose, each deliberately raised for effect. Lin Zihan, who had remained aloof, cast a glance towards the speaker, his expression unyielding as he etched the face of this student into his memory. The audacity of this individual to speak of his father, Prime Minister Lin was not lost on him. Although Lin Zihan recognized the intent to undermine Xia Chen, it was an affront to his father's dignity, especially in his presence, a reckless act akin to courting death. Yao Guang and Lu Tong were also keenly aware of these veiled barbs. Lu Tong glanced at the impassive Yao Guang before turning his gaze to Xia Chen, curious to see how he would respond. Xia Chen, maintaining a calm demeanor, gradually rose to his feet. His gaze swept over those who had spoken, causing them to involuntarily retreat a few steps, as they suddenly recognized that this young man was not only handsome, but also exuded an overwhelming aura. As a mere martial man, I am not particularly versed in poetry or literature. I came to this literary gathering merely to observe the talented youth of our capital. I shall not partake in the competition, Xia Chen declared, raising his cup filled with wine, offering a toast to the assembly before consuming its contents in one swift motion. The crowd was taken aback by Xia Chen's public admission of his lack of expertise in poetry and prose. Had he unwittingly conceded to their expectations? No, this was insufficient. Such understated remarks could easily be dismissed as mere humility, leaving room for speculation that he held them in disdain. Therefore, it was imperative that Xia Chen be persuaded to compose a poem, allowing them to mock him mercilessly and tarnish his reputation throughout the capital. Young Master Xia is far too modest, who in the capital is unaware of his literary talents. If he refrains from demonstrating his skills today, could it be that he looks down upon us scholars? Director Xia has already attained the rank of a fourth-grade official, while we are mere junior scholars, insignificant in comparison, and thus would never condescend to belittle those beneath us. Two voices rose in succession, drawing the attention of the crowd, revealing that they belonged to two students from the Imperial Academy, named Li Chun and Wang Ming. They held a modest reputation within the academy and were favored contenders in this year's imperial examination. Although their words were laced with flattery towards Xia Chen, they were unmistakably provocative. Their sharp rhetoric placed them on a moral high ground, instantly delineating a boundary between Xia Chen and the other scholars, as if they could represent the collective voice of all present, suggesting that Xia Chen's silence amounted to disdain for everyone in attendance. Could it be that young Master Xia perceives our poetic compositions as mere child's play, unworthy of grand esteem, which is why he chooses not to engage? Li Shun interjecta. I have expressed my disinterest in poetry and literature, and I hold no contempt for you, esteemed scholars. Each of you stands as a pillar for the future of our nation, with boundless prospects ahead. I merely wish to witness your talents and observe the elegance of the scholars of the great Wu dynasty today, Xia Chen replied, projecting an air of humility, neither angered nor provoked into a contest. This demeanor only served to fortify the crowd's belief in Xia Chen's lack of genuine skill. With this thought in mind, they grew emboldened, descending into the arena, eager to trample upon him, hoping that once the literary gathering concluded, news of their deeds would echo throughout the capital, potentially elevating their own status. Regardless of the crowd's taunts, Xia Chen continued to shake his head. Eventually, even Jing Xian could no longer restrain himself and stepped forward. Recently, rumors had circulated around the capital, claiming that young Master Xia's talents eclipsed those of Prime Minister Lin, stirring quite a commotion. It was said that young Master Xia now wielded authority over one of the 9 offices of the Lantern Bearers. Was this not a scheme orchestrated by him to overshadow Prime Minister Lin? Jing Xian's words were cutting, as he directly placed this heavy accusation upon Xia Chen. He understood that the primary purpose of Lin Zihan's presence today was to vindicate his father. The stature of Prime Minister Lin was formidable. There were matters he could not address directly, but that did not imply indifference. Xia Chen cast a deep gaze towards Jing Xian, and then glanced at the impassive Lin Zihan beside him. He recognized that the scholars, akin to rabid dogs, were advancing to take bites out of him, seeking to curry favor with the young, especially with the impending imperial examination. If they could attract this attention, their futures would undoubtedly be bright. Despite his noble status as a prince consort, Xia Chen, who presided over the 9 offices of the Lantern Bearers, had no sway over the imperial examinations or the promotion of future officials. Thus, these scholars were willing to offend him to gain favor with the young. Young Master Lin, the recent rumors circulating in the capital are not of my making. His Majesty has indeed expressed admiration for me in passing. Yet he never claimed that my talents surpass those of Prime Minister Lin. I wish to clarify this today to prevent any harm to Prime Minister Lin's reputation. Whether you choose to believe me or not, I shall explain this only once. Let this cup of wine serve as my tribute to Prime Minister Lin. Xia Chen rose once more, poured a cup of wine, smiled at Lin Zihan, and then drained it in one go. Such a grand demeanor elicited silent nods of approval from many. Subsequently, Xia Chen did not retreat to his seat as he had previously. Instead, he surveyed the assembly, his gaze sweeping across the faces present. A subtle smile graced his lips as he centered his energy, proclaiming loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, I, Xia, am indeed not well versed in poetry, for I regard poetry as a mere diversion, a trivial pursuit suited for times of peace and elegance. Yet, in this turbulent era, with the world divided and the situation in the Northwest precarious, the common people are suffering. A true gentleman should harbor the thoughts of the masses in his heart, contemplating how to strengthen the nation and enrich the populace. Hence, I disdain this trivial literary path." Xia Chen's words resonated powerfully, echoing throughout the venue, rendering the assembly silent. Was he reprimanding them? Accusing them of neglecting national strength and the welfare of the people in favor of superficial elegance? As they stood in stunned silence, Xia Chen's voice rang out once more. "In this time of chaos, our valiant soldiers of the Great Wu are courageously battling on the front lines in the eastern wilderness, while the northern and western borders remain under constant vigilance. I truly have no inclination to compose poetry here, which is precisely why I have consistently declined to do so. I may not cherish poetry, but observing your obsession with this trivial pursuit amidst the turmoil in the Northwest stirs something within me. Thus, I shall bestow upon you a poem." Xia Chen's voice was deafening, causing many to flush with embarrassment. Some even recoiled in shame. Indeed, the soldiers on the front lines were fighting valiantly, while they had been lost in the realm of poetry, preoccupied with seeking shortcuts to fame in the capital. Xia Chen had effectively chastised them all. Chapter 65. Let the song of the conqueror resound. Upon the high platform, both Yao Wang and Lu Tong fell into a contemplative silence. Particularly Yao Wang, for although Xia Chen had directed his ire towards the scholars, this literary gathering was orchestrated by her. "Princess," Ziyu softly called from behind Yao Wang. "It matters not. Do I lack such fortitude?" Yao Wang replied with a gentle shake of her head and a smile. "Moreover, he speaks the truth. Poetry and prose are but minor paths. Throughout history, no prime minister has ever governed a nation through verses alone. Your Highness possesses great ambition. Had it not been for your gender, you would undoubtedly achieve remarkable feats." Lu Tong exclaimed with admiration. He lamented that Yao Wang's talents surpassed those of both the crown prince and the third prince, yet lamented her being a woman. Otherwise, our great Wu would surely welcome a sagacious and virtuous ruler in the future. What being a woman? Who says that a woman cannot accomplish great deeds? Yao Wang responded with serene confidence. Lu Tong was momentarily taken aback by her words. Yao Wang smiled, but chose not to elaborate further, her gaze drifting toward Xia Chen, who was standing at the edge of the hall. For reasons unknown, she felt a flicker of anticipation regarding the poetry he might compose. In the hall, under the watchful eyes of the assembly, Xia Chen addressed the crowd with a solemn tone. "Where are the writing implements?" "Your Highness, the writing implements are here. Please recite, and I shall assist you in writing." A eunuch promptly stepped forward, presenting fine brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone. "I shall do it myself," Xia Chen replied, shaking his head as he took the implements. "Then allow me to prepare the ink and recite for young Master Xia." Master Tianhai, with a smile, approached Xia Chen and, without waiting for a response, began to grind the ink. The spectators were momentarily stunned by this scene. Master Tianhai, akin to a humble scribe, was proactively assisting Xia Chen in preparing ink. Had the world gone mad? This was a direct disciple of Long Shu. He would not have needed to bow even before the princes. Seeing that Tianhai had commenced grinding the ink, Xia Chen ceased his reluctance. Soon, the ink was ready. Xia Chen was proficient in calligraphy, having practiced diligently in the Marquis's residence since childhood. and in his previous life, he had also practiced the cursive scripts of Wang Shiji. While he may not have been a master, he had achieved a commendable level of skill. Thus, as he began to write, his strokes flowed like water, bold and majestic, infused with an impressive spirit, each movement vibrant and powerful. As Tianhai observed the first line, his eyes lit up, and he proclaimed it aloud so that all present could hear the opening line. Let the song of the conqueror resound in the tune of Wu Go. Though it was merely the first line and did not reveal much of its caliber, the grandiose spirit had already leapt off the page. Before long, Tianhai recited the second line, swear to extinguish the realms of Qing and Defeng. Upon the utterance of this line, the murmurs that had filled the hall fell silent, captivated by the profound resonance within the verse. A vow to eradicate the nations of Qing and Defeng and unify the world. Wu Guan, an essential fortress to the northwest of Great Wu, served as a vital defense against both Qing and Defeng on the borders. To embark on the expedition westward and the campaign northward, one must first pass through this formidable checkpoint. Upon the utterance of this verse, a profound and majestic ambience was unequivocally evoked. The eloquence of the words ignited the fervor of several learned individuals present, their faces flushed with excitement. However, as they listened to Master Tianhai shift the tone of his discourse, an overwhelming sense of melancholy and heroic resolve washed over them, as if to say, to die on the battlefield for one's country is the only honor. What need is there for a horse's hide to wrap the corpse? As Master Tianhai's voice faded, a chill ran down the spines of many attendees. Some murmured, what need is there for a horse's hide to wrap the corpse? Excellent. A voice erupted from the gathering. Someone seated at the banquet could not contain their admiration, striking the table in approval. Such audacity, such grandeur. Others joined in their praise. With the emergence of this poem by young Master Xia, our previous poetic endeavors paled in comparison. A young man rose, raised his cup, and with a serious demeanor, offered a toast to Xia Chen. The crowd was taken aback to discover that he was none other than Yuan Yongkue, the son of the Minister of War. Previously, Yuan had maintained a low profile among the crowd, yet now he boldly expressed such sentiments before all. Lin Zihan quietly savored the poem. Finding the more he reflected upon it, the more he perceived the resounding spirit of the lines, encapsulating the soldier's fearless acceptance of death. This poem is the finest frontier verse our great Wu has seen in 3 centuries, declared Lu Tong from the high platform, his expression grave and earnest. Ziyue recited the 4 lines repeatedly, her eyes shining with increasing brilliance. Yao Guang gazed at the radiant Xia Chen amidst the crowd, her expressive eyes revealing her contemplations. Having completed his poem, Xia Chen bowed to Master Tianhai, who had assisted him in grinding the ink. Thank you, Master Tianhai, for your help in preparing the ink. My gratitude for your assistance pales in comparison to the value of the Buddhist scripture you gifted me. Master Tianhai pressed his palms together, resembling a devout believer. I shall surely visit Tianlong Temple to discuss the Dharma with you. Xia Chen reciprocated the gesture with a bow and then turned his gaze towards the quietly observing Taoist Zunzenzi. Taoist Zunzenzi, should you find time, do visit me. I have fine wine, and we can indulge together. The Taoist, with bleary eyes, nodded with a smile. Xia Qian, let us depart. Xia Chen turned to the adoring Xia Qian behind him, and, together, they navigated through the crowd, exiting the hall. Just before stepping outside, Xia Chen glanced back at Yao Guang on the high platform, noticing her gaze upon him. Their eyes met in a silent collision of emotions, and ultimately, Xia Chen nodded at her before resolutely leaving, disappearing beyond the threshold. As Xia Chen departed, the crowd could no longer contain their excitement, erupting into fervent discussions. Wow, that poem was incredible. What a bold spirit. It is no wonder he is a scion of the Xia family, proclaiming ambitions to annihilate both the Qing and Defeng nations. Young Master Xia, at such a tender age, harbors such aspirations. Could he not, in time, emulate the legendary General Zhao, penetrating deep into Defeng's territory and conquering its capital? Most scholars lack integrity. At this moment, they begin to extol Xia Chen, completely forgetting how they previously derided him. Lin Zihan, gazing at the wine glass in his hand, sat in silence before finally rising. Let's take our leave as well, he declared, stepping outside. Young Master Jing Xian lingered behind, murmuring repeatedly the 4 lines of poetry by Xia Chen, each repetition weighing heavier on his heart. Alas, I cannot compete with his appearance, nor can I rival his literary talent. Is there truly no hope for me? He observed the enchanting Princess Yao Wang on the elevated platform, a wave of powerlessness surging within him. Young master, shall we depart in this manner? The literary gathering has yet to conclude, and what if the princess? On the street, Xia Chen expressed her concerns to Xia Chen. When they first called upon me to compose poetry, I feigned weakness, not to appease them, but to gauge Yao Wang's response. Xia Chen replied calmly without looking back. His primary objective was to test Yao Wang. Those scholars were merely tools in his scheme. How laughable that they had felt so self-satisfied, believing they had cornered him, leaving him with no retreat, compelling him to lash out and compose a poem. He had truly awaited Yao Wang's defense, hoping she would intervene against those pressuring him, yet he was met with silence. Yao Wang chose to remain mute. Perhaps she merely wished to ascertain the authenticity of her own talents, but by not standing with him, she had positioned herself against him. There was nothing more to say. Xia Chen's heart grew cold once more. Do you remember the faces of those who led the charge in their jeers? He stated expressionlessly. Hearing this, Xia Chen sensed her master's mood was far from pleasant. Though his words were calm, they radiated an unsettling chill. I remember, in a few days, once I gained control of the Eagle Eye Division, arranged for those individuals to be rewarded with sumptuous feasts. Xia Chen declared. He was one to repay grievances. Those who attempted to rise by stepping on him, seeking to ingratiate themselves with Lin Zihan, were utterly ridiculous. While Xia Chen could not pave their way to advancement, he could certainly ensure they fell into the depths of despair. Without imparting a lesson, the people of the capital might truly believe him to be an easy target. Furthermore, assist me in investigating a scholar from the Guozijian named Su Xingchen. Find an opportunity to bring him to me discreetly. Xia Chen gazed at the street vendors, his eyes distant, lost in thought. Chapter 66. The pinnacle of talent on the bustling streets. Xia Chen was momentarily taken aback, puzzled as to why the young master would show interest in a student from the Guozijian. Could it be that this student had offended him? However, he refrained from inquiring further, silently committing the name Su Xingchen to memory. Xia Chen had come to the literary gathering primarily with the intent of meeting Fang Zhiru and Su Xingchen. Yet unexpectedly, neither had appeared. Although he had been consuming wine earlier, he remained acutely aware of the happenings at the event, specifically anticipating Su Xingchen's presence. From his understanding, Su was deeply invested in court politics, and given the opportunity presented by Yao Wang's literary gathering, it seemed only fitting for him to attend. Yet to his dismay, there was no sign of him. Indeed, these exceptional talents, though not yet in positions of power, possessed an innate aura that made them elusive and difficult to recruit. Xia Chen recognized that these individuals were still biding their time, cultivating their strengths in preparation for the right moment. Nevertheless, the gathering had not been without its merits. He had made the acquaintance of Xian Jinzi and Tian Hai, especially Tian Hai, who had taken the bait Xia Chen had cast. Perhaps future gains awaited him. With these thoughts in mind, Xia Chen entered a tavern, the hour nearing 2 in the afternoon. Within the Hou Mansion, only refreshments and light snacks were served, and with his recent rapid advancements in martial arts, his appetite had grown considerably. As he settled into a private room, a knock echoed at the door not long after his arrival. A young gentleman clad in scholarly robes stood at the threshold, smiling warmly at Xia Chen. His lips were red, his teeth white, and his eyes sparkled like stars. An aura of confidence radiated from him, albeit subtly restrained. The main hall was filled to capacity, and upon noticing that only 2 individuals had entered this private chamber, he boldly approached to inquire if he might share a table. The young gentleman was exceedingly polite, yet the request to share a table was unexpected. Before Xia Chen could respond, Xia Chen frowned and rose, feeling that while they were not overbearing or oppressive, the practice of sharing tables was not something to be accepted lightly. Moreover, they had reserved the private room for the sake of tranquility and privacy, especially considering the young master's distinguished status. We do not, of course we can. Xia Chen interjected with a radiant smile, rising to greet the young man. His smile was exceptionally bright. As the ancient saying goes, Jiang Tai Gong fishes, those who wish may take the bait. And now, this fish had willingly swum into the net. This young man was none other than Xu Xingchen, the very individual Xia Chen had been tasked to find. A prodigious talent, he would, in time, be hailed alongside Feng Zhiru of the Bailu Academy as the twin stars of Confucianism and Taoism, an unparalleled intellect, capable of devising strategies for the world. A true paragon of exceptional talent. Standing at the door, Xu Xingchen smiled, yet his gaze was intensely scrutinizing Xia Chen, observing him with utmost seriousness. With their meal being somewhat dull and the vast private room feeling rather wasteful for just the two of them, he invited, "Brother, please, join us." Xia Chen, adorned in the attire of Confucian propriety, executed his movements with such precision that his scholarly demeanor rendered it impossible to discern his origins from a military lineage. "Thank you, esteemed brother." Xu Xingchen clasped his fists, his gaze towards Xia Chen infused with admiration. This princely figure, hailing from a noble family, had attained the rank of a fourth-grade official at a tender age, yet bore no trace of arrogance. Even his attendants refrained from exhibiting any haughty demeanor. Although he had initially intended to decline Su's invitation, he did not resort to harsh words. His presence here was certainly not a mere coincidence, nor was it due to a genuine shortage of tables, seeking simply to share one. Curiosity piqued regarding this recently prominent prince in the capital, Su. Having resided in the city for 7 years, had formed opinions about many figures therein. However, he had misjudged this son of the Marquis of Anong. Particularly after learning of his participation in today's literary gathering, he was compelled to witness this individual firsthand. Xia Chen harbored doubts about Xu Xingchen's claim of merely seeking a table. He had just exited the literary assembly when Su followed closely behind. What a remarkable coincidence! Although it would still be some time before Xu Xingchen truly rose to prominence. Xia Chen found it hard to believe that someone as astute as Su would remain oblivious to matters of state. Thus, it was evident that Su recognized him. What was Su's intention in approaching him? Was it mere observation, or was something more ulterior? Xia Chen found himself lost in contemplation. Both young men wore radiant smiles, yet their minds were as cool and calculating as ice, racing with thoughts. Meanwhile, Xia Chen, standing nearby, scratched his head in bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the situation. "I am Xu Xingchen, courtesy name Chang Ye, a student of the Imperial Academy. May I inquire your name, young sir?" After taking his seat, Su voluntarily introduced himself, concealing nothing. For there was little to hide. He maintained a remarkably low profile in the capital, known to few. Unbeknownst to Su, Xia Chen, stationed slightly behind him, narrowed his eyes upon hearing the name Xu Xingchen, scrutinizing him with utmost seriousness, then casting a glance at his jovial and warm-hearted young master. Suddenly, it dawned on him why his master had exhibited such unusual behavior, inviting this individual to join their table. Was this not the very person his master had previously tasked him to investigate? The opportunity had presented itself unexpectedly. "Oh, Sving Su Xing Jian." Xia Qian's gaze took on a peculiar quality. "I am Zhang Sheng." Xia Chen played along, adopting a pseudonym. Xu Xingchen smiled and nodded, yet within, he began to assess. He appeared generous and approachable, yet there lay a sense of caution, an aversion to revealing his identity in public. Xu Xingchen had never suspected that Xia Chen was aware of him. He possessed extraordinary talent, and, as such, understood the necessity of maintaining a low profile in the capital, avoiding the pursuit of fame or reputation. To stay discreet, he had even refrained from attending this literary assembly, prudently sending a classmate to gather information on his behalf. Thus, apart from his classmates, few in the capital are aware of his name, which is why he chooses to use his true identity. He follows the path of the kingly way, with the aim of seeking the true dragon. Until he encounters a worthy sovereign, he must remain discreet, quietly biding his time. Once he identifies the rightful ruler, he can soar to great heights in an instant, his name echoing throughout the world. In his quest for a worthy sovereign, he has clandestinely met with the crown prince, as well as the third and fourth princes, yet ultimately dismissed both. This left him profoundly disheartened, as it seemed that among the current generation of the imperial family of the Great Wu dynasty, there was no great leader to be found. However, upon analyzing the state of the world, he discerned that the Great Wu was on the verge of unifying the realm, a nascent trend taking shape. This realization plunged him into a period of self-doubt, making him question whether his assessments of the grand affairs of the world were flawed. At one point, he even contemplated leaving the kingdom of Wu to venture into the realm of the Great Feng, in search of the destined true dragon. Yet recently, by sheer chance, he heard the name of Princess Yao. This piqued his interest, and the more he observed, the more excited he became, for she embodied the qualities of the sovereign he sought, one capable of realizing his kingly aspirations. However, he was perplexed as to why it was a woman. There had never been a female emperor in the world. Once again, Xu Xingchen found himself engulfed in confusion, and thus he resolved to observe Princess Yao for a while longer. This upcoming cultural event, a grand affair hosted by Yao, presented the perfect opportunity for him to scrutinize her closely. Yet at that moment, Xia Chen caught his attention. Therefore, he decided to approach, eager for a closer observation. Two young individuals, each harboring their own thoughts, sat at the dining table, calculating and observing one another. Chapter 67. The Great Peng Soars with the Winds. In the private room, Brother Su, as a student of the Guozijian, why didn't you attend the literary gathering hosted by Princess Yao today? Xia Chen inquired with a smile, to which Xu Xingchen responded with a serene smile. My learning is rather superficial. I would only embarrass myself there. Xu Xingchen shook his head, his demeanor calm and composed. Xia Chen's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he cheerfully retorted, I cannot concur with your statement. Xu Xingchen looked at Xia Chen in astonishment. His previous remark was merely an act of modesty, an excuse. He had anticipated that Xia Chen would either chuckle or nod in agreement, perhaps changing the subject without further ado. However, to his surprise, Xia Chen directly expressed his disagreement, igniting Xu Xingchen's curiosity. He paused, eager to hear what Xia Chen would articulate next. If Brother Su were to attend the literary gathering, the opportunity for other scholars would dwindle. You are merely granting them a chance, not wishing to overshadow them, Xia Chen remarked, taking a sip from his cup, his gaze steady upon Xu Xingchen. Xu Xingchen, momentarily taken aback, could not fathom how Xia Chen, with such keen insight, could arrive at such a conclusion about him. Was this truly his self-assessment? But how could that be? Despite his years in the capital, he had never showcased his talents, and even his classmates remained unaware of the depths of his intellect. How could Xia Chen possibly know? Haha, your words are indeed delightful, young sir. I am now 22 years old and have taken the imperial examination thrice. Yet I have only achieved the status of a Xiozai, a mere scholar. If I possessed true talent, would I not have attained the title of a Jiren, a successful candidate? At 22, I am still languishing in the passage of life. Xu Xingchen feigned a bitter smile, his performance exceedingly adept. I have heard tales of a magnificent fish in the distant North Sea, known as the Kuan, whose size is immense, dwelling in the icy depths. This extraordinary fish can transform into a bird called the Peng, which surveys the world and waits for the opportune moment. Ultimately, it leaps from the water, becoming the majestic Peng, soaring vast distances, traversing from the North Sea to the South Sea, showcasing its prowess before ascending to heights of 90,000 miles. Xia Chen recounted this fable, and at that moment, the expression on Xu Xingchen's face shifted. He had never encountered tales of such wondrous fish and birds. Yet he grasped the essence of Xia Chen's words. I have also heard of a bird that does not spread its wings for 3 years, nor sings a note. People assume it to be weak and foolish. Yet, someone with discernment, amid the crowd, would smile and declare, For 3 years without wings, it shall grow grand feathers. Without flight or song, it observes the populace. Though it does not fly, when it does, it will soar to the heavens. Though it does not sing, when it does, it will astound the world. Upon concluding this tale, Xu Xingchen's expression transformed completely. His gaze sharpened as he regarded Xia Chen, realizing that this was no mere coincidence, nor idle flattery. I believe, Brother Su, you are akin to that bird. If you do not fly, when you do, you will soar to great heights. If you do not sing, when you do, you will astonish all. Xia Chen laughed heartily, his demeanor unrestrained and his presence unmatched, evoking a sense of humility in others. His words did not cease there. He delivered one final, resounding blow to Hou Mansion, bringing the discussion to a powerful conclusion. When the Great Peng migrates to the southern seas, it surges through 3,000 miles of water, riding the tempestuous winds to soar 90,000 miles high. All things are born of yin and yang. Brother Su, like this majestic Kunpeng, remains a mere fish for now, lurking in the icy depths of the water. Yet, he harbors lofty aspirations, waiting for the opportune moment to harness the winds of fortune, to strike across 3,000 miles, and then rise to 90,000 miles, reaching the South Sea and transforming from shadow to light. Hou Mansion, upon hearing these words, fell into a long silence, feeling a chill throughout his body. He had never regarded the world's heroes with much respect. He had always believed himself to be well concealed, merely a spectator observing the grand stage of the capital as the renowned actors took their turns in this splendid performance. He relished the sensation of lurking in the shadows, witnessing the great affairs of the world, biding his time for the right moment. However, today, someone had forcefully, directly, and dominantly ripped away his disguise, rendering his so-called concealment a mere joke. I have always considered myself unparalleled in wisdom, thus feeling self-satisfied and looking down upon the world. But today, in the presence of this young master, I realize I have been like a frog at the bottom of a well, gazing at the sky. Hou Mansion chuckled at his own folly, then rose to his feet, respectfully bowing to Xia Chen. Xia Chen did not flinch, calmly accepting the gesture while drinking his wine, exuding an aura of profound mystery that was hard to fathom. If you do not cultivate, you see me as a frog gazing at the moon from the bottom of a well. If you do cultivate, you perceive me as a mayfly witnessing the vast sky. Mr. Su possesses talents capable of managing the heavens and the earth, yet has been in hiding, searching for a worthy lord. Xia Chen asked once more with calmness. Staling Su Xingtian Anu. How'd he know this? What kind of creature is this Xia Chen? Could he truly see into the hearts of men? Hou Mansion had never spoken of such matters to anyone. I merely feel that my knowledge is insufficient, and now, in this era of peace under the Great Wu dynasty, my presence makes little difference. Thus, I do not feel rushed. Hou Mansion finally spoke after a long silence, his tone becoming considerably more cautious. Yet he still hesitated to open his heart to Xia Chen. He felt that his current situation was perilous. Xia Chen seemed to know him thoroughly, while he, in contrast, knew nothing of Xia Chen beyond the rumors from the streets. For instance, what is his character like? Is he magnanimous? Does he possess a heart that embraces others? And can he be trusted? He is, after all, the lantern-bearer and the leader of a spy organization. Entrusting his future, fate, and life to him felt exceedingly dangerous. Oh, is the world truly at peace? Yet, everywhere I look, there is suffering with the people in dire straits, unable to pay their taxes, and even reports of selling daughters in certain regions. This is the sign of a dynasty in decline. Xia Chen spoke with a flippant demeanor, resembling a noble scion, delivering words that could instill fear, yet he spoke with casual ease. Hou Mansion's pupils constricted as he raised his head, finally looking directly at Xia Chen, his gaze no longer evasive, his entire demeanor transformed, no longer concealing his brilliance. He seemed like a different person altogether. What does young Master Zhang mean by these words? Please, call me young Master Xia. We are both intelligent individuals, and you have specifically come here for me. It would be rather pointless for us to feign ignorance when we are both aware of the truth. A smirk played at the corners of Xia Chen's mouth as he abandoned the charade of role-playing. He intended to deliver a profound shock to this young man, who fancied himself exceptionally astute. Indeed, Hou Mansion's expression shifted once more, his heart filled with an undeniable trepidation towards Xia Chen. Who exactly is he? How is it that he seems to know everything? Is it possible that the lantern bearers possess an omniscient presence? Yet, there are countless matters he has never disclosed to anyone. Chapter 68, On the World. Inside the private room, Hou Mansion felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles. At this moment, he yearned to leave, wishing to linger not a second longer. He despised this uncertainty and the fear of the unknown, which left him feeling profoundly insecure. The presence of Xia Chen was undeniably perilous. A gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. He glanced towards the door, only to discover that, unbeknownst to him, Xia Chen had quietly positioned himself by the entrance, seemingly guarding the two, yet effectively obstructing Su's path to escape. Xu Xingchen sighed internally. He had always considered himself exceedingly clever. Yet today he felt akin to a lamb entering the tiger's den, and he had willingly walked into this predicament, now finding it impossible to retreat. Xia Chen wore a slight smile, quietly observing the restless Xu Xingchen. "What troubles you, Su? Are you perhaps feeling a bit peckish? The dishes should be arriving shortly. Let us indulge in some wine." Xia Chen filled a glass for Xu Xingchen, who, after a moment of hesitation, took it and drained it in one gulp. "My apologies. Esteemed director, I was rash today. Allow me to drink in penance." Xu Xingchen realized that he had acted impulsively without fully considering the ramifications of approaching Xia Chen, remaining woefully ignorant of him. He had underestimated the heroes of this world. "There is no need for self-punishment. Merely answer my question, dear Su. Do you truly believe that the realm is currently peaceful and prosperous?" Xia Chen maintained his smile, yet it bore an air of gravity. Xu Xingchen clenched his teeth, understanding that he could no longer evade the inquiry. If he did not respond properly today, he might find it difficult to exit through that door. Should Xia Chen accuse him of some crime, perhaps as a spy for the Inspection Institute or the Imperial City, colluding with enemy nations, he could very well find himself imprisoned in the lantern-lit dungeons, which would be a dire predicament indeed. In recent years, he had remained too inconspicuous, failing to cultivate connections with prominent figures in the capital. Regret washed over him. Had he known, he would have showcased his talents and befriended those in power, thus avoiding the current troubles that found him devoid of allies. Though the Great Wu boasts a formidable military, its finances languish under strain, relying solely on incessantly increasing taxes to sustain itself. The populace has begun to witness the harrowing reality of starvation, with reports of citizens dying from lack of sustenance. In recent years, establishments such as the capital's pawnshops and the brothels of Suyu Street have proliferated, with prices for a single visit plummeting over the past 3 years. This trend underscores the intensifying competition among these venues, with an ever-growing number of young women entering the trade, increasingly beautiful, as ordinary families are driven to desperate measures, selling their children into the brothels, a fate seemingly more bearable than the gnawing grip of starvation. Xu Xingchen's voice bore a weight of indignation and sorrow, and Xia Chen regarded him seriously. This young man was indeed remarkable. It is indeed remarkable that one can discern the current societal conditions through the lens of the brothel industry, observing its essence to uncover the roots of social issues. Xu Xingchen continued, stating that in today's realm, the local governance is still under the influence of 8 lords, who reign like local emperors, exploiting the common folk, leaving many in distress and despair. More critically, over half of these lords harbor grand ambitions. With external threats from Qinghua and Dafeng, and the unstable situation in the northwest, a war could erupt at any moment. In this world, there are indeed pressing issues. While our Dawu dynasty appears prosperous, it is akin to oil on a raging fire. Any misstep could lead to a major upheaval, Xu Xingchen asserted solemnly. Thus, he has been biding his time, seeking a wise ruler to support amidst the chaos, to elevate the true dragon to power and share in its glory. Xia Chen chuckled lightly, as if casually remarking, "What do you think of the other 2 nations?" Sitting across from Xia Chen, Xu Xingchen felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Did he truly see through it all? Even someone as composed as Xu Xingchen began to feel a sense of trepidation and unease. He could not forget Xia Chen's current identity, the lantern-bearer, the court's hound, the son-in-law of the reigning emperor, and the scion of the Xia family, which has been fiercely loyal to the royal family for 6 centuries. This loyalty has allowed him to command troops and earn the emperor's trust. Now, with his secrets laid bare, Xu Xingchen felt a pang of regret, realizing that one misstep could lead to his downfall. He had grand ambitions, aspiring to be the prime minister, not just any prime minister, but the first to unify the realm under his leadership. Yet now, It seemed he might perish before even embarking on his journey. How about the other two nations? Xia Chen smiled, posing another question. Though they may be somewhat decayed internally, there remain some loyal and capable ministers. Their national strength may have waned, yet their fortune persists. Su Xingchen sighed, having envisioned the worst outcome. He decided to speak freely, no longer concealing his thoughts. Thus, the tripartite power dynamic, in fact, poses a significant danger to our mightiest nation. Indeed, the emperor favors war. And given the internal disintegration we face, if His Majesty were to consider a period of recuperation and appoint me as the chief minister, I could, within 5 years, turn the tide. Su Xingchen, like a sword drawn from its sheath, now radiated brilliance, having recognized the imminent threat of death. Consequently, he overturned his previously understated strategy, seeking to capture Xia Chen's attention with his audacious declarations, hoping to revitalize this stagnant situation. Through Xia Chen, perhaps the influential figures in the court, even the emperor, might take notice of him. As long as someone is willing to grant him an opportunity, he is certain he can demonstrate his worth. Though this move is fraught with risk, he sees no other option but to gamble. Chapter 69. A momentous change in 5 years. Xia Chen gazed quietly at the radiant Su Xingchen, took a sip of his drink, and casually remarked, "Are you suggesting that the current tripartite division of power will persist indefinitely? Without my intervention for the next 50 years, the world will remain in a state of equilibrium among the 3 realms. Each nation harbors ambitions to consume the others, yet none possess the absolute strength to obliterate the other 2. Su Xingchen confidently asserted, "However, I cannot shake the feeling that within approximately 5 years, our great Wu will experience a cataclysmic transformation. At most, within a decade, the prevailing order will inevitably shift." Xia Chen smiled at Su Xingchen, articulating his own assessment. Su Xingchen's gaze deepened. Upon hearing Xia Chen's assertions, he instinctively sought to counter them with a detailed explanation of his perspective. Yet, he quickly restrained himself, his expression akin to a tranquil lake, unruffled. "I understand your skepticism and your steadfast convictions. How about this? Let's engage in a friendly wager. 10 years hence, we shall revisit these 2 timelines I have proposed. If my predictions prove correct, you will owe me a favor. As for what that favor entails, I shall disclose it at the appropriate time, but regardless of my request, you must comply." Xia Chen regarded Su Xingchen as if to provoke him. "Do you dare to gamble?" Su Xingchen looked at the elegant youth before him, his gaze profound. Xia Chen had maneuvered him into a corner. He had anticipated a grim fate, yet he was taken aback by Xia Chen's extensive discourse. It seemed that Xia Chen was not intent on subduing him, offering him a sliver of hope. "Very well, I accept your wager." Su Xingchen's thoughts remained clear. He found himself perplexed by Xia Chen's true intentions. Initially, he had braced for the worst, but now, Xia Chen's willingness to gamble presented him with a path to survival. Whether he would win or lose was a matter for a decade hence. It was irrelevant to his present self, and any concerns could be left for his future self to grapple with. Moreover, he was confident in his judgment that the world's stability could last at least another 30 years. At Su Xingchen's declaration, Xia Chen could not help but smile, his expression radiant. He had lured him into this trap, and now, Su Xingchen had willingly stepped in. "I see you are quite restless. It seems you lack the appetite for this meal, and you certainly do not appear to be hungry. In that case, you may take your leave." Xia Chen waved his hand, signaling Su Xingchen to depart. Hearing this, Su Xingchen felt a surge of joy in his heart, though his countenance remained placid, exuding remarkable composure. He respectfully bowed to Xia Chen, saying, "Thank you, young master. I take my leave." Finally, Su Xingchen relaxed, his mind no longer taut. Although Xia Chen was astute beyond his years, he remained, after all, still too youthful and lacking in experience. I had thought he would imprison me in the Lantern Man's dungeon, yet to my astonishment, he simply let me go. Perhaps it was my analysis of the world affairs that left him astonished, compelling him to grant me mercy for the sake of our decade-long wager. Su Xingchen mused to himself, recognizing that he was merely a minor player in Xia Chen's eyes. His words had ignited Xia Chen's competitive spirit. prompting him to wish to challenge me to a bet. Xu Xingchen quickly assessed the situation in his mind. Though his thoughts raced at lightning speed, his exterior remained calm, adorned with a serene smile. After performing his bow, he prepared to turn away, to leave this place rife with turmoil. However, at that moment, Xia Chen's voice once again pierced his thoughts. Report to the Lantern Man's office tomorrow morning. I am in need of a scribe. Xu Xingchen was taken aback. What? He instinctively sought to refuse. What nonsense was this? To follow Xia Chen to the Lantern Man's office as a scribe? He had aspirations of becoming a prime minister. Just as he was about to voice his rejection, Xia Chen's voice resounded once more, this time devoid of warmth, laced with an icy undertone. Do not even think about fleeing tonight, about leaving the capital. No matter how swift you may be, you cannot outrun the Lantern Man. I can find you even at the ends of the earth. I have taken note of your words today. They are nothing but absurdities. Our great Wu kingdom is prosperous and peaceful. Its citizens live in harmony, and His Majesty governs with wisdom, while you spew such reckless claims. Are you a spy from a hostile nation, lurking within our capital to spread these rumors? Moreover, you covertly followed me today. Were you perhaps plotting to assassinate me? Xia Chen cast a glance at Xu Xingchen, whose complexion had grown pale, and continued, Furthermore, you previously claimed to be lying in wait, seeking the opportune moment, searching for a wise ruler to achieve meritorious deeds alongside a dragon. Do you intend to rebel? The final words struck Xu Xingchen like an invisible dagger, piercing through his heart, silencing him. A cold sweat broke out across his body, his complexion drained of color, as he felt a chill seep into his very bones, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Such were words of murder. Xu Xingchen had not anticipated that the previously gentle Xia Chen, who wore a smile, would so abruptly shift his attitude and turn against him. Do you realize that such accusations could lead to the extermination of your entire clan? Xia Chen's words were imbued with a chilling ruthlessness, a palpable aura of death shrouding Xu Xingchen. This was the murderous intent he had forged during his time in the peculiar realm of the system space. Through the inheritance of blade intent, Xu Xingchen felt as though he had descended into the depths of hell, while Xia Chen seemed to be a demon risen from its depths. He gazed into Xia Chen's darkened eyes, which radiated a strange light. In a daze, he envisioned a sea of corpses and blood, a battlefield marked by unimaginable carnage, strewn with shattered bodies. Though Xu Xingchen considered himself supremely talented, he had never encountered such a scene. He was utterly daunted. It took him a considerable time to regain his composure. He steadied his mind, urging his thoughts to begin functioning again, striving to calm his emotions and restore his poise, and then he spoke in a deep voice. My dear sir, did you not previously assert? Did I indeed? I have just emerged from a literary gathering today, and, upon entering the tavern, I discerned a figure stealthily trailing me. This individual followed me into the private chamber, attempting to draw near with the nefarious intention of assassination. However, I swiftly uncovered their intent. Throughout this encounter, I have merely been interrogating you, for my loyalty to His Majesty is unwavering, Xia Chen proclaimed with righteous fervor, bowing respectfully towards the direction of the imperial palace. Xu Xingchen stood in astonishment. I can attest that my young master has been engaged in questioning you the entire time. Your identity is indeed suspect, and you have uttered numerous seditious remarks. Xia Chen, who had been stationed at the doorway, interjected, causing Xu Xingchen's heart to plummet. Today, he finally comprehended the essence of power, the art of deception, and the phenomenon of obscuring truth with falsehood. Xu Xingchen reluctantly accepted his fate. You are an astute individual, and I trust you will make the appropriate choices. I hope to see your presence at the magistrate's office tomorrow morning, rather than dispatching my men to pursue you, Xia Chen stated, taking a sip of his drink, his expression unreadable and calm. At that moment, his official demeanor radiated an imposing authority, instilling a sense of dread in all present. Chapter 70. The dazzling era of extraordinary talents like stars. Xu Xingchen departed, leaving in a state of profound desolation. He wandered the streets, yet it felt as though his very soul had been stripped away. The once astute and rational individual found his thoughts entangled in a web of confusion. The chilling, emotionless voice of Xia Chen echoed in his mind, exterminating 9 clans. An utter devastation. Su Xingqian never anticipated that a single misstep could summon such calamity. Outwardly, Xia Chen was reputed to be gentle and approachable, devoid of the airs typical of a nobleman. Su Xingqian had shared this assessment, which emboldened him to draw near to Xia Chen, eager to observe him closely. Little did he know that this person harbored a duplicitous nature, shrouded in deep-seated cunning. The moment of betrayal was swift and merciless. The thought of falling into the grasp of this scheming Xia Chen filled Su Xingqian with a sense of hopelessness. His aspirations of becoming a prime minister seemed to slip away, leaving him destined to become a mere pawn of the court, a lowly clerk with nothing but a lantern and literary duties. In the Great Wu dynasty, clerks were scorned by officials. Becoming one would mar his legacy, rendering his future bleak and devoid of promise. In despair, Su Xingqian contemplated finding a tree and a length of rope, contemplating the unthinkable. Yet, the moment this notion surfaced, he vehemently shook his head. Su Xingqian, oh Su Xingqian, how can you, who consider yourself remarkable, be so fragile a spirit? In the face of adversity, to entertain thoughts of escape through death is utterly lamentable. The calamity you now face arises from your arrogance, your disregard for the formidable heroes of the world, leading to this significant misfortune. Moreover, the ruthless Xia Chen would undoubtedly spare no mercy towards your family. Should you perish, he could easily fabricate charges against them. A true man must shoulder his responsibilities. Even if life is reduced to mere survival, one must endure with the tenacity of wild grass. For nothing should be able to bring you down. Su Xingjian. His mind teemed with tumultuous thoughts, and in a moment of resolve, he clenched his fists, rallying himself. However, the sight was rather comical. Ha ha ha, father, look at how amusing that uncle is. In our school, if someone fails to recite their lesson, the teacher punishes them. And when they feel sad, the master encourages us in this manner. It appears this uncle has also been punished for not reciting. A child by the street, holding a candied hawthorn, pointed innocently at the spirited Su Xingqian with a bright smile. Xiaoji, how can you be so rude? Quickly apologize to this uncle. The child's father admonished, then turned to Su Xingqian to offer an apology. The child, merely 7 years old and named Song Ji, hailed from an ordinary family in the capital. Children speak without reservation. It's quite all right, Su Xingqian replied, shaking his head. He glanced at the innocent Song Ji, smiled, and then turned to leave. Inside the private room of a tavern. Young master, what is it about Su Xingqian that has compelled you to go to such lengths to bring him into your circle? Xia Chen inquired as he settled into a seat at the table, now devoid of any outsiders. He had keenly observed the earlier scene, where Su Xingqian misconstrued Xia Chen's intentions as a form of jest, while Xia Chen was acutely aware of Xia Chen's profound regard for this individual. Even if he had not taken the initiative to summon Su Xingqian, the latter would have remained ensnared, as his master had long since set his sights upon him. This man possesses remarkable talent, akin to that of a prime minister, Xia Chen stated calmly. That cannot be. He strikes me as rather ordinary. And at merely 20-some years old, he is yet just a scholar. Surely there are countless more accomplished students in the Imperial Academy. Xia Chen expressed his skepticism, studying his master's demeanor, which bore a faint smile, yet offered no further clarification. He fell into contemplation, having never witnessed such praise from his master directed towards anyone before. What exceptional abilities did Su Xingqian possess? How does he compare to Prime Minister Lin? Xia Chen hesitantly posed the question, only to immediately regret it, realizing the futility of his inquiry. Who was Prime Minister Lin, after all? He had wielded power for over 20 years, standing resilient despite the emperor's suspicions, yet he had remained unscathed. Moreover, when did Prime Minister Lin become a benchmark for measuring the talents of individuals throughout the realm? At that moment, Xia Chen's voice broke the silence. Prime Minister Lin's abilities are indeed commendable. Even within the 8 centuries of the Great Wu dynasty, he ranks among the top 10. Although the current state of affairs is fraught with issues, the blame does not lie with him, but rather with the emperor. Had it not been for Lin's stewardship over the past 2 decades, amid continuous warfare, it is likely our great Wu dynasty would have crumbled from within. Rather than exhibiting the appearance of prosperity, it does now. Yet, Lin is still not on par with Xu Xingchen. Xia Chen's words resonated with a calm authority, leaving the private room enveloped in silence, while the bustling dining hall outside buzzed with the lively chatter of patrons. Little did those diners realize that within this modest compartment, a discourse on Prime Minister Lin was unfolding. Nor could they fathom that their esteemed pillar of the state was deemed less significant than an unremarkable scholar from the Imperial Academy by Xia Chen. Xia Chen swallowed hard, momentarily awestruck by Xia Chen's assertions. Although he still harbored doubts about Xu Xingchen's capabilities, he placed his faith in his master. If his master deemed it so, then it must indeed be true. That conviction alone sufficed. Xia Chen lifted his gaze towards the sky beyond the paper window. While Lin Hanpu was undoubtedly talented, ranking within the top 10 throughout the past 8 centuries, Xu Xingchen could very well claim a position among the top 3, perhaps even contend for the foremost spot. He is a prodigious talent, destined to etch a glorious chapter in the annals of history with his brilliance. However, an era of monumental upheaval approaches, heralding an unprecedented age of unification, followed by a magnificent golden age. Countless heroes spring forth like mushrooms after rain, with extraordinary figures taking center stage in the historical narrative. Exceptional beings, akin to celestial bodies, may find themselves somewhat overshadowed in this resplendent era that has never been witnessed before. Send someone to keep a close watch on him. We cannot allow him to flee under the cover of night. Xia Chen retracted his thoughts and addressed Xia Chen. Very well, I shall personally oversee this matter tonight. However, young master, he must be a wise man, aware that we hold his fate in our grasp. Even if he attempts to escape, we have our lantern bearers. Where could he possibly go? It is precisely because he is a clever individual that we must guard against him playing by unconventional rules. Scholars possess the most intricate thoughts, so we must remain cautious. Xia Chen was prudent and did not assume victory was assured. He held no arrogance. Xu Xingchen was the first extraordinary figure he had encountered, and he regarded him with immense importance. Though this individual may not currently submit to him, nor willingly serve his interests, it matters not. The priority is to secure his presence first. Even if his allegiance cannot be won, one must at least obtain the individual himself. Chapter 71. The Celestial Master's Mansion. During the midday repast, Xia Chen savored his meal with great delight, thoroughly enjoying the experience. Meanwhile, the literary gathering hosted by Yao Guang had also concluded. As the attendees departed, Yao Guang remained seated in the grand hall, holding a piece of paper inscribed with a poem. The verses flowed gracefully, imbued with profound meaning, and it was none other than the poem Xia Chen had previously composed. With her bright eyes fixed upon the poem, Yao Guang found herself lost in thought for an extended period. Xian Zhenzi clutched a wine gourd filled to the brim with liquor, all of which he had procured from the princess's residence. It must be said, the wines from the princess's abode were of the finest quality, much to his liking. Although he appeared somewhat inebriated, he navigated the bustling streets without colliding with a single soul. In fact, his steps were light and swift, so much so that those around him hardly noticed his presence. He seemed to merge seamlessly into the ether, yet he remained distinctly tangible, simply overlooked by the passers-by. At this moment, he felt as though he had blended into the very fabric of the Tao, his state remarkably peculiar. He strode along the central avenue towards the east, ultimately arriving before a magnificent mansion. This estate occupied an expansive area, and more importantly, it boasted an exceptionally grand tower that soared 9 stories high, presenting a breathtaking visual impact as if it were reaching for the heavens. This was none other than the sacred ground of Taoism, the Celestial Master's Mansion. Within its walls resided the current era's 5 foremost masters of the first rank, the pinnacle of martial prowess. Uncle Master, you have returned. Xian Zhenzi entered the Celestial Master's Mansion, greeted warmly by numerous disciples along his path. His standing within the mansion was significant, being one of the leading figures among the second-generation disciples, though he was not directly apprenticed to the Grand Celestial Master. The mansion was divided into 3 lineages, Where's the grand celestial master? As Xian Jinzi traversed the grand hall, he eventually found himself beneath the towering 9-story edifice. Uncle Master. The Grand Master is upstairs basking in the sun. A somewhat plump, round-faced boy who had been tinkering with something in his hands exclaimed upon hearing Xian Jinzi's voice. Ah, splendid. Xian Jinzi nodded, preparing to ascend the stairs, but he paused to glance at the boy and the object he was manipulating. What are you working on? Indeed, Uncle Master. Recently, my alchemical skills are nearing fruition. I intend to create something extraordinary using alchemy. Everything that naturally grows in this world possesses a spirit, whereas that which is artificially crafted is lifeless, devoid of any essence. Therefore, I have fashioned a wooden figure, intending to imbue it with spirit through alchemy, transforming it into a true being. The chubby boy, Mo Ban, immediately became animated upon Xian Jinzi's inquiry, eagerly explaining his project. Imbuing life into a wooden figure? You aim to bring it to life? Xian Jinzi was taken aback. Although he was aware that this young man was deeply engrossed in the craft of divine artisanship and possessed unparalleled talent that even the venerable Grand Master held in high regard, the notion of transforming a wooden figure into a true human seemed rather far-fetched. Bestowing spirit upon all things was a skill reserved for the Creator, or what they referred to as the Tao. What would the outcome be? Though he found the idea somewhat unrealistic, Xian Jinzi refrained from discouraging the lad and instead inquired further. As expected, Mo Ban's expression immediately turned despondent. I have failed. I have conducted several experiments, but I could only momentarily imbue the wooden figure with a semblance of spirit. That hardly qualifies as bestowing spirit. It merely means I manipulated the wooden figure with my techniques. Once I cease to channel my energy, it reverts instantly to an ordinary piece of wood. Mo Ban hung his head in disappointment, acknowledging the difficulty of mastering such a technique. Thus, I am now attempting to reduce the size of the wooden figure and exploring other avenues. Perhaps the wooden medium is inadequate, so I have sought alternatives such as jade, stone, and exotic metals, while also minimizing their dimensions. Perhaps this approach will yield success. Mo Ban quickly regained his resolve, his gaze intensifying as he focused on the small jade figure in his hand. I must go consult the Grand Master. Xian Jinzi offered the boy a word of encouragement and promptly turned to leave. On one hand, he genuinely had matters to discuss with the Grand Master. On the other, he feared that Mo Ban would cling to him, eager to elaborate on his imaginative thoughts, which often left Xian Jinzi feeling overwhelmed. Mo Ban paid no heed to Xian Jinzi, as his entire focus was consumed by the tiny figure he held. As Xian Jinzi ascended the stairs to the 3rd floor, he encountered a woman, dressed in garments as white as snow. Her flowing hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her countenance was strikingly beautiful yet cold. Her eyes resembled distant stars, and her brows, like distant mountains, did little to conceal her indifference. She moved with a delicate grace, exuding an ethereal presence akin to a celestial being amidst frost, untouched by the mundane world, her extraordinary beauty evoking both awe and trepidation. Muron Yuyan, possessing the innate constitution of a Taoist fetus, was naturally close to the Tao, yet emotionally deficient, her 7 emotions yet to awaken. Junior sister, Xian Jinzi called out, halting in his tracks upon seeing her. Senior brother. The woman nodded in acknowledgement, her expression remaining impassive, like a glacier. Xian Jinzi was accustomed to this demeanor, understanding that it was not a matter of personal feelings, but rather her inherent nature. Mu Rongyan was the Grand Master's most cherished disciple. Xian Jinzi did not linger in conversation and prepared to ascend stairs, his mind brimming with questions that necessitated the Grand Master's guidance. However, just as he was about to depart, he paused once more and turned to gaze at Mu Rongyan. Junior sister, have you broken through to the 4th rank? I just achieved that breakthrough this morning. Mu Rongyan replied, her voice cool and detached, devoid of worldly warmth, her words succinct. It was precisely because her breakthrough had occurred so recently that Xian Jinzi noticed it, even one as composed as he felt a subtle ripple within his heart at this revelation. The talent of this young junior sister is truly astonishing. Having just turned 18 this year, she has already ascended to the 4th rank. Such terrifying potential explains why the esteemed master accepted her as a disciple. One can only imagine that, barring unforeseen circumstances, the heavenly master's residence shall soon welcome a 3rd-rank adept in her 20s. Xianzhenzi departed, continuing his ascent. He experienced a fleeting moment of discouragement, but it quickly dissipated as he regained his composure, his heart unwavering. He has his own path to follow. Esteemed master, Xianzhen has come to pay his respects. Upon reaching the 9th floor, he found himself in an open-air pavilion, where the azure sky stretched above. By night, the master would observe the stars from this spot, contemplating the vastness of the universe and seeking opportunities to transcend the 1st rank. Though his voice was soft, Xianzhenzi was confident that the master could hear him. Given the master's extraordinary abilities, the moment he entered this star-gathering pavilion, he had already stepped into the master's domain. This is why the path was not heavily guarded. The master fears no assassination attempts. Those who underestimate the heavens and the earth and dare to plot against the master will soon learn why the 1st rank is revered as a legend among mortals. Chapter 72. The dynasty cultivates its luck. The sacred land cultivates its virtue. Kunming, the ethereal voice of the old celestial master resonated in Xianzhenzi's ears. Upon entering, Xianzhenzi beheld an elderly man with flowing black hair, a complexion as vibrant as the setting sun, and skin exuding a youthful luster, reminiscent of an infant. Though he appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, Xianzhenzi was well aware that the old celestial master had surpassed a century in age. Master, I am beset by confusion, and thus, I have come to seek your guidance. Xianzhenzi bowed respectfully. Even you harbor doubts? It appears you have encountered a genuine conundrum. Speak, and let me hear your concerns. The celestial master reclined in a rocking chair, clad in simple attire, squinting in the sunlight, beside him a cup of tea, exuding an air of tranquility akin to that of an ordinary old man. Today, while attending a literary gathering, I encountered a young man. In a fleeting moment, I perceived a magnificent violet aura emanating from him, and behind his forehead, a colossal 9-clawed divine dragon loomed, its head unseen, traversing an unfathomable expanse. However, upon closer inspection, this vision vanished, as if it were merely a figment of my intoxication. Yet I am typically impervious to inebriation, Xianzhenzi recalled, his heart still reverberating with astonishment. He carefully organized his thoughts and continued earnestly. More critically, I could not discern any features of this youth's visage. Every individual possesses a fate, a destiny, and their countenance reflects these elements. The inability to perceive anything in him suggests he is devoid of fate and destiny. The celestial master, who had been leisurely squinting in the sun, suddenly opened his eyes wide upon hearing Xianzhenzi's words. What a pair of eyes they were, seemingly encompassing the sun, moon, and stars, imbued with profound complexity, as if the very principles of the universe were in motion. What's the name of this youth? Master, his name is Xia Chen. Xianzhenzi replied with utmost seriousness. Is he not the one from the Dongzhou Marquisate, who became the prince consort to the princess and has recently taken control of the Eagle Eye Division? Indeed, master. Xianzhenzi nodded in affirmation. The celestial master, possessing extraordinary cultivation that intertwined with the fate of the Great Wu Kingdom, was not ignorant of worldly affairs. Rather, he chose not to intervene, allowing events to unfold naturally. I have calculated his fate. He possesses an average disposition. Yet, his betrothal to Yao Guang poses a significant challenge, as her fortune is overwhelmingly potent. This is not auspicious for him, for he lacks the capacity to bear such fortune. Thus he is fated for an untimely demise. The celestial master spoke slowly. Having calculated Yao Guang's fiancé's fate after the emperor arranged their union, then why can I not discern any features at all? Xianzhenzi questioned, puzzled. Despite the vast disparity between his abilities and those of the celestial master, he believed himself competent in the art of physiognomy. The celestial master fell silent, fully aware of Xianzhenzi's proficiency in this domain. Let me consult the oracle once more. He rose from his rocking chair, embodying the essence of a gentle elder, devoid of any overwhelming presence. After a prolonged moment, the celestial master furrowed his brow, then took up a turtle shell once more to divine. Yet astonishingly, none of the 64 hexagrams could reveal his fate. Not a single hexagram bore significance. The venerable master muttered to himself, while Xian Jinzi, standing behind him, also witnessed this scene, his heart unsettled. Could even a master not predict this? The master attempted divination once more, marking the third attempt. However, this time, as he cast the turtle shell, it had not yet touched the ground when it unexpectedly shattered in midair. Unable to divine, unable to see through the veil of time. Though grounded in the present, it seemed detached from past and future. This was a variable. Had the heavenly mechanisms undergone a transformation? The master's countenance turned somewhat pale. His heart and mind, usually so composed, found it difficult to maintain tranquility. "What troubles you, master?" Xian Jinzi inquired, his pupils dilating in alarm as he witnessed the unprecedented explosion of the turtle shell. This individual possesses profound karma. He is a variable. The future has undoubtedly shifted. How it will unfold? I can no longer discern the heavenly secrets. The master spoke gravely once his mind regained its composure. Xian Jinzi felt a mix of shock and relief, astonished that even the master could not fathom Xia Chen, yet relieved that it was not due to his own inadequacies, but rather the peculiarity of Xia Chen's fate. A person's destiny is determined from the moment of birth. To reverse one's fate is an arduous endeavor. There are 9 paths to fortune. The first is fate. The second is fortune. The third is feng shui. The fourth is merit. The fifth is education. The sixth is career choice. The seventh is partner selection. The eighth is forming connections with benefactors. And the ninth is nurturing health. Among these, feng shui and merit can slightly alter one's fate, yet such feats are extraordinarily challenging and seldom achieved, dependent upon whether one's inherent destiny can bear such changes. Beyond this, to alter a person's fate, one must. The master's speech faltered momentarily, and Xian Jinzi, captivated by his words, hastened to interject, "Master, what other methods exist to alter destiny?" "Fortune." The master's gaze turned toward the horizon, his eyes deep as the sky. "Fate, as we refer to it, is akin to the destiny of a nation. Ancient texts chronicle a time when this world was indeed inhabited by terrestrial deities, beings of extraordinary prowess, including demigods, Buddhas, immortals, and even peculiar entities of immense power and vitality. However, one fateful day, our realm faced desolation, leading to our downfall. Some perished of old age, while others sought refuge in distant lands. Xian Jinzi, captivated and yearning, felt a tumult within his heart, aware that this knowledge must be a closely guarded secret of the celestial master's abode. Had it not been for Xia Chen, he would remain oblivious to these esoteric revelations. In those times, formidable dynasties flourished alongside renowned sanctuaries for cultivation. The sacred sects accrued merit, while the dynasties harnessed the enigmatic forces of destiny. Such powers could appoint divine officials, basking in the reverence of the realm. As the court's officials leveraged their ranks to bind themselves to the dynastic fate. With the enhancement of this destiny, even those with inferior natural endowments could surpass their peers in the pace of cultivation by tenfold, or even 100-fold, to fundamentally alter one's fate. Only the immense force of destiny suffices, and it must be a grandiose power indeed. The venerable celestial master turned to gaze at Xian Jinzi with a smile, proclaiming, "An immense force of destiny?" Is the celestial master suggesting that Xia Chen has acquired such vast power of destiny, thereby defying fate itself? Yet to my knowledge, the present world possesses a finite amount of this power, divided among the Great Wu and the Grand Fengxing nations. Where could he have obtained it? Xian Jinzi inquired, his confusion palpable. Chapter 73, The Pinnacle of the Age. The power of fortune in the world is finite and is intricately linked to a nation's prosperity. The well-being of its citizens, economic vitality, a formidable military, and the emergence of exceptional individuals all contribute to a more robust aura of fortune. In essence, this is directly proportional to a nation's overall strength. The Celestial Master's residence, along with the Tianlong Temple situated west of the capital, may refrain from meddling in worldly affairs. However, their willingness to assist the great Wu dynasty in safeguarding the realm stems from their desire to partake in a fraction of this fortuitous power. Given the significance of fortune, even the most formidable beings of the age are compelled to engage in worldly contests for it. Xianzhi was filled with profound curiosity regarding the source of Xia Chen's power. Despite altering his fate, there should still be elements that could be discerned. The Venerable Master spoke slowly. This Xia Chen harbors great secrets. Perhaps he possesses an item that obscures the heavenly mechanism, yet I sense he embodies a variable, a missing piece. A striking brilliance erupted in the old master's eyes as he stood atop the star-gathering tower, gazing towards the inner city of the capital, as if attempting to pierce the void and locate Xia Chen's position. A missing piece? The Tao of Heaven encompasses 50. The Great Transformation comprises 49. Mankind is but one of them. Every entity in existence is bound by fate, yet it is precisely this elusive variable that renders the alteration of destiny feasible. The Venerable Master continued, his voice resonating like the sound of the Tao, while Xianzhi listened attentively to his teachings. You previously mentioned that you glimpsed a 9-clawed golden dragon of fortune spanning the boundless sky, accompanied by a surging violet aura. The old master turned to regard Xianzhi, who knelt before him. Indeed, yet upon closer inspection, I feared it was merely an illusion. Xianzhi replied, You are a master of physiognomy, having reached the pinnacle in this domain. In that moment, with wine in hand and your spirit unburdened, you merged with the Tao, allowing you to glimpse that veiled corner. Hearing the old master's words, Xianzhi was struck with awe. But such a vision signifies the countenance of an emperor. While I beheld his majesty, I could discern merely half a zhang of violet aura and 3 zhangs of fortuitous power. Unable to contain himself, he continued, I have perused Taoist texts which state that the true dragon of fortune is a manifestation born from the confluence of fortuitous power and national destiny. Only when an emperor accumulates 10 zhangs of fortuitous power may it transform into a golden dragon of fortune. The Venerable Master fell silent upon hearing Xianzhi's words, for he too found himself at a loss for explanation. Xianzhi pressed on, You have previously stated that Yaoguang's fate is exceptionally unique. Born amidst 10 zhangs of violet aura, with the national fortune of our great Wu seamlessly merging within her essence. In the future, she may surpass all emperors of the past and present, achieving an unparalleled legacy, unifying the realm, and consolidating all fortune under our great Wu, thus successfully manifesting the true dragon of fortune. At that juncture, with this unified fortune, you might even break through the constraints of the heavenly Tao and enter the legendary realm of the superlative. As Xianzhi's tone grew increasingly solemn, he pondered, Yet now that a variable has emerged, will it jeopardize your plans, Venerable Master? Should we rectify this anomaly while he remains weak? Xianzhi concluded his words with a tone imbued with a chilling solemnity. When Yaoguang was born, the entire capital was suffused with a mystical purple aura, as ethereal purple clouds floated on the horizon. This extraordinary phenomenon compelled all the citizens of the capital to kneel in reverence. At that time, the entire court, both civil and military, believed it to be an auspicious sign heralding victory in the Southern Frontier Campaign, a celestial manifestation to signify that the current emperor's achievements were worthy of comparison to the ancient sage kings. The emperor, elated, decreed a grand amnesty. However, Xianzhi understood that this celestial omen was triggered by the birth of Yaoguang. He was profoundly astonished, for the emergence of a mere princess could evoke such an extraordinary spectacle across the entire capital. Historically, even those founding monarchs endowed with great fortune and imperial destiny could not rival Yaoguang's significance. Xianzhi possessed this knowledge because, in those days, the old celestial master had uncovered this secret, and due to his expertise in physiognomy, he was clandestinely brought into the palace to conceal Yao Guang's visage from others. If variables were truly so easily amendable, they would not be classified as variables. Should you take action personally as a first-tier powerhouse, who amongst the living, aside from the other 4 first-tier powerhouses, could possibly impede you? Xian Jinzi spoke earnestly, possessing unwavering confidence in the old celestial master's prowess. Ha ha ha! Who among us can claim absolute certainty in the face of variables? Moreover, who can assert that no other first-tier powerhouses have taken notice of this Xia Chen? The old celestial master laughed heartily, his aura serene, reminiscent of a benevolent elder. Yet, Xian Jinzi was acutely aware that the old celestial master was not one to show mercy. In his youth, the old celestial master had ventured alone with the Xuanwu sword to the eastern wilderness, vanquishing demons and monsters. The old celestial master mentioned Longshu presiding. Xian Jinzi's expression shifted slightly. Longshu was the contemporary leader of Buddhism, the foremost figure in the Buddhist realm of the Central Plains. This led Xian Jinzi to recall the literary gathering, where Master Tianhai had taken the initiative to converse with Xia Chen. Were they merely engaged in casual chatter? Ha 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 ha! I cannot say. The affairs of the world are myriad, and I am but an ordinary mortal. How could I possibly know them all? The old celestial master chuckled candidly, casting his gaze towards the distant horizon, where the azure sky met the white clouds, and a gentle breeze caressed the air. He continued with a smile. There is no need to harbor thoughts of violence. Since variables exist, they do so for a reason. The future is an enigma that no one can accurately predict. Even I cannot truly perceive it. The emergence of variables need not inevitably lead to adverse outcomes. Perhaps, precisely because of these variables, we may attain unforeseen gains, such as the way of the Tao. In the grand design of fate, we, as mere mortals, should not contend with the heavens, but rather let all unfold naturally. Standing at the forefront, the old celestial master was unencumbered by any railing. A single step forward would lead to a fall. Yet, it was clear that Xian Jinzi harbored no concern that the old celestial master might stumble. He gazed upon him, and at that moment, an ethereal aura enveloped him, merging with the heavens and earth, radiating a profound essence of the Tao. Xian Jinzi sighed, reflecting on the disparity between himself and the Grandmaster, not merely in terms of cultivation, but also in the realms of mindset and comprehension of the Tao. Since fate has brought you together, it may signify a deeper connection between you and him. Endeavor to engage, without harboring ulterior motives. Allow everything to unfold naturally, just as one would with Yao Guang. Today, plant a seed, and perhaps in the future, it may take root and flourish. I shall seek an opportunity to meet this young man personally, to discern the mysteries he embodies. The Grandmaster, with his back turned to Xian Jinzi, seemed to face the world with an air of transcendence, his presence ethereal and elusive. Indeed, Xian Jinzi bowed his head in reverence, and when he lifted it once more, he found himself standing before the star-picking tower on the first floor. The Grand Master's mystical arts, turning the stars and shifting the heavens. Chapter 74. The Idol of Scholars and the Troubles Brought by Exceptional Talent, as Xian Jinzi conversed with the Grand Master. The events of the literary gathering gradually spread throughout the capital. Did Prince Zuqing attend? Has he composed poetry, and how did he fare? Just days ago, some were proclaiming him to be the prodigy of scholars. This was indeed a banquet of fate, with numerous students sharpening their wits, eager to ascertain whether Zuqing possessed genuine talent and learning. In the afternoon, the tea house was bustling with patrons enjoying their tea, and a curious crowd gathered around a student returning from the literary assembly. However, the student from the Imperial Academy appeared somewhat distressed, hesitating to respond. What troubles you? Xiaoli, we are your uncles, having watched you grow since childhood. We even supported your tuition when you entered the Imperial Academy. Now that you have achieved the rank of Jinshi and attended the princess's literary gathering, do you look down upon us, refusing to speak? An Eda Liman, seeing the prolonged silence, could not contain his frustration. Qinshu, do not press Li Zheng too hard. At that moment, another student clad in a Confucian robe entered the tea house. What's the matter? He inquired with a smile. The crowd, sensing the unease, turned their attention to him. Ha ha, today, Li Zheng, along with several other students from the Imperial Academy, confronted Prince Zuqing, publicly coercing him to compose poetry. I am perplexed by his audacity. Regardless of his true abilities, he is a prince, the scion of a noble house, and currently holds a high-ranking position. How could we, of ordinary backgrounds, dare to offend him? Yet, Li Zheng foolishly charged at him, and I could not restrain him. Zhang Zhongyong shook his head, lamenting that had he not grown up in the same alley, he would not have spoken so freely. Instead, Li Zheng took his good intentions for granted, accusing him of hindering his rise to fame and even threatening to sever their friendship. Truly, in these times, being a good person is a thankless endeavor. With a sigh, Zhang Zhongyong addressed the attentive neighbors, speaking with a tone of resignation. If only he had succeeded in publicly humiliating Zuqing, it would have been one thing. But Zuqing is clearly not to be trifled with. He chastised them for being engrossed in poetry while neglecting the affairs of the state and failing to pursue their studies earnestly, always seeking shortcuts. Ultimately, he composed a poem in front of everyone to express his ambitions, leaving them all utterly speechless. Zhang Zhongyong laughed heartily, while Li Zheng stood there, filled with shame. The poem was indeed remarkable. After today, it is likely that no one will dare to claim Zuqing lacks knowledge or talent. This is what true fame in the capital looks like. Zhang Zhongyong laughed exuberantly, filled with admiration for the profound meaning of Zuqing's poetry. Once more, Zuqing topped the headlines in the capital, becoming the subject of conversation among the people during their leisure moments. Among the topics of discourse, the most notable is undoubtedly the poem he composed, particularly the final two lines, "To die on the battlefield for one's country. Why must one be wrapped in horsehide upon death?" These words have stirred the hearts and aspirations of many. Director Xia aptly remarked that poetry is but a minor path. Throughout history, which chancellor has governed a nation through verses? It is through pragmatic endeavors that a nation flourishes. Presently, the world is far from tranquil. The northwestern borders could erupt in a conflict at any moment. What we require are capable ministers, not mere literary giants. Why has the Great Feng's national strength waned over recent years? It is precisely because the entire nation extols civil governance, where scholars indulge in revelry, spending their days drinking and enjoying amusements, utterly indifferent to the affairs of the state. With such a prevailing ethos, how can a formidable military be forged? Therefore, I can assert that if the Great Feng continues on this trajectory, it will inevitably be devoured by our Great Wu within 50 years. Our Great Wu must not follow in the footsteps of the Great Feng. We must remain vigilant against the corrosive influence of poetry on the minds of the people. A scholar stood at the entrance of the National Academy, his voice resonating as he called out, surrounded by many students who nodded in agreement with his words. One must study the classics and the strategies of statecraft, but one must not squander too much energy on poetry. Historically, no chancellor has attained their position through poetry. It has always been through tangible accomplishments. In an instant, the name Xia Chen spread throughout the circle of scholars at the National Academy, with many adopting his line to die on the battlefield for one's country. Why must one be wrapped in horsehide upon death? As their motto, believing that a true gentleman should be loyal to his country, even if it means dying on the battlefield. Some even contemplated enlisting in the military. These subsequent developments were entirely unforeseen by Xia Chen. At this moment, he returned to his courtyard, where a youth awaited him. Judging by his stature, he appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, yet his face bore a youthful innocence. "What brings you here?" "Third brother, I've come to pledge my allegiance to you," Xiaowen exclaimed, seated on a stool, his expression animated, glancing about restlessly. "You wish to pledge your allegiance to me?" Xia Chen responded, somewhat amused, just as Baizhu entered with tea for both Xia Chen and Xiaowen. "Indeed, if Sister Baizhu can join you, why can't I?" Xiaowen said with a smile as he accepted the tea, while Baizhu blushed at the remark. "No, you are too young. Besides, does our third uncle know of this?" Xia Chen shook his head. If memory served, Xiaowen had not yet turned 12 this year. "But I have already broken through to the 8th tier of the refining essence realm. According to the family rules, I am now eligible to enter the world." Xiaowen declared, rising from his seat earnestly. You've advanced to the refining essence realm so swiftly? Xia Chen was taken aback, reflecting on the remarkable talent of this lad. Compared to his own past self, who at 17 had yet to reach the 8th tier of the refining essence realm, he certainly appeared mediocre among the heirs of the Marquis residence. Indeed, I must extend my gratitude to Brother San. Were it not for his refinement of the foundational sword techniques, my breakthrough would not have come so swiftly and easily. Xiaowen scratched his head, wearing a naive smile as he recounted the entire sequence of events to Xia Chen. Initially, it was anticipated that Xiaowen would require a minimum of 2 to 5 months to achieve a breakthrough at a standard training pace. However, after being personally instructed by Uncle Xia Chen in a technique known as the Shouyang Pmo Dao, he discovered that this method could harness the energies of heaven and earth to refine his body. Consequently, he accomplished his breakthrough in merely 1 month. I had originally intended to join the Imperial Army, but they deemed me too young. Then I considered enlisting in the frontier troops. Yet both my uncle and father were adamant against it. Thus, I resolved to seek refuge with you, Brother San. Xiaowen's excitement was palpable. Initially, both Xia Chen and his father, Xia Han, believed it would be best for him to remain within the estate to hone his martial arts, ideally achieving a breakthrough to the 7th rank or even the 6th rank before venturing out. By that time, he would be a bit older, and they would feel more at ease. Yet, Xiaowen was resolute. Having finally broken through to the 8th rank, he was eager to explore the outside world. Even if it meant merely staying in the capital, he was unwilling to linger in the dull confines of the Marquis's residence any longer. Xia Chen gazed at the youthful boy before him and could not help but sigh. Is this the burden brought by exceptional talent? Had Xiaowen achieved his 8th rank breakthrough around the age of 14, his parents would not have been so anxious about his departure from the estate. But just 11 years old, who wouldn't be concerned? He was still just a child. Chapter 55, Xia Han. In the hall, Xiaowen surveyed the room and noticed that Baizhu had already exited. He then spoke softly. I know that the rift between third brother and our family is nothing but a fade. Although third brother tends to be somewhat inconspicuous at home, both uncle and aunt treat you exceptionally well. The rumors circulating outside are entirely unfounded. Xiaowen lowered his voice, his youthful face etched with sincerity. Uncle has declared his intention to expunge my name from the family register. How could that be a mere fabrication? Xia Chen cast a sidelong glance at Xiaowen. Despite his words, he found himself secretly admiring the boy. Although Xiaowen was young and often appeared reckless, he was not without wisdom. Though I am not privy to the events at hand, I trust that third brother and uncle have their reasons for their actions, Xiaowen remarked, scratching his head with a cheerful smile. Moreover, I mentioned my desire to join you to my father. While he vehemently opposed it verbally, he nonetheless dispatched 3 family guards to accompany me. Surely, that speaks volumes about his true intentions? Xia Chen was taken aback by Xiaowen's revelation. Was it possible that his uncle, Xia Han, had tacitly approved of Xiaowen's defection? What had transpired in the family recently? After a moment's contemplation, Xia Chen inquired, has anything significant occurred at home? Nothing of great consequence, Xiaowen replied, his head bowed slightly, his mood visibly dampened. A couple of days ago, while in my father's courtyard, I overheard him speaking with my mother. He was quite inebriated at the time. I vaguely caught wind of him mentioning a vacancy for a deputy minister in the Ministry of Rights, a position that should have rightfully belonged to him. The Ministry of Personnel had already submitted the proposal to the cabinet, only for it to be ultimately rejected on the grounds that my father is still too young and requires further honing. In the end, that position was awarded to a distinguished scholar from Bailu Academy. Xia Chen fell silent, his mind involuntarily conjuring the image of his uncle, Xia Han, graceful, refined, and possessing an air of gentlemanly charm. Whenever he interacted with his younger relatives, he wore a smile, never distinguishing between them based on talent or noble lineage. The Xia family wielded considerable military power, and while uncle had ventured into politics, such a course was fraught with peril, especially given his notable aptitude in that arena. With the imperial examinations approaching, the Ministry of Rights would oversee them, making the position of deputy minister particularly pivotal. If uncle were to assume that role, even if he were not the chief examiner for this session, he would, in essence, serve as a mentor to this year's candidates. With a heavy sigh, Xia Chen turned to Xia Wen, speaking in a grave tone. I understand now. It is the emperor who fears our Xia family. He is wary of my father, concerned that he might cultivate a faction and extend our influence into the realm of civil officials. He fears that, with our military power consolidated and literati at our service, his grand dynasty may not endure. Xiaowen set down the teacup in his hand and stood up, a hint of coldness etched on his youthful face. Xia Chen, taken aback by his younger brother's words, marveled at the courage displayed by this little sibling. Although seemingly reckless, Xiaowen possessed an astuteness that belied his age, indicative of a clever mind. The name bestowed upon him by their father, Xia Wen, was perhaps not a misnomer. This young brother undoubtedly inherited their father's political acumen. Truly, he was a remarkable talent, second only to his elder brother, Xia Hao, among the future generations of the Xia family. At merely 11 years of age, he had already begun to reveal extraordinary qualities. Moreover, it was crucial to note that he harbored no affection for the great power, especially not for the emperor. Indeed, he was a potential prodigy. Thunder and rain are all bestowed by the sovereign, Xia Chen remarked calmly as he observed Xiaowen. I understand, third brother. I would not voice such sentiments outside. Our family is naturally loyal to the emperor, Xiaowen replied, lifting his gaze to Xia Chen with a mischievous smile. The two exchanged a knowing glance, and a silent understanding passed between them. Stay with me. Reside here for now. Tomorrow, I shall introduce you to the lantern bearers and arrange an identity for you, initially as my attendant. Certainly, I have heard that third brother is now a fourth-rank official, overseeing the lantern bearers' Eagle Eye division. Your stature is impressive. My father has been in the officialdom for over a decade and has only attained the fourth rank. Xiaowen exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Despite his precocious wisdom, he was still just an 11-year-old child. At that moment, Bai Zhu entered, personally leading Xia Wen to the side courtyard for his accommodation. Xia Chen, however, remained seated in contemplation. His third uncle, Xia Hao, had passed the imperial examination at the age of 20, achieving the highest honor, and was now 36 years old. With both background and strength, he had ascended to the fourth rank in a mere 14 years, a pace that would be considered swift for others. Yet for him, it was merely standard, if not slow. This was evidently amiss. His uncle had studied at the Bailu Academy in his youth, earning the commendation of the current headmaster, Mr. Qi, which attested to his scholarly prowess. Although the memorial had been rejected by the cabinet, the reasoning cited was his youth, lacking mention of his qualifications or capabilities. The Vice Minister of Rights, while indeed a high-ranking position, was merely a third-rank role, not the head minister. What sort of reasoning was that for such a young age? Xia Chen sighed, understanding now why his uncle had resorted to heavy drinking, appearing disheartened and frustrated. At this rate, his uncle's career would only reach its pinnacle, becoming a mere vice minister, with the prospect of attaining the position of minister or entering the cabinet being utterly impossible. It seemed that both his elder uncle and third uncle had sensed the emperor's profound unease regarding their family, a mixture of desire to win them over while simultaneously harboring great trepidation. Their decision to send Xiaowen here was but a wager of sorts. In the third generation of the Xia family, an array of remarkable talents has emerged, one after another. Although their brilliance remains largely unrecognized by the outside world, most of them are still nurtured in obscurity. However, Xia Chen and Xia Han are undoubtedly aware of the true potential of their progeny. Despite their tender years, the extraordinary promise they possess is unmistakable. The first and second generations of the Xia family have already incited suspicion from the emperor if the third generation continues to yield such gifted individuals. How can the emperor find peace in his slumber? It appears that my uncle and third uncle have sensed the looming peril surrounding the Xia family and have begun to take action. Thus, according to the trajectory of history, it seems that the Xia family resolutely placed their bets on Yao Guang, thereby evading this threat of annihilation, allowing the third generation to shine brilliantly during the era of great unification. Xia Chen murmured to himself, his pupils radiating a mesmerizing brilliance as his dual-colored eyes slowly revolved. Enveloped by chaotic energy, as if they could cleave through the heavens. Chapter 76. Has my poem become a model? The Lantern Bearer's Office. After a 3-day absence, the esteemed director of the Eagle Eye Department has finally graced us with his presence today, since his appointment, which instilled a sense of awe among the staff. Many had anticipated a tempestuous follow-up. However, to their surprise, Xia Chen defied expectations by not reporting to work for 3 consecutive days. Only yesterday did they learn that their director had attended a literary meeting where he emerged victorious, and now his poem is being fervently circulated throughout the capital. It is imperative that our director's poem spreads far and wide. The capital and its surrounding areas fall under the jurisdiction of the Eagle Eye Department, and within a day, everyone must be made aware of this poem. As Xia Chen entered with Xia Wan, he overheard the voice of Master Zheng Ping, who was instructing his subordinates. Cui Hu and Lu Chun stood beside him, silent. Meanwhile, the other 2 masters, Chun Song and Li Yu, were nowhere to be found. What were they up to so early in the morning? With a cheerful demeanor, Xia Chen approached the hall and inquired about their activities. The director is here. Zheng Ping's face, lined with age, instantly transformed into a radiant smile, his previously stern expression morphing into one of warmth. Director, the 10 or so lantern bearers present offered their greetings, irrespective of their previous sentiments. During Xia Chen's absence, they had come to terms with many matters. His leadership of the Eagle Eye Department was now an established fact, independent of their opinions. It was the Emperor's decision, unalterable by anyone. Even in Xia Chen's absence, another would inevitably take his place, for the Emperor had lost faith in their internal affairs and sought to bring in external personnel. Why are you all spreading my poem? Xia Chen's gaze held a hint of perplexity. Though he now held the title of director, using his power for personal gain seemed rather inappropriate. Rest assured, Director, this matter will not be attributed to you by outsiders. The dissemination of your poem is a task mandated from above. Zheng Ping pointed skyward, indicating that while they wished to mend their relationship with Xia Chen, they would not stoop to such a lack of integrity. In an instant, Xia Chen understood. His poem spoke of serving the nation, unafraid of death, and given the imminent possibility of war in the Northwest. Its release could indeed inspire and galvanize the spirit of the nation. It was akin to a nationwide mobilization, transforming his poem into a rallying cry for political purposes, a notion Xia Chen had not anticipated. He had not foreseen that Emperor one could leverage this situation to his advantage. We, the Eagle Eye Department, govern the capital and its vicinity, while our brethren in other departments oversee other regions. I assure you, within 3 days, your poem will resonate throughout the great Wu Kingdom, and your name will echo among the populace. Zheng Ping continued, smiling beside Xia Chen. He then straightened his posture, adopting a serious demeanor before bending slightly and proclaiming in a resonant voice. Congratulations, esteemed sir, for soon your name will resonate throughout the world. After Zheng Ping uttered these words, the other lantern bearers, particularly the previously silent Cui Hu and Lu Chun, exhibited slight twitches at the corners of their mouths. They quickly regained their composure and, with a bow, addressed the assembly. Dear brothers, you have all labored diligently. This noon, I invite you all to the Shang Tower for a drink. Xia Chen chuckled, patting Zheng Ping on the shoulder, remarking on the skillful maneuvering of his old friend. Allow me to introduce you. This is my younger brother, Xia Wan. Please assist him in his arrangements, ensuring everything follows the proper protocol. Let him first be inducted as a lantern bearer. No need for any official title. Merely a position by my side as a retainer will suffice. The luncheon at the Shang Tower today shall serve as his welcoming feast. Is that agreeable? Xia Chen inquired, smiling at Zheng Ping. Zheng Ping glanced at the rather youthful Xia Wan, who responded with a guileless grin reminiscent of a simpleton. Turning back to Xia Chen, he quickly replied, with the director's personal endorsement, there is certainly no issue. I will prepare the necessary documentation this afternoon. No, before the luncheon. Zheng Ping declared confidently, thumping his chest. This is the advantage of power. For an ordinary individual striving to become a lantern bearer, it would require tremendous effort. Yet for Xia Chen, it was merely a matter of a single command. Xia Wen gazed at his older brother with admiration, thinking how impressive Xia Chen was. Being a lantern bearer meant dealing with headstrong individuals, yet his brother managed to command their respect effortlessly. I, too, wish to exude such authority. I will closely follow my brother and learn diligently, and when the time comes, anyone who disobeys shall be dealt with severely. Xiaowen smiled broadly, his expression exceedingly naive. However, the other lantern-bearers regarded him with peculiar glances. This youth appeared to be around 15 or 16 years of age, yet his countenance was remarkably youthful, indicating he was not quite that old. This is the son of Lord Xia Hao, the Deputy Minister of Rights. Hu, who had remained silent, finally spoke in a deep voice. Indeed, he is the child of my third uncle. Alas, we are colleagues, so I shall speak candidly. This boy had a falling out with my uncle. He wished to venture forth to protect our homeland, yet my uncle would not permit it. Consequently, the two quarreled at home, and ultimately my brother sneaked away, Xia Chen stated with a chuckle, having no intention of concealing the truth. As the matter was hardly a secret, though certain truths remained unsaid. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the assembly grew even more peculiar, as they had scarcely absorbed the latter part of Xia Chen's words. He has broken through to the 8th rank? Chui, who could no longer contain his curiosity. If I recall correctly, the records of our lantern-bearers indicate that the eldest son of Deputy Minister Xia is only 11 years old this year. Another voice chimed in, astonished. An 11-year-old of the 8th rank? How can this be possible? Yet, the regulations of the Duke of Zhendong's household stipulate that only those who have reached the 8th rank may enter the world. This is extraordinarily young. What an anomaly. In the eyes of the common folk, the lantern-bearers were figures of dread. Yet at this moment, their expressions shifted dramatically. A collective incredulity enveloped them. Even Shui, Hu, and the typically reticent Lu Chun found themselves fixated on Xiaowen. They possessed knowledge of the lantern-bearers' records pertaining to the scions of the capital's elite. And this was no secret. I'm not small. I will soon turn 12. Xiaowen emerged from behind Xia Chen, grinning innocently and patting his head, exuding an aura of harmlessness. However, his words struck the crowd with even greater force. The world had become utterly bewildering. Was this truly the direct descendant of the Duke of Zhendong? Each one of them was extraordinary. It was worth noting that within their ranks, there were individuals in their 30s who had scarcely reached the 8th tier of cultivation. The disparity was indeed staggering. You must all attend the gathering at Dashing Tower today, Xia Chen called out, bowing slightly, devoid of any official airs. Yet, the crowd clearly felt compelled to heed him. The impression he had left was indelible. Everyone was now aware that this superior, though seemingly gentle, harbored a heart of ice and possessed considerable cunning, far removed from the facade of innocence he projected. We shall certainly attend young Master Xia's welcoming banquet. The lantern-bearers hastily responded, their gazes toward the youthful Xiaowen now filled with a newfound respect. Report, my lord. A person named Su Xingchen is outside the office seeking an audience with you, claiming that you summoned him. One of the lantern-bearers entered to deliver the news. Xia Chen smiled. Both civil and martial affairs were now firmly within his grasp. The weather was delightful today, and his spirits soared high. Chapter 77. Thoroughly aboard the pirate ship. Su Xingchen followed closely behind a lantern-bearer, whose haggard visage was marred by bloodshot eyes. Yet a certain exhilaration flickered within his gaze. He had spent the entirety of the previous night in restless wakefulness, grappling with thoughts that spiraled endlessly. Despite having resigned himself to his fate, slumber eluded him. He pondered myriad possibilities until, at last, he sensed an elusive truth just beyond his grasp. Why did Xia Chen torment him? Was it merely for the sake of amusement? As the legitimate son of the Marquis and a prince consort, Xia Chen now held the esteemed position of chief lantern-bearer, while Su Xingchen was but an ordinary scholar of the Imperial Academy, their statuses worlds apart. For someone of Xia Chen's stature, extinguishing Su Xingchen's life would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Could it be that such a person was truly motivated solely by a twisted sense of pleasure in tormenting him? Su Xingchen found this notion implausible. There must be deeper reasons lurking beneath the surface that he remained unaware of. As dawn approached, a sudden epiphany struck Su Xingchen, jolting him upright from his bed, his body trembling violently. Xia Chen knew of his rebellious aspirations, his quest for a worthy sovereign. Yet instead of apprehending him, he desired Su Xingchen to serve as his scribe. Was it a rebellion he sought, or was it the Xia family who harbored such intentions? Clarity washed over him, dispelling the fog of confusion that had clouded his mind, leaving him both astonished and enlightened by this startling deduction. A man of exceptional intellect, he should have arrived at this conclusion much sooner. Yet he had been misled by Xia Chen into a labyrinth of erroneous thought, only to stumble upon this insight in a half-dream state just before sleep claimed him. A dazzling light ignited in Su Xingchen's eyes, an amalgamation of excitement, fervor, and bewilderment. Xia Chen, a prince consort, had garnered the emperor's favor. Why then did he aspire to rebellion? Was it the Xia family? Despite their current might, all signs pointed to their loyalty towards the imperial throne. Su Xingchen, though astute, found himself grappling with these contradictions. He had no intention of exposing Xia Chen or the Xia family's alleged treason, for such revelations would inevitably lead to his own demise at the hands of Xia Chen, the Xia family, or the imperial court. The emperor would never sever ties with the Xia family at this juncture. Having unraveled these thoughts, a glimmer of excitement danced in Su Xingchen's eyes. Only through ruin could one pave the way for prosperity. No destruction, no foundation. Was this not precisely what he had yearned for? Su Xingchen entered the lantern-bearer's office, casting his gaze about with curiosity. The external rumors of the lantern-bearer's establishment painted it as a realm of horror akin to hell itself. Yet, upon his arrival, he discovered the comings and goings of individuals, dispelling the notion of a sinister atmosphere. "Please step inside." The lantern-bearer led him into a small courtyard, gesturing for him to enter. "My lord." Su Xingchen knocked lightly on the door, waiting for a response before he ventured inside. Upon entering, he beheld an exceptionally handsome youth seated at a desk, seemingly engrossed in work, while another youthful figure curiously regarded him. Did he not sleep well last night? Seated at the desk, Xia Chen did not lift his head, yet it seemed as though he could discern the state of Su Xingchen with remarkable clarity. This made Su feel that Xia was all the more inscrutable. Last night, in a moment of excitement, he had not slept well. "Su Gandili Gonfet, was it because you suspected me of treason that you were so agitated?" Xia Chen, still not raising his gaze from the documents on the table, continued to annotate them in an incredibly calm voice. Yet, to Su, this voice resonated like a haunting echo from the depths of the underworld, plunging him into despair. How could he know this? Did he possess the ability to read minds? It was fortunate that he had not contemplated reporting to the authorities. Otherwise, Xiao might have already set people in motion, and with a mere thought, he could have found himself dispatched before he had even stepped beyond his doorstep. A cold sweat broke out on Su's brow as he realized he had once again danced on the precipice of death. "From now on, you shall remain by my side as a clerk, assisting me with various documents and records. Furthermore, your parents are aging, and you have been away from home for many years. In our great Wu, filial piety is paramount. Serving one's parents is the duty of every son and daughter. I shall arrange for your parents to be brought to the capital. I have purchased a small courtyard adjacent to my residence, where they shall reside henceforth." Xia Chen still did not lift his head, while Xiao Wen, who had been silent until now, approached quietly. "Here is the key," she said, handing Su a set of keys. Su swallowed hard, realizing that accepting this key meant he had irrevocably boarded a treacherous vessel. Regardless of whether Xia Chen was a wise ruler, he was now bound to follow this path to the end. Yet, he understood he could not refuse, otherwise. He would not merely be taking up the role of a lantern-bearer, but would find himself imprisoned in a metaphorical dungeon, with his family unable to escape. If fortune smiled upon him, perhaps they could even reunite in that dungeon, living as a blissful family. "Thank you, my lord," Su Xingchen said as he accepted the keys from Xiao Wen, casting a glance at her sincere smile before respectfully bowing to Xia Chen. Noon, the Sheng building. The entire second-floor hall had been reserved by Xia Chen. The Sheng building was quite renowned in the capital, known for its delectable cuisine and, more importantly, for its auspicious name. Whether among the powerful or the affluent, it was customary to host celebrations here. "Isn't that Boss Zhang? Who is this person to reserve the entire second floor? How audacious! Indeed, I usually dine in the private rooms on the second floor." Why must I sit in the main hall today? My cousin is an assistant minister of revenue. I shall see who dares to act so arrogantly in the capital. In the main hall, some patrons were obstructed and expressed their discontent toward Zhang Linda, the owner of the Sheng building. Zhang Linda, a middle-aged man in his 40s, quickly bowed to the crowd. Esteemed guests, you are all regulars at the Sheng building, of which I am well aware. However, the second floor is indeed unavailable today, as it has been reserved by the lantern bearer. If you were to ascend and disturb the esteemed guests, it could bring about calamity. I am merely considering your well-being. A lantern bearer? Indeed, upon hearing this name, the expressions of the crowd subtly shifted. It is true, and moreover, is personally arranged by the esteemed lantern bearer. Lord Xia Chen, ladies and gentlemen, it would be prudent to dine in the first floor hall today, or perhaps at the neighboring Shun building. Both options are acceptable. However, it is imperative that we do not venture upstairs and disturb the distinguished guests. Zhang Linda, perspiring profusely, ultimately took the initiative to suggest that everyone dine at the competitor's establishment, the Shun building. The crowd exchanged glances at the second floor, their earlier anger dissipating. Even the young gentleman who had boasted of his maternal uncle being a minister of the Ministry of Revenue fell silent. On the second floor of the Sheng building, esteemed guests, today marks the day my brother Xia Wen and my comrade Xu Xingchen commenced their careers. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your presence. Allow me to take the first sip. Xia Chen poured himself a glass of wine, then rose to deliver a brief yet impactful address, expressing his thanks with remarkable affability. Xu Xingchen observed the unusually amiable Xia Chen and then glanced around the hall, noting the gentle demeanor of the lantern bearer. He could not help but marvel at how Xia Chen appeared as gentle as jade, devoid of any airs, seamlessly integrating with everyone while maintaining their utmost respect, leaving no one daring to offend. Could this be the essence of true leadership? Chapter 78. I declare that those who conspire will indeed conspire. The atmosphere of the entire inaugural banquet was harmonious, with Xia Chen naturally being the focal point of the event. The attendees were predominantly mid-level officials, at least of the 100 household rank. As they grew bolder and approached him for toasts, Xia Chen responded with a smile, exhibiting not an ounce of arrogance, fully integrating himself with the grassroots. This demeanor gradually eased the concerns of the crowd. Their apprehension stemmed from the fact that their esteemed official was exceedingly youthful. They feared that this young man, eager to achieve success, might resort to crude and reckless methods, potentially unleashing a wave of purging among the lower-ranking officials. Surrounding Xia Wen and Xu Xingchen were numerous individuals, all aware that these two were undoubtedly Xia Chen's trusted confidants, although they held merely subordinate roles and clerical titles. The steward of the Prime Minister's residence was comparable to a 7th-rank official. Particularly notable was Xia Wen, the legitimate son of the Duke of Eastern Town. While his branch lacked a title, his father was a minor minister, a distinguished 4th-rank official. Furthermore, it was common knowledge that Xia Wen was exceptionally gifted. At merely 11 years of age, he had already attained the 8th rank, suggesting a future of significant prominence. Thus, no one dared to overlook Xia Wen due to his youth. I can't take any more. You all go drink with Brother Xu. Xia Wen, his eyes glazed with inebriation, yet retaining a semblance of clarity, pointed hastily at Xu Xingchen. Previously, he had not had the opportunity to indulge in wine at the Duke's residence, but today, buoyed by the support of the crowd, he partook heartily and soon found himself quite intoxicated. Upon hearing Xia Wen's call and noticing his gesture, Xu Xingchen feigned drunkenness and slumped over the table. The banquet was filled with merriment as all indulged in drink. Meanwhile, seated beside Xia Chen were Zheng Ping, Cui Hu, and Lu Chun. Today, my lord has truly indulged us. Zheng Ping, his cheeks flushed from the wine, raised his glass towards Xia Chen in a toast. We are all brothers here. There is no such thing as extravagance. Xia Chen mirrored the gesture, smiling as he clinked glasses with Zheng Ping. However, I had reserved the entire second floor for today. It appears that it is not fully occupied. Xia Chen sighed, his tone casual. The expressions of Zheng Ping, Cui Hu, and Lu Chun subtly shifted, each reflecting a different sentiment. The Emperor has tasked me with joining the lantern bearers, which has come with a particular assignment. Xia Chen spoke again, his demeanor frank, as if regarding the three as confidants. Their expressions shifted dramatically. Even the usually composed Lu Chun turned his gaze toward him. What is the nature of this task? Chui, who could not contain his curiosity. After being chastised by Xia Chen on a previous occasion, he had become notably obedient. The emperor mentioned that over the years, the lantern bearers have formed factions and cliques, each group coalescing, with their subordinates nearly turning into personal guards. Xia Chen paused, casting a glance at the three men, particularly at Lu Chun, whose expression had turned grave. Indeed, on that day, dispersing those under your command was a means of salvation for you. I hold great expectations for the three of you, for you are all astute individuals, and I trust you will comprehend my heartfelt intentions. Xia Chen gently patted Zheng Ping on the shoulder, then did the same to Chui, who beside him. He then glanced at Lu Chun, whose countenance was particularly grim, and spoke, "His Majesty possesses a benevolent heart and a broad mind. Although you are but an adopted son of Lu Li, you remain merely that, an adopted son. As long as you refrain from errant actions during this sensitive period, these matters shall not pose significant issues." Lu Chun swallowed hard, cold sweat already trickling down his brow. He finally understood why His Majesty had chosen to appoint a youthful outsider into their ranks. Youthful exuberance often leads to impetuosity and a fervent desire to achieve results, which can result in ruthless actions. This is the strength of youth. The young are most suited to wield the sword. And now, that sword is aimed at the factions of his adoptive father, Lu Li. As Lu Li's adopted son, he should rightfully be among those targeted for elimination. However, in this delicate time, you're no longer fit to assume the role of the head of Lihua Hall. Would you be willing to relinquish your position and temporarily endure the indignity of serving as my attendant? Xia Chen inquired calmly. Lu Chun remained silent. Xia Chen did not resort to thunderous measures or level any accusations against him. He had committed no wrongdoing. Yet, through his tranquil words, he sought to reclaim all the power he held, a far graver act than the previous dispersal of his subordinates. But Lu Chun understood he had no alternative and should be grateful to Xia Chen for preserving his life, for under normal circumstances, he would have been the first to face the axe. The mere retraction of his power was already a tremendous grace. Replying to you, my lord, I am willing to serve as your attendant and follow you, in gratitude for your life-saving grace. Lu Chun raised his cup, speaking earnestly. Regardless of whether his sentiments were genuine, he recognized the necessity of expressing gratitude to Xia Chen, for it was Xia Chen who held dominion over his fate. They had come to understand in the past 3 days that Xia Chen bore the emperor's decree, evidenced by the imperial sword he carried. This was why they had been at odds with Xia Chen previously, yet today they were as compliant as dutiful subjects. Thus, Xia Chen successfully wielded his authority with a toast. Old Zheng. Xia Chen then turned his attention to Zheng Ping, who jumped at the mention. My lord, I am not part of Lu Li's faction. Please discern the truth. I too am willing to relinquish the position of hall master and serve as your attendant. Zheng Ping hastily distanced himself, expressing his loyalty, fearful that Xia Chen might mischaracterize him and associate him with Lu Li's faction. His Majesty is undoubtedly intent on bloodshed. All associated with Lu Li shall be purged. Haha, old Zheng, I am hardly a ruthless tyrant. There is no need for such trepidation. I merely wish to inquire. I have heard that Chen Song and Li you are seemingly aligned with the Crown Prince and the Third Prince. Xia Chen shifted the conversation, picking up a piece of beef from the table, eating as he spoke. Zheng Ping relaxed, yet his gaze remained strikingly composed throughout. As for these matters, the subordinate truly knew nothing, and the petty man dared not discuss the Crown Prince and the Third Prince. However, it is indeed a grave transgression for the Crown Prince and the Prince to extend their hands toward the lantern bearers, who are all loyal to His Majesty. Zheng Ping stated with utmost seriousness. Haha, old Zheng, you are quite amusing. You are one of the veterans of our Eagle Eye Division. Having just arrived, I am still unfamiliar with many of the rules. It would be a pleasure to seek your counsel. Tell me, today I am hosting a banquet for the esteemed colleagues of the Eagle Eye Division, and while the 3 of you have graciously accepted the invitation, those 2 have chosen not to attend, bringing along a host of subordinates. What does this imply? Xia Chen shifted the topic once more, his tone casual, as if merely posing a trivial inquiry. Cui Hu and Lu Chen's expressions grew solemn, both aware that the true crux of the matter had arrived. To disdain one's superiors and engage in factionalism is indeed a grave offense. Zheng Ping declared with a serious demeanor. What would be an appropriate punishment for such actions? Asked Xia Chen. Factionalism warrants the death penalty, confiscation of property, with male members of the family exiled and the females sent to the Ministry of Rights. Zheng Ping replied without a hint of hesitation, his voice cold. The moment these words escaped his lips, even Cui Hu and Lu Chen exchanged a profound glance with Zheng Ping. Was this truly the same old Zheng, who typically wore a cheerful smile and exuded warmth? Chapter 79, Complete Conquest. Upon hearing those words, Xia Chen chuckled. Picking up another piece of beef, he inquired again. But what if they truly are affiliated with the Crown Prince and the Third Prince? Cui Hu and Lu Chen understood that this question was not posed lightly, while Lu Chen observed Zheng Ping with a contemplative expression. The lantern-bearers are directly subordinate to His Majesty. It would be a grave transgression for the Crown Prince and the Third Prince to meddle in their affairs. I doubt they would place their people within the lantern-bearers. Zheng Ping smiled, then continued, however, Chen Song and Li Yu exhibit an unparalleled arrogance. They seem to be part of Lu Li's faction. We cannot allow such factionalism within the lantern-bearers. Zheng Ping spoke with a stern decisiveness, his words imbued with an air of menace. Ha ha ha, you are right, Lord Zheng. How could the Crown Prince and the Third Prince possibly extend their reach into our lantern-bearers? One is a Crown Prince, the other a Third Prince. They cannot conspire against us, so why would they seek to infiltrate our ranks? Xia Chen laughed heartily, while Cui Hu and Lu Chen's expression shifted, fully aware that Xia Chen's words held deeper implications. With Lord Zheng's guidance, I feel reassured. Cui Hu, Lu Chen. Xia Chen turned to look at them. You both heard my conversation with Lord Zheng. Assist him in this afternoon. Lead a group to capture Li Yu and Chen Song. Furthermore, apprehend all those household officials who did not attend the banquet from their two factions and imprison them in the lantern-bearer's dungeon. Can you accomplish this? Xia Chen inquired calmly, prompting Zheng Ping to quickly interject. Oh dear, my lord, let these young men handle such matters. I am but an old bone now, and I haven't led a team in over a decade. It will be troublesome if I jeopardize the operation. Lord Zheng, precisely because they are young, I fear they might not be able to handle the situation. You are a veteran of the Eagle Eye Division, a figure of great renown among the lantern-bearers. It is imperative that you take charge. Besides, with the two of us backing this endeavor, what could possibly go awry? Xia Chen smiled, not giving Zheng Ping the chance to refuse. At that moment, Cui Hu discerned the underlying significance. It seemed that Xia Chen held a unique regard for Zheng Ping. Suddenly, he recalled Zheng Ping's unwavering presence in the Eagle Eye Division for over 20 years, and a sense of clarity washed over him. Thus, he remained silent, bowing his head to eat, fully supportive of Xia Chen's plan. This matter required Zheng Ping to lead the charge in capturing Li Yu and Chen Song. Xia Chen departed, accompanied by Xia Wen, Xia Qian, Su Xingchen, and Ali Shi, leaving Dishing Tower. The wind has risen. Cui Hu pushed open the paper window, standing by the second-floor window, gazing at the bustling city of Daojing. He extended his hand, feeling the breeze sweep through his fingers, and slowly remarked, "Have we all had our fill?" Lu Chen remained seated at the table, his face calm, but suddenly bellowed, "I am full." Instantly, some stood up, responding loudly in affirmation. Lu Chen turned to look at Zheng Ping, who was seated across from him, and spoke earnestly. "Lord Zheng, it has been conveyed that we are to assist you. Please instruct us on how to proceed. We stand ready to execute your commands. You are our senior, possessing wisdom that far exceeds our own. We shall heed your guidance." Cui Hu, also standing by the window, clasped his fists in agreement. Zheng Ping's lips twitched. These two young rascals were now treating him with such deference, when previously they had regarded him with disdain, believing him to be merely a relic of his seniority. They had always been headstrong, dismissing others. But now, as they prepared to act against the Crown Prince and the Third Prince, they recognized the gravity of the situation and had shrunk back like turtles. "You two, return to the office at once and gather all personnel. I shall arrange for additional support. This operation must be executed swiftly and without disturbance. Once we apprehend the targets, disarm them and confine them in the lantern prison, ensuring no one approaches. Zhang Ping commanded in a low voice. Understood. Lu Chun and Shui, who replied in unison. Meanwhile, the many lantern bearers exchanged glances, sensing an impending storm, though they were uncertain of its nature. Yet, it seemed this tempest bore little relevance to them, and oddly enough, they were becoming the storm themselves, such as the result of following a capable leader. In the afternoon, the lantern bearers stirred with excitement. The Eagle Eye Division had been decimated, with everyone from the Hunter House upwards, including the Hall Masters, captured. Some attempted to resist, only to face immediate execution. Several Hunter House officials were seized right before the eyes of the crowd. This incited a wave of anxiety among the lantern bearers. But the incident remained confined to the Eagle Eye Division, which brought a measure of reassurance. Goodness, the new chief of Eagle Eye has been excessively ruthless. Two Hall Masters, over 50 Hunter House officials, and more than 10,000 House officials have been apprehended. This was indeed terrifying. That Lord Xia acted so decisively, capturing so many. Did he not fear significant upheaval? The youth are bold, untempered by the harsh realities of society, thus fearless. Liu and Chun Song are likely in dire straits this time. Other halls left in the capital could not help but gasp in shock, intimidated by Xia Chen's recent maneuvers. Yet, what charges were being employed? To arrest so many lantern bearers without cause, even as the chief, did this not violate protocol? Some began to speculate, questioning what evidence Xia Chen possessed against these individuals that allowed him to act with such audacity. Let me tell you, I emphasize this point. I heard it through the grapevine that Chun Song and Li Yu are suspected to be affiliated with the Crown Prince and the Third Prince. Is that true? What do the Crown Prince and the Third Prince intend? We are lantern bearers. This is a grave taboo. It seems rather peculiar. If these two individuals are indeed affiliated with the Crown Prince and the Third Prince, such information should be classified. Yet, it appears to have become somewhat common knowledge. Some were taken aback upon hearing this news, while others with political acumen expressed their doubts, questioning the origin of such rumors. Regardless, it has been labeled as hearsay. We might as well indulge in the spectacle. As the prominent figures engage in their intricate power struggles, it would be prudent for us to refrain from meddling. If Chen Song and Li Yu truly are connected to the Crown Prince and the Third Prince, then it is not surprising that Lord Xia acts with such audacity. This could very well be the Emperor's directive. One person gestured towards the heavens, prompting the crowd to instinctively draw back, hesitant to continue the discussion. Chapter 80. The One Who Manipulates the Crown Prince. The Lantern Bearers, third-level prison. Release me. How dare you arrest me? Where is the warrant? I am a Hall Master. As Xia Chen entered, he was met with a torrent of furious exclamations. What is all this ruckus about? Xiaowen approached and kicked the door of cell number 48. Inside was none other than Li Yu. Xia Chen, on what grounds do you detain us? What crime have we committed? Li Yu glared at Xia Chen with fiery eyes. You abuse your power for personal gain and seek revenge. I shall surely report you to the commander. Even if you are the prince consort, His Majesty will not spare you. Li Wa, believing he had intimidated Xia Chen into silence, grew increasingly confident. Are you certain His Majesty will not spare me? Xia Chen finally spoke, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Li Yu, whose expression shifted at once. Xia Chen then departed, leaving Li Yu silent within his cell. As Xia Chen passed cell number 23, Chun Song, who had been sitting in solitude, suddenly brightened. Lord Xia! Lord Xia! Chun Song hurriedly rose, grasping the bars and calling out to him. My lord, I was wrong. The reason I did not attend the banquet today is truly due to family matters. My elderly mother is ill, and I must care for her. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face, his performance evoking a sense of pity. Who does this old man think he is deceiving? Your mother is unwell, yet all your subordinates have mothers who are ill as well? Surely, you cannot all share the same mother. Xiao Wen, following closely behind Xia Chen, could not help but chuckle. Chen Song's face stiffened, yet he persisted, gritting his teeth and speaking in a low voice. My lord, may I have a word in private? Xiao Chen cast a glance at him, and took a few steps forward, curious about what he had to say. "My lord, I am aligned with His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. Previously, I acted foolishly and offended you. I now recognize my error. From now on, I shall follow your lead in the Eagle Eye Department. You are the husband of Princess Yao Wang, and my Crown Prince shares a close relationship with her. When the Crown Prince ascends the throne, he will undoubtedly reward you handsomely. Perhaps the position of commander of the Lantern Bearers will be yours." Xia Chen scrutinized Chen Song with a peculiar gaze. While Chen Song believed he had successfully impressed Xia Chen with his words, a confident smile blossoming upon his face. "Surprised, aren't you? I am indeed aligned with His Royal Highness. You have your connections, and I have mine." Chen Song inwardly reveled in laughter, thinking that revealing this secret to Xia Chen would surely turn the tide in his favor, perhaps even pulling Xia Chen into the Crown Prince's camp. Despite his inner thoughts, he maintained a humble demeanor. "Lord Chen, can you guess why I chose to detain you? It is not because we disobeyed orders or deliberately made things difficult for you, and then failed to attend the banquet." Chen Song instinctively replied. Xia Chen chuckled and shook his head upon hearing the response, finding Chen Song endearingly foolish. Despite being imprisoned, he remained oblivious to the reasons for his incarceration. Lord Chen leaned in slightly, saying, "Let me explain it to you properly." Xia Chen waved his hand as if calling a dog, smiling as he remarked on Chen Song's spirited demeanor. Chen Song promptly pressed his head against the bars, straining to listen intently. Xia Chen leaned forward, his tone soft yet composed. "I am the one who orchestrated the affairs of the Crown Prince." After uttering these words, Xia Chen playfully patted Chen Song's cheek, causing Chen Song's pupils to constrict as turmoil surged within him. Was Lord Chen truly foolish or merely pretending? This was the Lantern Bearer he was dealing with, the very leader of the Lantern Bearers. Did he really believe their schemes were flawlessly executed? To court the Lantern Bearers and conspire with the Crown Prince while His Majesty still reigned. What was this? Did the Crown Prince yearn to ascend the throne so eagerly, seeking to control the Lantern Bearers for a coup? Xia Chen's voice remained gentle, yet Chen Song was already drenched in cold sweat. He felt an icy chill coursing through him. If he had not awakened to the truth by now, he would indeed be a fool. Furthermore, now that you have been captured, do you think the Crown Prince will expend effort to rescue you, or will he simply send someone to silence you, thus saving himself the trouble? Xia Chen smiled, and upon hearing this, Chen Song felt utterly powerless, collapsing in his prison cell. Xia Chen laughed heartily, resembling a villain inatale. As he continued deeper into the prison, it was evident that his visit was not for the likes of Chen Song and Liu, for these two were unworthy of his attention. His purpose today was to seek out three notable individuals. "My lord, we have arrived. This is where Yu Shaoqian is held." A cell door creaked open, and a blinding light flooded the dim chamber, awakening a man clad in prison garb, his face obscured by unkempt facial hair, his skin pale and sickly from years without sunlight. "Yu Shaoqian, step forth. The Lord wishes to see you." Yu Shaoqian felt a heaviness in his mind, having spent nearly 2 years in confinement. After enduring a few lashes upon his initial arrival, he had been largely neglected. Why would anyone seek him out today? "Greetings, my lord." 2 years of prison fare had instilled a sense of reverence in this once audacious youth, tempering his once unbridled spirit. He regarded the strikingly handsome figure before him with respect. 2 years prior, he had led a group of scholars from the Imperial Academy to kneel and petition for the emperor to take greater interest in state affairs, advocating for a hands-off governance, to enrich the populace, and to foster a period of peace, while also inciting the public with warnings of impending doom should the martial conflicts continue. As a result, he had been apprehended by the Lantern Bearers, and now over 2 years and 3 months had passed. Xia Chen recited the charges while observing the kneeling youth before him. Yu Shaoqian's expression shifted, ultimately settling into a mask of calm. After 2 years of neglect, had he assumed he had been forgotten? Was today the day he would meet his demise? Yu Shaoqian stood tall, adjusting his tattered prison garb. Despite his ragged attire, he emanated an extraordinary demeanor, akin to a steadfast bamboo clinging resolutely to the mountains, unyielding and upright. "Do you regret your past statements?" Xia Chen inquired calmly, gazing intently at Yu Shaoqian. If given another chance, I would still choose to submit my memorial. Yet, I do harbor regrets. Regrets for my impetuousness, for my ignorance of the vastness of the world. I foolishly believed that as a scholar of the Guozijian, I could express my thoughts freely and comment on national affairs without restraint. If fate were to grant me another opportunity, I would choose to remain in silence, diligently pursue my scholarly ambitions, and earn a place in the Hanlin Academy, where I would confront the elders and His Majesty directly, questioning why they disregard the plight of the common people. The realm does not belong solely to His Majesty. It belongs to the millions of souls inhabiting it. Today, the common folk can scarcely survive if we do not pause to recuperate and persist in this endless warfare. Our great Wu shall inevitably meet its demise. Yu Shaoqian's words were imbued with a profound calmness, yet his tone resonated with strength. 2 years of imprisonment had enlightened him to the height of heaven and the depth of earth, revealing his own insignificance. Yet, he still did not believe himself to be in the wrong. The realm is on the brink of collapse, and the great Wu is doomed. Yet it is the common people who suffer. Xia Chen observed the youth before him, imbued with an indomitable spirit, for a considerable time before finally breaking into a smile. The suffering of the people is the root of their prosperity. The downfall of the people is their anguish. Xia Chen spoke softly, and upon hearing these words, Yu Shaoqian's eyes sparkled with newfound light as he repeated Xia Chen's phrase, his gaze shifting in intensity as he looked at him. Yu Shaoqian, you have been released. From this day forth, you shall remain by my side and serve as a scribe. Originally resigned to a fate of death, Yu Shaoqian stood frozen upon hearing these words, his eyes fixated on the retreating figure of Xia Chen. He had been released. Chapter 81. Scholars, Merchants, and Delinquents. The lantern bearer in the dungeon. In a dimly lit dungeon on the second floor, a filthy young man, shackled at both hands and feet, leaned against the wall, lost in slumber. Zhang Wenliao awakened. The thunderous voice jolted him from his sleep, causing him to startle and turn over. Is it evening already? Have I missed dinner? He rubbed his stomach, which grumbled in protest. Hunger had long since gnawed at him. Having been imprisoned in the lantern-bearer's dungeon for nearly 2 years, hope for his release had all but vanished. As an ordinary delinquent, how could he possibly escape such a place? He harbored no grand aspirations. Merely surviving without succumbing within these walls felt like a stroke of fortune. Even if his existence was but a fleeting day, he clung to it. Come out. An ordinary lantern bearer, marked by a white badge, swung open the cell door, his expression as inscrutable as stone. My lord, I swear I have spoken all I know. I was misled at the time. I never intended to obstruct the lantern bearers or harm them. It was all a misunderstanding. Gazing at the open door, Zhang Wenliao felt a surge of trepidation. He had witnessed the lantern bearer's ruthlessness upon his arrival, and had been treated like a lifeless dog, barely surviving for months thereafter. Was this ordinary delinquent merely a pawn in their eyes, someone they wished to dispose of? Come out, someone wishes to see you. The lantern bearer at the entrance brandished his whip, poised to strike Zhang Wenliao, but hesitated, remembering the noble figure behind him. He could not fathom why this lowly thug had garnered the attention of Lord Xia himself. My lord, please spare me. Zhang Wenliao trembled, and as he stepped out of his cell, he beheld 3 figures waiting outside. Particularly striking was the young man at the forefront. Zhang Wenliao found himself at a loss for words to describe him. He swore he had never encountered such an exquisite visage in his 20-plus years. Was he a celestial being? Overwhelmed by this thought, he knelt, too fearful to rise. Xia Chen furrowed his brow, taken aback by Zhang Wenliao's lack of composure. Is this the future star destined to shine on the battlefield? He pondered. Lift your head, Xia Chen commanded, his voice low and firm. Zhang Wenliao hastily obeyed, his heart racing with uncertainty about his impending fate. Zhang Wenliao, from this day forth, you shall accompany me as my guard. Xia Chen's tone was devoid of emotion. Behind him, Xia Wen harbored doubts about why his elder brother would choose a mere delinquent from the dungeon as his protector. The earlier candidate, Yu Shaoqian, had been a scholarly man from the Guozijian, but Zhang Wenliao's performance seemed woefully inadequate for such a role. Xia Wen mused that he could easily overpower Zhang Wenliao with a single hand. Meanwhile, Xia Chen, still clad in prison garb, quietly observed the kneeling Zhang Wenliao, contemplating whether he too was a fortunate soul chosen by the nobleman. Zhang Wenliao stood frozen in place, watching the trio of Xia Chen, who had already turned to leave, feeling somewhat bewildered. What are you still doing here? Haven't you heard the adult has already spoken? Do you wish to remain inside and eat prison food? Surely, you do not think we, the lantern bearers, would mistake the prison for a retirement home? The lantern bearer, who had been observing from the side, spoke with a hint of irritation, rousing Zhang Wenliao from his stupor. Can I leave now? Zhang Wenliao hesitantly inquired, astonished at the prospect of departing so easily from the fabled lantern bearer's prison. Although he was a ruffian and had not encountered much of the world, he was astute enough to contemplate whether this was a trap. Perhaps they were deliberately letting him go only to later claim he had escaped and then execute him on the spot. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he quickly shook his head. It was impossible. The lantern bearers could devise a myriad of ways to eliminate him. He was no significant figure, after all, requiring such convoluted schemes. Shen Shuyan has met the adult, a man in his 30s, dressed in prison garb yet impeccably tidy, with a beard adorning his face, knelt before Xia Chen. Having lost his vast fortune and spent 3 years in the lantern bearer's prison, his poise and demeanor remained remarkably composed. You possess a commendable spirit, Xia Chen remarked, observing Shen Shuyan's resilience despite his fallen status, a quality that the prison attire could not conceal. Zhang Wenliao, quietly trailing behind, swallowed hard. In comparison, he felt somewhat inadequate. Looking at Shen Shuyan and recalling his earlier demeanor, he experienced a profound sense of shame for the first time in his life. Thank you for your praise, my lord. Life inevitably ends in death. What is there to fear? Since I did not perish 3 years ago, it signifies my fortune is not yet exhausted. After 3 years of waiting, I have finally encountered a worthy master. As Shen Shuyan spoke, he performed a deep bow, pressing his forehead firmly against the ground. You know me, and you anticipated my arrival to rescue you today? Xia Chen was taken aback by this revelation. Was there anyone who could foresee events better than he? Shuyan was unaware of your identity, nor did I know you would come to save me today. However, I believe that 3 years ago, when my estate was confiscated, I suffered greatly upon entering prison, nearly beaten to death. Yet afterward, I was left unheeded, and I suspect that, in the eyes of that prominent figure, I was merely an insignificant insect. A man of no crime suffers for possessing wealth. That great figure was only interested in my fortune, not my life or death. It is precisely for this reason that I was able to linger on. I did contemplate despair when I entered prison, as over a decade of hard work crumbled in an instant. I even considered ending it all, but then I had a revelation. I chose to gamble, to hope that a significant figure might recognize my worth and my acumen in commerce. Therefore, I must not die. I must live with strength, even if it means languishing in prison, whether it takes 5 years, 10 years, or 20 years. As long as no one comes to take my life, I shall endure. This day arrived sooner than I imagined. Merely 3 years passed, and I have awaited your presence. My lord, in these past 3 years, I have come to understand a profound truth. In this world, possessing treasures without the strength to wield them is the original sin. Shen Shuyan knelt upon the ground, his forehead still bowed in utmost reverence. His tone was imbued with solemnity and melancholy, yet akin to the resilient grass in the spring. Unyielding and steadfast, although I am unaware of your esteemed identity, I surmise that since you have rescued me from the clutches of the lantern holder's prison, you are not intimidated by that formidable figure who once seized my family's fortunes. Therefore, I implore you, my lord, accept me. Shen Shuyan's voice was resolute, for he recognized this as perhaps his sole opportunity, one he must seize. I beseech you to take me as your loyal servant. From this day forth, you shall be my master. Shuyan asks for nothing more than your protection, a sanctuary to call home, and a chance to showcase my talents. Shen Shuyan's words rang with conviction, causing Zhang Wenliao to swallow hard once more. In comparison, his earlier demeanor appeared increasingly inadequate. This individual openly expressed his desire to serve this powerful lord, while he himself had been too intimidated to even utter words of gratitude. A sense of unease began to creep into Zhang Wenliao's heart. He felt he had fallen short. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen regarded Shun Shuiyin with earnest attention. He acknowledged that Xia Chen's rescue was a great favor, yet to suggest that Xia Chen accept him as a servant was beyond the bounds of a scholaress integrity. Surely, he could simply commit to faithfully serving this esteemed individual in the future, repaying the debt of gratitude through diligent work. Xiaoqian pondered silently, his resolve beginning to solidify. Sometimes, the absence of comparison spares one from suffering. Through the contrast with Shun Shuyan, both Yu Xiaoqian and Zhang Wenliao felt their previous performances were woefully insufficient. Chapter 82. The Powerful Lord Xia. Xia Chen gazed at the kneeling Shun Shuyan and nodded slightly. Rise. From now on, I shall be your pillar of support. Upon hearing this, Shun Shuyan once again bowed in gratitude. Ding! Congratulations, player, for gathering 5 remarkable individuals. The requirements for the Dynasty Struggle version have been met. Would you like to update the system? Xia Chen heard a crisp sound as the system panel materialized before his eyes. He discreetly averted his gaze and then looked back at Shun Shuyan, Zhang Wenliao, Xia Wen, and Yu Xiaoqian, along with Su Xingchen, whom he had left in the room to organize documents. Exactly 5 in total. His system version had already reached the Spirit Awakening stage, and now it was to undergo an upgrade. This was indeed a significant leap forward. Let us depart, Xia Chen said with a smile, his mood exceptionally buoyant. His initial purpose for entering the dungeon had been to assist these 3, yet he had stumbled upon an unexpected gain. He had successfully triggered the conditions for a system upgrade. It seemed that his system was already at version 3.0. With this upgrade, it would ascend to 4.0. Shun Shuyan followed silently behind Xia Chen, who wore a broad smile, clearly in high spirits. This young lord, seemingly no more than a mere teenager, commanded an evident respect from the lantern-bearers surrounding him. The dungeon was notorious as the 18 levels of hell. Ordinary individuals confined here for over a month rarely emerged alive, either succumbing to age or meeting a grim fate. Yet this youthful lord could secure Shun's release with but a single word. His influence was truly formidable. Lord Xia, what an honor to have you here in person. As they walked, Yu Xiaoqian and the others noted the lantern-bearers greeting Xia Chen, who merely acknowledged them with a nod. Their astonishment grew. They had been away for 2 to 3 years, and now an individual of such youth had emerged as a significant figure in the capital. How drastically the outside world had changed. Masterly, I shall be taking these 3 with me. I will personally handle any necessary procedures. In the hall of the dungeon's first underground level, Xia Chen addressed a middle-aged man in his 30s. The dungeon fell under the jurisdiction of the Lantern-Bearer's 6th Division of Confinement, and levels 1 to 3 were overseen by Masterly. These 3 were not particularly significant prisoners. With Xia Chen's direct intervention, he could simply take them away. I will ensure that the paperwork is completed, and by evening, the release documentation should be delivered to your courtyard. Masterly, who had been leisurely sipping tea, sprang to his feet, clasping his hands in salute to Xia Chen with a smile. Thank you, Lord Xia. I will handle the procedures. They must be conducted properly. I'll look forward to sharing a drink with you another day. Xia Chen nodded, smiled in return, and without further pleasantries, turned to leave. The 3 behind him, Yu Xiaoqian and his companions, absorbed every word of the exchange. Though their backgrounds and perspectives varied, they were undeniably astute individuals. They were filled with dread. Having learned of Xia Chen's true identity, this seemingly youthful individual, appearing to be in his teens, was in fact the director of the Lantern-Bearers, though the exact department he governed remained a mystery. Having been imprisoned for over 2 years, I was oblivious to the changes in the outside world. The fact that someone so young could wield authority over one of the 9 departments foretold of a bright future, undoubtedly destined to become a prominent figure in the court. Yu Xiaoqian murmured to himself. The experience of 2 years in confinement had profoundly altered his perspective. Once an idealistic noble, he now understood that to save the nation, reliance on others was futile. True strength and control of power were essential. Only through tangible action could one genuinely embark on the path to national salvation. At that moment, Yu Xiaoqian had transformed from a mere scholar of the classics into a pragmatic individual, adept at navigating the complexities of power. This benefactor who had rescued me must possess an extraordinary background, a scion of some illustrious noble family, fortunate enough to earn the emperor's trust. With such a figure as my protector, my business would surely thrive without hindrance, no longer subject to scrutiny. Sun Xian silently contemplated, his spirits lifting with each passing moment. His 3-year wait had not been in vain. He had finally encountered a patron who recognized his talents. During those years in prison, he had not idly bided his time. A grand commercial blueprint had taken shape in his mind, aimed at demonstrating his worth upon his release. His understanding of commerce had evolved significantly compared to 3 years prior. Little did he expect that an encounter with a lantern-bearer's prison would lead to such fortuitous circumstances. Perhaps he too could ascend to the heights of those he once admired. Zhang Wenliao mused contentedly, his aspirations still modest and his vision narrowly focused. According to their original fate, they would have had to wait another 2 or 3 years before being selected by Yao Guang, heralding a significant change in their destinies. Particularly for Zhang Wenliao, even following the prescribed path, his moment of glory lay more than a decade ahead. Yet now their destinies had taken an unexpected turn. "Boss, why are you so tense and formal?" He is the director of the Eagle Eye Department, while we belong to the Confinement Department. Even if his rank surpasses ours, making him our superior, there is no need for such apprehension, remarked a lantern-bearer subordinate to Li Tangzhu, observing his superior's respectful demeanor towards Xia Chen after they exited the dungeon. "What do you know, young man? Did you not see how many were sent to the dungeon this afternoon? 2 of them were of equal rank to me, also directors, and they were captured." Li Tangzhu glanced at his subordinate and surveyed their surroundings before speaking in hushed tones. "Do not be deceived by Director Xia's youth and amiable demeanor. That is merely a fade. He is a formidable character. 2 directors, including myself, have been apprehended, and over 50 of your kind have been taken today." Master Li cast a glance at his subordinate, Wang Baihu, who instinctively recoiled, a chill creeping up his spine. Did he not fear inciting rebellion among his men? Such actions could surely lead to widespread unease. Unable to contain himself, Wang Baihu spoke up. Indeed, there were dissenting voices this afternoon. Many other captains had expressed their disquiet and had sought out the commander, urging him to take action. Yet, to one's astonishment, the esteemed Lord Ma Song dismissed everyone, even punishing a few captains for their sharp tongues. Wang Baihu's expression shifted once more upon hearing this. Master Li continued, "This Lord Xia is unlike the other captains. The commander's unwavering protection of him speaks volumes. We are the emperor's personal guards, while he is the emperor's son-in-law. In the future, it is quite possible that all lantern-bearers will bear the surname Xia. Thus, even if he currently holds no sway over us, we must tread carefully and never offend him." Master Li patted Wang Baihu on the chest, thinking that were this young man not his trusted aide, he would not divulge so much information. Xia Chen entered his office courtyard, where he found Su Xingqian engrossed in reading documents, quill in hand. His adaptability and intelligence were remarkable. In just a fleeting glance at the case files, he could uncover their flaws. His reading pace was astonishingly fast, leaving Cui Hu momentarily dumbfounded. Where had Xia Chen found such a prodigy? A mere glance at the files was enough for easy resolution. Was this man a detective? Cui Hu was once again taken aback. "Sir," Cui Hu exclaimed, hastily bowing as Xia Chen entered. Su Xingqian also laid down his quill and rose to greet him. Xia Chen nodded, just as Lu Chen walked in, promptly reporting, "Sir, the 2 captains suspected of collusion have all been apprehended. How shall we proceed?" "First, interrogate them and gather evidence of their crimes. For those with serious offenses, execution is warranted. For the less severe, revocation of their lantern-bearer status. As for Chen Song and Li Yu, classify them as remnants of Lu Li's faction. Having served as captains for years, their subordinates surely harbor some unsavory dealings. Investigate these matters and present the evidence to the commander." Xia Chen stated calmly. His words, however, sent a shiver through all present, particularly Su Xingqian and the others, who gained a deeper understanding of Xia Chen's authority. In just a few brief sentences, the fates of the 2 lantern-bearers captains, along with over 10,000 captains and more than 1,500 captains, were sealed. Many of them might have minor transgressions, but numerous others were guilty of far worse. Such was the grim outcome of misalignment in political struggles. Understood, Liu Chen felt an icy dread settle in his heart. Had it not been for Xia Chen's protection, he could only imagine the grim fate awaiting him. Imprisonment among the lantern bearers, since Li Yu and Chun Song were not part of Liu Li's faction. Yet he was undeniably Liu Li's adopted son, a target for elimination himself. It was due to the few words of the young man before him that Liu Chen narrowly escaped the calamity. Reflecting on this, he felt a sense of relief. You may go about your business. Xia Chen waved his hand, prompting Liu Chen and Cui Hu to exit the courtyard. How do you find it? Xia Chen inquired, turning his gaze towards Su Xingchen. It is manageable. These documents do not pertain to major cases and are not overly complex, Su Xingchen humbly replied. His intellect was keen, and these records posed no challenge for him. He could easily unravel their intricacies and identify logical flaws within. Indeed, excellent. Allow me to introduce you. This is Xia Chen, who also hails from the Imperial Academy. From now on, the two of you will assist me in handling these documents. Xia Chen nodded. Su Xingchen had already taken note of the individuals behind Xia Chen, as they were still clad in prison garments. Greetings, Brother Shoujing. 2 years ago, your bold words greatly impressed me. Today, it seems you have turned misfortune into fortune, having been rescued by the esteemed official. Su Xingchen greeted with a smile. You recognize me? Xia Chen expressed surprise, not expecting to encounter an acquaintance after 2 years in prison. I too emerged from the Imperial Academy. When Brother Shoujing submitted his petition 2 years ago, I was studying at the Academy. Su Xingchen responded with a smile. It is indeed serendipitous to encounter a classmate so soon after my release. However, I wonder why. I seldom ventured outside the Academy and did not engage much with my peers, thus remaining relatively unknown. It is only natural that Brother Shoujing has not heard of my name. Su Xingchen seemed to understand what Xia Chen was implying and replied with a smile. Xia Chen glanced at Su Xingchen. He had never heard of this person, yet the latter was well aware of him. This indicated that Su Xingchen was not entirely oblivious to the world outside. He either lacked talent or had grand ambitions. Xia Chen was more inclined to believe it was the latter. Otherwise, why would the esteemed young Master Xia seek him for documentation among the myriad students of the Academy? As Xia Chen and Su Xingchen engaged in conversation, they began to understand one another better. The more they talked, the more Xia Chen was convinced that Su Xingchen was no ordinary individual. Regardless of the topic, Su Xingchen could engage thoughtfully and articulate his perspectives. In turn, Su Xingchen discerned that Xia Chen possessed genuine talent. Their discussions spanned from Confucian classics to national policies, ultimately even delving into the significant affairs of the world. Both were aware that they would soon be colleagues, potentially working together for an extended period. They were inherently proud individuals who did not wish for their associates to be fools, hindering their progress. Through their conversation, both silently elevated their impressions of each other. Indeed, Xia Chen and Shoujing had earned their reputations 2 years prior at the Imperial Academy, and the trials of imprisonment had not dulled Xia Chen's intellect. Rather, it seemed he had gained profound insights during his time in confinement. He had undergone a notable transformation, demonstrating that there are indeed talented individuals in the world, and one should never underestimate the brilliance of others. Su Xingchen marveled inwardly and discreetly cast a glance at Xia Chen, acknowledging the latter's remarkable discernment in recognizing talent. Yet, as a prince consort, could it be that he truly fathomed that Xia Chen harbored ambitions that transcended loyalty? Meanwhile, Xia Chen was observing Zhang Wenliao before him. Can you read? No. Zhang Wenliao shook his head. At the age of 21, having previously been involved in gangs, he had never had the opportunity to learn. Xia Chen glanced at the 2 scholars from the Guozijian who were engrossed in conversation and ultimately decided it would be best to assign Xia Chen to the task. Maintain integrity. My lord. Xia Chen hurried over. For the next few days, aside from handling documents, dedicate 2 hours each day to teaching Zhang Wenliao literacy, aiming to have him recognize all commonly used characters within a month. Xia Chen looked at the ruffian Zhang Wenliao in astonishment. Having him teach someone to read seemed excessive. It appeared that his lord held this rogue in high regard. No problem. Though Xia Chen harbored doubts, he nodded fervently. My lord, was it not said that I would serve as your guard? I'm a simple man. Literacy is... Zhang Wenliao fidgeted at this remark. Surely, learning to read would be a form of torment. You, a warrior of the 9th rank, are to be my guard? Are you to protect me? Or am I to protect you? Xia Chen raised an eyebrow, finding the situation amusing. Zhang Wenliao's face flushed crimson at the remark. Ha! My third brother is quite right. I wonder what my brother sees in you. With your skills, you couldn't even best me. Xiao Wen, standing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle, slapping Zhang Wenliao on the shoulder. Suddenly, Zhang Wenliao felt as if half of his shoulder had gone numb, his heart racing in terror. The seemingly youthful figure had initially appeared to him as merely a privileged scion, yet that single slap felt like a mountain descending upon him. Was this innate strength? It was rather terrifying. Xiaowen, you two have a task. Xia Chen turned his gaze toward Xiaowen. Starting tomorrow, you will teach Zhang Wenliao and the others about the 9 Yang military tactics, just as our elders instructed you. Xia Chen pointed at Xia Chen and Su Xingchen, who were both taken aback. This 11-year-old is to be our teacher? Third brother, while discussing military tactics is not an issue, the subject is rather dull. I prefer practicing my fists, using martial prowess to conquer the world, Xiaowen exclaimed, brandishing his fists. The youth was clever, yet his temperament was still unformed. He had little fondness for scholarly pursuits, believing that matters could be resolved through strength rather than words. A true man should aspire to stand against 1,000 foes. No matter how formidable your fists are, can you truly face an army of 1,000 alone? Xia Chen spoke solemnly, fixing his serious gaze upon both Xiao Wen and Zhang Wenliao. Within the span of 30 years, while martial prowess holds significance, it is the art of warfare that constitutes the true path. Should you master the strategies of warfare to a divine level and lead a great army, even the venerable Grandmaster of the Celestial Master Hou Mansion and the esteemed Abbot Longshu of the Dragon Temple would be compelled to yield to your brilliance. This embodies the essence of a formidable foe. Upon hearing Xia Chen's words, Xiao Wen and Zhang Wenliao were filled with a sense of longing, while Yu Shaoqian and Su Xingchen, who initially regarded the matter with indifference, now wore expressions of solemnity. They were uncertain of the veracity of Xia Chen's claims, yet they were acutely aware of the formidable prowess possessed by the Grandmaster and the Abbot Longshu. Moreover, Su Xingchen astutely noted a particular detail. When Xia Chen mentioned that, within 30 years, martial strength would be inferior to military strategy, what could this imply? Why specify a time frame? Could it be that after 30 years, this situation would be reversed? Chapter 84. The Treasure Basin. In the room, everyone fell silent upon hearing Xia Chen's words, utterly astonished by his declarations. Is military strategy truly this formidable? Even Xiao Wen, though young and lacking a keen interest in military affairs, was taken aback. As a direct descendant of the Marquis household, he had been taught the fundamentals of military strategy from a tender age. Therefore, in terms of theoretical knowledge of military strategy, he had already surpassed many in the world. Indeed, military strategy is profound and vast, embodying the grand path. In direct confrontation, it surpasses the realms of martial arts, Confucianism, sorcery, and other disciplines. A powerful strategist, leading an army, connects the spirits of all soldiers, creating a unified force. There are even formidable generals capable of summoning the essence of the army, a phenomenon so potent that it can repel evil entities. Even third-grade experts may fall before it if they are not cautious. Xia Chen spoke earnestly, revealing this secret to a select few. Are you implying reliance on military formations? Xiao Wen's eyes sparkled, yet there was also a hint of confusion. The Marquis household indeed possessed numerous military formations, and he had even learned to master a few. These formations could enhance the combat effectiveness of the army. Yet he had never heard of the so-called essence of the army. You will understand in due time. Diligently study military strategy and solidify your foundation. When the moment arrives, you will comprehend my words, Xia Chen remarked with a distant gaze, a smile gracing his lips as he refrained from elaborating further. However, Su Xingchen and Yu Shaoqian silently etched Xia Chen's words in their hearts. Xia Chen then turned his gaze toward the quietly standing Shen Xuan. Do you know the task I am entrusting to you? The Lord rescued me from prison, undoubtedly recognizing my expertise in commerce and my willingness to serve you. Shun Shuyan replied earnestly, bowing his head. He was the eldest and most prominent among those present. In this era, merchants were often looked down upon, particularly among scholars from the Imperial Academy and the offspring of nobility present in the room, which rendered his status even more humble. Thus, he seized every opportunity to showcase his wisdom and demonstrate his worth. Excellent. I have an additional 1,000 taels of silver here. Tomorrow, I will have the lantern bearer approach the gangsters of the capital to gather some funds, bringing your total to 5,000 taels. Do you have the confidence to construct a treasure basin for me? Xia Chen inquired with a smile. With your protection, allowing me to navigate the pressures from the capital's elite, I assure you that within 6 months, no, within 3 months, I will present you with results. Shun Shuyan declared, clasping his fists with resolute conviction. Haha, pursue your endeavors freely. I shall leave commercial matters to you and handle everything else. Xia Chen responded jovially, his spirits lifted. At present, he had gathered 6 remarkable individuals, including Lu Chun, under his wing. Though their loyalty was not yet fully pledged, they were already within his grasp, and they could hardly escape his influence. With these thoughts, Xia Chen rose and entered the inner courtyard alone. Let the system commence its upgrade. Xia Chen had not forgotten about the system's mention of an upgrade. He meticulously examined the panel and, without further hesitation, initiated the upgrade for the Dynasty Conquest version of the system, which would require a day to complete. As soon as he finished speaking, a line of small text appeared on the system panel. Xia Chen remained unperturbed. After all, a mere day was nothing to fret about. He could wait. As evening approached, the efficiency of Master Li from the dungeon was indeed commendable. He personally arrived at Xia Chen's courtyard, bearing 3 release documents. Thank you, Master Li. It is my honor to serve you, Lord Xia. Li Yugong beamed like a blossoming peach flower, embodying the essence of a diligent worker. He did not linger long at Xia Chen's side. After making his presence known, he tactfully took his leave. Well, here are your documents. From this moment forth, you are free individuals, Xia Chen declared as he handed the 3 documents to the trio. Thank you, my lord, they exclaimed in unison, their eyes glimmering with excitement as they grasped the weight of their newfound freedom. It is nearly time. Let us depart from the court. You 3 have just been released. And coincidentally, I purchased the adjacent courtyard yesterday. It was originally intended for Su Xingqian and his family, but you may stay there tonight. He offered graciously. Thank you, my lord. They expressed their gratitude once more. And you, Su